In the aftermath of humanity's wars, the curtain of a post-civilization era gradually rises. Spiritual energy quietly revives within the remnants of a shattered world, where mystery and peril entwine, crafting a grand yet treacherous fantasy universe. The threads of the underworld, the realm of the sun, the celestial heavens, and the high heavens intertwine, giving rise to conflicts. Chu Feng emerges from the ordinariness of Earth, akin to a brilliant star piercing the night sky. He first reveals his prowess in the chaotic struggle for the Purple Gold Pinecone, obtaining earthly seeds and a mysterious stone jar atop Kunlun Mountain, thus embarking on a journey rife with the unknown and challenges. The resurgence of spiritual energy alters the world's dynamics, prompting various factions to engage in fierce competition for opportunity.s, while powerful civilizations from the cosmos also arrive in droves. He ventures beyond Earth, exploring the boundless universe, forging friendships with like-minded companions, and simultaneously establishing countless formidable adversaries. Capturing the saintly Qin Luoyin, descending into purgatory, adopting the alias Wu Luan Hui to hone his skills in the starry expanse. Each experience is thrilling and heart-stopping. In the trials of the Great Dream Pure Land, he encounters the celestial exile, forming a dual cultivation partnership, growing together in strength. However, the sinister forces of the enigmatic clan pose an existential threat, compelling Chu Feng and his allies to fight side by side, continuously transcending their limits in throes of battle. Friends and family have perished in battle, and hatred burns like a fierce fire within him. He is resolute in his quest for vengeance. After centuries of ascension to divinity and traversing the cycles of reincarnation, he is reborn in the mortal realm, where he encounters ancient figures such as Gu Chenhai and Lan Gdu, continuously enhancing his prowess. Ultimately, Chu Feng emerges as the unparalleled Titan, Emperor Chu of the heavens, standing atop the pinnacle of cosmic might, unveiling the truths of the world while safeguarding those he cherishes. In this world fraught with adversity, Chu Feng, with an indomitable spirit, explores the mysteries of a universe and seeks the truth of his lineage, penning his own legendary saga, accompanied by the bonds of friendship and love. Chapter 1. The Flower of the Other Shore in the Desert. The solitary smoke of the vast desert rises straight, while the setting sun casts a circular glow upon the long river. The boundless desert stretches endlessly, expansive and lofty, magnificent yet imbued with a sense of desolation as the sun descends, painting the horizon in deep crimson hues. The ancient echoes of war have long faded into the annals of time. Although the Yellow River's ancient path has undergone numerous transformations, it still endures. Chu Feng travels alone, wearied by his journey, reclining upon the golden sands, gazing at the blood-red sunset, uncertain of how long it will take to depart from this desolate expo. Days ago, he graduated and bid farewell to the goddess of his campus. Perhaps they shall never meet again, for he had been subtly informed that they would henceforth be worlds apart. And thus, it was time to part ways. After leaving the academy, he set forth on his travels. The setting sun is a vivid red, suspended at the desert's edge, exuding a tranquil beauty amidst the vast emptiness. Chu Feng sits up to sip some water, feeling a renewed vigor coursing through him. His physique is tall and robust, possessing exceptional constitution, and his fatigue begins to wane. As he journeys westward, he leaves behind an extensive and distant trail of footprints in the desert. Silently and unexpectedly, a mist began to rise, a phenomenon exceedingly rare in the desert. Unbeknownst to him, the fog thickened gradually, enveloping the arid expanse in a cerulean haze, shrouded in mystery. At the horizon of the vast desert, the setting sun appeared somewhat eerie, transforming slowly into a blue orb, exuding an enchanting allure, while the clouds above were tinted in azure hues. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the desert weather is notoriously fickle, yet what unfolded before him felt undeniably abnormal. In the stillness, he halted his steps. Prior to entering the desert, he had heard tales from local herdsmen, recounting that a solitary traveler might encounter peculiar sounds and bizarre sights, necessitating utmost the time. He had dismissed their warnings. The tranquility persisted apart from the added layer of hazy blue mist. No other anomalies manifested. Chu Feng quickened his pace, eager to vacate this unsettling place. At the desert's edge, the sun's azure hue cast an otherworldly glow upon the western sky, though it was destined to vanish beyond the horizon. Chu Feng's speed intensified. He began to run, unwilling to linger in this realm of strangeness and uncertainty. In the desert, mirages typically occur under the blazing sun, but this scene did not align with such illusions. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged ahead, akin to something breaking through the sand, accompanied by a rhythmic clamor. Chu Feng abruptly halted, his gaze fixed upon the desert, where the ground shimmered with scattered points of blue light, resembling a carpet of sparkling blue diamonds, glistening brilliantly in the twilight's embrace. It was a multitude of tender sprouts, each scarcely an inch in height, emerging from the desert soil, adorned with a splendid sheen that was bought, each translucent and enchanting, dotting the landscape abundantly. After a brief pause, a rustling sound swept through the air, and amidst the dazzling blue, all the tender sprouts surged upwards, growing in an instant. In the horizon, the azure sun descended, on the brink of vanishing, as mist enveloped the vast desert, draping it in an eerie veil of blue. Pop! The sound of blooming flowers resonated, and the desert transformed into a sea of azure. At the moment the sun was about to disappear, these plants began to unfurl clusters of blossoms. OMs! An abundance of blue flowers glimmered like crystalline dreams, intoxicating and surreal, spreading across the desert in a breathtaking display. These plants, standing over a foot tall, shone with a clarity reminiscent of blue coral, their petals unfurling and curving back alluringly, as if flourishing in a realm apart. Exud. A bewitching charm that captivated the heart. Chu Feng took a step back, only to find that he was surrounded by these plants, their blue luminescence flowing endlessly before him. He was astonished, scrutinizing closely in an attempt to discern. They bore a striking resemblance to the flowers of the other shore, their petals splayed open and bending backward, in exquisite beauty. However, while the flowers of the other shore were vividly red, these were bluey, a hue he had never heard associated with them. The flowers of the other shore were indeed real, steeped in profound religious connotations, surrounded by countless legends. Yet, Chu Feng dismissed such tales, captivated solely by the spectacle before him. The desert, parched and lacking in water, seldom bore witness to the rare drought-resistant plants scattered about. Yet, the flowers of the other shore thrived in dark, humid environments, making their presence here utterly implausible, especially in such an enchanting form. Everywhere one looks, it stretches endlessly. The vast desert, shrouded in a delicate mist, tinges the setting sun with blue hues that seep into the horizon. The entire expanse of this boundless desert is adorned with blue bihanshua, flowers that evoke an indescribable sense of the strange and the mysterious. A faint fragrance wafts through the air, intoxicating all who encounter it. Chu Feng shook his head vigorously and treaded cautiously, steering clear of these blossoms. He discovered that only one area remained untouched by such flora, the ancient path of the Yellow River. Having undergone numerous transformations and reroutings throughout the ages, it now traverses this desert, nearing desiccation, while the blue flowers bloom abundantly along its NKS embracing it. The flowers flourish on either side, visible to one another from afar. At last, the sun dipped below the horizon, and it was precisely at this moment that these plants burst into full bloom, transforming the landscape into a sea of blue, shimmering with vibrant hues. Though twilight had descended, the blue radiance lingered, dazzling in its extraordinary brilliance. Chu Feng stood upon the ancient path of the Yellow River, his heart in turmoil, yet he did not pause, hastening his steps along the riverbank. As darkness enveloped the sky, the last vestiges of sunlight vanished. The blue desert sparkled with myriad glimmers, and then suddenly, with a resounding crack, all the bihanshua erupted into bloom, only to wither simultaneously in an instant. The vibrant petals shriveled, and soon the entire plants began to desiccate, losing their color, draining of vitality, swiftly turning yellow before crumbling, as if they had aged. Ecads in a heartbeat. With a final, resonant bang, the parched blue flowers shattered into dust, scattering across the ground. This bizarre spectacle defies explanation. They shimmered like fireworks, ephemeral in their brilliance, exquisite in their beauty, only to wither away and transform into ashes. The withered powder settled upon the sandy ground, indistinguishable in the dim twilight. At this moment, the blue mist had long since dissipated, and the desert had reverted to its original state, as if nothing had transpired, enveloped once more in tranquility. Chu Feng did not linger. Striding forward with purpose, as he traversed numerous sand dunes in the encroaching dusk, he finally beheld the silhouettes of mountains upon the horizon, signaling his departure from the desert. As night deepened, he emerged into clarity, distinctly perceiving the mountainous terrain and, in the distance, the tents of the herders' nests. Fled at the foot of the hills, before the mountains, flickering lights danced in the shadows. Even from a considerable distance, he could hear a cacophony, a disquieting atmosphere suggesting that something was amiss. Additionally, the frightened cries of livestock mingled with the deep, ominous growls of the Tibetan mastiffs, signaling unrest. Is there something strange occurring? Chu Feng quickened his pace, hurrying towards the base of the mountains and the herder's dwelling. In the second chapter, the post-civilization era, the livestock appeared startled, nearly breaking through their enclosures. The herders intervened, vociferously admonishing them. The typically fierce Tibetan mastiffs lay low, growling restlessly. Children wept, while women offered soothing reassurances that a few elderly herders were engaged in fervent prayer, ultimately kneeling in reverence, bowing towards the distant, towering mountains with profound solemnity. The herders were not taken aback by Chu Feng's arrival, as outsiders often passed through, seeking refuge within their tents. After a considerable duration, the clamor at the foot of the mountains gradually subsided. After cleansing his body with hot water and savoring the rich aroma of butter tea, Chu Feng felt a significant alleviation of his fatigue. He generously bestowed all his candies upon the children. The rosy-cheeked youngsters, their faces aglow with the flush of Highland vigor, beamed with bashful smiles, exuding an air of simplicity. Once the candies were distributed, they dispersed in joyous exuberance, their hearts brimming with contentment. Yet, a lingering question plagued Chu Feng's mind. What had transpired in this mountainous region? Had it once been adorned with the almost otherworldly blue flowers of the other shore? Within the tent, an elderly herdsman, his hair a snowy white and his face etched with deep wrinkles, bore a distinct expression of concern as he gazed towards the distant mountains. Soon, Chu Feng learned that indeed, a blue mist had once enveloped this locale, swirling through the hills, causing many livestock to become startled and exhibit erratic behavior. Desperate to flee. However, there were no strange blue flowers, and the mist was rather sparse. Why do you bow towards the mountains? Chu Feng inquired. That is the direction of the sacred mountain, the old herdsman replied. Kunlun, often revered as the divine or sacred mountain, is steeped in mythological significance, with numerous ancient texts, from the Shanhai Jing to the Huainanzi, and records of the Grand Historian, documenting its grandeur. Earlier, a shallow layer of blue mist had lingered near this mountainous area, but some had reported that the hue intensified dramatically towards the Kunlun range. There, thick fog roiled, sparkling and luminous, swirling in a fervent dance, later manifesting as beams of vibrant blue light, radiantly fierce and resplendent. It appeared as if a dazzling blue sun was veiled in the dense mist, rising and falling in that distant realm, occasionally casting forth beams of light akin to flashes of lightning. From a distance, it appeared shrouded in an enigmatic allure, with brilliant blue lights dancing in the air, exceedingly radiant. Thus, some elderly herdsmen bowed in reverence toward that direction, offering fervent prayers. Clearly, the phenomena there were astonishingly vivid, with an impenetrable blue mist enveloping the area, infused with a fervent glow, surpassing even what Chu Feng had witnessed in the desert. What could possibly be the cause of these extraordinary sights? Chu Feng pondered. He contemplated a possibility, perhaps they were triggered by seismic activity within the mountains. In the past, a similar occurrence had transpired in a certain region, where sudden claps of thunder would frequently strike living creatures in the valley. If the mountains were to experience a violent quake, it could result in an exceptionally high anomaly in a magnetic field. Under the effects of the electromagnetic field, the charges within the clouds could interact with the mountain's magnetic field, leading to discharges of electricity. Furthermore, The aurora effect could render the area vibrantly colorful, transforming it into an extraordinary zone of lightning, starkly different from the norm. Chu Feng was not superstitious, believing that the events occurring within the mountains were largely natural phenomena. However, no matter how he attempted to explain, the old herdsman remained unconvinced, glaring at him in anger, perceiving him as having blasphemed the sacred mountain, nearly driven him away. In truth, there were indeed aspects that were inexplicable and tenuous. Even Chu Feng himself had not fully grasped them, such as the enchanting flower he had encountered in the desert not long ago. That he sighed softly. In this post-civilization era, many matters remained unresolved. Despite humanity's efforts to interpret them through the lens of past principles, the world was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. War had once ravaged the earth, nearly reducing it to barren wasteland. Although a long period of recovery had allowed nature to flourish once more, the brilliance of yesteryear's old never truly be restored. In the protracted years of the post-civilization era, several enigmatic occurrences transpired, leaving profound impacts that remain unresolved to this. As dawn broke, the resplendent sun leaped above the horizon, casting brilliant hues of morning light that glided over the hills and settled upon the grasslands, embodying an exuberant vitality. Chu Feng bid farewell to the tribe and set forth once more on his journey westward, venturing into the highlands. Along the way, he learned that the mysterious blue mist had an extensive reach, having manifested in every region he traversed. Could it be yet another mysterious incident? He mused to himself. The historical instances of such phenomena had stirred considerable upheaval, and even now, no definitive answers had emerged. The sky over the snowy regions was remarkably blue, the clouds pure white, hovering low above the ground, as if one could almost touch them with an outstretched hand. The Gobi, mountains and grasslands exuded a tranquil air, resembling a sanctuary untouched by worldly strife. Throughout his travels, Chu Feng encountered numerous rumors. Some herders claimed that the sacred mountain had awakened, hence the flowing blue light and the enveloping fog that obscured all around. Others spoke of the Bodhi tree, the revered king of the Buddhas, burgeoning forth, poised to bloom and bear fruit. There are whispers that the dragon mastiff is about to emerge. Some asserted that, in the eyes of the locals, the true mastiff thrived in the wild, capable of contending with lions and tigers, while those raised by humans were deemed inferior. There is also a legend that within the sacred mountain dwelled a dragon mastiff, appearing once every few centuries, endowed with immense strength, capable of vanquishing demons. Days later, Chu Feng approached the vicinity of the sacred mountain. He had gathered that the faint blue mist had appeared in numerous locales along his route, likely heralding yet another significant anomaly akin to those recorded in history. Simultaneously, this signifies that, as in previous instances, the average person will remain oblivious to the underlying causes. Indeed, the majority are unaware of the potential repercussions that may arise. Just days ago, the yellowing leaves had fallen, carpeting the ground, yet now the scene has transformed. The remaining foliage on the trees seems to have regained its vitality, no longer withered or cascading to the earth. Especially near Kunlun, along the route, both the wild grasses and thorny trees shimmer with verdant brilliance in the warm weather, teeming with life. Although it is late autumn, the atmosphere lacks that sense of desolation. Has the warming of the weather been caused by some anomaly? Chu Feng pondered. At last, the majestic Kunlun Mountains came into view. Even from a distance, one could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from them. The towering peaks, grand and imposing, stretch infinitely, like the backbone of the heavens and the earth, standing resolutely in place. Their grandeur is unparalleled. No ancient mountain can rival their magnificence. This mountain range is steeped in countless legends, shrouded in a rich tapestry of myth from ancient times to the present day. This is the place, Chu Feng declared, arriving at his destination. Standing at the foot of the towering mountain, it resembled a colossal city of the gods, vast and monumental, led within the western expanse, where the aura of majesty and ruggedness envelopes him. Chu Feng ventured into the mountains, gradually ascending. Did a seismic event truly occur a few days ago? he observed. The mountain's surface bore fissures, with numerous substantial cracks visible on the ground and massive boulders clear. Having tumbled down from higher elevations, some cliffs had even crumbled. Is this very mountain that once exhibited extraordinary phenomena? What is this? Chu Feng beheld a colossal stone, inscribed with deep etchings, mostly shrouded beneath earth and debris. Following the tremors of an earthquake, a fragment of the mountainside had crumbled, revealing this immense rock from the depths below. The surface of the stone was adorned with a layer of verdant hue, resembling parched moss. West. King. Chu Feng's fingers glided over the carved characters, recognizing the two words as ancient script, a form of writing from a bygone era, typically etched upon bells and tripods. Such inscriptions are seldom decipherable by the average person. In an instant, his mind wandered, spellbound by the unexpected appearance of these two characters. How could it be? The sight of West King here provoked thoughts of the legendary West Queen Mother from ancient times. Perhaps it is merely an inscription left by ancient visitors paying homage, he mused, shaking his head in self-assurance. Something feels amiss. Suddenly, he froze, realizing that the so-called parched moss was indeed peculiar. Green patina. This revelation sent a jolt through his heart. This monument had evidently been sealed away, entombed within the mountainside. Upon reflection, it was improbable for any moss to thrive in such conditions, given the vast expanse of time it had endured before finally resurfacing after the violent quake. It was astonishingly composed of bronze. Yet, such a sizable piece of ancient bronze was truly rare. The Simua Ding, unearthed from the Yin ruins, weighs less than 2,000 pounds and is celebrated as the largest bronze artifact, while this bronze monument. Chu Feng cleared away some earth and debris, conservatively estimating that this bronze piece must weigh at least 5,000 to 6,000 pounds, a truly staggering figurine extraordinary. Airy relic from antiquity. It is adorned with verdant rust, a clear indication of its long-buried antiquity. Were it a stone tablet, Chu Feng might surmise that it was left by predecessors who came to pay their respects. However, with such a substantial copper monument, he finds himself uncertain. In that distant ancient era, who could afford to indulge in mere nostalgia?
Chapter 3. The bronze Kunlun. The resonant clang of bronze reverberated, imbued with the weight of time. Chu Feng set down the stone he had been holding, convinced of the undeniable authenticity of the bronze tablet before him. The sheer mass of this ancient artifact, weighing thousands of pounds, was no trivial matter. Its discovery would surely ignite a sensation if it became known. Etched upon its surface were the characters for Western King, steeped in the sediment of ages, exuding an air of antiquity intertwined with an enigmatic allure that captivated the mind. One could only wonder from what era this relic had originated and who had consigned it to the depths of Kunlun Mountain. As Chu Feng struck the tablet, the metallic tones echoed continuously. Regrettably, he was not an archaeologist and could derive no significant conclusions from his findings. Perhaps, eons ago, this site was home to an extraordinarily resplendent bronze civilization, he mused. He had never been one for superstition. Despite the plethora of myths surrounding Kunlun, the unexpected discovery of a colossal bronze monument inscribed with the words Western King did little to sway his skepticism towards such legends. Chu Feng surmised that even if the Western Queen had truly existed, she may well have been the leader of a formidable ancient tribe, and this place was merely a remnant of that past. Might the violent earthquake have triggered anomalies in the mountain's magnetic field, causing the clouds to discharge electricity? And was it the exposure of this massive bronze that summoned the surrounding lightning? The notion increasingly resonated within him. He yearned to excavate the tablet, to scrutinize it closely. However, with only a portion of it protruding from the earth and lacking the necessary tools, success seemed elusive. After lingering for a moment, he resumed his ascent. The vast fissures in the mountain were both wide and deep, dark and foreboding, presenting a scene of desolation. The path was devoid of any trail, the mountains steep and treacherous, with colossal boulders strewn about, making the ascent increasingly arduous. As he traversed the grand terrain alone, he felt the majestic presence of the mountain and pondered the myriad legends surrounding it. A peculiar sensation stirred within Chu Feng as he gazed into the distance, where the towering peaks met the heavens, creating a truly magnificent panorama. Ahead lay a considerable heap of earth and stone, remnants of a recent rockfall. It resembled verdigris. From afar, he spotted a patch of greenish hue, rusted and mottled, situated at the precipice. It was not merely a small cluster but a vast expanse. Upon approaching, he discerned the astonishing truth. This sight was far more startling than the copper tablet he had previously encountered. After a substantial portion of the cliff had collapsed, a hidden truth was revealed at the steep edge of the mountain. There, along the stone wall, lay an extensive area of verdigris, ancient yet shrouded in mystery, unveiling a copper structure that had emerged as the mountain shifted. 3 bronze edifices stood, archaic and serene, nestled against the rock face, partially buried beneath earth and stone, yet still largely visible. The architectural style of the bronze houses was antiquated, imbued with the weight of history. The roofs, crafted from bronze tiles, were arranged systematically, resembling green scales that blanketed the structures. Chu Feng was genuinely astonished, unable to quell the tumultuous emotions within. This was a groundbreaking discovery. Such colossal bronze artifacts, entire houses fashioned from copper, now revealed atop Kunlun Mountain, once deeply buried. From what era did these relics originate, and who could have constructed them? According to his speculation, this region undoubtedly once boasted a resplendent bronze civilization, existing in an era so ancient that it remains unchronicled in any surviving historical texts. Yet, amidst his astonishment, he was also beset by unease and confusion. The Simu Wu Ding, reputed to be the largest bronze artifact, now appeared not only lighter than the bronze tablet but, when compared to the structures before him, could hardly be deemed a weighty object. Undoubtedly, the construction of such edifices was far more challenging than the casting of a ding. The bronze houses were forged and cast together, exuding an aura of grandeur and solemnity intertwined with mystery. Should this discovery reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a treasure of immense significance. Such a colossal artifact had never before been witnessed, possessing the potential to revolutionize understanding. Chu Feng, typically composed in the face of adversity, found himself unnerved today. The existence of such bronze relics amidst the mountains of the western lands was truly astonishing. He exerted effort to push open a bronze door, the sharp sound of metal scraping resonating as the door creaked ajar. Not rushing inside, he paused outside for a moment, allowing himself to acclimate before cautiously stepping in. The interior was eerily quiet, as if severed from the outside world. The faintest sound of a falling pin could be heard, yet it was starkly bare, devoid of any furnishings or artifacts. Neither the floor nor the walls bore any other objects. The other 2 bronze houses mirrored this emptiness, their interiors vast and devoid of tables or chairs. Upon closer inspection, there were no remnants. The bronze dwellings were utterly vacant. Stepping back outside, he gazed at the 3 bronze houses, his mind awash with perplexity. Were these structures once inhabited by ancient peoples, or were they utilized for ceremonial purposes? In that distant epoch, such opulence seemed utterly extravagant. Historical records indicate that during the casting of the Simu Wu Ding in the Shang dynasty, it took the concerted efforts of 200 to 300 artisans, working in close coordination to achieve the arduous task. In ancient times, the endeavor to forge 3 copper houses must have been an extraordinary challenge. Chu Feng lingered here for a considerable duration before ascending the mountain once more. After several hours, he was nearing the summit, approximately 200 meters away, drenched in perspiration. His physique was remarkable, tall and robust, but even such strength could not entirely alleviate the fatigue of scaling such a formidable mountain over an extended period. As he approached the peak, he gazed into the distance. The undulating mountain ranges sprawled majestically, rendering the individual insignificantly small, akin to mere dust. Standing atop the colossal mountain, he lifted his gaze toward the azure heavens within arm's reach. A sensation of exhilaration washed over him, enabling him to momentarily forget all worries and the trivialities of personal glory or shame. Here, at such an elevated altitude, he found it peculiar that no snow was observed, and verdant flora still thrived. He noticed signs of lightning strikes. Scorch marks on the mountainside indicated that it had once been struck by thunderbolts, with vast areas of vegetation reduced to ash, leaving behind a charred expanse. Furthermore, the rocks had been cleaved, and significant portions of the mountain had sustained damage. This only reinforced his belief that the dense fog and swirling blue light he had witnessed days prior were, in fact, manifestations of lightning. This place had indeed suffered a tempestuous encounter. The path ahead was treacherous, littered with boulders, prompting Chu Feng to navigate around them, seeking a route up the opposite side of the mountain. However, upon rounding the summit, he felt a slight stiffness in his body and a sudden constriction of his pupils, experiencing a profound shock for the first time, one that even the sight of the copper houses had not evoked. This side of the mountain had evidently experienced a landslide, revealing a thick layer of earth and stone, which exposed a metallic sheen. A copper mountain. The sight revealed after the massive landslide of earth and stone is truly astonishing. This area at the summit is, astonishingly, made of copper, previously concealed beneath layers of soil. This is not merely a small patch. Nearly 200 meters from the peak, this extensive expanse has emerged with a bronze-like texture. How can one not entertain other thoughts? Could it be that this mountain is composed of bronze, with its exterior camouflaged by earth and stone, and the true spectacle lies beneath? It is indeed unfathomable. The truth remains elusive, yet it is evident that this 200-meter-high mountain is composed of bronze, a revelation that is breathtaking. Chu Feng is utterly astonished. This mountain within Kunlun has a core of copper, shattering his preconceived notions that had long been entrenched. He has never been one to believe in the arcane, often dismissing legends as mere tales. Yet, the strangeness here is palpable and defies explanation. Struck by lightning, the truth of the copper summit has been unveiled. The occurrences here are indeed extraordinary. Chu Feng ascends the copper mountain, pausing when he is nearly 100 meters from the summit, for the terrain becomes exceptionally steep, presenting a sheer bronze cliff that is exceedingly difficult to scale. At the same time, he catches a whiff of a delicate fragrance carried by the wind. This area is composed entirely of copper, a cold metal, and previously, he had seen no vegetation, just stark barrenness. Looking upward, he searches intently, and indeed, he spots it. On the bronze cliff, there is a solitary plant. Not long after, though he still cannot reach the summit, he gains clarity. A vibrant green sapling, over 3 feet tall, has taken root in the copper cliff, adorned with a bud poised to bloom. Chu Feng is certain he is not mistaken. There is no soil or stone, only bronze, and this plant has anchored itself to the metallic precipice, a phenomenon that is truly remarkable. It is astonishing, bordering on incomprehensible. He shifted his position, opting for a vantage point more conducive to ascending, now closer and able to observe clearly. The small tree was indeed rooted in bronze. The multitude of comments and the bustling review section, accompanied by red notifications, instilled in me a sense of pressure. I must craft a remarkable holy ruins to meet such support from everyone. Chapter 4. Strange trees and fierce beasts atop Kunlun Mountain. On the highest cliff, a 3-foot-tall sapling stands alone. It regards bronze as its soil and sustenance, tenaciously taking root, its entire form shimmering green with a lustrous sheen. The trunk, akin to the thickness of a wrist, though not towering, bears the rugged bark of an ancient tree, fissured like layers of scales, exuding a sense of strength. Its leaves are sculpted like green jade, transparent yet imbued with spirit, shaped like the palms of a child, cradling glistening dewdrops. When the gentle breeze passes, it resembles white pearls rolling upon a jade plate. At the apex of the small tree blooms a bud, the size of a fist, entirely silver-white yet adorned with golden flecks, poised to blossom on the precipice, already exuding a delicate fragrance, truly beautiful. This enchanting little tree stands proudly and silently. Chu Feng attempted several times to ascend the bronze mountain face, but found it impossible. He resolved to take a risk and climb from the boulder-strewn side, though caution was paramount, for a misstep could cost him his life. He retreated from the copper wall to a level area, circumnavigating the mountain while gazing upward. How could it thrive upon bronze? Chu Feng pondered, unable to comprehend. He could only attribute it to the increasingly unfathomable world that had undergone numerous upheavals. Chu Feng's heart had settled into a calm state, yet he furrowed his brow, contemplating the peculiarities surrounding him. The strange flora and the enigmatic bronze mountain, all of which defied the laws of nature. A figure emerged in his mind, a person who had once uttered certain words that he had dismissed at the time but now resonated deeply within him. She had said, "One day, Perhaps even a mere weed by the roadside will bear fruit the size of a fist, and the ordinary we know may cease to exist. These words, spoken by Lin Nuyi, were delivered with an air of simplicity, as if they had slipped from her lips without much thought. It reminded him of the moment she had told him they should part ways. Her tone was somewhat detached, her voice distant, as though she stood upon a lofty perch when she spoke. Chu Feng had assumed she referred to the matters between them, believing that both life and emotions were subject to change. Did she mean something more profound? In this post-civilization era, the world had undergone several upheavals. Though the majority remained oblivious to the underlying truths, only a select few were privy to the reality. What secrets did Lin Nuyi truly hold? Her image lingered in his mind, and he sighed, a tinge of melancholy washing over him. Yet he resolved to let the past remain in the past. He raised his gaze once more to the summit of the Bronze Mountain, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. Did she genuinely imply something deeper? Following her line of thought, perhaps many ordinary things were destined for transformation. What of the inherently extraordinary rare trees? Even before any anomalous events, such a small tree would undoubtedly be remarkable. As he tread upon the rocky terrain, he found himself nearing the edge of the Bronze Mountain, the path proving treacherous. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, causing Chu Feng's eyelids to twitch in alarm. He beheld a shadow materializing on the ground, rapidly encroaching upon him. Something was approaching. In the great outdoors, particularly during solitary travels, how could one possibly be without some means of self-defense? Chu Feng swiftly turned, releasing a steel arrow with a resounding thud. At that moment he beheld the creature. An expression of indescribable astonishment graced his features. The size of this being was colossal, far surpassing its kin. It was a golden raptor, its wings gleaming, stretching an impressive 5 to 6 meters wide as it plummeted from the sky, nearly seizing him in its grasp. With a sharp clang, the steel arrow flew past, striking a large boulder not far away, sending sparks flying as it narrowly missed the fierce avian. Simultaneously, its formidable talons scraped against the earth, producing a chilling, grating sound that sent shivers down his spine. It soared into the air, the wind howling in its wake. Chu Feng felt a chill run down his back. Had he not reacted with remarkable swiftness, the consequences of being captured by this ferocious creature would have been dire. Common eagles can effortlessly crush the skulls of hares and other prey, so one could only imagine the strength of such a massive golden raptor. Had he been even slightly delayed, the outcome would surely have been catastrophic. Instinctively, Chu Feng retreated, seeking advantageous terrain, pressing his back against a massive stone. With a folding crossbow in hand, he cautiously aimed at the sky, remaining vigilant. Above, the golden raptor circled, radiating ferocity, stirring up powerful gusts as it glided close to the mountainside. Never had he witnessed such a majestic avian creature. Its appearance resembled that of a golden eagle, devoid of any blemishes, its entire body glistening, its size utterly intimidating, exuding an air of power. Its golden pupils shone brightly, brimming with untamed ferocity. Such a colossal golden eagle could not possibly be ordinary. It was an anomaly, a rarity. In ancient times, some tribes might have revered this magnificent golden raptor as a mythical rock. Indeed, ancient records often exhibit a tendency toward exaggeration. A golden beast of formidable stature, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, would undeniably be an extraordinary phenomenon. Its appearance would undoubtedly create significant ripples, especially in the mystique-laden region of Kunlun Mountain. The golden avian predator, fierce in nature, refrained from immediately descending. Instead, it circled overhead, exhibiting an extraordinary acuity, evidently aware of the lethal prowess of the crossbow held by Chu Feng. Suddenly, an iron scent wafted through the air as 3 snow leopards emerged silently from the mountainside. Their piercing eyes glimmered ominously, and their mouths were stained with the crimson remnants of a recent kill. With their pristine white fangs glinting sharply, they had evidently hunted not long ago. Fixated upon Chu Feng, their bodies tensed, poised, while their gaze flickered apprehensively toward the golden raptor above, emitting low growls of unease. These snow leopards were markedly more robust than their typical kin, their keen claws shimmering with a chilling light, their powerful frames coiled, ready to pounce at any moment. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, taken aback by the perilous circumstances. With a menacing golden bird in the sky and swift leopards prowling the ground, his situation was dire. Suddenly, the 3 snow leopards' fur bristled, their neck hairs standing in alarm as they swiftly retreated, leaping into the rocky outcrops. Without a sound, a yak appeared on the mountainside, its coat jet black and glossy, resembling flowing satin, with a pair of formidable horns raised skyward. This creature could be described as a king of yaks, measuring over 10 feet in length, with robust limbs and an immense physique, standing there like a small black mountain. This left Chu Feng astonished. The massive black yak moved with a silence akin to that of a snow leopard, appearing abruptly, eluding early detection. Moreover, the 3 snow leopards exhibited an unusual fear of this glossy black behemoth, retreating into the rocky crevice. A most peculiar sight. The imposing yak glanced upward at the golden predatory bird soaring above, then stood still, gazing contemplatively at the summit of the bronze mountain. How had these 3 distinct creatures converged here? Aware of the perilous situation, Chu Feng refrained from any rash actions, biding his time for an opportunity to escape. In the distance, 6 or 7 beastly figures raced toward the mountain, moving rapidly, their white fangs glistening, exuding an unmistakable ferocity. They were 6 wolves, towering and robust compared to their kin, with the lead wolf being entirely snow-white, possessing a single eye that glowed an eerie green, rendering it particularly menacing. Upon nearing, they paused momentarily, exhibiting a hint of agitation upon spotting the black yak, then glancing at the golden bird of prey with evident unease. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered. The 6 ferocious wolves surged forward in unison, charging toward the mountain's peak amidst the rocky terrain. Simultaneously, the 3 snow leopards sprang into action, darting at remarkable speed toward the summit of the bronze mountain. Chu Feng retreated, yearning to make his escape. Near the mountaintop, the roars of beasts resonated continuously as they vied for dominance. A thunderous crash echoed. One snow leopard's face was grotesquely deformed, blood and flesh a grotesque mash, as it plummeted heavily from the heights, struck down by a yellow shadow. It was as swift as lightning, appearing abruptly from the side and plunging into the throng of beasts. It was a mastiff, with a thick and long mane around its neck reminiscent of a lion's ruff. Its size was comparable to that of an average Tibetan mastiff, its paws stained with the blood of leopards. Yet it was astonishingly swift, leaping several meters forward in a single bound. The howls of wolves pierced the air, hauntingly fierce, as blood splattered. A green wolf had its neck bitten through and was flung away. Another wolf was sent soaring by the ferocious dog, crashing against the rocky wall, rendered instantly listless. This was the legendary true mastiff spoken of in the snow-covered regions. Chu Feng was taken aback. According to local lore, the true mastiff roamed the wilderness, capable of contending with tigers and leopards, and was exceedingly rare, seldom seen by humans. However, this true mastiff surpassed the tales, moving with the speed of lightning, infiltrating the pack of beasts, and in mere moments had dispatched a leopard and 2 wolves. This was the king of mastiffs, Chu Feng surmised, and it was likely even more formidable. The mastiff leaped once more, soaring 7 or 8 meters, its massive paw descending with the force of a bear's claw, smashing the eye of a wild wolf, sending it tumbling away. As it landed, the mastiff pounced on a snow leopard, its roar echoing with terror, as they rolled in a display of primal ferocity. The snow leopard lay in a pool of blood, its throat torn open, clearly on the brink of death. The mastiff remained unscathed, its mane standing erect like a lion's. Though its stature was modest, it possessed an extraordinary presence akin to that of a mythical beast. It leaped again, charging at several other feral creatures. Chu Feng could hardly believe such a magnificent mastiff existed. In just a few leaps, it was on the verge of vanquishing those wild beasts. Ultimately, the last snow leopard succumbed, leaving only a one-eyed silver-headed wolf desperately fleeing downhill, striving to escape with its life. However, in a matter of moments, the fierce mastiff caught up to it, its enormous jaws wide open, ruthlessly severing its neck, nearly decapitating the wolf. Thus, the 9 ferocious beasts were swiftly dispatched. Chu Feng gripped his crossbow tightly, bracing himself, for this place was perilously dangerous. The mastiff fell silent, its maw smeared with the blood of its prey, yet not its own. It remained motionless, gazing upward at the small tree perched upon the bronze cliff. Though not particularly tall, it emanated an extraordinary ferocity, its earthen-colored fur stained with the blood of other fierce beasts, exuding an imposing presence. Throughout this ordeal, the black yak fixated on the small tree atop the mountain, remaining utterly still and remarkably composed. Meanwhile, the golden predatory bird circled above, observing the scene below as it had moments earlier. The three enigmatic creatures exuded a calm demeanor, as if imbued with human-like intellect, displaying an extraordinary patience, their sights set upon the small tree, yet refraining from immediate action, seemingly awaiting something. Chu Feng felt a profound astonishment, for these three beings were truly extraordinary. Chapter 5. Blossoming the vicinity near the mountain summit fell into silence, devoid of sound. The three creatures paid no heed to Chu Feng, as if he were inconsequential to them. Chu Feng understood that he was positioned quite far from the summit, and they likely deemed him no threat, allowing him to remain below without concern. These were three sentient beings of remarkable nature. Seizing the moment, he resolved to descend the mountain. Though his curiosity about the tree rooted in the bronze mountain was insatiable, the danger surrounding him was too great, and he risked losing his life at any moment. The fragrance intensified, emanating from the bronze mountain. The fierce mastiff stirred, moving with the swiftness of lightning, effortlessly navigating through the rocky terrain before ascending the steep mountain slope directly to its summit. A black yak, over a yard in length, gleamed with a rich ebony hue, its formidable horns imposing. It trod steadily, unhurriedly following behind, gracefully traversing the soil-strewn side, managing to scale the perilous heights of the bronze mountain. In midair, a menacing bird of prey, resembling molten gold, flaunted increasingly radiant feathers, its pupils glimmering with golden light. It descended closer to the precipice, fixating on the young tree. Just as Chu Feng prepared to retreat, the intoxicating aroma surged exponentially, the buds on the verge of blooming. With a gentle pop, the flowers unveiled their beauty, releasing a fragrance that was overwhelmingly rich, almost enchanting in its allure. In an instant, three creatures surged towards the cliff's edge, drawing near with palpable tension, eagerly inhaling the floral scent as if consuming its essence. The trio struggled to contain their primal instincts, ready to unleash their ferocity upon one another. A series of delicate sounds resonated as silvery petals unfurled, shrouded in a misty veil, sparkling with crystalline beauty. The flowers bloomed with a symphony of fragrance, magnified tenfold. At the pinnacle of the 3-foot-high sapling, fist-sized silvery blossoms burst forth in full bloom, dispersing a white mist that enveloped the cliff of Bronze Mountain, rendering it an ethereal paradise. The petals, adorned with golden specks, shimmered in unison, their brilliance twinkling like constellations amidst the white fog, radiating magnificently. This spectacle was captivating, utterly enchanting. The three creatures awaited this very moment, anticipating its fruition. They clashed fiercely, their claws slicing through the air. This was the unbridled release of primal savagery, an unparalleled frenzy, each vying to claim the exquisite blossom for themselves. As the dark yak made its entrance, the mountaintop trembled under its immense strength. Suddenly, in mid-air, a golden predator extended its formidable talons, colliding with the coarse horns of the yak, the sound reverberating like a thunderclap. The great mastiff growled deeply, its voice resonating like distant thunder. The three creatures engaged in a brutal struggle, attacking one another in their fervent quest for the blooming flower. Amidst this chaos, they inhaled deeply, recklessly seizing the intoxicating fragrance. At the summit of the Bronze Mountain, a wispy white mist lingered, and within the haze, golden speckles danced as if a fragment of a starry sea illuminated the shroud, an area steeped in mystery and beauty. With a resounding crash, they collided with verdant saplings, the mastiff's massive paw brushing against the petals. A tempest surged forth as the golden predator swooped down, forcefully striking the mastiff, its sharp talons descending with the intent to rend it apart. Initially, they had refrained from attacking each other, held back by mutual apprehension. However, now, with the flower in full bloom, they were willing to fight to the death, heedless of the consequences. As the golden predator flapped its wings, several petals fell from beneath the mastiff's great paw, carried away by the wild winds toward the slopes of the Bronze Mountain. The terrain here was steep and the petals, enveloped in mist, swiftly descended towards Chu Feng. He raised his hand to catch one, the fragrance so rich it nearly intoxicated him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the inner surface of the petal was adorned with golden specks, glistening with a layer of pollen. With an outstretched hand, Chu Feng delicately gathered 4 petals, 2 of which emitted a faint fragrance due to a mere touch of pollen, while the other 2 exuded an intoxicating aroma, their surfaces glistening with a rich, unyielding scent. The 3 formidable creatures atop the bronze mountain cast a cold, piercing gaze downward before resuming their fierce struggle for the petals that had yet to fall. Observing this, Chu Feng tightened his grip on the petals. However, he soon perceived an unsettling change. The once soothing warmth of the petals dissipated, replaced by a sense of withering. Opening his palm, he was horrified to find the luster had vanished from the 4 petals, rendering them dry and lifeless. In an instant they lost their vibrancy, turning a desolate yellow. With a slight exertion, one of the petals crumbled into fragments. Stunned, Chu Feng discarded the remaining 3 desiccated petals and shouted toward the mountain summit. "I return them to you." Resolutely, he turned away, dismissing the matter as he hastened down the mountain. Despite his urgency to escape, he couldn't help but ponder the peculiar phenomenon of the petals wilting in his grasp. The transformation was indeed strange. Passing the copper house and the bronze monument, he pressed on without pause, intent on descending swiftly. As the terrain gradually flattened, he was able to quicken his pace. After a considerable time, when Chu Feng finally reached the foot of the mountain, the crimson sun had already begun its descent. Fortunately, the 3 extraordinary creatures had not pursued him and remained engaged in their conflict atop the peak. Sweaty and fatigued from such vigorous exertion at such high altitudes, even his robust physique felt utterly drained. Overwhelming fatigue enveloped him as he sat at the foot of the mountain, gasping for breath. Even after a considerable time, the rhythmic thumping of his heart echoed in his ears. He poured water into his mouth with a gulp. Glancing back at the towering mountains, they appeared almost enigmatic. The Western King's copper tablet, the mysterious copper house, and the copper mountain, were the innards of this majestic range truly made of copper? If only it were possible. He yearned to peel away the layers of this mountain to discern the secrets hidden within. This peak was merely one among the grand Kunlun range. What mysteries lay concealed in this region? He knew he must hasten his departure. Should those 3-headed creatures descend, the peril would be insurmountable. A few days prior, an earthquake had struck, leaving numerous fissures in the mountainside, and this area was no exception. As Chu Feng tread carefully, he inadvertently noticed a stone nestled within a crevice. Approximately 3 inches high and remarkably cubical in shape, a rarity indeed. He picked it up casually and continued on his path. Uncertain if it was mere illusion, he felt an unusual sensation coursing through him, subtle yet distinct, occasionally accompanied by a warm current flowing within his very flesh. When he focused intently, it vanished, yet when he disregarded it, it resurfaced unexpectedly. Was it an illusion, or perhaps an allergic reaction of his body? Doubt crept in. Was his perception in disarray? It seemed to originate from his left hand. He spread his palm open, recalling that his initial awareness had surfaced from the center of his left palm. Yet there was nothing there, for petals had inexplicably withered in his left hand. As he journeyed onward, pondering this peculiar matter, he sensed that it was far from ordinary, an oddity that left him feeling unsettled. The petals once emanated a misty white hue, adorned with flecks of light that appeared oddly enchanting from any angle. The bronze Kunlun Mountain behind him profoundly challenged his preconceived notions, presenting a revolutionary perspective that compelled him to ponder further. The 3 creatures, far from ordinary, were engaged in a fierce competition over a blossom perched on the tree, seemingly harmless. Although a hint of apprehension lingered, Chu Feng believed that this flower posed no threat to his well-being. Otherwise, how could it incite such a rare and deadly struggle among formidable beasts? Shaking his head, he set aside these thoughts and strode purposefully toward the pastoral settlement. Beneath the shroud of night, the boundless plateau was exceptionally tranquil, with distant roars of beasts occasionally echoing, enhancing the sense of vastness and desolation. As he quietly read by nightfall, he reflected on that elusive warmth he had previously felt, intangible and fleeting, leaving him uncertain of any forthcoming change. After a considerable pause, he sighed softly, resigning himself to the flow of nature. For through numerous attempts, he discovered that the more he fixated on something, the less he could perceive it. Conversely, by neglecting it, he could vaguely sense its essence. Pollen, catalyst. Chu Feng murmured these words, and suddenly a thought struck him. On the day of graduation, Lin Nuoyi's family had sent a vehicle to fetch her, and he vaguely recalled these words being mentioned, albeit distantly, rendering them unclear to him. Despite their separation, he had wished to bid her farewell, but upon observing the Lin family's somewhat indifferent demeanor as they regarded him, he merely waved and departed. Lost in contemplation, he inadvertently noticed a stone beside him, its shape remarkably geometric and orderly. He weighed the stone in the tent. Although it was a cube, its edges were devoid of sharpness, slightly polished, exuding a gentle roundness as if it had been meticulously crafted. Upon closer inspection, he discerned faint patterns etched upon its surface. Were these naturally formed? The markings were so subtle that they could easily be overlooked if not examined carefully. Were they the remnants of human handiwork? Suddenly, he realized that this stone was rather peculiar. Chu Feng cleaned the stone and scrutinized it under the flickering light. Standing 3 inches tall, it exhibited a gray-brown hue, adorned with vague, winding patterns reminiscent of vines, or perhaps the scars of time, evoking a sense of ancient history. Could it be a relic of a long-lost tribe? He pondered, as he turned the stone over, running his fingers along the markings. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the tranquil night, piercing the stillness. Chapter 6. The stone box. The night in the tent had been serene until that abrupt sound shattered the calm. Chu Feng's hand froze, halting all movement. How could a cube of stone emit such a noise? A fissure appeared on its surface. He set it down, wary of any unforeseen developments, and observed it with heightened caution after the day's unusual occurrences. A stone box. He was taken aback. The patterns that once concealed the fissure now revealed themselves as it slightly opened. Previously, the stone box had been so impeccably fitted that it appeared as one seamless entity, further obscured by the mottled marks, making it nearly imperceptible. Who would have noticed that this was indeed a cube-shaped stone box? Standing 3 inches tall, possessed an ancient charm. Given the circumstances, Chu Feng felt a sense of anticipation, for the stone box held an air of mystery. Discovered at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, he initially perceived it as mere rock, never suspecting the hidden wonders it contained. Shielding himself with a copper basin from his tent, he cautiously pried open the stone box, widening the crevice. With a crack, the lid detached, revealing no immediate danger. Relieved, Chu Feng examined the interior of the box, harboring a flicker of hope regarding the treasures sealed within. The internal space was quite limited, featuring a shallow groove that could scarcely accommodate anything significant, making it evident that treasures such as pearls or exquisite jade were not concealed there. Yet there were indeed objects present. Within the groove lay 3 desiccated seeds, completely filling the space and nothing more. Chu Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had anticipated discovering a remarkable artifact from the foot of Kunlun Mountain, only to find these 3 seeds. One seed was pitch black, shriveled, and seemingly deformed, lacking vitality. The second was a purplish-brown, flattened and resembling a compressed disc, roughly the size of a fingernail. The final seed appeared somewhat normal, its surface wrinkled but plump enough, retaining a rounded shape, albeit slightly withered and yellowed. Chu Feng stood in a daze. Was it truly just these 3 seeds? 2 of them were so desolate in appearance it was simply a stark contrast to his expectations. What he had thought was a mysterious find at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, perhaps housing something extraordinary, turned out to be so utterly ordinary. He cradled the 3 seeds in his palm, scrutinizing them closely, but they exhibited no remarkable qualities. How many years had these objects been buried underground? It is difficult to ascertain, yet the stone box undoubtedly bears an age that is quite ancient. Its intricate patterns and marks faded with time. Is this a relic from a bygone era? However, if these artifacts are indeed ancient, the fact that the 3 seeds unearthed remain unspoiled is a fortunate circumstance. Many subterranean treasures, once exposed to the light of day, may succumb to immediate decay. Chu Feng examined the seeds closely, utterly unable to identify them. He had never encountered such specimens and was at a loss as to which three plants they might correspond to. He found himself momentarily speechless, having recently harbored fervent thoughts of uncovering hidden treasures. Yet now he stood transfixed before three desiccated seeds. He contemplated the possibility of planting them to discover what might emerge. However, the years that these seeds had endured raised his concerns about their viability, especially since two of them appeared shriveled. Should they indeed sprout? One could only hope they were not poisonous. If they were to yield beans or some form of vegetable, they would certainly be regarded as ancient varieties. A smile crept across his face. The starry sky above the plateau seemed to hover close to the earth, the stars twinkling brilliantly while the moonlight cascaded like water upon the desolate and somewhat barren landscape. In the deep of night, an extraordinary silence enveloped the area. Remarkably distant from his lodging, the muffled roar of beasts could still be heard, a startling phenomenon. Clearly, something was amiss in the Kunlun Mountains. The sounds did not resemble the roars of mastiffs or yaks, indicating the presence of other ferocious creatures. Faintly, the ground of that mountainous region trembled, adding to the growing sense of unrest. Some herdsmen were roused from their slumber, engaging in fervent prayers, bowing in reverence to the sacred mountain, murmuring incantations. Chu Feng too rose from his tent, having overheard an elderly herdsman uttering words that resonated deeply. The mountain has truly awakened. Chu Feng was perplexed. How could the presence of an ancient monk be accompanied by the roar of beasts? You do not understand. This is a legend of our Tibetan land. You should leave hastily by dawn, the old herdsman advised. Is it possible that the sacred beasts of the mountains are awakening? Pondered another middle-aged man. According to the legend, deep within the plateau lies a sacred mountain that harbors several ancient beasts in slumber, some of which rival deities in might, possessing the strength to vanquish evil, while others are exceedingly ferocious, capable of wreaking havoc. Chu Feng contemplated these words. Though he did not fully believe, he also did not dismiss the claims of the Tibetans as unfounded. After all, he had personally encountered extraordinary creatures during his experience at Bronze Mountain. For instance, there was a golden ferocious bird, measuring 5 or 6 meters in length, which in ancient times would likely have been dubbed the golden-winged roc. Then there was a jet-black, lustrous yak, over 10 feet long, feared even by leopards and blue wolves. Its formidable strength once caused the peak of Bronze Mountain to tremble beneath its weight, and in ancient lore it would probably have been referred to as the bull demon. Many ancient legends are embellished, becoming mythologized over time. Especially when ancient people chronicled extraordinary occurrences, exaggeration was commonplace. Surely, this instance was no different. In the latter part of the night, the vast plateau finally fell into silence. The distant roars of beasts from the mountains faded away. The moonlight poured down like water, ethereal and wispy, creating a sense of connection with the starry sky, hazy yet tranquil. The herdsman, no longer anxious, let out a sigh of relief. In the post-civilization era, although the world had been rebuilt and was not as resplendent as in bygone days, the disparity was not insurmountable. Various modes of transportation remained relatively convenient. Having traversed the plateau, desert, and mountains, he had turned off his communication devices, and upon reactivating them, a multitude of messages flooded in. Finding his place, he set aside his burdens. Holding a communicator, he began to peruse the news from recent days and was instantly taken aback. Across the nation, and even abroad, thick fog had manifested in various hues. Pale blue, deep red, and purple blanketing vast areas. Some speculated that this phenomenon might be a mutation triggered by the lingering nuclear radiation from wars of yore. However, experts swiftly dispelled such fears, assuring the public that all was safe. It was merely a natural fog that would dissipate without consequence, urging against unnecessary panic. Yet, public opinion surveys revealed an alternative perspective, suggesting that this was an anomaly reminiscent of historical events that had impacted many regions. No one dared to categorically deny such claims, for in this post-civilizational era, it was not the first occurrence, and the underlying implications ran deep. What was this? Vegetation appeared to float in mid-air, which was indeed strange. After the train commenced its journey, a rotund man approached and took a seat nearby. He seemed to be of a similar age to Chu Feng, of average height, with a considerable belly, chubby cheeks, and large ears. When he laughed, his eyes squinted into mere slits, resembling the benevolent Maitreya Buddha. He exuded a unique sense of joy, and even in silence, his expression was warm and inviting, increasingly reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha. Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. This man was surely not irksome. "Brother, where are you headed?" the jolly fellow inquired, striking up a conversation. "We aren't from the same hometown, are we? Please specify your location." The plump man chuckled heartily. Upon further questioning, they discovered their destinations indeed aligned, fostering an immediate sense of camaraderie as they hailed from the same locale. Chu Feng also recalled the news that Chuanzhong had mentioned, which reported strange floating plants appearing in the sky, a rather eerie development. "I simply cannot comprehend how they do not fall," grumbled the portly Zhou. Chu Feng, having perused the news, shared his bewilderment. "Is something significant about to transpire?" Zhou Quan mused. "May it remain peaceful. This world grows increasingly incomprehensible," remarked an onlooker. "Indeed, tranquility is most desirable. It does evoke a sense of unease," another chimed in, resonating with the sentiment. "It seems inevitable that something will occur. There have been numerous inexplicable phenomena in recent years, and various rumors have surfaced," a voice whispered. The atmosphere became lively, with conversations abound. 2 hours later, Zhou Quan and Chu Feng had grown quite familiar, being fellow denizens of the same locale, naturally drawn to one another. Leaning in conspiratorially, Zhou remarked to Chu Feng, "A relative of mine mentioned a remarkable individual, claiming that a great transformation is imminent." "What sort of transformation?" inquired Chu Feng. "There will be occurrences that are rather peculiar," Zhou replied in a hushed tone. "You seem more like the peculiar one." Chu Feng jested. "Truly, do not dismiss it. My relative is not one to speak lightly. He is generally meticulous and reliable, with connections of considerable distinction," Zhou insisted, eyes wide with emphasis. Chu Feng chuckled and shook his head. Zhou's enthusiasm began to wane as he confessed, "In truth, I do not fully believe it either. That remarkable individual seems to be rambling." The fragments of information hinted that certain mythological figures from the West were artificially created, suggesting that we are not far removed from such phenomena ourselves. At that moment, a nearby individual, caught mid-sip, inadvertently spluttered water, bursting into laughter. "Oh, what is so amusing?" "Enough of this," Zhou exclaimed, flustered. The portly man, feeling somewhat embarrassed, continued his tale in Chapter 7, The Mutation. He was quite loquacious, his mouth rarely pausing as he recounted the strange and mysterious occurrences he had encountered during his studies in the West. The region was rich with legends, and many stories circulated widely among the locals, some of which could be traced back to credible sources, captivating the attention of those in proximity. "Do not dismiss these as mere myths," he insisted earnestly. Intrigued by his suspenseful narrative, listeners urged him to continue. "I once witnessed a small Tibetan mastiff in a dilapidated temple, mourning over a dying old dog, its eyes flowing with golden tears," he recounted. "Shoo!" A chorus of disbelief erupted, for such a tale seemed far-fetched and utterly unrealistic. "I assure you, it is the absolute truth. I experienced it firsthand," the portly man replied, visibly agitated, thumping his chest in solemn oath. "Oh, how I wished to take it with me! However, that decrepit temple housed a fearsome, aged lama who was difficult to communicate with and forbade me from taking the creature," he explained. According to him, the temple was in ruins, nestled deep within a desolate plateau, rarely visited throughout the year, and on the verge of collapse. The venerable lama, hard of hearing, posed a significant barrier to communication. Ultimately, the portly man deciphered the lama's message. The young mastiff belonged to no one and was destined to ascend the sacred mountain, where it would one day possess the power to vanquish demons. Yet, the strength of that tiny creature was astonishing. It clamped onto my pant leg and sent me tumbling, a most peculiar experience. As he reminisced about that incident, a strange expression lingered on his face, yet the others remained skeptical. "When did this happen?" Chu Feng inquired, recalling the formidable mastiff he had encountered on Kunlun Mountain, which effortlessly dispatched ferocious beasts, far surpassing its peers. "Perhaps around 3 years ago," Zhou Quan replied. The train whistled as the scenery outside rushed by, advancing eastward, ultimately departing from the plateau. Have you purchased so much food? Zhou, the portly companion, unabashedly joined Chu Feng, inquiring about the delectable options. These divine seeds possess a delightful flavor. Chu Feng responded. What? Zhou Quan queried, perplexed. Did you not mention that certain figures from mythology might be cultivated? I believe these could be divine seeds, Chu Feng suggested, gesturing towards the orchid beans and various nuts. Zhou wore a look of incredulity, stuffing his mouth with food, mumbling, the taste of divine seeds is indeed exquisite. Laughter erupted among those nearby. Suddenly, Zhou Quan grimaced in pain, extracting a bean from his mouth. Brother, where did you procure these orchid beans? Are they even edible? They're harder than iron. My old teeth are nearly breaking. He grimaced, displaying his discomfort. With a clatter, he tossed a seed onto the table. Goodness, how hard. Just listen to the sound it makes. What era is this? Food safety has yet to be resolved. Zhou lamented, cradling his jaw. Chu Feng was taken aback. For what Zhou had mistaken for an orchid bean was, in fact, a rather plump seed, its color a dull yellow, from the stone box. He intended to show it to those around him but, amidst the conversation, had forgotten, placing it carelessly beside the nuts and other snacks. Zhou, affectionately nicknamed Fatty, suddenly fell silent, his face flushed crimson, revealing his discomfort. Initially, the surroundings were engulfed in silence, soon followed by a chorus of laughter. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhou exclaimed, Brother, you truly lack discernment. Can one carelessly toss such items about? This is hardly a seed. It resembles a chunk of iron. Chu Feng chuckled, offering an array of nuts as an apology. He placed 3 seeds upon the table, seeking the opinions of those around him regarding their botanical identity, though he refrained from disclosing the ancient origins of these seeds. One was round, akin to a bean yet distinctly different. Another was flat, leading to the suspicion that it might have been crushed. The last, shriveled and unappealing, was entirely black, an uncommon sight indeed. As the crowd deliberated, none could identify the seeds. They struggled to name them, with a few speculating they might be seeds from a mountain vine. I truly wish to smash it. Zhou Quan huffed, puffing out his cheeks as he gently massaged one of the seeds, fixated on it. No, this is a rare species. I intend to plant it. Who knows, it might yield a goddess. Chu Feng laughed heartily. Zhou Quan's assertion was indeed uncertain, prompting others to jest in agreement. A goddess, you say? I dare say you'll most likely end up with 3 old llamas or 3 ancient Taoists. Zhou Quan retorted, covering his mouth, a pained expression lingering on his face. Time sped by on their journey. However, at a certain station along the route, the train halted and did not proceed. What had transpired? As the stop extended, many passengers grew restless and began to rise from their seats. Soon, a crew member informed the passengers that an incident had occurred on the tracks ahead, and it was being addressed urgently. They would soon be back on their way. The passengers settled in, patiently awaiting further developments. Look, there's breaking news and it's quite significant, exclaimed Zhou Quan, nudging the nearby Chu Feng to draw his attention to the news on the communicator. How peculiar. The recent events are beyond explanation. Is this still the world I recognize? Others echoed in disbelief. Clearly, Zhou Quan was not alone in noticing the newly emerged news. Many were captivated by it. Chu Feng scrutinized the electronic image, which was remarkably clear. It appeared to be captured in space, showcasing several trees floating effortlessly, brimming with vitality. Upon closer inspection, some trees were lush green, while others exhibited shades of purplish-brown, and even a few bore a striking blood-red hue, all of which seemed exceedingly bizarre. How could such trees possibly exist in the atmosphere? The passengers were baffled. A cacophony of voices erupted in the train as people discussed the extraordinary phenomenon, expressing their concerns over its unsettling nature, which could easily incite panic. It was only when the train resumed its journey, whistling into the distance, that the chatter began to subside. I am quite familiar with this route. I traveled it numerous times during my studies in the West, Zhou Quan remarked, sharing insights about the cities they passed. About an hour later, the train halted at a station. Meanwhile, Zhou Quan gazed out the window, lost in thought, muttering, Wait a moment, there are no mountains at this station. Indeed, I have traveled this line frequently, and there should be no towering peaks nearby. Others voiced their confusion as well. Look quickly. That is not a mountain, it is a colossal tree, someone exclaimed. Many leaned towards the window, peering intently. Chu Feng, with a look of astonishment, could see clearly that it was indeed a gigantic tree, immense as a mountain, towering in the distance, almost brushing the clouds. Are there any passengers boarding at this station? Let's inquire about the situation, someone suggested. Before long, several individuals boarded the train, revealing a truth that left everyone astounded and speechless. It was an ancient ginkgo tree, renowned in the area, having grown for several centuries. Recently, for reasons unknown, it had begun to grow wildly. This phenomenon had caused a tremendous stir locally, leaving many in shock. The area had since been cordoned off, prohibiting any approach. It's true, just 2 days ago, I saw someone post a photo, only for it to be mysteriously deleted. This is indeed happening. Someone gasped in the carriage. Such an extraordinary event was truly perplexing. Although the ancient tree had existed for a considerable time, it could not possibly have grown to such an extent in merely 2 or 3 days. It was utterly unfathomable. As time passed and the train remained stationary, half an hour slipped by without movement. The attendant explained that a sudden incident had occurred ahead, which was being addressed, and they would soon resume their journey. On the train, the passengers were restless, discussing the ancient tree and speculating about the bizarre arboreal phenomenon in the cosmos. Surely, these events could not be connected? Eventually, impatience set in, and some passengers disembarked to stretch their legs. Upon his hands clung some soil, grasping a common wild grass. Yet today it appeared extraordinary, vibrant green, pulsating with life. Moreover, it bore a brilliant crimson fruit, as large as a fist, exuding a fragrant aroma. What a remarkable discovery! A mere weed has produced a luscious red fruit, its scent captivating.
Zhou Guan Stammarat.
Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. What was happening to this world? It seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Chapter 8. The world has changed. Lin Nui's words had indeed come true. Even a weed by the roadside had borne a scarlet fruit, rich in fragrance, no longer ordinary. Chu Feng's heart was tumultuous, his thoughts in disarray. This world had changed, becoming incomprehensible. An unsettling sensation gripped Chu Feng. Such transformations were alarming, surpassing all understanding. Various anomalies were unfolding. Can this be eaten? Zhou Quan's audacity was noteworthy. Inhaling the rich fruit aroma, he yearned to take a bite, still harboring such cravings. You should try it. No way, I dare not. Who knows if it's poisonous? A weed bearing bright red fruit is akin to encountering a ghost. Zhou Pengzi shook his head. Yet he swallowed hard, for the fruit growing on this lush wild grass was irresistibly tempting, its fragrance far surpassing any fruit he had ever encountered. Even Chu Feng was taken aback. This fruit shimmered with a lustrous sheen, reminiscent of red agate, appearing utterly delectable. How could it possibly be born of an ordinary grass? The other passengers on the train expressed their astonishment. Yet the sense of shock was somewhat muted, for so many extraordinary events had transpired recently, especially that ancient ginkgo tree in the distance, which instilled a sense of unease. While the wild grass-bearing fruit was indeed peculiar, it did not evoke fear among the people. However, the colossal tree was a different matter. There were grave suspicions regarding whether it might possess a spirit, potentially heralding disaster. We should leave this place, a middle-aged man said, his complexion pale. I feel an unsettling disquiet. He remained seated, refusing to disembark. Yet, the train came to a halt and remained motionless, failing to resume its journey. As time passed, another quarter of an hour slipped by, and Chu Feng finally alighted. Gazing out from the platform, the ancient tree loomed majestically, towering above even the highest mountains, its branches lush and verdant, casting a shadow over the town. Such an imposing presence could hardly go unnoticed. A few individuals approached from a distance, each wielding leaves as tall as themselves, reminiscent of giant fans. Those were the leaves of the ginkgo tree, astonishing in their size. Furthermore, a young man struggled to carry a fruit, immense enough to fill a basin, its hue a pale yellow. Did you harvest those? Someone inquired, astonished. Impossible, we found them over there, they replied, gesturing towards the horizon. The ginkgo tree was indeed colossal, with some branches extending across the area, and the ground was strewn with both fallen leaves and fruit. Many locals were preparing to depart, their hearts heavy with trepidation and unease. Considering the circumstances, one remarked, "The train has been halted for such a long time without movement. I am eager to discern what disturbances lie ahead." This is not the first instance. Some passengers, unable to contain their impatience, grew increasingly agitated. Until now, the attendants have not informed us of the circumstances at hand. Zhou Quan gently nudged Chu Feng's arm and whispered, "Brother, I sense something amiss. For many years, this railway has been free of incidents. Today feels exceedingly strange. I hope we can depart soon." Chu Feng nodded in agreement. After more than an hour had elapsed, during which many grew increasingly restless and impatient, the train finally resumed its journey, ready to leave this place behind. "Thank heavens, we are finally departing." An elderly man exhaled deeply, and indeed, a sense of relief washed over many. In the distance, dark clouds roiled ominously, and with a crack of thunder, a bolt of lightning struck down. The weather had shifted with alarming rapidity. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour seemed imminent. The area was suddenly shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, they were all aboard the train. "Goodness, what is that glowing over there?" someone exclaimed, as through the glass window, they beheld a colossal tree emanating a faint green luminescence, both ethereal and unsettling. The tree swayed, appearing somewhat sinister amidst the flashes of lightning. Was it cloaked in the brilliance of the lightning, or did it emit its own light? Such a towering tree would likely be struck down. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound resonated as the luminous tree shed numerous branches, and many of its massive leaves fell. The darkened sky loomed overhead, yet that singular spot remained bright, allowing them to witness the spectacle. One by one, ginkgo fruits burst open, revealing a bizarre scene. They floated through the air like dandelion seeds. The descending fruits glimmered with a hazy light, adorned with silvery down, resembling tiny umbrellas drifting towards the horizon. "Is this a ginkgo tree or a dandelion?" Zhou, feeling a dryness in his throat, swallowed hard, captivated by the extraordinary sight before him. Inside the carriage, the passengers were left in stunned silence, witnessing a scene so surreal that it stirred a sense of unease. It was simply unfathomable. As the seeds scattered through the air, the ancient tree stood solemnly amidst the thunder and lightning, its branches steadfast and unyielding, no longer susceptible to breaking. It remained upright until the torrential rain began to pour down, the sound of raindrops creating a chaotic symphony as the curtain of rain blurred the windows, rendering everything invisible. The passengers remained in a daze, the train moving on, leaving everything behind. "Brother, has the world gone mad? Or have we lost our minds? What have I just witnessed? Contradicts everything I thought I knew," Zhou Quan confided in Chu Feng. They had distanced themselves from that extraordinary event, unaware of what transpired behind them, yet a palpable restlessness in the atmosphere suggested that everything had shifted. Many lowered their gazes to their communication devices, perusing the news in search of clues. However, there was no mention of the ancient ginkgo tree. Instead, reports from various regions highlighted numerous anomalies. Rare creatures thought to have vanished a millennium ago were rediscovered, and ancient wells that had been dry for centuries began to flow with sweet spring water. These omens were anything but ordinary, as if they were hinting at some grand revelation. The report of purple mist flowing over Yangworld Mountain sparked disbelief among many. Was it real or merely a fabrication? This astonishing news, while shocking, was met with skepticism, as indicated by the comments on the communication devices. The majority remained unconvinced. Yet, after experiencing the bizarre, many passengers on the train found themselves caught in a web of uncertainty. Soon after, further reports emerged describing the surface of Dongting Lake, shimmering brilliantly beneath a veil of mist, evoking an ethereal paradise. This ignited speculation and debate among the masses. As time progressed, the train had traversed through the stormy region and entered a different realm, where the brightness of the sky stood in stark contrast to the earlier darkness. An hour later, new information emerged regarding the trees suspended in space, accompanied by clear photographs captured by satellites, garnering attention both domestically and internationally. These trees exhibited rapid growth, and botanists confirmed that they belonged to species native to Earth, identifiable on the ground. Yet, how could they exist in the high altitudes suspended and thriving there? To this day, no explanation has been provided by any relevant parties. Undoubtedly, the journey of this train had been fraught with difficulties, as it came to another halt in the evening. Stranded in the wilderness, far from any village or establishment, it was not a regular stopping point. We received notification that, for reasons unknown, this route was experiencing various issues. In some areas, the tracks were no longer level, and it appeared we would have to come to a complete stop. A wave of astonishment swept through the passengers, followed by a palpable sense of panic. The train attendants informed us that an urgent inspection was underway ahead, emphasizing the necessity of ensuring adequate safety and stability before we could proceed. That evening, Chu Feng spoke with his parents, who expressed concern over the unusual signs appearing in various locations, leaving him uneasy about their well-being. In truth, his parents were equally anxious about the potential troubles he might face alone in the outside world. As anticipated, after the train halted, it remained motionless. The fear of a significant safety incident loomed, and until all risks were mitigated, departure was out of the question. The attendants prepared water and food for the passengers. Had there been no delays and the train continued uninterrupted, it would have arrived at its destination that night, given its current speed. As darkness enveloped the scene, unease settled among the passengers, making sleep elusive, and hushed conversations filled the air. It was not until the deep hours of the night that tranquility gradually resumed aboard the train. The outside world was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, devoid of stars, rendering it cold and eerie. Suddenly, in the dead of night, a resounding tremor jolted the passengers awake, their eyes fluttering open as they scanned their surroundings in bewilderment. What could have caused such a violent shudder in the heavy train? Was something colliding with it? Many faces paled slightly, anxiety etched upon them as they glanced towards the windows. Yet, outside lay an abyss of darkness. This was mountainous terrain, and on this starless night, visibility was utterly non-existent, the blackness oppressive and chilling. The mountains loomed, dense with foliage, and the occasional sounds of wild beasts and owls pierced the silence, instilling a sense of dread. Once more, a jarring quake rattled the carriage, eliciting screams from some passengers. What could possibly possess the strength to jostle the train so violently? A cacophony ensued. Silence! Chu Feng barked. Panic will only exacerbate our predicament. I am aware of this area. It is an ancient battleground where many perished. A middle-aged woman's voice trembled. Be quiet and stop your nonsense, shouted the corpulent man, though his pallor suggested he was not entirely untroubled. He frequently traversed this route and understood its history. There are no ghosts in this world. If there were, they would merely be electromagnetic fields, dissipating swiftly. They could not possibly shake the train, another passenger asserted, attempting to quell the rising tide of fear. Then, to their horror, they discovered that all communications devices had lost contact with the outside world. At that moment, a chilling sensation gripped their hearts, sending shivers down their spines. This night was destined to be sleepless. None felt inclined to find rest. Many individuals anxiously gazed out into the inky darkness beyond the window, yearning for the dawn to break. For an eerie sensation loomed as if some colossal entity were lurking nearby, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Just before dawn, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, and a thick fog enveloped the landscape, rendering the mountains invisible. What is happening outside?
Zhou Quan inquirat.
Let us go down and take a look, Chu Feng suggested. No, we must not. Zhou Quan vehemently shook his head. I believe it is safe now. If something were amiss, it would have already occurred, Chu Feng replied. Ultimately, Chu Feng, Zhou Quan, and a few young companions resolved to alight from the vehicle to ascertain the situation. The swirling white mist obscured visibility, rendering figures indistinct just a few meters away, imparting an unsettling and sinister air that instilled fear. Silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound. My heavens! What is that? Suddenly, a young man screamed, his eyes wide with terror, fixated on something in the air. This cry of fear not only sent chills down the spines of those nearby but also instilled profound dread among those within the confines of the vehicle, causing their scalps to prickle with anxiety. Chapter 9. Terror. Although dawn was approaching, the sky remained ominously dark, particularly with the rare blanket of fog that cloaked the forest, rendering everything a ghostly white and indistinguishable. This already created a tense atmosphere, and the young man's sudden outcry caused the taut nerves of the onlookers to fray. Among those who had ventured outside, 2 were so frightened that they stumbled backward, nearly collapsing to the ground, unable to suppress their own screams, infused with terror. "Why are you screaming like that? Are you trying to scare us to death?" Zhou Quan glared furiously, and he too was greatly frightened, the hairs on his neck standing on end. The man's teeth chattered, his lips trembling as he pointed into the void. His legs no longer obeyed him, and he found himself frozen in place, yearning to retreat. There loomed a shadowy figure. There, I saw it. What could it be? The 2 individuals who had earlier been paralyzed by fear now lifted their heads, their voices quivering in unison with the man's. They staggered backward, trembling uncontrollably with terror. At that moment, tranquility was shattered within the vehicle. The outside commotion reached their ears, and some women shrieked in panic, creating a scene of chaos. This location was an ancient battlefield, rumored to have witnessed many deaths. Now shrouded in thick fog, and with the communication devices inexplicably severed from the outside world, how could one not feel a chill of dread? Some cried out in fear, still unable to discern what was causing such horror. "What is it?"
Chu Feng sao tét.
He and Zhou Quan approached, dimly perceiving a shadow suspended in the air, obscured by the mist, rendering it indistinct. "Ah!" The man cried out again, closest to the shadow, directly beneath it. Overcome by terror, he collapsed to the ground, scrambling and rolling as if he had encountered the most profound fright. "Blood! Blood! I see it!" His legs, once stiff with fear, were now agitated into motion, as he crawled away desperately. "Good heavens! There is blood on your face." The 2 nearby, upon seeing blood on his countenance, were overtaken by dread. The strangeness of the situation sent chills down their spines, nearly causing their heads to split with terror. "It is not mine. It is from there, it has dripped down from him." The person, overwhelmed with fear, bore an expression of sheer terror as he pointed into the air. "There is indeed a scent of blood," Zhou Quan whispered. In a few strides, Chu Feng rushed forward and beheld a shadow suspended in midair, resembling a person hanging there, shrouded in darkness, with blood cascading down. A malevolent spirit, a vengeful ghost suspended in the air. The profoundly terrified individual cried out, utterly horrified. He scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the carriage, with the other 2 following in his frantic escape. Zhou Pengzi felt a chill creeping down his spine. Summoning his courage, he approached Chu Feng, choosing not to flee, displaying a modicum of bravery. Someone truly perished here. Could this be a murder? Zhou Quan gazed upward. A pool of blood lay on the ground, and that shadow above swayed in the wind, a lifeless body still bleeding. How could it be suspended in midair? Chu Feng felt a shiver run through him. Despite his usual audacity, the current situation sent waves of cold through his being. The passengers in the vehicle, upon hearing their conversation, grew increasingly terrified, with women shrieking in fear and others weeping in weakness, creating an atmosphere of palpable dread. A malevolent spirit, suspended in the air. The first young man to escape into the carriage appeared ashen, murmuring to himself, especially as blood dripped from his face, rendering him a ghastly sight. He intensified the atmosphere of terror within the vehicle. The train halted in the mountainous terrain, a place where many had met their demise. A thick fog enveloped the area, rendering it eerily surreal, inciting panic. "Do not be afraid. It is merely a corpse. There is no vengeful spirit here." Chu Feng spoke with a loud voice, steadying the emotions of the crowd. Zhou Quan also regained his composure, for standing here, no immediate danger had befallen them. His courage bolstered, he shouted, "If he continues to scream and frighten us, simply throw him down." In truth, both Chu Feng and Zhou Quan felt a sense of trepidation. The corpse suspended in midair, with its long, thick hair obscuring its entire face, swayed ominously in the wind, presenting a truly chilling sight. "Let us bring down a few strong lads. Together, we shall uncover how this person met their end. It is merely a corpse, what is there to fear?"
Zhou Quan exclaimed.
Yet, he too felt a shiver of dread. Summoning more people was a means to bolster his own courage. Observing the calm demeanor of the two, the crowd began to settle, their panic alleviated. Before long, several robust young men descended from their vehicles, joining the pair to scrutinize the enigmatic figure hanging above. Chu Feng climbed atop the vehicle, gaining a clearer view, and realized that if they were to retrieve the body, this was the only feasible vantage point. As he stood there, a chill ran down his spine. The attire of the figure was utterly incongruous with modern sensibilities, resembling that of an ancient individual, coupled with the thick mane of hair concealing the head. The scene became even more unsettling. Was something supernatural about to unfold? He felt a flicker of apprehension. Zhou Quan followed suit, scaling the vehicle with surprising agility for a man of his stature, demonstrating an unexpected athleticism that belied his appearance. Upon witnessing the situation, the group of robust young men felt emboldened by their numbers and decided to join in. Is this a film shoot? What on earth is he wearing? Zhou, the plump fellow, was taken aback upon recognizing the individual, nearly exclaiming a curse. Who is that? Why is he dressed in such a manner? A young man remarked with an uneasy expression. I can't shake the feeling that he resembles an ancient figure. Could he possibly be buried beneath this battlefield? Why is he suspended in mid-air? Upon hearing these words, the individuals atop the vehicle felt a chill run down their spines, enveloped by a palpable sense of dread as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Is that a chain? How could it be dangling from such a height? This is inconceivable. Zhou could no longer maintain his composure. He tugged at Chu Feng's sleeve, whispering, Brother, we cannot afford to provoke this matter. If we encounter something inexplicable, we must leave swiftly. The fog was dense, obscuring all visibility. In the air, shadowy forms appeared, resembling thick chains cascading downward, the corpse suspended in a manner that sent shivers down their spines, reminiscent of a hellish torment. Upon hearing Zhou's words, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically, and they instinctively turned to leap from the vehicle, feeling increasingly uneasy in this unsettling locale. Fear not, it is merely vines, not chains. Chu Feng interjected at an opportune moment, startling the group. Vines? How have they grown here? Zhou pondered suspiciously, scrutinizing the misty surroundings once more, where he discerned what appeared to be leaf-like structures on the chains. It indeed resembles vines. Some nodded in agreement, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. It is likely that this individual has fallen from the mountain, remarked a tall young man, shaking his head in disbelief. The dedication of these actors is truly commendable, risking their lives in the pursuit of their craft. Chu Feng removed his shirt, grasped one of the sleeves, and with a vigorous motion, tossed it onto a nearby vine. With a strong pull, he drew it closer, causing the body to sway and approach. A gasp escaped from two individuals who were understandably startled. My brother, your courage is unparalleled. You acted so boldly, exclaimed the plump Zhou, taken aback but quickly regaining his composure to assist. Hurry over and lend a hand, Zhou Quan called to the others. Reluctantly, several approached, their apprehension evident as they hesitated to disturb the corpse. Chu Feng paused, for in the act of pulling the vine, he had spotted an object of ancient and striking beauty. It was a short sword, entirely black and devoid of luster, as if forged from black gold, clutched tightly in the lifeless hand, never to be released even in death. As they untangled the vines, they gently laid the corpse down. Another sword? The group expressed their astonishment. Chu Feng pried open the deceased's fingers, seizing the black gold short sword, feeling an unexpected weight. Let me see. Zhou, the plump one, reached for it but nearly dropped the hefty blade in surprise. Why is it so heavy? The others exhibited a sense of reluctance, hesitant to touch the sword as they focused on the body. Let us place him on the ground, Zhou Quan suggested, passing the short sword to Chu Feng before urging the others to help transport the corpse. Soon, some individuals from the carriage emerged, encircling the body on the ground, their hearts racing with trepidation and expressions of bewilderment. He was a tall man, his attire starkly out of place in this era, and his wounds were grievously fatal. A gaping, blood-soaked hole, as large as a fist, punctured his chest, with blood dripping incessantly, still far from drying. It appeared to have been pierced by a crude, formidable weapon, leaving even the touched sternum neatly severed, creating a horrifying cavity. Whispers filled the air. It was a scene of utter brutality, and the women in the vehicle dared not look. "Brother, why aren't you coming down?" Zhou Quan inquired, perplexed, as he called out to Chu Feng atop the car. Chu Feng waved him over, gesturing for him to ascend. Zhou, stout and hardy, climbed back to the roof of the vehicle, following Chu Feng as they traversed forward along the car's top. "Look," Chu Feng pointed ahead. Hanging in the air were thick vines, as wide as a wrist, dangling low enough to reach with a simple stretch. "How can there be so many mountain vines growing here? At this rate, the train won't be able to pass through," Zhou Quan muttered. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. "These aren't mountain vines. Could they be descending from the sky?" he exclaimed, abruptly lifting his gaze to the heavens, mirroring Chu Feng's action. Yet, the dense fog obscured everything, a white haze rendering visibility impossible. With the black gold short sword in hand, Chu Feng parted the low-hanging vines and continued his advance atop the vehicle. Abruptly, he halted, his body stiffening, pupils constricting in shock as an overwhelming sense of dread seized him, his nerves taut with tension. "Why have you stopped?" Zhou, trailing behind, stepped closer. In that instant, he froze, nearly petrified, and ultimately, unable to contain himself. He erupted in expletives, cursing aloud. "Damn it! In the dead of night, could it be that the violent tremor was caused by that object crashing onto the car roof?" He could hardly believe his eyes, just as Chu Feng was, utterly shocked and then left in a daze. The object, ensnared by entwining vines, dangled precariously above them. Zhou Quan tilted his head back and murmured dreamily, "This is a satellite, entangled in vines, descending from the heavens?" He found it hard to accept, struggling with disbelief. Chapter 10. The great change. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, with thick, vine-like tendrils hanging in mid-air, obscured by the mist, rendering them indistinct. A remarkably heavy satellite, ensnared by numerous vines, had plummeted onto the train, creating an eerie silence, as if the world had fallen into a deathly hush. The scene was indeed striking. After all, it was a satellite, expected to orbit in the vastness of space. How could it have fallen? Both Chu Feng and Zhou Quan felt a chill run down their spines, an involuntary shiver coursing through them as they cast their gazes upward into the dim, gray sky. What could be lurking up there? "Do not tell me that these vines truly descended from the firmament." Zhou Quan's voice was hoarse, his complexion grave. The sight was almost too much for him to bear, a reality too difficult to accept. Chu Feng remained silent, stepping closer to part the vines and scrutinize the object. After careful examination, he was convinced it was indeed a genuine satellite, without a doubt. Pondering the situation, he wondered what was happening outside. They needed to leave this place swiftly, for lingering here was not an option. "I intend to ascend to the heavens," Chu Feng declared. "Are you still in the mood for jest?" Zhou, the portly man, usually wore a jovial expression, resembling the benevolent Maitreya Buddha. Yet now his face was etched with concern. The upheaval of the day had instilled a sense of unease within him. "I approached to investigate," Chu Feng said, expressing his desire to ascend to a higher vantage point for a better view. "Don't. It's far too perilous. This isn't a heavenly path. Do you truly believe you can climb to the celestial realm?" Zhou Quan objected, apprehensive for his safety. "Fear not, I shall not ascend too high, merely a brief glance," Chu Feng reassured, demonstrating his remarkable physique as he swiftly climbed 6 or 7 meters. At that moment, mist enveloped him, obscuring visibility from below. "Brother, are you all right?" Zhou Quan called out from below. "All is well," Chu Feng replied as he continued his ascent, climbing several dozen meters before pausing. The vines in the air appeared thicker, hanging straight down, their origins seemingly not from the surrounding mountains but rather cascading from the sky. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to fathom how such astonishing phenomena could manifest overnight. He recalled earlier news of trees appearing in space and other plants suspended, all native species thriving abundantly, which now ignited a flurry of thoughts within him. Descending along the vines, he deemed it unnecessary to delve deeper into danger. "Brother, we must leave promptly. This place is no longer safe." It gives me the creeps, Zhou Quan urged. Chu Feng nodded, acknowledging that the train had stalled and lingering here was unwise. With their communication device severed from the outside world, he felt compelled to devise a means of escape on his own. The series of unsettling events urged him not to wait passively. Heavens! What have I just witnessed? At that moment, a scream pierced the air. Several agile young individuals clambered onto the roof of the vehicle, their eyes immediately drawn to the heavy satellite, rendering them utterly speechless. They appeared as if they had encountered a specter, their faces frozen in disbelief. Soon, the news spread like wildfire, inciting a frenzy accompanied by sheer panic. Tranquility was a distant memory in this mountainous terrain. Everyone emerged from their compartments, their cries mingling with a cacophony of noise. Such chaos was a recipe for disaster.
Remarca Zhou Quan.
In a state of disorder, various incidents were most likely to occur. However, who could possibly maintain order now? The train attendants were already bewildered, utterly at a loss. What has become of that ancient figure? Chu Feng inquired. What else could have happened? He is long dead. I just took a look and heard others say he might not be an ancient being. Astonishingly, he carried a communicator. Zhou Quan replied. Chu Feng was taken aback. He had observed everything about that individual, and his attire was not merely a simple retro fashion but rather possessed a unique ancient charm. Why ponder so much? Let us leave at once, Zhou Quan urged, eager to depart without delay. In truth, at that moment others were also in motion, seeking to vacate the area post-haste. Chu Feng weighed the black sword in his hand, a mere foot long yet astonishingly heavy, its density surpassing any metal he was familiar with, which left him deeply perplexed. What about that man's communicator? I must see with whom he has been in contact. It is exceedingly strange. Alas, Chu Feng's desires went unfulfilled. The throng was too dense and chaotic, and the communicator had vanished from sight. Let us go. They wasted no time and swiftly set off together. A throng of individuals departed in clusters, making their way towards the nearest town. Chu Feng and Zhou Quan traversed along the railway, with the stout fellow being relatively familiar with this route, having journeyed back and forth numerous times. According to him, a small town lay just beyond several miles of mountainous terrain. Who could be responsible for this? It is no wonder the train had to come to a halt. This is utterly disastrous. Zhou Quan seethed with indignation as they continued on their path. After walking a few miles, they encountered a section of the railway that had been severed, presenting a significant safety hazard. If a train were to pass this way, a calamity would undoubtedly ensue. However, something was amiss. After proceeding another couple of miles, they once again discovered a break in the tracks. This time it was peculiar. It did not appear to have been excavated by human hands, but rather, something was concealed. Did you notice? The situation is not right. Zhou Quan scrutinized the scene with a grave expression. The ground seemed to have been stretched, the area expanded, while the rails lay fractured, unable to connect. The two exchanged glances, puzzled by the notion that the original terrain could somehow extend, becoming larger than before. It must have been an earthquake, Zhou Quan speculated. Yet, they had not felt any tremors earlier, and the circumstances were most unsettling, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. As they pressed onward, they soon heard the sound of the tracks snapping and witnessed the unsettling sight of the ground seemingly stretching and expanding. Zhou Quan stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. This is madness, he finally exclaimed. We must flee. This area is unstable, Chu Feng urged, quickening his pace. Though robust in stature, Zhou Quan's physical prowess became evident during their ascent of the train. Despite gasping for breath while running, he did not utter a word of fatigue. However, they soon found themselves confronted by an imposing mountain that obstructed their path. Strangely, the tracks seemed to vanish beneath the weight of this mountain, as if the very earth had swallowed them. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that parts of the tracks had been buried beneath the earth and stones. Zhou Quan, along with Chu Feng, stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of this mountain. Are you certain there was a town ahead? Chu Feng inquired. I am absolutely certain, Zhou Quan replied, swearing he had never encountered this mountain before. It seemed to have materialized from thin air. We have no choice but to climb over it. I refuse to believe we cannot enter an unknown world.
Zhou Quan insista.
No, let's circumvent it. It's not too far. Chu Feng interjected, halting him. Zhou Quan felt a twinge of reluctance, driven by an insatiable curiosity about the mountain's origin and how it could have appeared so mysteriously. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberated through the forest, emanating from the majestic mountain, unmistakably the sound of a fearsome beast. How can this be? That roar is astonishing, but this region is not known for large predators. Where could it possibly come from?
Zhou Quan pundarat. Shaken.
Chu Feng pointed toward the mountain, prompting Zhou Quan to extinguish his thoughts of climbing and instead obediently navigate around it. Throughout their journey, they were met with the chilling roars of beasts, followed by the harrowing cries of a person in distress. Someone is trying to scale the mountain. Zhou Quan's complexion turned pale, relieved that they had chosen a different path. Ultimately, the two successfully circumvented the towering mountain, continuing their journey along the railway, intent on reaching the town. As they progressed, an increasing sense of trepidation enveloped them. The gaps in the railway seemed to widen, and the ground beneath their feet appeared to stretch infinitely. What had initially seemed a mere dozen miles now felt like a substantial 20. Fortunately, they arrived safely in the small town. At that moment, the mist finally dissipated, yet the sunlight remained obscured. What a colossal sight it was! Chu Feng's expression shifted as he beheld, high above, an array of thick vines cascading down, their leaves lush and vibrant. They obscured the sky, dominating the vast expanse above. These vines did not seem to sprout from the earth but rather appeared to have been born from the heavens, resembling something from a myth. A single giant vine spread across the area, casting a shadow over the land. As the mist cleared, the townspeople witnessed this spectacle, igniting widespread panic. "Flee! We must leave at once," Zhou Quan shouted. Indeed, many were already escaping, with vehicle after vehicle roaring to life and speeding away. "We need to flag down a car quickly, while the road remains passable. Otherwise, we shall surely be trapped here," Chu Feng urged. "What are we waiting for? Just seize one," Zhou Quan bellowed. Eventually, they managed to stop a vehicle, and a middle-aged man kindly took them along, racing out of the town and towards the horizon. After the fog lifted, their communication devices surprisingly resumed functionality, allowing them to connect with the outside world. Chu Feng eagerly activated his device to uncover any startling news. To his astonishment, renowned mountains such as Songshan, Wangu, and Luofu were reported to be experiencing various anomalies, with even rocks flowing with purple mist. Zhou, the chubby fellow, let out an exclamation as he stumbled upon a report. In just one night, the world had witnessed numerous significant events. To his astonishment, someone had discovered a humble little tree by the roadside, bearing silver fruits. Upon consuming one, the individual astonishingly sprouted a pair of silver wings. After reading through the report, Zhou was momentarily lost in thought. The world was undergoing a dramatic transformation. This was the most immediate sensation that Chu Feng felt after perusing several articles. Chapter 11. Homecoming. Zhou's expression was peculiar, as if he were entangled in conflicting emotions. Somewhat hesitant, he nudged Chu Feng and whispered, "Do you think that person who grew silver wings could soar through the heavens?" "Perhaps." Chu Feng nodded, then found it somewhat amusing, remarking, "It's not as if you are sprouting wings, so why the hesitation? Don't I also possess a vivid red fruit?" Zhou replied cautiously, as he carefully unzipped his backpack. The plant he had unearthed earlier remained intact, encased in a transparent bag that effectively contained its alluring aroma. Upon the plant, a vibrant red fruit, the size of a fist and glistening like a ruby, rested. As he slightly opened the bag, a rich fragrance wafted forth. "Do you think if I consume it, I might also sprout something extraordinary?" Zhou pondered, visibly conflicted. This time, Chu Feng did not laugh. Instead, his demeanor turned solemn. If he had been unaware before, it was now evident that the fruit born from such anomalous plants was indeed remarkable. "Wait a moment and see if that individual with the silver wings appears in the news again," Chu Feng advised. "Why does it smell so delightful? What kind of fruit are you holding?" inquired the middle-aged driver, his expression one of astonishment. The vehicle sped swiftly, distancing itself from the small town, racing towards the horizon. A wild fruit of an unknown variety lay in sight, eliciting a sense of caution from Zhou, who expressed his reluctance to consume it. Indeed, he harbored fears about the potential consequences. What if instead of wings, he sprouted horns or a tail? In such a case, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. Do not consume what you do not understand. Poisoning would be quite troublesome, the middle-aged man kindly cautioned, before sighing, preoccupied with concern for his family. He merely worked in that small town, while his family resided in another, hundreds of miles away. He was oblivious to their well-being. Strange phenomena had appeared overnight in many places, particularly after his personal experiences that instilled a deep sense of fear within him. He yearned to return home expeditiously, hence the frantic pace of their journey. "All right, I concede, sir." Zhou initially found the thrill exhilarating, but soon he was utterly exhausted, nearly on the brink of collapse. Outside the car window, trees blurred past at an alarming speed, and even the gusty winds left him feeling dizzy. He genuinely feared that such reckless driving might lead to a perilous accident. As he glanced back, he beheld a colossal vine, a vibrant emerald green, enveloping the sky and obscuring the sun, still vividly visible and yet to depart from its domain. It hovered mid-air, its main body suspended high above the ground, resembling a towering green citadel or undulating mountain peaks, vast and boundless. How immense could it be? However, contemplating it further brought some solace. After all, how else could it have pulled down a satellite? The middle-aged man had accelerated for over 100 miles before finally decelerating upon entering another small town. As the volume of traffic had increased significantly, there are subsequent reports. Behold, the individual adorned with silver wings can indeed soar into the sky, enveloped in a radiant silver glow. It is truly astonishing. Yet, observing this, it appears remarkably divine. Zhou Quan pointed out to Chu Feng. The image of this person was vividly displayed on the communicator. He is a young man, strikingly handsome, radiating a silvery luminescence, with pupils sparkling like stars and hair gleaming like fresh snow. Chu Feng was moved. The world was undergoing dramatic changes, rendering certain matters increasingly incomprehensible. Some supernatural phenomena defy the established laws of nature. Why aren't there more reports? It would be enlightening for him to share his experiences. Zhou Quan complained, clearly dissatisfied. He continued his search and eventually stumbled upon a new article. This individual had been invited away by representatives of the Celestial Bio Group, a prominent corporation that would conduct comprehensive assessments of his life indicators. Zhou Quan remarked. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Celestial Bio belongs to the Lin family, specializing in biopharmaceuticals. He had been unaware of this until after his separation from Lin Nuai, when he gradually came to understand. The name Celestial Bio is indeed. Chu Feng pondered, having previously perceived the Lin family's leader as spirited, thus inspiring such a name. However, it now seemed possibly indicative of deeper meanings. Through Lin Nuoyi's demeanor, he realized that the family was aware of certain truths and had already anticipated the impending transformation of the world. Since he learned about the Lin family's profound heritage, he understood why, upon graduation, he wished to bid farewell to Lin Nuai, only to be met with her family's cold indifference, forcing him to wave from a distance before departing. "What's wrong, brother? Why are you lost in thought?" Zhou Quan observed him in a trance and inquired, prompting thoughts of his ex-girlfriend. Chu Feng casually remarked, "Did you break up with her first? Are you now regretting it?"
Zhou Quan shuklat. No.
It was she who ended things. Chu Feng candidly admitted that such matters were not taboo. He felt no shame and believed it was time to move on. "Have you truly let go so swiftly?" Zhou Quan expressed astonishment, then lamented that his first love had caused him 2 years of heartache, a burden he still carried. This trip to the snowy region was both a nostalgic return and an attempt at final resolution. Chu Feng reflected. Our relationship was quite uneventful. We rarely walked side by side, and our beginning was as mundane as its conclusion. What on earth happened? Zhou Quan queried with curiosity. Chu Feng shook his head, indicating that although he had moved on, he was reluctant to elaborate further. Eventually, after traveling several hundred miles, the middle-aged man was nearing home, and Chu Feng and Zhou Quan could no longer catch a ride. They had to alight early. In that area, Chu Feng felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Half an hour later, They arrived in the adjacent large city and reached the long-distance bus station, where vehicles headed towards the northern Taihang Mountains were available. Once the bus departed smoothly, both felt a wave of relief, having feared it might not leave given their current circumstances. The bus's final destination was a grand city in the north, renowned as one of the 6 ancient capitals.
En route.
It would pass by the base of the Taihang Mountains, and indeed, both Chu Feng and Zhou Quan's homes could be considered at the northernmost edge of the Taihang Range, adjacent to that ancient capital. If all goes as planned, we should arrive at the foot of the Taihang Mountains before sunset, Chu Feng stated. The distance to the great northern city is a daunting 800 miles. Even in the event of traffic congestion, given the speed of long-distance coaches, one can assuredly reach the destination before sunset. Anomalies have been reported from all corners, and these have become the predominant topic of conversation aboard the vehicle. It is rumored that missiles have been deployed in an attempt to bring down certain objects from the sky. Indeed, I have heard such tales, yet I have not encountered any credible reports to substantiate them. Who can discern truth from fiction? The atmosphere inside the coach is rife with varied discussions. Chu Feng and Zhou Quan exchanged glances, their thoughts drifting to the enigmatic floating plant reminiscent of a colossal vine. It truly warrants immediate action. As time progresses, the coach glides steadily along its route. Zhou Quan sighed, searching through his communicator. Yet he could only uncover a solitary image. A young man, adorned with silver wings, being escorted away by individuals from a celestial entity. That was the last available photograph, and thereafter no further updates regarding him emerged. Is this truly a matter of examination, or does it appear more akin to a grand reception for a new aristocrat? Zhou Quan muttered in dissatisfaction, noting that only the most opulent vehicles were dispatched to retrieve the young man, with notable figures from the Lin family personally present. Chu Feng glanced at the photo but chose to remain silent. In this era of incessant reporting, anxiety looms large, with bizarre occurrences flooding the news. After a brief perusal, Chu Feng decided to disengage from the tumult of information. He consumed some food and water, closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, and gradually succumbed to slumber. "Brother, wake up. Something's amiss," Zhou Quan urged. Chu Feng stirred awake, blinking as he realized it was already afternoon, with the sun perilously close to setting. "What is it?" he inquired. The driver appeared somewhat distressed, expressing that they had already traveled over 1,000 miles with no end in sight. The road signs indicated that several hundred miles still lay ahead. Zhou Quan informed him, and Chu Feng was thoroughly awakened. Was it similar to the area engulfed in vines? The earth seemed to be expanding, as if it were being stretched. Some speculated that the driver had taken a wrong turn, yet he firmly asserted that he had traversed this road for 5 or 6 years without error. The vehicle continued to advance along the path indicated by universally accepted road signs. "I refuse to continue. This is truly bizarre. This must be linked to those reported anomalies. I wish to live, not perish." The driver, known for his short temper, became infuriated upon hearing complaints that he might have strayed from the correct route. Suddenly, someone looked up towards the left front. There stood a towering mountain, majestic and soaring into the clouds, appearing abruptly beside the road, nearly blocking their passage. "Driver, please accelerate and get us away from here," came the chorus of panicked voices from the vehicle. Without hesitation, the driver pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing forward in sheer terror, having witnessed the mountain materialize inexplicably before his eyes. "I should never have ventured this far," he lamented, his face pale as he accelerated furiously. Inside the vehicle, many were engulfed in fear. Chu Feng and Zhou Quan, having experienced similar events, managed to remain composed. The car was driven recklessly, careening forward and narrowly avoiding accidents on multiple occasions. In fact, it was evident that other vehicles were also speeding up. Clearly, their occupants had been similarly startled along the journey. As the stars emerged in the night sky, Zhou Quan exhaled deeply, recognizing the familiar landscape before him, including the distant, unbroken ridges of the Taihang Mountains. However, after traveling several miles, the coach abruptly came to a halt, causing many passengers to collide with the seats in front, resulting in a chorus of pained exclamations. "What kind of driving is this?" someone shouted in anger. Yet soon, silence enveloped the bus. The stars twinkled, and the moonlight flowed like water, revealing a vast lake ahead, shrouded in wisps of mist that mingled with the moonlight, resembling a veil of gossamer. The lake was expansive, glimmering softly under the starlight and moonbeams, exuding an indescribable aura of spirit and beauty. It was undeniably enchanting, crystal clear like an ethereal lake, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. What is happening? The road is blocked. How did such a large lake suddenly appear? Zhou Quan was astounded. He was not far from his home and had grown up in this area. Yet he had never encountered this lake before. The road ends here. What are you dawdling for? Get out and find a way around, Chu Feng urged. The sudden emergence of the lake struck Chu Feng as akin to the abrupt appearance of the towering mountains they had seen earlier. The earth was expanding, undergoing a dramatic transformation. Some passengers divided into two groups. Some wished to navigate around the lake, while others preferred to wait until dawn. Zhou Quan and Chu Feng trekked for several dozen miles to circumvent the lake, continuing their journey deep into the night until they finally glimpsed a small town in the distance. It was a county town named Shunping, where Zhou Quan's friend lived. Chu Feng's home was still a good 10 miles away. We have finally arrived, Zhou Quan exclaimed with immense joy, feeling completely at ease. What is that? As Chu Feng gazed upon the Taihang Mountains, a resounding rumble suddenly filled the air, and towering peaks, reaching into the clouds, emerged abruptly. They were extraordinarily grand, soaring thousands, even tens of thousands of meters high, an endless expanse revealing hundreds, if not thousands, of majestic summits. In comparison, the original mountains appeared diminutive. Furthermore, the scene was suffused with radiant hues, exuding an unparalleled sanctity. Chapter 12. The Divine Mountains of Taihang. In the dead of night, the Taihang Mountains erupted with a continuous rumble, as countless majestic mountains rose abruptly from the earth, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Some peaks towered over 1,000 zhang, resembling celestial swords piercing the heavens, steep and perilous, almost insurmountable. Others loomed grandly, embodying the essence of ancient mythical beasts, exuding an aura of primordial wilderness. Their heights reaching 10,000 meters. Silver waterfalls cascaded down certain mountains, appearing from a distance like shimmering ribbons in the moonlight, ethereal and thick with spiritual energy. Could this truly be the Taihang Mountains I once knew? Zhou Quan was struck with awe, nearly biting his lip in disbelief, convinced that he was not dreaming. The transformation was so drastic, it felt as though the world had been turned upside down. The wondrous sights left one speechless, utterly incredulous. Chu Feng stood in a daze, somewhat entranced. Ahead, vast ranges of colossal mountains appeared from thin air, far surpassing the original Taihang Mountains in height, radiating vibrant colors and brimming with vitality, resembling a realm of immortals. The Taihang Mountains had expanded remarkably, becoming even more majestic than before. Both Chu Feng and Zhou Quan, having grown up in this region, were intimately familiar with it. The changes before them were nothing short of monumental, an overwhelming sense of primordial energy enveloping them, leaving them both astonished and apprehensive. Do you think there might be divine fruits or celestial abodes within? Zhou Quan's mind raced with excitement, his eyes sparkling. They had seen some reports on the communicator about extraordinary phenomena occurring in certain places like Mount Song and Wangu Mountain, where even ordinary rocks shimmered with purple mist. A young man who had consumed a peculiar silver fruit and sprouted silver wings resided near Wangu Mountain, only to be taken away by beings of celestial origin. This stirred Zhou Quan's imagination. Chu Feng, however, remained composed, saying, "Wake up! Do not envision things too optimistically. With so many towering mountains, fierce beasts and predatory birds are certainly abundant. Should a few emerge, it could spell disaster." Zhou Quan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. It was not an impossibility and could occur at any moment. A roar erupted from deep within the mountains, seemingly affirming Chu Feng's words. Clouds of smoke billowed as a colossal beast howled at the heavens, expressing its wrath. Zhou Quan's hair stood on end as he gazed intently at the mountain range, searching for the source of the sound. That mountain. I think I see a monster standing atop it, howling, he stammered, pointing towards a massive peak in the distance. Though far away, he could faintly discern a flickering flame, as if a crimson-haired beast was gazing and roaring, consuming the essence of the sun and moon. Indeed, there were ferocious beasts, and their lair lay just beyond Mount Taihang, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. A wind seemed to rise in the distance, as a dark cloud drifted by, ultimately settling within the mountains. A gigantic bird. Chu Feng's eyelids twitched. How immense could that creature be? Could it be? I am not mistaken? Zhou Quan's throat trembled as he struggled to swallow. The great bird, shrouded in a grayish hue, descended deep into the mountains. Should it set its sights on those outside for prey, escape would be nearly impossible.
Zhou Quan siga.
Noting the swift nature of such raptors, a mere blink could see them out of the mountains. As they spoke, a purple raptor emerged from the mountain range. Though smaller than the previous one, it was still considerable in size, stretching several meters long, soaring gracefully towards the outside world. This creature was extraordinary, its wings shimmering with an astonishing luster, resembling metal forged by skilled artisans. Alas, Zhou Quan lamented his ill-fated words. Indeed, a fierce predator was making its appearance. Both men felt a shiver run down their spines and quickly concealed themselves behind a sturdy tree, fearful of being detected and becoming the first victims. In the night, the divine creature radiated a brilliant glow, resembling a purple ribbon as it surged towards the mountain's exit, emitting a long cry that resonated with excitement and yearning. Suddenly, its body erupted in a blaze of purple flames, illuminating the heavens and turning the sky as bright as day, an inferno blazing fiercely. The sight was truly chilling. Even from a distance, the fiery glare sent waves of trepidation through them, as if torrents of heat cascaded from the sky. Zhou Quan wiped the sweat from his brow. The purple giant bird resembled a celestial sun, rendering the surroundings exceptionally resplendent. How terrifying! This demonic avian alone could obliterate an entire town. Zhou Quan murmured, his heart laden with apprehension. Chu Feng remained silent, for who could fathom how many terrifying beasts lurked within the Taihang Mountains, where countless towering giants had just emerged. However, a mournful cry from the sky left both men astounded. Amidst the surging violet flames, a colossal avian creature writhed in agony, engulfed in fire as it plummeted toward the ground. What was transpiring? Chu Feng and Zhou Quan exchanged bewildered glances. Moments earlier, the creature had appeared formidable, seemingly poised to soar into the heavens, its fiery display a testament to its might. Yet, who could have anticipated that it would ignite itself? A sudden explosion resonated through the air as the massive purple bird disintegrated before it even touched the ground, erupting in a cacophony of brilliance that scattered ash across the sky. Was it truly gone? For an extended period, neither Chu Feng nor Zhou Quan uttered a word. May the sacred mountain offer its protection. Eventually, Zhou Quan shattered the silence, gesturing respectfully toward the Taihang Mountains, a sign of his superstitious tendencies, undoubtedly instigated by the bizarre occurrences surrounding them. In an unexpected turn of events, a creature emerged from the depths of the Taihang Mountains, radiating a crimson glow. Its form resembled an upright crocodile, adorned with wings, measuring approximately 10 meters in length, its entire body ablaze with fiery hues. As it approached the mountain's edge, a violent eruption of light ensued, igniting the creature in its own torment as it fell, reduced to a cloud of black ash. Yet another formidable entity had perished. Given these circumstances, Chu Feng and Zhou Quan began to piece together an unsettling notion. Were they truly unable to escape? They exchanged hesitant glances, contemplating whether they should venture forth to investigate. The world was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation, with phenomena unraveling before their eyes. They understood that the future might unfold in ways they could scarcely imagine. With enough courage and initiative, they might seize inexplicable opportunities in this nascent era. Of course, there remained the perilous possibility of losing their lives in the process. Both individuals exhibited considerable courage. Despite some reservations, they could not resist the urge to proceed, not venturing into the mountain itself, but merely seeking to observe from its periphery. What lay beyond, and what had incited the wrath of the colossal beast? The distance appeared deceptively short, yet they traversed many miles before arriving at the mountain's exit. The ground was strewn with vast patches of black ash and remnants of bones, marked by charred scars, indications of incomplete incineration. A palpable sense of malevolence seemed to emanate from the surroundings. For reasons unknown, Zhou Quan felt his legs tremble uncontrollably, almost rendering him unable to stand. His calves twitched incessantly. Chu Feng, too, was enveloped by unease, akin to being scrutinized by a ferocious predator. His body stiffened, and a chill coursed through him, his eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, they began to retreat. Their initial intentions had been overly simplistic. This mountain range was now a realm to be approached with utmost caution, starkly different from before. As they sought refuge in the thicket, a startling sight awaited them. At the mountain's exit, clusters of orb-like lights emerged, some blood-red, others a ghostly blue, and yet others a chilling gold, each exuding an eerie coldness. There were countless of them, densely packed in that locale. Eyes. There were pairs upon pairs of them, yearning to emerge. Zhou Quan whispered in alarm, nearly losing his composure. So many eyes, starkly illuminated against the inky blackness of the mountain's mouth, some as large as basins, sending shivers down their spines. For reasons inexplicable, the area was shrouded in profound darkness, unlike the luminous depths of the mountain. The light seemed absorbed, revealing only those terrifying, merciless eyes. Suddenly, a creature burst forth with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground and causing the forest to sway, leaves cascading down in a terrifying spectacle. Yet, akin to the dreadful spectacle witnessed earlier, as it surged forth from the mountain's maw, it abruptly disintegrated with a resounding crash, transforming into a blaze that consumed all. Was this an act of self-immolation, a desire for oblivion? Zhou Quan muttered, though his words were casual. His legs trembled with trepidation. Following this, a series of blood-curdling roars echoed as primordial beasts charged forth, including a silver spider the size of a house. The scene was terrifying, yet the outcome remained consistent. One after another, they were reduced to ashes. None emerged alive to confront the outside world. The Taihang's sacred mountain. Zhou Quan nearly fell to his knees, his murmurs incessant. After a prolonged silence, the dark mountain pass lay still, enveloped in an eerie quietude. Yet the ominous aura of ancient ferocity lingered, unmistakably perilous, as those creatures had not departed. It was not until golden rays cascaded, and a vague luminescence emerged, that the tranquility was shattered. A diminutive calf, standing about a meter tall, cautiously stepped outward, moving with extreme slowness, as if gripped by fear yet imbued with hope, proceeding with utmost vigilance. Was this calf forged of gold? Zhou Quan stared in a daze. Chu Feng, too, was astonished, gazing ahead. The calf, entirely resplendent in golden hues, radiated light in the darkness. Its coat gleamed as if crafted from gold, and even its tiny horns and pupils shone in a golden hue. It possessed an ethereal grace, devoid of the usual clumsiness associated with cattle, unmistakably extraordinary. At the very least, it was unlike any calf he had ever encountered, glimmering like gold. The mountain pass remained silent, a multitude of cold, lantern-like eyes fixated intently on the golden calf, watching to see if it could survive the perilous journey. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps until it reached 100. The little calf remained unharmed, unscathed by any misfortune. It was filled with exhilaration, exhibiting emotions akin to those of a human, its courage swelling as it quickened its pace. Ultimately, it triumphantly emerged from the mountain's mouth, alive and vibrant beyond the confines of the range. Zhou Quan uttered a curse, his apprehensions mingled with a thrill of anticipation as he whispered, "A divine bovine has emerged, resplendent in golden hues. Surely, it possesses extraordinary qualities. Though it is diminutive, might we capture it?" Chapter 13. Not of this realm. Chu Feng shook his head in dissent. Despite the calf's modest height of merely 1 meter, still a mere calf, it was undoubtedly formidable. A reckless charge could lead to peril. Under the luminous moonlight, amidst the woodland, the golden calf was agitated. Upon its successful escape, it tossed its head and flicked its tail, then leapt high, emitting a soft bellow. The forest was teeming with flora, many adorned with blossoms. Upon sighting this, the golden calf grew anxious, tempering its excitement as it cautiously approached. Clearly perceiving the lingering threat it had yet to fully evade, it advanced with deliberate steps, its golden hooves barely making a sound. As it neared a cluster of mountain vines adorned with flowers, it inhaled deeply, then stood still. A pair of diminutive horns gleamed with a golden sheen, affirming its safety, and it resumed its journey toward areas rich in vegetation. Pollen, a catalyst. Chu Feng pondered this observation. He discerned that the calf was ingesting the pollen. As if cautiously testing the surroundings, its demeanor tense as it circled widely, brushing against numerous mountain blossoms. In recent days, the world has undergone extraordinary changes. The most notable phenomenon is the rapid growth of various flora, with flowers blooming extensively and buds appearing unusually. The golden calf turned around, and to everyone's astonishment, his body emitted a golden flame. With a low bellow, it trembled in fear, a sign that it might meet the same fate as the ferocious beasts that perished before it. At the mountain's mouth, pairs of lantern-like eyes gazed intently, a chilling aura of malevolence permeating the oppressive atmosphere. Was it also destined to perish? Zhou Quan was taken aback. The flames danced around the calf, which was in a state of panic and unwillingness, continuing to bellow as its radiant golden fur rippled, seemingly trying to dispel the fire. This time, however, the outcome was different. The golden calf was not consumed by the flames. Just as the fire erupted, it swiftly extinguished, leaving the calf unharmed. Roars echoed through the mountains as the wild beasts stirred restlessly. Chu Feng covered his ears, yet the sounds still reverberated within him, causing his blood to surge. Zhou Quan fared even worse, feeling lightheaded and dizzy, collapsing onto the ground, nearly losing consciousness. The golden calf, having crossed the threshold of danger, exhibited no signs of tension. It no longer trembled in fear, its hooves pounding the ground as its bellows echoed endlessly. Stimulated by this outcome, 6 or 7 creatures surged forth from the mountains, some taking flight, others racing ahead, as the wind howled and the forest trembled. However, their fates were grim. They all failed, transforming into fiery bursts of light, disintegrating at the mountain's edge, leaving only vast expanses of ash in their wake. In the end, silence enveloped the mountain's mouth, with no more ferocious beasts emerging. Emerging into the light, the golden calf swayed its head and tail, exuding an exuberant spirit. The subsequent actions left Chu Feng and Zhou Quan utterly astounded. It astonishingly seated itself on its hind legs, albeit in a rather awkward and unstable manner, yet the intention was unmistakable. Then it raised its front hooves, one pointing toward the heavens and the other toward the earth, while emitting a series of sounds, moo, moo, moo. What could it possibly be doing? Had it once immersed itself in the teachings of Buddhism? Zhou Quan appeared utterly bewildered. This creature was striking a pose reminiscent of the Buddha's descent, one hoof raised to the sky and the other to the ground, proclaiming its singular supremacy above all. Zhou Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. Merely a calf. Yet it exhibited such a ludicrous demeanor. Zhou Quan nudged Chu Feng, whispering, "I believe we can capture it. After all, it is just a young calf and should be easy to handle." Suddenly, they were discovered. Zhou Quan gasped as the golden calf ambled toward him, its nostrils flaring, and unexpectedly seized his backpack, tugging with force. Unfortunately for Zhou Quan, the nimble calf shook itself free and, rearing up, planted its hind legs firmly on the ground, extending its front hooves as if to wrestle, toppling Zhou Quan over. Bewildered, Zhou Quan thought, what sort of calf is this, capable of wrestling? Its small size belied its strength. "I shall not back down." Zhou Quan scrambled to his feet and charged at the golden calf, engaging it in a wrestling match. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Feng felt speechless. He had already drawn forth his black short sword, preparing to intervene and assist Zhou Quan. However, he refrained from further action upon observing that the calf exhibited little intent to harm. Its eyes, lively and expressive, twinkled with an intelligence reminiscent of a higher primate, leading him to believe it harbored no significant malice. Nevertheless, he could not stand idly by as Zhou, his rotund companion, faced peril. He swiftly dashed forward to assist, grasping the calf by its 2 horns in an attempt to subdue it to the ground. "That calf is after my fruit," Zhou exclaimed. During this commotion, the golden calf exhibited remarkable strength, standing firm on its hind legs while using its forelegs to grapple with Zhou, sending him tumbling uncontrollably. Zhou was incensed. While being knocked over by a cow might be bearable, being toppled by a mere calf was utterly humiliating, leaving him covered in dirt and his nose nearly askew from rage. Chu Feng intervened, gripping the calf's horns with all his might and pulling it aside. He discerned that if this calf truly went mad and charged at Zhou with its golden horns, it could undoubtedly inflict a grievous wound, given its immense power. Yet, it displayed little hostility and refrained from doing so. In that moment, Zhou was seething with anger, for he noticed that the calf was actually grinning at him, its mouth stretched wide in a seemingly mocking smile. "You scoundrel! You're pinning me down and laughing at me? Get off!" Zhou fumed. With a sudden crunch, the golden calf bit through his backpack, intent on devouring the vibrant, aromatic fruit within. Zhou Quan, in a state of desperation, exerted all his strength to push the creature's head away. Though he had hesitated to consume the fruit, he was not prepared to relinquish it, continually weighing his options. The young man, adorned with silver wings, appeared nothing short of extraordinary. Otherwise, how could the higher echelons of divine beings have welcomed him as if he were a new aristocrat? With Chu Feng's assistance, he abandoned his horns and embraced the creature's neck, forcefully shifting it aside, unwilling to witness the fruit being snatched away by this obstinate calf. The golden calf remained relentless, its mouth agape as it lunged forward to bite. Suddenly, the vibrant red fruit burst open, casting a radiant glow across the area, which became suffused with a sacred essence, the intoxicating aroma of fruit wafting through the air. Chu Feng was taken aback. Had the golden calf truly devoured the fruit? However, upon glancing down, he observed the rotund figure on the ground, coughing violently, his face flushed, as he repeatedly pounded his chest. In a critical moment, he displayed remarkable tenacity, shoving the red fruit into his mouth and swallowing it whole in mere bites. Even the pit was not expelled, causing him to roll his eyes in distress. The golden calf lowered its front hooves, ceasing its wrestling with Zhou Quan, standing firmly on all fours. Its apparent fury was palpable. The allure of the fruit was overwhelming, and smoke seemed to emanate from its nostrils. Clearly, it was not a malevolent beast, for even in its disappointment, it exhibited no intent to kill. "I'm choking. Water, water, water," Zhou Quan exclaimed, coughing incessantly, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Chu Feng helped him to his feet, offered him a bottle of water, and patted his back until he finally regained his composure. "You think you can compete with me? You're still too inexperienced." He glared fiercely at the golden calf, his anger palpable as he exclaimed, "You little calf, how dare you wrestle with me and roll around on the ground? It infuriates me. What are you getting upset over a calf for? The fruit tastes delightful, doesn't it? How do you feel now?" Chu Feng inquired, genuinely concerned about his well-being. "I feel a chill in my body. There's a wild energy surging within me," he replied, closing his eyes to fully experience the sensation. At that moment, the golden calf fixed its gaze upon him, eventually locking onto the vibrant green grass in his hand. This was merely an ordinary wild grass, yet after bearing red fruits, it seemed transformed, exuding vitality and a robust life force. "Ah, that's just the grass leaves. You shouldn't eat those. Don't be so stubborn," Chu Feng cautioned. "It's utterly bitter. So distasteful," Zhou Quan lamented, feeling dazed from the calf's earlier tumble. "How could I do something so foolish as to eat grass leaves without reason?" Across from him, the golden calf glared back furiously, its nostrils flaring with white smoke, and steam began to emit from its ears as if it might charge at him. "Don't come any closer. I can give you some." Zhou, feeling a twinge of guilt, cautiously extended the vibrant grass toward the calf. With a snap, the golden calf devoured half of it, nearly biting Zhou's hand in the process, causing him to hastily release the grass and retreat. "I've given you some of the grass too, so stop glaring at me. And for goodness sake, quell the smoke from your nose and ears. What are you so angry about?" "I'm the one who is angry. You nearly shattered my bones when you threw me," Zhou Quan exclaimed. At last, the golden calf settled down. "Can you comprehend our speech?" Chu Feng inquired, eager to communicate, seeking clarity regarding the anomalies of the Taihang Mountains. This young calf had emerged from within, perhaps possessing insights into the entire truth. The golden calf neither nodded nor shook its head. Instead, it began to scrutinize him. In that moment, the golden calf lifted its head and cast a sidelong glance at him, a look so laden with disdain that it made Zhou Pengzi question his very existence. The expression radiated an air of superiority, as though the calf regarded him with contempt. "Do you feel that?" Zhou Quan asked Chu Feng, expressing his discomfort. "I have the strange illusion that this calf is mocking me, as if it perceives me as a fool." "Indeed," Chu Feng acknowledged. "Am I being scorned by a mere calf?" Zhou Quan erupted in fury, then pointed at the golden calf, exclaiming, "Having consumed my extraordinary herb, you shall serve as my steed. Do you hear me?" In an instant, the golden calf sprang into action, its hooves pounding the ground with astonishing speed, appearing behind Zhou Quan. It then stood upright, resting upon him, its front hooves draped over his shoulders, ultimately wrapping its neck around him. "What the—" Zhou Pengzi fumed, feeling as though the calf had latched onto him like an unyielding adhesive plaster. "What is happening? I commanded you to be my mount. Not this," he shouted in exasperation. "I believe it truly wishes to make you its steed." Chu Feng chuckled heartily. Upon reflection, Zhou Pengzi realized that the calf indeed seemed to embody that very intent. "Get down from me," he shouted, as a commotion ensued in the forest. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Quan was breathless, having raced ahead while a golden calf pursued him from behind, occasionally rearing up on its hind legs as it attempted to leap onto Zhou's back. "Help!" Zhou, thoroughly exasperated, realized after such a lengthy ordeal that he could not contend with the calf. Instead of being its rider, he found himself the one being ridden. "I do not know whence you hail, but I am aware that our transforming world holds a perilous allure for you," Chu Feng spoke. In an instant, the golden calf halted its chase, redirecting its gaze towards Chu Feng. Despite the knowledge that it might face death, those ferocious beasts still yearned to breach our realm, underscoring the magnitude of that temptation. Chu Feng continued, successfully captivating the calf's attention, rendering it tranquil. Zhou, having been thoroughly tormented, finally found respite by retreating behind Chu Feng, drenched in sweat, and seated himself on the ground. "I have been humiliated by a calf. How mortifying," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, wary of provoking it further. Simultaneously, he found himself drawn to Chu Feng's words, listening intently. "In our altered world, even a mere blade of grass by the roadside may bear extraordinary fruit, and there are those who, upon consuming such fruits, can soar through the skies or traverse the earth. I believe even more astonishing fruits shall emerge in the future, and it is for this reason that you have come," Chu Feng articulated. The term king served as a metaphor in Chu Feng's thoughts, as he surmised the golden calf would comprehend. The golden calf grew increasingly serene. "From whence do you truly come?" Chu Feng inquired softly. The tale of holy ruins requires the tender care of its readers. As Monday dawns, we find ourselves amidst a surge of new releases, urging members to click, recommend, and add to their collections. In Chapter 14, titled The Bull Demon King, a golden calf remained silent, neither mooing nor nodding, but instead gazed calmly at Chu Feng, as if pondering some profound thought. I sensed there was something unusual about this calf and decided it prudent not to engage. Zhou Quan, having been somewhat unsettled by the recent events, refrained from drawing attention to the golden calf. Pollen's catalyst Chu Feng suddenly uttered these words. During her graduation, Lin Nuoyi's family had sent a car to fetch her, and in a fleeting moment those words were mentioned. At the time, he had felt a chill in their exchange and stood at a distance, unable to catch the details. The calf seemed to comprehend Chu Feng's words, as those few syllables struck a chord within it. Chu Feng, lost in thought, deduced that the so-called exotic fruit might not be of paramount importance. Rather, certain exotic floral powders could hold greater significance. Nevertheless, when he inquired further, the calf remained unresponsive, offering no indication of understanding. I once beheld a bronze mountain in the western plateau, revealed only after a thunderous strike. On it grew a peculiar plant, its blossoms exuding an unmatched fragrance that could be sensed from afar, uplifting the spirit as if one were about to transcend and take flight. Zhou Quan appeared somewhat dazed, quietly listening from the side. The golden calf, unable to maintain its composure, grew increasingly agitated, leaning in closer, nodding repeatedly, and emitting mooing sounds, as if urging him to continue. Chu Feng pondered in doubt. Was that little tree's bloom truly of such vital importance? He had previously encountered it, merely sensing a subtle warmth without any other anomalies. Observing the golden calf's excitement, its yearning for the blossoms of that small tree far surpassed its earlier reaction to the red fruit seen with Zhou Quan. In that moment, I came across a magnificent golden bird, a mystical mastiff, and a large black bull of the same lineage as yours. As Chu Feng spoke, he attentively gauged its expressions. This golden calf exhibited a rich array of emotions akin to that of a human. Upon hearing his words, it smiled, displaying both astonishment and anxiety, clearly invested in the outcome of the matter. In our world, yaks and mastiffs do not rank among the most advanced primates, their intellect not fully awakened. However, those that appeared on Bronze Mountain were remarkably different, possessing a greater spiritual essence than humans. Observing its reaction, Chu Feng spoke slowly, allowing for speculation. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the golden calf's demeanor turned solemn, as if it held those creatures in profound regard. I pondered that, in the past environment, they could awaken their wisdom, dominating the Western Plateau. Thus, in the wake of this world's transformation, they might become even more extraordinary, perhaps even achieving sanctity. The golden calf, entranced by the conversation, instinctively nodded in agreement, a clear manifestation of its subconscious acknowledgement of the assertion. Yet, Chu Feng discerned the truth, affirming his inner conjecture. The golden calf's pupils constricted, evidently touched by the sentiment. Now, even Zhou Quan began to grasp certain implications, feeling a quiet shock as he followed Chu Feng's line of thought. When the golden calf looked at Chu Feng, there was a noticeable hint of familiarity and esteem, certainly not the same gaze it cast upon Zhou Quan. What do you mean? When you gaze at me, it feels as though you regard me as a fool, filled with disdain and contempt. Yet, when you look upon him, there exists an equality, even a certain reverence. You wretched calf, you infuriate me. Zhou Quan feels deeply wounded, particularly now that golden calf is grinning broadly, silently mocking him, and its gaze is unmistakably evident. In the stillness of the late night, far from the perilous exit of the Taihang Mountains, they no longer sense the terrifying presence of predatory beasts. The moonlight, like liquid silver, cascades through the woods, casting a gentle glow. Brother, is the little tree you encountered on Bronze Mountain truly so extraordinary? Did the three-headed monster claim all the blossoms, leaving you with nothing? Zhou Quan inquires. For petals fell into my palm, Chu Feng replies. Is that truly the case? Zhou Quan had merely asked in passing. He had assumed that with such formidable beasts, including the monstrous mastiff and the golden giant bird, it would be a miracle for Chu Feng to descend the mountain unscathed. At this moment, the golden calf appears exhilarated, rushing forward to nuzzle Chu Feng's hand, its large eyes wide open, as if straining to perceive something. It has been many days. They are long gone, Chu Feng chuckles. Yet, the golden calf remains undeterred, circling around him with an odd expression, eventually rising on its hind legs, extending a front hoof towards Chu Feng, its demeanor a blend of excitement and regret, a complex display of emotions. What do you truly know? Speak at once. Zhou Quan glares at the calf, filled with frustration, wishing to slap it but lacking the courage to do so. As Chu Feng and Zhou Quan forge ahead, the golden calf continues to trail closely behind, seemingly intent on accompanying them to the very end. They proceeded towards the county town ahead, known as Shunping, where Zhou Quan's home awaited. Having lingered too long, they were finally nearing their destination. Subsequently, he took it upon himself to suggest a name with great enthusiasm. You are but a tiny creature, mischievous and akin to a demon. I believe Bull Demon King would suit you perfectly, both majestic and melodious. Zhou Quan fervently urged it to accept the name. Suddenly, a swift kick sent him sprawling to the ground, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Damn it, Bull Demon King. After a prolonged struggle, Zhou Quan managed to rise, filled with indignation and a desire to retaliate. At last, they entered the county town. It was modest in size and the hour was late, the streets enveloped in silence, occasionally interrupted by the fleeting presence of a cat. Under dim street lights, Chu Feng bid farewell to Zhou Quan, as he still had several miles to traverse before reaching home. Zhou Quan insisted on his stay, hoping he would postpone his departure until the following morning. Chu Feng shook his head, sensing an unease. Should he wait until dawn? Those few miles might multiply into dozens or even hundreds, given the unpredictable changes in the world over the past 2 days. Take care, brother. Once I reunite with my family and settle in, I shall seek you out, Zhou Quan remarked. He understood that soon, the entire world might be irrevocably altered, and this fellow traveler and friend was indeed worth cultivating a bond with. Observing the golden calf resolutely following Chu Feng without a second thought, even neglecting to glance back, Zhou Quan seethed with frustration. You ungrateful calf. After feasting on my wondrous herbs, you show no sign of farewell, Zhou Quan shouted in disbelief. Stunned, he beheld the calf's tail raised defiantly, a clear sign of disdain. Begone, you bull demon king, Zhou Quan retorted angrily. He wished to assist Chu Feng in finding a vehicle, yet his offer was declined, for the golden calf was too conspicuous, attracting undue attention. At that moment, Fat Zhou felt utterly fatigued, longing to succumb to slumber, sensing within him a peculiar transformation since consuming that fruit. Farewell. Though it was already late at night, darkness did not prevail. The bright moon hung high, casting a silvery light over the land. Bathed in moonlight, the golden calf shimmered brilliantly. Along the road, Chu Feng, filled with curiosity, reached out to stroke the calf, discovering that its coat was indeed fur, not metal, smooth and soft like satin, save for its 2 golden horns, which were cold and hard. Qingyang town lay a mere several miles from the county city. Chu Feng was born here and resided until he was 10, when he moved with his parents to the vast metropolis of Shuntian, 200 miles away. Shuntian, the ancient capital of 6 dynasties, is the largest city in the north. Despite the late hour, Chu Feng could not resist activating his communicator to contact his parents, and the call connected swiftly. Dad, I am almost home. To Chu Feng. It was, after all, the northern hub, the grandest city. If any danger were to arise, its defenses would undoubtedly be of the highest caliber. Their conversation lingered for quite some time, and he eventually persuaded his parents to remain in the great city. The night was tranquil, and he finally arrived home. It was a 2-story small house at the eastern edge of Qingyang town, featuring a spacious courtyard adjacent to sprawling orchards, with a distant view of the Taihang Mountains, picturesque scene. In the late hours after bringing the golden calf into the yard, Chu Feng paid it no further heed, as weariness overtook him. He ascended to the 2nd floor, entered his room, and fell into a deep slumber. In the early morning, golden rays cascaded into the room as the sun ascended, casting vibrant hues of dawn that brimmed with the essence of life. Although he had retired late, Chu Feng awoke promptly. His first action was to activate his communicator, eager to glean any sensational news, for disturbances and strange phenomena were emerging across various regions, warranting attention. God King? He was taken aback upon encountering such reports online. Within just a couple of days, aside from the enigmatic young man who had sprouted silver wings, 3 additional cases of mutation had surfaced among humans. It was confirmed that these 3 individuals had acquired formidable supernatural abilities, with some enthusiasts dubbing them God Kings. Moreover, it appeared that those who had first gained extraordinary powers were likely to outpace others, making it conceivable that one day they might be revered as God Kings. For instance, the young man taken by celestial beings, who had manifested silver wings, could already soar through the skies, his future beyond imagination. Setting aside the communicator, Chu Feng descended the stairs and made his way into the courtyard. He was immediately astonished by the sight of a golden calf basking in the splendid morning light, his posture remarkably peculiar. At that moment, it sat on its hind legs, resembling a human in meditation, its front hooves gracefully extended as it inhaled and exhaled the morning glow in reverence to the rising sun. This was utterly bizarre. A calf, yet it appeared to be practicing a form of meditative breathing. Chapter 15. The mysterious breathing technique. Though Chu Feng was quite astute, he found himself initially unaccustomed to this peculiar scene. With several erratic attempts at inhaling and exhaling, he felt as if he were choking on water, erupting into a fit of violent coughing. The golden calf opened its eyes, and upon witnessing this spectacle, burst into fits of laughter. What could possibly be so amusing? Chu Feng glared at it, finally able to empathize with Zhou Quan's feelings. Indeed, it was infuriating to be mocked by a mere calf. The dawn was resplendent, infused with vibrant energy, as the golden calf sat there, remarkably steady, inhaling and exhaling with an aura of fragrant white mist emanating from its nostrils. With each breath, the pristine mist flowed in and out, mingling with the morning glow, as if it were gathering the essence of the sun and moon. It was evident that during this unique respiration, the calf's body shimmered with brilliant hues, appearing as though it were crafted entirely from gold, exuding an extraordinary presence. Moo! With a low bellow, it expelled a burst of white vapor, which resonated in the air like a muffled thunderclap, deafening and astonishing. The abrupt sound startled Chu Feng. Had that vapor been directed at a person, it could have sent them sprawling, the extent of bodily harm remaining uncertain. How formidable! Chu Feng marveled at the sheer power of this simple breath from the golden calf. Is this breathing technique something I can learn? His eyes sparkled with fervent longing. The golden calf, brimming with pride, raised its head high, radiating an air of unmatched confidence and arrogance. Instinctively, Chu Feng sensed that the calf harbored an extraordinary level of self-satisfaction regarding its breathing technique, which he surmised must be something remarkable. This breathing method possesses significant origins? Chu Feng inquired, considering it was merely a calf, standing only a meter tall, and surely not something it had discovered on its own. The golden calf immediately tensed, adopting an exceedingly vigilant demeanor. Chu Feng was astonished. Could it be even more mysterious than he had imagined, to the point of being cautious about revealing it? May I learn from you? He inquired with hopeful anticipation, harboring an underlying anxiety, yearning for self-preservation in the face of the impending turmoil. The world was undergoing dramatic transformations, manifesting various anomalies. Some humans had mutated, acquiring supernatural abilities, yet the ultimate trajectory of these changes remained uncertain. One could only imagine that, apart from humanity, numerous other species were likely evolving as well, such as the colossal vine that hung from the heavens, capable of pulling down satellites. In the future, danger would be omnipresent. Moreover, there were renowned mountains and rivers, like the depths of the Taihang Mountains, where hundreds of towering peaks emerged inexplicably, accompanied by fierce birds and monstrous beasts. Perhaps these were merely the tip of the iceberg. Thus, Chu Feng felt a sense of urgency. He wished to ensure his survival amid the ever-changing world. The golden calf was a remarkable creature, instilling within him a glimmer of hope. The golden calf sat in contemplation, seemingly pondering its next move. I have encountered the peculiar little trees on the Bronze Mountain. One day, I can take you there, Chu Feng suggested, smiling enticingly, adding, provided I manage to survive. With a low bellow, the golden calf appeared to make a decision, nodding solemnly. Chu Feng felt a surge of joy, pleasantly surprised by the ease of the exchange. He had feared that the golden calf might exhibit a stubborn disposition, disregarding him entirely. The golden calf pointed with one of its front hooves towards the sun, signaling Chu Feng to face the east, greeting the dawn, and initiating a peculiar breathing technique. To an ordinary observer, his imitation seemed remarkably accurate. However, Chu Feng found himself lacking the sense of ease he had anticipated. He nearly choked several times, feeling as though a breath of frustration was trapped within him, leaving him light-headed and disoriented. This is evidently unusual, for he observed the golden calf exhaling soothing snores with each breath, its eyes closed, on the verge of slumber, emanating a delightful fragrance. Merely a calf, it naturally released a captivating aroma as it practiced its breathing technique, which was truly remarkable. Chu Feng furrowed his brow and halted, becoming acutely aware of a grave concern. This breathing method, while perhaps extraordinary, may not be suitable for humans. The golden calf, sensing his presence, opened its eyes, gazing at him in confusion, as if inquiring why he had paused. To his astonishment, the golden calf nodded without hesitation, providing him with a most affirmative response. This left Chu Feng bewildered, and he reiterated his inquiry. Is there truly no issue? What exactly is this breathing technique? Can other races also practice it? With an air of pride, the golden calf spoke of this method, its mouth agape, head held high, exuding an aura of supreme confidence, as if proclaiming it to be the foremost breathing technique in all of existence. An exceptionally remarkable breathing technique? Chu Feng pondered in skepticism. The golden calf sat cross-legged, its front hooves raised, one pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth, producing a series of resonant sounds. Moo, moo, moo. Chu Feng remained steadfast, refusing to yield. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and the self-absorbed calf emitted a deafening moo, seemingly infused with some extraordinary power. In that instant, everything around resonated in unison. A gentle fragrance enveloped the air, and a billowing cloud of white mist shrouded the surroundings, resonating with a continuous roar. Chu Feng felt a buzzing in his ears, as if he were harmonizing with the sound, drowning out all other noises, leaving only the rhythm of a singular breath echoing in his ears. He had previously only imitated the form, but now he has begun to sense the essence. Chu Feng understood that he had first learned the form, and now he had attained the essence. The sound of mooing, the rumble of thunder, and the white mist all appeared simultaneously, with divinity embedded within, ultimately becoming vividly perceptible to him, granting him a legacy. As Chu Feng opened his eyes, the white mist dissipated, returning to the body of the golden calf. He nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude. He began to engage in this breathing technique with a sense of calm. Everything felt transformed, producing immediate and remarkable effects. Facing the rising sun, he experienced a surge of vibrant life energy with each breath. In this serene morning, he felt an unprecedented relaxation, his entire being at ease, every pore open, a warm flow coursing through him. Gradually, Chu Feng became utterly still, immersing himself completely. The golden dawn sprinkled upon him, casting a faint golden sheen upon his face. The golden calf opened its mouth, slightly astonished, gazing at him for a considerable time. When Chu Feng opened his eyes once more, the sun had ascended high in the sky. He felt invigorated, his spirit refreshed, and despite having only slept for 2 or 3 hours the previous night, he now felt extraordinarily well. Truly remarkable.
Chu Feng mát veo.
He felt an immense comfort, with each movement exuding vitality, his physical form radiating a subtle luminescence, brimming with boundless energy. He wished to continue, perceiving this practice as a pleasure. However, the golden calf halted him, signaling that it was sufficient. Just a brief session of this breathing technique each day? Chu Feng was astonished. The golden calf nodded in affirmation. This revelation was quite surprising for Chu Feng. Subsequently, Chu Feng refurbished his long unoccupied dwelling and embarked on a comprehensive shopping expedition. Evidently, the recent barrage of reports had incited widespread apprehension, nearly depleting the inventories of various emporiums. Zhou the corpulent fellow speaks sagaciously, Chu Feng mused. It behooves me to bestow upon thee a moniker, lest I be rendered incapable of addressing thee in quotidian discourse. Chu Feng entertained the notion of inquiring into the golden calf's original appellation, but it merely emitted bovine vocalizations, rendering comprehension unattainable. Verily, the appellation bull demon king possesses a certain allure, he proposed. However, the mere utterance of the name elicited a disdainful countenance from the golden calf, for it harbored the conviction that the corpulent gentleman was an utter simpleton and eschewed any nomenclature haphazardly conceived by him. Ultimately, bereft of recourse, Chu Feng arbitrarily vocalized several names, whereupon the utterance of yellow ox resonated favorably with the golden calf. Chu Feng was taken aback, his countenance betraying a sense of bewilderment. The golden calf had unequivocally embraced the name. Chu Feng's expression was peculiar, and he wondered what Zhou Quan's reaction would be upon their next encounter, considering the corpulent fellow had exerted himself to devise the imposing name Bull Demon King for the golden calf, only for it to reject it in favor of yellow ox. Might we consider an alternative?
Chu Feng entered.
Moo, yellow ox retorted, its gaze conveying a hint of displeasure. Its resplendent golden coat was a source of pride, and Chu Feng conjectured whether there might be an underlying reason for its preference for the moniker yellow ox, perhaps related to a so-called golden lineage. At midday, Chu Feng procured an assortment of fresh grass, pears, and apples for yellow ox, while he himself partook in a simple repast. Subsequently, he gingerly retrieved a stone box, 3 inches in height, quadrangular in shape, and characterized by its rustic and unremarkable demeanor. Upon beholding the stone box, the scalper betrayed a peculiar glint in its eyes, stealthily edging closer. Hold fast, Chu Feng cautioned. By no means should this be consumed. The scalper fixed its gaze upon the 3 seeds. One swarthy, another flattened, and the last shriveled. It immediately adopted an air of disdain, its contempt palpable. Do not underestimate them, Chu Feng pronounced with deliberate mystique. I tell you, these are no ordinary seeds. He surmised that the more he embellished, the more likely the scalper would remain indifferent. Otherwise, he genuinely feared it might devour them in a single gulp. Moo! The scalper retorted, shaking its head and grinning derisively. Chu Feng excavated the soil in the courtyard, declaring, I tell you, with the first seed, I intend to cultivate the Queen Mother of the West, with the second, the Nine Heavens Mysterious Woman, and the third. Allow me a moment to contemplate. Chapter 16. A cataclysm is imminent. Should I incorporate some fertilizer? Chu Feng mused, clearing a patch in the courtyard's flower garden, yet hesitating before interring the seeds. His solicitude and profound concern rendered him exceedingly cautious. Commonplace fertilizers were out of the question. He turned his head towards the scalper, which was still grinning mockingly, regarding him as a simpleton, evidently convinced that the 3 shriveled seeds would never germinate. Scalper, I require your assistance. The germination of these 3 seeds rests entirely upon you. Witnessing his earnest countenance, the scalper was taken aback, utterly perplexed, in mood, as if inquiring why he would utter such a thing. Observe, the soil in my flower garden is conducive to flowers and grasses, yet it lacks enrichment. Bestow upon me a contribution, would you? Chu Feng requested with remarkable composure. The yellow bull was initially bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, but soon grasped the essence of the matter, its eyes widening in astonishment. Gradually, wisps of white smoke began to emanate from its nostrils as it fixed a piercing gaze upon him. Do not take offense. This is merely a trivial matter for you. Quite natural indeed. I grant you permission to resolve your needs right here in this flowerbed. Smoke began to seep from the bull's ears as well, its glare fierce enough to slay, glaring furiously at Chu Feng. Meanwhile, one of its front hooves began to dig into the ground, poised to charge at any moment. No need to be so agitated. I bear no disdain for you. If it stinks, let it stink. I shall endure it. Chu Feng foolishly attempted to reason with the creature. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the bull charged forward, sending him flying. Fortunately, it refrained from using its formidable golden horns. Yet Chu Feng still found himself tumbling into the flowerbed. Gritting his teeth in pain, he finally understood the peril of negotiating with a bull. Such an endeavor was fraught with danger. In truth, the bull was even more infuriated, its eyes glaring at him with suspicion, as if contemplating whether this individual was even more untrustworthy than that rotund fellow, truly deserving of a reckoning. As Chu Feng rubbed his aching arm and rose to his feet, he sighed heavily, lamenting, You must understand, this is a sacred seed. I fear that ordinary fertilizer may not suffice. Aren't you said to possess an enigmatic origin? Isn't it often claimed that cow dung possesses remarkable potency? Furthermore, there is even talk of bull luck. Moo! Very well, do not approach me. If you do not wish to offer it, so be it, Chu Feng exclaimed, for he had observed the bull's 4 hooves stamping the ground, indicating its readiness to charge into the flowerbed. He gently placed the somewhat plump seed into the soil, covering it carefully before watering it. Now your fate lies in your own hands, he murmured to himself. 3 seeds had been sealed within a stone box for countless years, and he was truly uncertain whether they would germinate, feeling a profound sense of hopelessness. However, if they were not mere trifles, their vitality should be remarkably resilient. Even in an inhospitable environment, they ought to survive in the end. At least no cow dung is required, Chu Feng mused, for he had contemplated a rather serious dilemma. Upon hearing this, the yellow ox looked upon him with a disapproving expression, somewhat perplexed, and fixed its gaze upon him.
Chu Feng elucidat.
What if a Western Queen Mother or a celestial lady of the 9 heavens were to sprout? If they were to discover that I used cow dung as fertilizer, would they not strike me dead? The yellow ox, momentarily taken aback, then became indignant, letting out a loud moo, as if ready to charge at him. Do not come any closer. I speak the truth. If they were to find out, they might consider it the gravest sacrilege. I would rather keep a low profile and avoid trouble, Chu Feng chuckled. The yellow ox snorted, glaring at him before turning to munch on a pineapple. What you are eating is fresh grass and apples. The pineapple is mine, Chu Feng called out as he chased after it. Eventually, he buried the 3 seeds in 3 distinct locations, recognizing that the soil for planting varied considerably, and he deemed it safer to disperse them. I truly hope they sprout soon, Chu Feng expressed his earnest desire, eager to witness what might emerge. Yet, he thought, if a celestial lady were to indeed arise, he had nothing to fear. After all, he had given life to them, and the notion of sacrilege would be rendered moot. Perhaps they would even be quite obedient. A smile adorned his face. Moo! Came the sound of the ox interrupting his reverie. The yellow ox, with its mouth agape and eyes cast sideways, seemed to mock him for his daydreaming, wearing an expression of disdain. Go away. Chu Feng pushed aside the approaching bull's head, feeling somewhat speechless as it mocked him. Suddenly, he heard a deafening explosion. A brilliant firelight shot towards the sky, causing his heart to tremble violently. A missile. Is it aimed at the extraterrestrial plants? A wave of unease washed over him. The yellow bull, with its sharp instincts, widened its eyes and sensed the threat before Chu Feng did, its golden fur shimmering with a ripple of light. It felt tension in the air. Chu Feng realized that witnessing the missile launch was indeed a rarity, as such events were seldom visible to the public. The fact that he caught a glimpse of it from a relatively close distance indicated the severity of the situation. His expression turned grave. In recent days, he had heard numerous rumors suggesting that such terrifying weapons had long been deployed against outer space, but no official reports had surfaced. He resolved to search the internet for more information. There must be some news available. At that moment, his communicator chimed, indicating that Zhou Quan was trying to reach him. Upon connecting, he immediately heard the excited voice of his friend. Brother, did you just see that? It was spectacular. The sword soared into the sky, aiming for the heavens. I can't believe I witnessed it. It might just clear away those strange plants. Zhou Quan then inquired about how Chu Feng felt after consuming that fruit. The changes are significant. No more details, I'm feeling drowsy and will soon drift back into slumber. He chuckled awkwardly, a hint of unease in his tone. You aren't growing a tail, are you? Chu Feng questioned, suspecting that Zhou Quan's evasiveness was indicative of something unusual. Impossible, Zhou Pengzi vociferated, endeavoring to elucidate that he had not transformed into a hideous monster. Then what ails you? Why do you equivocate? Chu Feng inquired. I have sprouted a horn, Zhou Quan lamented, on the verge of tears, before erupting into a tirade, exclaiming, It must be the work of that bull demon king. It resembles a bovine horn. He launched into a barrage of imprecations, his voice reaching a crescendo. The yellow ox, piqued by Chu Feng's communicator, scrutinized it with avid curiosity. Simultaneously, it overheard Zhou Pengzi's maledictions directed at it. Instantly, it approached the communicator, emitting derisive sounds with unseemly delight. Moo, moo, moo. Bull demon king. Are you implying that I resemble a bovine, destined to bellow like one sooner or later?
Zhou Quan returta, insensa.
With a decisive snap, Chu Feng terminated the call, while the yellow ox remained wistful, relishing the vexation it had incited in Zhou Pengzi. Chu Feng commenced a search for corroborating reports. Official accounts were conspicuously absent, with authorities maintaining a taciturn stance regarding the rumored deployment of those armaments. However, a plethora of unofficial tidbits abounded. Indeed, some individuals had uploaded images akin to those Chu Feng had witnessed. Such occurrences transpired across the globe. The populace believed that a large-scale reverberation of thermal weaponry had long since commenced, with some even claiming to have observed a deluge of botanical detritus descending from the heavens. Calamity looms, Chu Feng muttered, his brow furrowed in concern. Had success been achieved, it would have been promulgated forthwith. The continued silence of the relevant parties suggests a grave situation. Subsequently, he perused other reports, noting the populace's fervent interest in discussions pertaining to supernatural abilities. Even amidst the prevailing atmosphere of tension, a considerable number remained fixated on analyzing and scrutinizing these phenomena. The silver-winged celestial, the diamond guardian, the fire spirit, and the king of the white tiger are spoken of with great reverence, their extraordinary abilities leading some to speculate that one day they may be revered as deities. Chu Feng, feeling a sense of unease, closed these reports, uncertain of what the future may hold and feeling the need to make preparations. The yellow bull expressed discontent at the closure of the reports, gesturing for him to reopen them. The reports, rich with sound and video, were particularly appealing to it. Chu Feng tossed the communicator to it and stepped out of his home. In this day and age, the ancient craft was nearly extinguished, yet the Zhao family had preserved it through generations, their lineage unbroken. The Zhao family had also embraced modernity, utilizing contemporary alloy materials to create renowned blades and tools, cherished by connoisseurs in the field. The folding crossbow that Chu Feng carried into the snowy region was a gift from the venerable Zhao Sanyi. It was evident that this tall, imposing elder possessed a formidable spirit. You certainly have a way with words, and I wonder what you're after this time. Zhao Sanyi inquired with a smile. 3 Yi. I seek your assistance in crafting some crossbow bolts. Chu Feng explained his intent, expressing his anxiety over the recent anomalies occurring in various locales and his desire to be prepared. He did not pin his hopes on firearms, which were heavily regulated and nearly impossible to procure. However, in this era, certain cold weapons could still be sold with proper certification. After a brief exchange, Chu Feng articulated his needs and took his leave. He had heard from Zhao Sanyi that many individuals had been seeking various alloy tools lately, with demand far outstripping supply, yet he was assured that his requests would be prioritized. Soon, he realized an issue. The yellow bull was engrossed in fiddling with the communicator, wearing an expression of delight as it became absorbed in the task. Wait a moment, what did he see? As Chu Feng approached, he was taken aback. The yellow cow was perusing a contact list, seemingly engaged in a conversation with someone. Chu Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his forehead adorned with beads of dark sweat. Particularly, upon glimpsing certain names, he nearly spat blood. The contact list appeared to include Lin Nui among others. Bull Demon King, I shall contend with you.
Chu Feng sao tét về men tin.
Chapter 17. Tears of Despair Moo. The yellow cow let out a low bellow, its movements surprisingly agile, devoid of the usual clumsiness associated with cattle, as it deftly evaded him. Bull Demon King, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Chu Feng ground his teeth, his expression darkening as he charged forward once more. What would others think otherwise? Following the inexplicable call, he could only hear the incessant mooing emanating from his end. The mere thought of this scene made Chu Feng feel nauseous. He could hardly contain his desire to slay this yellow cow. It was utterly humiliating. Even if he attempted to explain, what could he possibly say that anyone would believe? Chu Feng felt a throbbing headache. Was he meant to disclose that a golden calf was using his communicator to converse with them? Would he himself believe such a tale? It only deepened the absurdity. The yellow cow remained uncooperative, continuing to evade him. It stood upright on its hind legs, its front hooves clutching the communicator, circling around him in the courtyard, dodging left and right. Give it to me, Chu Feng demanded. The yellow cow was more agile than a human, resembling a golden monkey, leaping and bounding around the stone table, evading his grasp. It stubbornly clung to the communicator, occasionally mooing into it. Chu Feng's face turned a shade of green. Was this creature still communicating with someone? The Bull Demon King, I shall slay you, he bellowed, nearly overcome with rage, as this detestable beast remained unrepentant, continuing its misdeeds. The yellow bull regarded him with disdain, its expression dripping with contempt. Having committed countless wrongs, do you still dare to provoke me? Chu Feng, unable to catch up with it, began to gather the scattered items in the courtyard, hurling them in a bid to create a distraction. This was undoubtedly a torment for him. With every second the yellow bull clutched the communicator, he felt an increasing heat of embarrassment upon his face. Ultimately, the yellow bull came to a halt, placing the communicator upon the stone table. At that moment, Chu Feng's forehead darkened, his countenance filled with indignation, truly on the verge of tears. Clearly, the yellow bull was exceedingly curious about the communicator, even showing a fondness for it. Having set it down, it continued to prod at it with its agile hooves, those front hooves gleaming with a soft golden hue. Chu Feng glared at it, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him as he sank to the ground. He glanced from the communicator to the yellow bull, pondering how he would possibly explain the situation. The thought was utterly exasperating. With a deep sigh, he picked up the communicator, realizing there was no alternative but to speak the truth. Remember, you must testify for me later. While I speak, you shall moo a few times in response, he instructed the bull. The yellow bull, seemingly guilty, nodded its head, appearing willing to cooperate. However, as Chu Feng looked at the communicator, his expression froze in disbelief. Where were the communication records? He was utterly dumbfounded. Where had they gone? Bull Demon King, what mischief have you wrought? Chu Feng exclaimed, moments ago contemplating how to remedy the situation, only to now discover it was entirely unnecessary. Who did you speak with? He demanded loudly, recalling having seen Lin Nuai earlier, a prospect he dreaded. But who else? The yellow bull shook its head, displaying a comical expression that suggested it was equally clueless. How did you manage to infiltrate the contact list? Chu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. However, as he pressed down on the infuriating golden hooves and felt their warmth, enlightenment struck him. You may laugh now, but one day, when I manage to contact a renowned chef, I shall host a grand feast of beef while you slumber.
Chu Feng Tritten Indiganti.
At that moment, the communicator flickered. It was Zhou Quan attempting to reach him. Once connected, Zhou's booming voice erupted. Bull Demon King, you little calf, how dare you incessantly disturb me? After the call ended, Chu Feng's expression stiffened. He could only imagine the mischief this foolish bull had been up to and whom else it had harassed. Zhou, having encountered the creature before, was not overly concerned, but the matter was still troublesome. The pleasant ringtone chimed again, indicating an incoming call. Chu Feng picked it up to find it was his university classmate, Yi Xian. Chu Feng, are you all right?
Ye Wan invited.
I am perfectly fine. Listen to me. It truly wasn't me. Chu Feng spoke while gesturing to the yellow bull for assistance. Yet, the obstinate creature remained motionless, staring blankly at him, utterly unresponsive to his signals. I understand. You just broke up with Lin Nuai, and your spirits are low. However, excessive drinking is detrimental to your health. It would be wise to abstain a little. If all is well, I shall hang up now, Yi Xian concluded the call. What drinking are you referring to? Chu Feng listened to the beeping on the other end, feeling both vexed and powerless. It was indeed an explanation that could not be clarified. Stubborn bull, come here. Did we not agree that you would bear witness for me? Chu Feng glared at it. The communicator chimed once more, revealing a message from Su Lingxi, a strikingly beautiful classmate from university. In that instant, Chu Feng understood that after the troublemaker had finished with the more vulnerable Zhou Quan, he had likely perused his classmate's records. Su Lingxi, allow me to explain, he began, gripping the golden horn of the troublemaker, determined to make amends. He was even prepared to initiate a video call. However, Su Lingxi interrupted him with laughter, saying, Are you about to tell me that there is a bull beside you, that it is all it's doing, and that you intend to send me a photo of it? Fine, I believe you. Yet this isn't like you, Chu Feng. Aren't you usually so carefree? You broke up with Lin Nuai without a second thought. Why resort to drowning your sorrows? By the way, with the unrest prevalent everywhere recently, you ought to drink less and take better care of yourself. I have important matters to attend to, so I must say goodbye. Chu Feng was left in a daze. The call had ended. This was quintessential Su Lingxi. Exceedingly beautiful, perhaps even handsome, her actions always executed with precision and ease. After a considerable pause, he turned his gaze towards the troublemaker and muttered, You wretched creature, you have caused me great distress. The troublemaker appeared innocent, as if to imply that it was ready to atone for its misdeeds, albeit without the opportunity to do so. Chu Feng waited patiently, and at long last, no one else sought him out. It seemed to be just these few individuals. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Beside him, the troublemaker nodded decisively, conveying certainty that there were no further complications. Just these few. What are you nodding about? There is still one more person. How am I to approach her? He paused for a moment, then pushed aside the head of the yellow cow that had approached him, preparing to communicate with Lin Nuai. The communicator connected, and soft music resonated from the other end. Chu Feng refrained from speaking immediately. He did not wish to offer a formal explanation to Lin Nuai. Perhaps she should comprehend that he was not so trivial. The silence lingered on the line. Lin Nuai remained quiet, and both were enveloped in a stillness where they could faintly hear each other's breaths. This continued for half a minute. Suddenly, the yellow cow lifted its head and charged forward, letting out a thunderous moo into the communicator, causing Chu Feng's ears to ring. The bull demon. Chu Feng was utterly exasperated. Although he had not intended to explain himself, he had not anticipated such an outcome. Earlier, when he requested its cooperation, it had ignored him, appearing unconcerned. Now, when he needed it least, it came crashing in with a deafening roar. Chu Feng distinctly heard the sound of a high-stemmed wine glass shattering on the floor from the other end, clearly indicating that Lin Nui had been startled, and she promptly hung up the communicator. For a long while, Chu Feng remained frozen in place, until he finally erupted, shouting, "Damn cow! I will dismember you into 8 pieces." The yellow cow looked innocently back at him, as if to say, "Didn't you earlier instruct me to cooperate?" The commotion in the courtyard was akin to a chaotic scene of flying chickens and barking dogs, preventing any semblance of tranquility. After awakening from a nap, the sky had darkened. Chu Feng prepared a sumptuous dinner to reward himself. This was his strength. When faced with troubling matters, a hearty meal sufficed to alleviate his woes. Earlier, he felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle that bull, yet now, with his anger subsiding, he prepared fresh grass and fruits for it. As evening fell, Chu Feng perused various reports, deeply invested in the unfolding anomalies across different regions. Suddenly, both the television and communication devices experienced instability, with signals wavering, which caused a slight heaviness in his heart. He understood that satellites in space were likely under siege. Eventually, the interference waned, and the internet erupted with activity. Some semi-official news surfaced, indicating that the terrifying flora in space had been thoroughly eradicated, nearly all of it eliminated. Chu Feng pondered, had it truly been cleansed? As night deepened, upon encountering further reports, he felt a sense of unease, doubting that the mission was accomplished. Numerous areas began to undergo profound transformations. Clear photographs emerged, revealing that outside a family's doorstep, dozens of colossal mountains had sprouted, towering majestically, reaching for the heavens, appearing as if from a myth. Another report detailed a young man's attempt to travel to a neighboring town 10 miles away, only to find himself driving a full 100 miles before finally arriving. This phenomenon was not confined to Songshan, Wanggu, or Taihang. Countless locations exhibited inexplicable anomalies, with mountains numbering in the hundreds or thousands and silver waterfalls cascading. Good heavens! What has transpired? Why has Wui Mountain expanded exponentially, manifesting unfamiliar territories? The main peak of Huashan reached toward the firmament, radiating brilliant light. This area had amplified several times, showcasing an innumerable array of steep summits and flowing crimson mist. These were the messages transmitted across the internet from various locales, with even more to come. The upheaval seemed to have arrived in a single, decisive moment, transcending specific locales. The majestic mountains and rivers across the land transformed, shrouded in ethereal mist, infused with a palpable aura, while ominous creatures and monstrous beasts lurked, rendering the environment exceedingly perilous. The earth cracked, power faltered, communication failed, and structures collapsed, all amid an increasingly dire situation. In the stillness of the night, Chu Feng sat quietly in his chamber, acutely aware that the inevitable had finally come to pass, heralding the most intense of transformations. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, accompanied by the lowing of a golden calf. Chu Feng opened the door, and the calf gestured for him to follow, leading him into the courtyard. There, the golden calf settled back on its hind legs, gazing upwards at the vast expanse of stars, and began a unique breathing technique, encouraging Chu Feng to partake in it as well. Surprised, he complied. The moonlight cascaded gently, soft and ethereal, as if guiding him, intensifying until it enveloped him in a luminous cocoon of pure, sacred light. In addition, the countless stars above shed their essence, transforming into myriad delicate streams that flowed gracefully towards him. Motionless, Chu Feng found himself ensconced in this radiant glow, enveloped in a dreamlike haze. Chapter 18. The dread of tomorrow. The moonlight was hazy, and the starlight trickled down like a thick fog, submerging Chu Feng, who could see a wisp of white vapor rising in the distance. It was a profoundly comforting sensation as he engaged in the special breathing technique. His chest and abdomen rose and fell, a faint fragrance wafting between his lips and nostrils. Historical texts recount that certain venerable sages or high monks, upon their enlightenment, exhibited bodies that did not decay, filling the room with an exquisite aroma, an intriguing phenomenon. Some assert that this is a result of years spent in the study of elixirs, their bodies steeped in the essence of their craft. Scholars have also studied and posited that originally, each individual would possess such innate qualities, accompanied by the fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk. However, due to the tainted nature of the world, only a select few can emanate this primal aroma. Presently, a white mist envelopes Chu Feng, with a delicate scent permeating the air. He can even sense the sweet fragrance of his swallowed saliva, which brings him great comfort. It has not been long when the yellow bull first opens its eyes, one front hoof pointing skyward, the other directed at the earth, and lets out a series of resounding moos, concluding its method of breathing. The starlit sky showers down, and Chu Feng too comes to a halt, dimly realizing that although the duration has been brief, his body's vitality has reached saturation. Any further endeavor would be futile. Suddenly, a cracking sound emanates from the courtyard wall, and the ground trembles slightly, not violently yet perceptible enough in that instant. An earthquake. Then he hears cries of alarm. Tranquility has fled from the town. Abruptly, the streetlights extinguish one after another, and the homes plunge into darkness. Power has been lost. Concurrently, Chu Feng activates his communicator, only to find a distorted signal, which soon fades into silence. Moo! The yellow bull lets out a low bellow, its eyes sparkling as it raises its head toward the direction of the Taihang Mountains, where a hint of purple mist unfurls and silver light flows. Faintly, a rumbling sound approaches. A dramatic transformation is underway. Though distant, an overwhelming sense of pressure and grandeur descends upon him. More mountains arise. Chu Feng is astonished. From afar, he observes the Taihang Mountains revealing an abundance of towering peaks, some soaring to great heights, surpassing those previously seen. Is this truly the authentic visage of the Taihang Mountains? Panic engulfed the town, accompanied by the anguished cries of its inhabitants. The ground was stretching ominously, causing some streets to fracture and buildings to develop terrifying fissures, threatening imminent collapse. The sole consolation was the gradual nature of these changes. That night was destined to be anything but tranquil, as the cacophony of fearful screams and the sobs of women and children echoed through the darkness, creating an atmosphere of chaos. Suddenly, a resounding crash signaled the fall of a structure. "Mother, I'm scared," came the cries of the young ones. "Grandma, what is happening?" Dong Dong is so frightened. Several children wept uncontrollably, gripped by sheer terror. In this tumultuous night, Qingyang town was thrown into disarray, an unprecedented calamity. Chu Feng rushed out to assist the trapped, finding some solace in the fact that casualties were few, as most residents had managed to flee their homes in time. When dawn broke, Qingyang town bore a transformed visage. A quarter of the buildings lay in ruins, predominantly in the northern section of the town, resembling structures torn asunder, with the remnants scattered far apart. The eastern, southern, and western quarters of the town fared better, sustaining only partial damage with visible cracks, yet standing intact. Utilities such as water and electricity were entirely severed, the impact of the ground's rupture profound. 3 lives had been lost and over a dozen were injured. In a sense, they were fortunate that the earth had split so slowly, granting people ample opportunity to escape. Only a handful, ensnared in deep slumber, failed to vacate their residences, resulting in tragedy. Nevertheless, this was enough to instill fear, for such an event had never transpired before, compounded by the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The environment was shifting, shrouded in a fog of ambiguity. Humanity's innate trepidation toward the unknown burgeoned, as ignorance bred an ever-deepening sense of dread. Such is the present moment, a perplexing era marked by a myriad of phenomena across the lands, accompanied by calamities. Who can foretell the nature of the age that awaits us? Will it be one of prosperity or terror? The hearts of the people are filled with uncertainty. In Qingyang town, a pall of sorrow looms. The sounds of weeping and anxious whispers fill the air. The populace appears weary and restless, unable to envision a hopeful future. Furthermore, the vital supplies of water, electricity, and communication have been severed, leaving them disconnected from the outside world. Will aid ever arrive? The townsfolk are oblivious to the state of the outside world, whether it mirrors their plight or is even more dire. Fear not, declared old Zhao, who had been summoned by Chu Feng to soothe the anxious hearts. Only a small portion of the houses have collapsed. The remaining structures suffice for our shelter. The power outage is not insurmountable, for we possess a generator that will soon be operational. As for the water shortage, we need not worry. The ancient wells will sustain us. Old Zhao, esteemed within the town for his venerable reputation and unparalleled craftsmanship in cold weaponry, commands respect through his open-hearted and resolute demeanor. Meanwhile, a yellow ox gazes eastward, its eyes aglow with a soft golden light, betraying a sense of eagerness, as if it anticipates something significant. What do you await? Inquired Chu Feng. Yet the ox remained silent, tranquil. For several consecutive days, they have been isolated from the outside world, completely severed from communication. Under ordinary circumstances, the county town lies merely a few miles away, not far from Qingyang town, but now the situation has drastically changed. Moreover, the journey is now fraught with mysterious mountains. Some of these mountains are shrouded in darkness, evoking a sense of oppression, while others are lush with verdant foliage, echoing with the calls of monkeys and the roars of tigers, creating a strikingly surreal atmosphere. Were it not for the myriad of familiar sights within this region, one might genuinely suspect they had ventured into another realm. Qingyang town appeared to be ensconced in a cocoon of isolation, with its inhabitants steeped in despair. Even though the generator in the town hummed to life, the illumination of night could not dispel the pervasive dread of an uncertain fate. For several days, Chu Feng remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of panic as he observed his surroundings with a discerning eye. His parents resided in Shuntian, a colossal metropolis often hailed as the heart of the north, renowned for its comprehensive protective measures. Thus he felt a semblance of reassurance. He had attempted to lift the heavy stone table in his yard, an endeavor that had previously been unthinkable. Despite his exceptional physique, he had once only managed to raise it a mere half-foot. To his astonishment, the results were strikingly evident. During the remainder of his time, Chu Feng roamed the landscape, keenly noting the alterations in the topography. Certain areas had been stretched, while others remained unchanged. He traversed every familiar locale, discovering that the overall expanse had dramatically increased. The distances between neighboring mountains, lakes, and other features had expanded more than tenfold, and the rest of the terrain seemed to follow suit. Lost in contemplation, he realized that the once dominant Shuntian, a mere 200 miles away, now seemed to lie nearly 2,000 miles distant according to current estimates. The prospect of visiting his parents had become exceedingly daunting. On the 6th day, just as suddenly as it had vanished, a signal from the communicator re-emerged. Chu Feng promptly reached out to his parents, and both parties confirmed their safety, although he could vividly sense the anxiety of the elderly couple, who implored him to come to Shuntian. After all, it was deemed the safest haven, equipped with various defensive measures and contingency plans. The six dynasties once established their capitals there, which perhaps carries some significance. Even amidst this upheaval, the entire colossal city remains unscathed. It is not a stretch of land, but rather a place where the architecture stands intact. This reassured Chu Feng, who comforted them, assuring that this too shall pass and urging them to exercise patience. Chu Feng, are you all right? Good heavens, the weather has changed here. The county town has been split in two, and right outside the city loom two gigantic mountains, piercing the clouds, vast beyond measure. Zhou Quan called, his voice resounding with excitement as he exclaimed, "Guess what I just saw? A frog by my grandfather as large as a millstone, and it's devouring an elephant." Zhou, in a flurry of words, continued to shout in disbelief. Chu Feng finally grasped the situation. The two mysterious mountains adjacent to the county town had become home to various inexplicable creatures. Though they had yet to descend, the outlines of beasts could be distinctly observed through a telescope. Zhou had witnessed a frog the size of a millstone pursuing various ferocious beasts, and had even seen it tackle an elephant, feasting upon it. After concluding the call, Chu Feng fell into deep contemplation. If those predatory beasts were to emerge, chaos would surely ensue across the land. He hoped fervently that they would find themselves unable to descend from the mountains. Soon after, his communicator buzzed incessantly with calls from familiar friends and classmates, each reaching out to ascertain the latest developments, exchanging well wishes and caution. The world was on the brink of turmoil. This was Chu Feng's immediate intuition. If matters continued along this trajectory, catastrophe was inevitable, and chaos would surely ensue. Consequently, he hastily accessed the internet to peruse various reports, seeking to glean detailed information. For who could guarantee that the signal of his communicator would remain uninterrupted? A monumental transformation had unfolded across the globe. The extensive collapse of buildings occurred slowly during the ground fissures, providing ample time for escape. Nevertheless, a small number of individuals tragically lost their lives. Observers noted that the distance between the two regions had increased, generally by a factor of 10, indicating that the surface area of the entire world had expanded by more than 100-fold. Some cried out, believing that the Earth was connected to other terrifying realms. Others asserted that this was the true visage of the Earth, previously concealed beneath a vast expanse, now revealed. Theories regarding folded space and similar concepts were fervently explored by various factions. Unrest prevailed, and reports emerged of extraordinary phenomena captured in photographs. Notably, renowned mountains and rivers exhibited auspicious signs, with divine trees blossoming and sacred springs gushing forth, while certain individuals appeared to be vying for these wonders, as if premeditated, provoking astonishment and suspicion among the populace. In recent days, a yellow ox remained tranquil, standing in the courtyard and gazing intently into the void, as if observing something significant. Yet, deep within its eyes burned a fervent excitement, a palpable anticipation. It lay in wait. On that morning, as the crimson sun ascended from the Taihang Mountains, the ox could no longer contain itself, letting out a low bellow and beckoning Chu Feng to follow, before charging out of the yard. Chapter 19. Extraordinary substance. This place marked the easternmost edge of Qingyang town, with sprawling orchards beyond the courtyard, enveloped in serene quietude, affording a distant view of the Taihang mountain range, the scenery quite unique. The ox plunged into the orchard, its hooves pounding the ground as it raced ahead, resembling a creature forged of gold, exuding a dazzling brilliance, utterly extraordinary. Chu Feng pursued with all his might, yet could only trail behind. This diminutive ox, standing at 1 meter tall, possessed remarkable stamina and speed that left onlookers astounded. In the hearts of many, the common cow is often perceived as clumsy and sluggish. However, this is not the case for the yellow cow. It navigates through vast orchards with grace and speed, as if gliding over the grass, until it reaches an open area, leaving the fruit trees behind. Before it looms a low hill, not particularly high, shrouded in wisps of white mist on this dawn of a new day. This hill had not existed before. It had abruptly emerged just days prior during a strange occurrence, a fact well known to Chu Feng. While peaks elsewhere rise majestically and grandly, this one is distinctly different, standing only 200 to 300 meters tall, rendering it quite modest in stature. In recent days, the yellow cow has set its sights upon it. From the very beginning, it has gazed intently in that direction, closely observing until today, when it finally began to act. Chu Feng was astonished. Could this truly be the yellow cow's target? With a deep, thunderous lowing that echoed like distant thunder, the yellow cow expressed its excitement and joy. After days of waiting, it was finally taking action. The low hill bore no extraordinary grass, nor ancient trees, and no fierce birds or beasts could be seen. It appeared quite ordinary, save for the tendrils of pure white mist that rose in the morning, giving it a hint of the extraordinary. The yellow cow stood motionless, its gaze fervent and longing, patiently awaiting the moment. Though filled with curiosity, Chu Feng remained silent, standing beside the yellow cow, awaiting the arrival of that enigmatic instant. Whether it was an illusion or not, the sun emerging from the Taihang Mountains appeared particularly red, casting a warm glow upon the earth and enveloping them in an indescribable sense of comfort. At that moment, Chu Feng perceived that the entire expanse of heaven and earth seemed to be imbued with newfound vitality. Suddenly, the dawn burst forth, rendering the scene profoundly sacred as its light bathed the land. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was astonished to discover that the distant towering mountains, particularly deep within the Taihang mountain range, shimmered with vibrant hues, surging outward. A rich vitality suddenly enveloped the land. Chu Feng's expression turned to one of wonder. This essence emanated from those primordial mountains, spreading across the vast expanse of heaven and earth, making one feel as though their very pores were opening up, as if undergoing a baptism. The yellow ox remained unmoved, paying no heed to these phenomena, fixated instead on a low hill. Suddenly, the hill trembled, releasing a spray of light and mist, taking on an aura of mystery. "Moo!" the yellow ox exclaimed with excitement, disregarding all else, and charged towards the hill, approaching the area where the radiant light and white mist erupted. There lay a cave, previously concealed by vines, now revealed. With a whoosh, the yellow ox plunged inside, unable to contain its exhilaration, and Chu Feng followed closely behind. The cave was profound, leading deeper within. The path bore the marks of axes, indicating it was hewn by human hands, its origins lost to time, not a natural cavern. Inside the cave, clouds of mist swirled, illuminated by ethereal light, imparting a surreal sensation, somewhat hazy. How could such a stone chamber possess such enigma? In this environment, Chu Feng felt a surge of vitality within his body. There existed a peculiar substance, nourishing his flesh. What could it be? Suddenly, he caught sight of a small snake, its body gleaming silver, clinging to the rock face, only for the yellow ox to rush forward and swallow it whole. It eats meat? No. Chu Feng suddenly realized that this was no ordinary snake. It exuded a fragrant aroma and, upon being seized by the yellow ox, transformed into a cloud of white mist, vanishing into its mouth and nostrils. It was not a snake. After the yellow bull devoured a morsel, it charged forward with vigor towards the end of the stone cave. Along this path, a cascade of brilliant colors illuminated the surroundings, rendering the darkness non-existent, alleviating any concern of colliding with the rocky walls. Chu Feng kept pace with the yellow bull, sensing that they had traversed several miles, an anomaly that surely surpassed the limits of the hillside's belly. It is worth noting that the route was consistently level, devoid of any twists or turns, nor any ascents or descents. The term folded space sprang to Chu Feng's mind. He was experiencing it firsthand. The journey was lengthy, and he soon spotted several silvery serpents. Even Chu Feng managed to catch two, swallowing them whole, feeling as if he were transcending into the ethereal, weightless as a feather. Was this a form of vapor?
Chu Feng mát veo.
Convinced it was a unique substance capable of enhancing one's life vitality, a treasure of inestimable worth. At last, they reached the terminus of the path, where a hazy expanse lay before them, obscured by an enigmatic glow. With a decisive moo, the yellow bull boldly stepped forward, and Chu Feng followed suit. In the next moment, the yellow bull was taken aback, while Chu Feng stood bewildered, grappling with disbelief, as reality seemed to dissolve. At the journey's end, an eerie silence enveloped the realm, devoid of any sound. Most perplexing of all was the sight of a colossal star looming ahead, vast and boundless, slowly revolving. A startling revelation. Perhaps it could be said that the abrupt arrival of Chu Feng and the yellow bull culminated in this extraordinary spectacle. Where were they? Were they amidst the cosmos, gazing upon a gigantic celestial body? It was not far, allowing them to perceive its grandeur. The yellow bull was astonished, while Chu Feng remained petrified. It was utterly illogical that they had traversed a mere stone cave, only to arrive in such an extraordinary place. The force of gravity seemed to have lost its efficacy, as they felt nothing of it. If we were to draw closer, might we reach that distant planet? Chu Feng mused, as if in a dream. It was an ancient celestial body, exuding an aura of profound age, imbued with the essence of countless epochs, silently rotating in the vastness of space. A thick white mist emanated from it, surging forth towards them, spreading through the rocky cavern. Something is approaching, Chu Feng exclaimed, startled. On that colossal planet, apart from the swirling mist, there were also objects hurtling swiftly towards the cave. Ah, a silver serpent? He observed, recognizing the unusual substance that coalesced into a serpentine form, arriving alongside the fog. The yellow bull opened its great maw and began to ingest. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Feng, too, felt no hesitation and began to capture the silver serpent, aware that it was not a serpent at all, but a rare and mysterious material. Soon, he encountered another block-like entity, identical in nature, both comprised of the same substance, exuding a delightful fragrance upon consumption. Why was there a planet? Were they standing amidst the starry expanse? Chu Feng dismissed such thoughts, as he and the bull relentlessly gathered these extraordinary materials. Upon exiting the cavern and stepping into the open air, Chu Feng felt as though he had traversed into another realm. Where had they just been? Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, the low hills convulsing and beginning to crack. The yellow bull let out a powerful bellow and bolted down the slope in a frenzied escape. Chu Feng, feeling a heaviness within, struggled to run. He grasped the bull's 2 golden horns and plopped down onto its back. As they distanced themselves from the scene, the hills slowly disintegrated, culminating in a thunderous crash, shattering into a cloud of dust. Yet, throughout this tumultuous process, the white mist surged upward, as if the very seas were rising into the heavens, dense and unyielding. Time slipped away, and eventually, they dispersed in all directions, returning to the vast expanse of the world. The yellow ox had forgotten to settle accounts with Chu Feng, hunching its neck as it waited for an extended period. Only when the smoke had cleared did it cautiously approach. Chu Feng arrived as well, only to find that all that remained was rubble, utterly collapsed. The stone cave, the so-called folded space, was nowhere to be found. How could such a place exist, connected to a celestial body? Chu Feng was filled with confusion. He too felt a peculiar sensation. The vitality around him was exceptionally vigorous. Throughout this experience, he was drenched in sweat, his entire being enveloped in a haze. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally regained consciousness. Upon reflection, he noticed his heartbeat was remarkably robust, thumping like a drum. As he focused, he could even hear his internal organs resonating like drums. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. Then, he realized his vision had significantly improved. He could clearly see a wildcat on a distant peak, a sight that would have been impossible in the past. Startled, Chu Feng became aware of his own foul odor. He had sweated excessively, his body sticky and somewhat unclean. Simultaneously, an overwhelming hunger surged within him, an insatiable urge that felt as if he could consume an entire cow. He fixated on the yellow ox, which had also awakened, its eyes gleaming with a predatory light, baring its teeth as if ready to devour him. Promptly, Chu Feng rushed to take a shower, then laid out a variety of foods on the table and began to eat voraciously. Meanwhile, the yellow ox was no different, devouring all the grass and fruit in sight, eventually attempting to snatch Chu Feng's food, including the meat steaks. For reasons unknown, Chu Feng felt an insatiable hunger. This meal alone equated to 10 past meals, yet he still experienced a terrifying sense of hunger. However, Chu Feng hesitated to eat, fearing it might disturb his appetite, and could only watch helplessly as the yellow cow devoured its meal with fervor. "I am so hungry," he lamented, feeling a sense of trepidation. He decided to venture out to seek the counsel of an elderly physician in the town, concerned that his body might be experiencing unpredictable issues. "Why are you behaving so unusually?" inquired the venerable Dr. Wang, whose hair was streaked with gray and whose countenance radiated kindness. Yet he appeared quite startled, furrowing his brow as he regarded Chu Feng. Taken aback, Chu Feng exclaimed, "Have I encountered a grave problem?" "Not at all. You are far healthier than the average individual. Some of your vital indicators are tenfold that of a normal person," Dr. Wang replied, utilizing various diagnostic instruments to conduct a comprehensive examination of Chu Feng. Chu Feng was left in a state of astonishment at such a revelation. "But I am exceedingly hungry," he articulated his concern. "Do you feel any bloating?" Dr. Wang queried. "Not at all. Your digestive and absorptive capacities are likewise 10 times that of an ordinary person. Food is transformed into the necessary substances within the shortest span of time. If you are hungry, feel free to eat. There should be no issue." Although Dr. Wang had never encountered a patient of this nature, he boldly offered such advice. "Please keep this confidential," Chu Feng implored, reiterating his request before departing, unwilling for the information to be disclosed. Dr. Wang nodded solemnly, assuring Chu Feng that he could return any time should any issues arise, as he was genuinely intrigued and wished to monitor Chu Feng's transformation. As he dined, he logged onto his communicator to peruse various reports. To his astonishment, he discovered that certain regions had been engulfed in dense mists, with several mountains having collapsed, unleashing a torrent of vital energy akin to a surging sea. Does this not suggest a similarity to the low mountains? It remains uncertain whether anyone has inadvertently wandered into the folds of space. You mentioned to me that this might be one of the opportunities you awaited upon arriving in our world, Chu Feng inquired. The yellow ox initially nodded, then shook his head. After considerable effort, Chu Feng came to understand that, for the yellow ox, this was not a matter of great significance, merely a favorable chance. Chu Feng was quite astonished, for he was aware that some of his life metrics had already surpassed those of an ordinary person by tenfold, a result of this very incident. Moreover, this transformation continued to unfold gradually. Chapter 20. The ascendance of the flesh at long last, Chu Feng felt satiated, engulfed in a profound sense of contentment, his body radiating warmth as he reclined in his chair, reluctant to move. He now perceived a harmonious comfort in both body and spirit. The prior pangs of hunger seemed almost dreadful, and emerging from that state, he experienced a sense of bliss. The table was strewn with plates, all impeccably clean, devoured entirely. Chu Feng found himself momentarily entranced, pondering just how much he had consumed. Had he truly become a glutton? Not far off, the yellow ox lay with a round belly, deep in slumber. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled, awakening him from his dreams. Was he destined to spend his days incessantly eating and sleeping, akin to a swine? The yellow ox was already awake, scouring about, having thoroughly ravaged the fruits from the cold storage, yet still unsatisfied. He approached Chu Feng demanding more. What's the hurry? In a moment, I shall prepare beef stew for you, Chu Feng retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice as he retrieved a sizable cut of meat from the freezer and proceeded to the kitchen. The yellow bull widened its eyes in alarm, and then became agitated, its two golden horns gleaming as it snorted white vapor from its nostrils, displaying an intent to confront. Go away. Don't cause trouble. This is pork chop, Chu Feng said, feeling a twinge of guilt. Ultimately, the yellow bull devoured a substantial amount of the pork chop, savoring the flavor with a proud grunt. As for Chu Feng, he decisively prepared a pot of beef, solemnly informing the bull that it was goat meat, which had a rather pungent taste unsuitable for its palate. The bull expressed skepticism, glancing curiously at the pot, repeatedly opening its mouth as if tempted to taste or say something, but ultimately refrained from approaching the pot. This obstinate creature, with its keen sense of smell, would certainly complicate my desire for beef in the future, Chu Feng mused anxiously. Yet, he found some solace in the fact that the meal's portion was significantly reduced compared to the previous day's alarming quantity. In the courtyard, he grasped the heavy stone table with one hand and effortlessly lifted it above his head, feeling it was too easy. Chu Feng sought to gauge the extent of his newfound strength and set his sights on a large decorative stone, which was quite hefty. It had required considerable effort from several individuals to bring it inside, weighing around 600 to 700 pounds. Although its size rendered it unwieldy, Chu Feng firmly embraced it and then forcefully lifted it upwards, causing the brown stone to rise from the ground. Finally, with a resounding thud, he placed it down, causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath. In a moment of awe, he realized the incredible power in his arms. He had managed to lift such a heavy stone, a feat that could only be described as astonishing. If someone were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. His strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals tenfold, or perhaps even more, he murmured. Subsequently, Chu Feng retrieved a timer and stepped outside, preparing to assess his speed. As he dashed forth with a whoosh, he was immediately enveloped by the sound of rushing wind, while the trees on either side of him swiftly receded. A distance of 100 meters completed in merely 3 seconds. Chu Feng was left utterly astonished. Though his speed did not quite reach the tenfold of an ordinary person, it was nonetheless terrifying, far exceeding any recorded human speed limit, rendering the experience surreal. He remained in a daze for quite some time. In the following moments, he engaged in various experiments, testing his vision, resilience against impact, neural reflexes, and auditory acuity, albeit in a rudimentary manner rather than with precision. All these metrics exhibited significant enhancement, ranging from several times to tenfold increase. Chu Feng felt a mixture of surprise and delight. His physique shimmered faintly as if it had undergone a transformation. Moreover, There lingered a subtle, ethereal fragrance about him, reminiscent of the aged sages and high monks chronicled in historical texts, whose corporeal forms radiated purity and who, upon their passing, remained uncorrupted, a veritable enigma. For the next 2 days, Chu Feng remained indoors, quietly contemplating the changes within himself, while each morning and evening he practiced a unique breathing technique. During this time, the yellow bull exhibited a languid demeanor, seemingly desiring nothing more than to slumber throughout the day. However, as time progressed, it gradually returned to its normal state and began to toy with Chu Feng's communicator. Bull demon, I warn you, do not tamper with my communicator, or I shall be forced to confront you, Chu Feng declared. Moo, retorted the yellow bull defiantly. I have matters to attend to and no time to indulge your antics. With that, Chu Feng resolved to seek out Dr. Wang once more for a health examination. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the yellow bull felt a surge of joy, yet it quickly adopted a wary demeanor, taking 2 steps back and fixing him with a pair of wide, bovine eyes. You foolish creature, what is that look in your eyes? What do you mean by it? Do not presume to gauge my magnanimity with your treacherous heart. No, rather, your bovine heart. Chu Feng regarded it calmly. Moo, scoffed the yellow bull. The creature opened its mouth, immediately mockingly suggesting that it had revealed its true nature. Chu Feng remained composed, showing no signs of embarrassment, and stated, the communicator is indeed a treasure. Possessing it grants one insight into the significant events unfolding across the world. Consider it well. With that, he exited the room. In the past few days, the air in Qingyang town seemed unusually fresh. Taking a deep breath invigorated him, and Chu Feng pondered whether this was a result of the changes in the heavens and earth. Faintly, he could perceive colorful mist emanating from distant mountains, infusing the atmosphere with a refreshing quality. At the clinic of old Dr. Wang, a considerable crowd had gathered, and Chu Feng found himself at the end of the line, waiting for quite some time before it was finally his turn. Have so many people fallen ill? He inquired. Upon recognizing him, old Dr. Wang broke into a smile, beckoning him into the inner courtyard, evidently wishing to shield Chu Feng's unique attributes from the gaze of outsiders, showing him special care. You are mistaken. These individuals indeed suffered from various ailments previously, but over the past few days, their chronic conditions have improved significantly, and their health is on the mend. Chu Feng was taken aback, and after a moment's contemplation, a look of realization dawned upon him. Is this related to the changes in the heavens and earth? He speculated. It must be so. Look at those distant peaks. The mist they emit seems to contain special substances that are exceedingly beneficial to the human body. Dr. Wang nodded, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. In recent days, he had witnessed numerous individuals with chronic ailments gradually recovering. The multitude that had gathered today primarily sought confirmation of their improved well-being. Initially, amidst the tumultuous changes of this world, fear had gripped the hearts of many. However, it now appeared that the reality was not as dire as one might have imagined. Dr. Wang reflected upon this transformation. Over the past few days, ordinary people had reported feeling invigorated, with remarkable changes that filled them with immense joy. Chu Feng gazed into the distance, aware that within those ancient mountains lurked numerous ferocious beasts. Should any of them emerge, the serene atmosphere would surely be shattered. For instance, there was the toad that Zhou Quan had encountered, as large as a millstone, capable of preying on various fierce creatures and even bringing down elephants as sustenance. Dr. Wang conducted a thorough examination of Chu Feng, meticulously performing multiple physical tests. Ultimately, he was astounded to ascertain that Chu Feng's physique had indeed improved once more. This time, Chu Feng completed a 100-meter sprint in a mere 2.5 seconds, leaving the elderly doctor utterly astonished. His strength had reached 12 times that of an average person, with his auditory, reflexive, and visual capabilities surpassing even his previous extraordinary levels. This was truly unfathomable. Could further enhancement be possible? Dr. Wang murmured to himself, momentarily lost in thought. Even so, it felt akin to a myth. His emotions were tumultuous, and suddenly, he inhaled deeply, remarking, I have been perceiving a faint, delicate fragrance. Is it emanating from you? His uncertainty was evident, as his expression reflected sheer astonishment. Upon Chu Feng's affirmation that it was indeed a natural emanation from his being, Dr. Wang's demeanor froze, nearly petrified, grappling with disbelief, his face a portrait of shock. "How? Is this possible?" He stood there, astonished, gazing at Chu Feng, unable to utter a word for a long time. "Is there a problem?"
Chu Feng inquired.
"No problem at all. In ancient times, this would certainly be a significant matter. Some venerable Taoists and esteemed monks, having lived for over a century, might exude such a fragrance. Coupled with such strength and speed, in ancient parlance, it could be described as the attainment of sanctity through one's physical form. Is there such a notion?" Chu Feng was taken aback. He was momentarily dazed. This was indeed astonishing. While some ancient records may appear mystical, they cannot all be dismissed. Certain aspects remain credible, Dr. Wang remarked. He was well versed in Western medicine, yet his roots lay firmly in traditional Chinese medicine, having studied ancient medical texts extensively, even delving into some alchemical formulas. Among these were ancient Taoist and Buddhist scriptures, providing him with profound insights. The limits of the human body should be surmountable. "Are you not a living example?" Dr. Wang mused, saying certainly individuals in antiquity could achieve such feats. For instance, Shakyamuni's ability to hurl an elephant may sound far-fetched. Yet if one possesses immense physical strength, it could indeed be plausible. According to his account, the Buddha was merely human, but his extraordinary physical prowess enabled him to accomplish such an act. Shakyamuni's throwing of an elephant and the Taoists' ability to move mountains are manifestations of physical sanctity. Even after their bodies decay, they remain uncorrupted and emit a fragrant aroma. Dr. Wang grew increasingly animated as he spoke, revealing his keen interest in the ancient texts, particularly upon encountering a living example like Chu Feng. "You may not yet possess the ability to predict the future, but you have certainly enlightened me regarding the extraordinary potential that lies within the human body once it transcends its limits." Dr. Wang, filled with an insatiable curiosity, yearned to dissect Chu Feng, meticulously studying him. In a hurry, Chu Feng rose to bid him farewell, nearly fleeing the scene. As he traversed the path home, a multitude of thoughts occupied his mind. Upon nearing his residence, he was startled by the howling winds and the rumble of thunder, producing an overwhelming cacophony. What could possibly be occurring? A flicker of concern crossed his mind. Could the bull demon have caused yet another ruckus? Upon entering the courtyard, he was rendered speechless as he beheld an astonishing sight. The yellow bull was on its hind legs, its front hooves engaged in a display of boxing. The fierce winds and thunderous sounds emanated from its very being. Was this truly a form of martial arts? A mere bull, exhibiting the art of combat. Chapter 21. The mighty bull demon fist Chu Feng stood transfixed, akin to a statue, his eyes widening in disbelief as he observed the yellow bull executing its punches in the courtyard. This creature was nothing short of remarkable. The bull maintained a stable yet agile stance on its hind legs. When it shifted its footwork, it possessed a blend of swiftness and grace that was utterly uncharacteristic of its kind. As Chu Feng watched in awe, the yellow bull cast a fleeting glance in his direction but continued unabated, exuding an air of pride tinged with an inexplicable arrogance. The force of its punches intensified, becoming increasingly formidable. With an athletic grace, it mirrored a great rock diving for prey, its punches creating a tempestuous wind, descending with an indomitable presence. In another moment, it transformed into a voracious beast, ferociously devouring the heavens, the thunderous sounds echoing with an overwhelming ferocity. Chu Feng was taken aback. The ferocity of the bull's martial art was somewhat terrifying. Even without prior exposure, he understood its formidable nature. The bull abruptly ceased its training, disregarding Chu Feng with a sense of stark realism. Chu Feng was still perplexed as to why it had come to a halt. He had not yet had his fill of the extraordinary martial arts displayed moments ago. Initially, he was somewhat dazed, unsure as to why this bovine had ceased its performance. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the sly glances of the yellow bull, as if it were confirming something. In an instant, he grasped the truth. This creature was indeed fixated on the communicator. The yellow bull perked up its ears, and upon hearing his words, it broke into a silent grin, remarkably not one of mockery, but rather one of delight. Chu Feng couldn't help but think how incredibly pragmatic this beast was. Simultaneously, the yellow bull feigned a few more punches, gesturing theatrically before exhaling a puff of white air, signaling the end of its performance and providing itself an easy exit. Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly necessary? Having already ceased its display, it still insisted on a dramatic conclusion. Nevertheless, observing the bull's calm demeanor, he decided to feign ignorance. Moo! The yellow bull, noticing his stillness, called out to him, urging him forward. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng turned and strode towards a second-hand shop half a mile away. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "Uncle Lu, sell me your oldest and cheapest communicator. I'm doing well. But why do you need an outdated communicator? Don't young people nowadays prefer the latest models?" Uncle Lu questioned, puzzled. "I have my reasons. However, it doesn't matter if its functions are obsolete. Its appearance must be pristine," Chu Feng emphasized. "Though this is a thrift shop, there aren't many old communicators available. As no one wants them," Uncle Lu replied. He rummaged through the boxes and finally unearthed a few machines. These items seldom sold well, unless acquired by a rare breed of nostalgic collectors, rendering them virtually valueless otherwise. Chu Feng's eyes settled on a particularly large model, one that appeared quite new. Aside from the screen, the rest gleamed in a silvery hue. "This one," he declared. "I say, Xiao Chu, although this one looks pristine, its functionality is evidently inferior to the others," Lu Bo remarked. "That's of no consequence. Its fresh appearance is sufficient." Chu Feng insisted, making up his mind to purchase it. Lu Bo, slightly at a loss for words, opted against further protest. Ultimately, as Chu Feng prepared to pay, Lu Bo waved his hand and said, "Forget it, this old thing is just taking up space here. Consider it a gift." "Very well, Lu Bo. Next time I shall bring you a fine bottle of wine," Chu Feng replied, feeling at ease with him. As Chu Feng was about to depart, Lu Bo mentioned a certain matter that caught him off guard. "Who came looking for you?" He wondered. If it were classmates or friends, they would have contacted him first. The young individuals he had seen were rather striking, particularly a remarkably beautiful girl among them, Lu Bo noted, sharing his observations. With a sense of confusion, Chu Feng departed, unable to fathom who might have sought him out. Suddenly, a yellow bull dashed over, landing on its hind legs, and with its front hooves, snatched the communicator from him, cradling it in its embrace. It glanced at its own pristine silver communicator, then at the one Chu Feng was using, and with a decisive sneer, it mocked him. Ignoring Chu Feng, the yellow bull placed the communicator on the stone table, its front hooves shimmering with a faint golden light, as it began to poke at it fervently. Eventually, it grew frustrated, for it had failed to activate. Turning to Chu Feng, it snorted, a plume of white smoke escaping its nostrils, expressing its skepticism. "The device has not been charged." Chu Feng remained composed, silently observing its frantic prodding until he finally spoke, albeit slowly. "Moo!" The cautious yellow bull gently lifted the brand new, sophisticated communicator, carefully presenting it to Chu Feng for charging. When it witnessed Chu Feng nonchalantly toss the silvery communicator onto the desk and casually plug in a power cord, its eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, conveying a silent warning to handle its prized possession with care. Simultaneously, it cast another disdainful glance at Chu Feng's device. As the communicator charged, the yellow bull began to poke at it haphazardly. However, it soon found itself in a quandary. Despite its keen interest, the barriers of language and literacy loomed large. After observing it lean in and emit a series of grunts, Chu Feng took considerable time to decipher its intent. "What do you want? To transfer my contacts to your communicator? Keep your distance." Chu Feng felt a surge of anger recalling past events. The yellow bull was fascinated by the prospect of communicating across vast distances, but there was no way Chu Feng would acquiesce. Unable to fulfill that wish, the yellow bull requested Chu Feng to teach it how to comprehend the video reports. "If only you could read, everything would be straightforward. Communicating, watching videos, browsing articles would all pose no issues." Chu Feng patiently guided the conversation, as he had planned from the outset. Indeed, the yellow bull nodded, harboring a purpose in this realm. It believed that mastering the written word, combined with possessing a communicator, would greatly enhance its convenience. You teach me martial arts, and I shall teach you literacy. Chu Feng smiled warmly. The yellow ox gazed at him, uttering a few low moos, as if to convey, this is premeditated. Ultimately, it was advantageous for you as well. The world is becoming increasingly tumultuous. I merely seek self-preservation, for only by surviving can I assist you in locating that peculiar little tree in Kunlun. Chu Feng declared. The ox extended a foreleg, gesturing towards him, and with a final penetrating stare, it nodded, signifying a mutual concession. For 3 consecutive days, Chu Feng devoted himself to practicing boxing. However, the initial form of this technique proved to be exceedingly challenging. Each movement necessitated the unleashing of a formidable force. Although he had previously studied free fighting and possessed remarkable skills, the boxing style he was now learning was entirely distinct. With each strike, he felt an extraordinary energy enveloping his fists, particularly when the yellow ox prompted him to throw punches and attempt a specific breathing technique. The experience became even more extraordinary, occasionally producing a thunderous sound with each blow. Chu Feng was elated, utterly enraptured. Over these few days, the yellow ox had learned quite a number of characters, demonstrating considerable intelligence. This was also why Chu Feng dared not teach it too much, under the pretext of allowing it to consolidate its knowledge. He feared that once the ox had mastered the skills, it would renege on the agreement and cease to learn from him. During these 3 days, the rotund Zhou in the county had nearly lost his sanity. This was due to the fact that the only contact in the yellow ox's communicator was Zhou Quan, a detail that Chu Feng had input on its behalf. For 3 days, whenever the ox felt inclined, it would call out to the plump man. Sometimes it was at noon, other times in the dead of night, and occasionally at the break of dawn. Whenever it found itself idly bored, it would prod the device several times, mooing at Zhou. Ah, the formidable bull demon king! I shall eventually vanquish you. It is one thing to disturb me in the dead of night, but now you persist as dawn approaches, just as I finally succumb to slumber. I can hardly endure it any longer. Zhou Quan is on the brink of madness, relentlessly harassed by the scalper. I warn you, should you continue to bother me, I shall truly prepare a boiling fate for you. Zhou Quan fumed with exasperation. Yet, the scalper remained undeterred. Each time Zhou, in a fit of rage, leaped about, it found the situation amusing, relishing in this malicious amusement. Therefore, Zhou Quan's warnings fell on deaf ears. Chu Feng, this is your doing. Bull Demon King, I desire to consume you alive. Zhou Quan lamented in silent despair. On the 4th day, the scalper had learned a considerable number of characters. At Chu Feng's behest, it inscribed the name of the martial technique. Although the characters were somewhat crooked, they remained legible. Mighty Bull Demon Fist. Chu Feng pronounced it aloud. The scalper, filled with pride, held its head high, nostrils flaring, as if to proclaim the significance of this technique. The name is utterly pedestrian, remarked Chu Feng. Moo! The scalper roared in fury, shaking the very foundations of the room. You guard the home. I shall step out for a moment. Chu Feng slipped out of the house, heading to Old Master Zhao's residence to retrieve the crossbow bolts, which should have been finished by now. The weapon workshop of Old Master Zhao was bustling with activity, for with the recent strange occurrences, everyone sought to procure some means of self-defense. Ah, little Chu, you've arrived. I had prepared everything for you. Had you delayed any longer, I would have sent it to you. Old Master Zhao, tall and robust with a head of coarse short hair, laughed heartily. Thank you, Old Master Zhao. With a smile, Chu Feng lifted the package, sensing its considerable weight. As he walked along the road, he passed by a second-hand shop where Uncle Lu greeted him, saying, Young Chu, that group of youngsters has returned, though a few are missing. They have gone to your residence. Chu Feng was taken aback, pondering who they could be. Given the severed roads and the myriad of strange occurrences, who would dare to journey far? His heart brimmed with uncertainty. Chapter 22. A trust bestowed. The streets were tranquil. In recent days, the townsfolk seemed to have weathered their inner turmoil, no longer gripped by panic or fear, and the cries of women and children had become a rare sound. Chu Feng strolled along the cobblestone path towards his abode, situated at the eastern edge of the town. Nestled beside expansive orchards, providing an atmosphere of serene solitude. Would the yellow bull stir up trouble? A flicker of concern crossed his mind. This creature was far from docile, despite his previous admonitions to hide if anyone approached. Yet, he could not be certain it would heed his words. Its striking golden hue and horns resembling molten gold rendered it conspicuous. Anyone who laid eyes upon it would surely find it peculiar. The courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual sounds of cattle or human voices, allowing Chu Feng to exhale in relief. Upon entering the gate, he noticed the absence of any visitors, causing a frown to crease his brow. Wasn't he someone seeking him? They shouldn't have departed so swiftly. Curiosity gnawed at him. Who could possibly traverse the perilous, disrupted paths between cities to seek him out under such extraordinary circumstances? This time, he was determined not to miss the opportunity to uncover the truth. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the balcony of the study on the second floor, a young man wearing a faint smile, observing him from above. Chu Feng felt a twinge of displeasure. He had never encountered this man before. A stranger had audaciously intruded into his study, disregarding the host's feelings, which was exceedingly disrespectful. Particularly unsettling was the stranger's calm demeanor, standing silently and observing him with an air of indifference, as if he were the rightful master of the space. "Who are you?"
Chu Feng inquired.
Wondering if this was one of the young individuals Lu Bo had mentioned. Yet he did not recognize him. The man was of average height, with a sun-kissed complexion, short, stiff hair, and eyes that sparkled with vitality. He was not conventionally handsome, but he exuded a certain charisma, with a somewhat sharp demeanor. This young man, named Swajun, appeared to be anything but ordinary, resembling someone who had spent years navigating the wilderness as part of a military contingent. However, this was merely an impression. He likely was not. Swajun carried an air of sharpness and a hint of arrogance, suggesting he was not one to easily follow orders. "I do not know you." Chu Feng stared intently at him. "Now you do," Swajun replied, his composure unwavering as he scrutinized Chu Feng from head to toe. Chu Feng felt a profound aversion. This was his home, and the man was behaving as if he were the host, showing no regard for his feelings and exuding an air of intimidation. "If you have no business here, please leave. I do not recognize you," Chu Feng declared, effectively issuing an eviction notice. "You think I would willingly come to this dilapidated place? I am merely here at someone else's request to see how you are faring," Swajun remarked. "At whose behest?" Chu Feng pressed, but Swajun remained silent, circling around him, brazenly appraising him from head to toe. He had been observing Chu Feng since their initial encounter, and his scrutiny had grown increasingly intrusive. "Aside from being slightly more handsome, there is nothing remarkable about you," Swajun concluded, displaying a sense of self-importance. Chu Feng grew increasingly disdainful. During their initial encounter, they were strangers with little knowledge of one another. Yet this individual hastily reached a conclusion. "Do not take offense. I merely speak the truth. To describe you as unremarkable is to afford you some semblance of dignity." Swajun interjected rudely, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Chu Feng. "A person like you can only be considered ordinary. The world has changed, and unless fate intervenes, you are destined to languish at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Are you out of your mind?" Chu Feng felt a surge of aversion. The man spoke with an air of condescension, as if perched on a lofty pedestal, instructing him on the course of his life. "Get out of here." Chu Feng pointed toward the gate. "Leave?" Swajun's eyes were sharp, brimming with disdain. His wheat-colored skin and short, rigid hair suggested a man of formidable strength. "You dare speak to me in such a manner?" He shook his head, as if the very notion was ludicrous. "Do you believe yourself to be extraordinary? What gives you the audacity to come to my home and flaunt your superiority?" Chu Feng strove to maintain his composure, wishing to avoid a physical confrontation and merely desiring to send him away. "Do you think I have time to waste? The Taihang Mountains are a magnificent range, renowned across the land, and now teeming with treasures. My time is precious. If not for the substantial influence of someone who suggested I pay you a visit while traversing this area, I would not have come here at all," Swajun retorted with a cold scoff. "You may leave. I require no assistance from you." Chu Feng furrowed his brow, studying Swajun. Such patronage was unwelcome and thoroughly irksome. He chose to ignore Zhuojun any further and ascended the stairs, heading toward his study, where he kept papers for teaching the yellow cattle to recognize characters, papers Zhuojun had previously accessed. Zhuojun scoffed and remarked, "You still fail to comprehend the nature of this era. It is unsurprising, considering your status as one of the lower echelons, rendering you oblivious to the realities that lie beyond your grasp. You remain perpetually out of touch, unaware of the vast chasm that separates us." With a nonchalant demeanor, he followed suit and re-entered Chu Feng's study. "Leave me be," Chu Feng exclaimed, having reached his limit with Zhuojun ignorance. Zhuojun's expression turned frigid as he retorted, "You know nothing at all." With a hint of disdain, he continued, "Your past fortune was merely a stroke of luck. You came to know that individual, yet their fleeting nostalgia will not endure. How great is the distance between a deity and a beggar. Our brief intersection during your Na'vi days was merely that, nothing more. The gap that will emerge in the future shall become an insurmountable chasm." Chu Feng regarded him coolly and said, "Have you finished? Now leave. Do not raise your voice at me. You still do not grasp that the divide between a mortal and someone of my stature is not something you can dare to violate." Zhuojun replied coldly. He then turned to Chu Feng and stated, "Pack your belongings. We are going to the county town." Chu Feng suppressed his anger, gradually calming himself, and inquired, "Why must we go there?" He restrained himself, eager to glean more information. "The Taihang Mountains are rich in resources. I, along with certain individuals, have come to manage this region, and now we will establish ourselves in the county town to ensure your survival. It is a task entrusted to me, and I must exert my efforts," Zhuojun stated matter-of-factly. "Is there a contingent stationed near the Taihang Mountains?" Chu Feng's eyes narrowed with intrigue. "I am content here. I have no desire to go to the county town." Chu Feng declined and inquired, "What manner of people are you?" Although he had already surmised, he wished to ascertain the truth. "As a mere mortal, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Our world is beyond your reach. It would be wise for you to live your ordinary life and follow me shortly." Zhuojun scoffed, having lost all patience. "You may leave now. I shall not accompany you." Chu Feng exited the study. "You truly do not comprehend your own worth, nor do you recognize the gravity of your situation. Do you still fantasize that others will come to fetch you? That would only reveal your foolishness," Zhuojun remarked. As he passed by Chu Feng's bedroom, Zhuojun casually glanced and caught sight of a black short sword. He halted abruptly and strode over. "Do not touch that." Chu Feng reacted swiftly, pursuing him and seizing the weapon. The sword, ancient and remarkable, held an air of distinction. "Where did you acquire this? Show it to me," Zhuojun commanded in a low, authoritative tone. The black short sword, measuring over a foot in length, was an artifact Chu Feng had discovered outside a train, where a mysterious ancient figure had met an untimely demise, suspended from a colossal vine. A satellite had also been entwined in the same tendril, leaving him profoundly shaken. "This belongs to me. It is of no concern to you," Chu Feng asserted. "The sword's craftsmanship is commendable and imbued with an ancient essence. It is no ordinary item. Here is my proposal. You shall gift it to me as a token of our acquaintance, and in return, I shall extend my favor to you in the future. Otherwise, it would be a waste for such a treasure to remain in the hands of a mere mortal, akin to a pearl cast before swine." Zhuojun spoke with remarkable rudeness, exhibiting a complete lack of restraint and an overwhelming sense of self-importance, rendering his words particularly jarring. Chu Feng regarded him with a frosty gaze, remaining silent. Was Zhuojun truly here on someone else's behalf, to lend assistance? It was utterly detestable, and now he even sought to seize his black short sword. "Hand it over," Zhuojun commanded, extending his hand imperiously. Chu Feng ignored him, his expression icy. Zhuojun, undeterred, reached out to snatch it himself. Upon laying eyes on the sword's hilt, he recognized its potential significance. Such an extraordinary weapon could not be permitted to fall into the hands of an ordinary mortal. In that moment, Chu Feng relinquished all restraint. He could no longer endure the situation. In such close proximity, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck Zhuojun squarely in the abdomen, causing him to double over like a shrimp before being propelled backward with a tremendous impact. The sound resonated loudly. Jun's face contorted in agony, pale and incredulous. He was astounded to find himself injured by a mere mortal whom he deemed beneath him. Chu Feng possessed immense strength, 12 times that of an average person, his physique shimmering slightly, exuding a fragrant aroma, an embodiment of physical sanctity akin to that of ancient times. The force behind that punch was formidable indeed. Jun's countenance twisted in pain, the intensity nearly overwhelming, as if his abdomen were tearing apart, his insides feeling as though they had been severed. The blow sent him hurtling across the room, crashing against the wall with a dull thud, creating a slight tremor. With Chu Feng's extraordinary power, had it been an ordinary person receiving such a strike, their internal organs would surely have sustained irreparable damage, akin to being crushed beneath a boulder, leaving them incapable of rising again. Jun, akin to a shrimp, curled his body and fell to the ground. Yet, he was remarkably resilient, enduring the excruciating pain, and with both hands propelling himself off the ground, he prepared to retaliate. Chu Feng's expression shifted. The force behind his punch was tremendous, and with a little more effort, could have penetrated a human body, proving fatal. However, his opponent astonishingly withstood the blow and sought to strike back. Chu Feng, a man of decisive action, stepped forward with astonishing speed, covering a distance of 100 meters in merely 2.5 seconds, arriving at close quarters in the blink of an eye. Without allowing Jun to rise, he delivered a crushing kick. The sound was thunderous as Jun's back met the impact, eliciting a muffled groan and contorting his face in agony, revealing a hint of savagery. He collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise. Infuriated and humiliated, he thought to himself, how could a mere mortal possess such immense power? Earlier, he had regarded Chu Feng with disdain, but now he found himself wounded and gasping for breath. You seek death, he roared, his body swelling, bones within his flesh cracking ominously, as if he were about to expand. Chu Feng, unwilling to damage his own residence, seized him and hurled him from the balcony into the yard. Chu Feng, you have successfully enraged me. You shall suffer a fate worse than death, Jun declared as he fell, a chilling sound escaping his lips. Yet, he underestimated Chu Feng's speed. As he leaped from the second-floor balcony, Chu Feng descended with a swift kick, landing squarely on his back. The ground trembled slightly upon their landing, testament to the sheer magnitude of their power. Jun lay prostrate on the ground, effectively trampled upon by Chu Feng, his body feeling as though all his bones had been fractured. The most excruciating pain emanated from a blow to his waist. With a muffled sound, he could not suppress a cough, spitting out blood that stained the earth, marking the severity of his injuries. Chu Feng, taken aback, had always held back, fearing that he might inadvertently take a life. Yet, it appeared he had been overly cautious, for despite the force of his strike, Jun remained alive. With a thunderous crash, Chu Feng stomped down upon Jun's form with extraordinary force, realizing that he had previously underestimated his opponent's resilience to such a powerful blow. Jun let out a suppressed groan, his body convulsing, yet simultaneously undergoing a dramatic transformation, bracing himself against the impact. Despite this, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if his back had explosively ruptured, leaving behind bruises in the shape of footprints, while blood continuously trickled from the corner of his mouth. With a resounding thud, Jun flipped over, finally liberating himself from Chu Feng's grasp, leaping straight up, causing the ground to tremble beneath him with an earth-shaking force. Chu Feng inhaled sharply. Could this truly be a human? How could such a transformation occur in such a brief span of time? At that moment, Jun's physique underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, his height soaring from just over 1.70 meters to approximately 2.80 meters. His clothing lay in tatters, reduced to mere strips draped across his form. His exposed body, a dusty yellow hue, was enveloped in a faint yellow mist. This physique exuded formidable strength, with muscles bulging, brimming with explosive power. How could a mere mortal undergo such a drastic change in such a short period? His weight now exceeded 500 or 600 pounds. His body resembling a powerful dragon, radiant and robust, presenting an awe-inspiring visual spectacle. Evidently, he possessed unimaginable explosive power. In an instant, he swelled up, What could be the reason behind it? Chu Feng found himself unable to comprehend. With a resounding thud, as he took a step, the ground trembled slightly, clearly indicating his immense strength. With a thunderous crash, despite his size, his speed was not to be underestimated. He leapt several meters forward in a single bound, closing in swiftly, his palm as large as a fan, descending upon Chu Feng's head with ferocity. Were it an ordinary person who fell victim to such a strike, their head would likely be shattered and sent flying. Driven by genuine fury and disregarding the consequences, he sought to trample Chu Feng beneath his feet. The recent experience had left him feeling utterly humiliated. He needed to vent, to cleanse himself of this disgrace. Chu Feng covered a distance of 100 meters in merely 2.5 seconds, a testament to his remarkable speed. He sidestepped, evading the massive hand, and launched a punch towards Wujun's abdomen. Unfamiliar with the weight and force behind his opponent's fists, he chose to first evade the oncoming threat. Wujun, brimming with self-confidence, did not flinch. He tightened his core, bracing himself to absorb the blow, while simultaneously extending his enormous hand to seize Chu Feng, intending to grasp him firmly. With a resounding thud akin to a drumbeat, the impact was immense. Chu Feng felt a slight tingling in his fist, while Wujun staggered backward several paces. A flicker of pain crossed his face, as he had not anticipated feeling discomfort in his abdomen in this transformed state. Just how powerful was that individual? It is worth noting that he was currently in a special condition, nearly mythical. In ancient times, he would be considered a top-tier martial artist. Moreover, he had the potential to evolve further, to the extent that being referred to as a deity in the future would not be an exaggeration. Indeed, in recent days, he has experienced an unbroken string of triumphs, having subdued fierce tigers and vanquished monstrous beasts with his bare hands, leaving no one standing in his wake. Now, a mere mortal, unaltered and in a state of normalcy, has dared to confront him, matching his strength. How could this not astonish him? Wujun's pupils contracted, growing ever colder. He could not permit this individual to survive. Even if it meant incurring blame afterwards, he resolved to eliminate him. As he clenched his fist, a faint yellow mist began to emanate from his being, closely resembling the hue of his earthy physique, a fierce aura surging forth. After a probing punch, Chu Feng had already ascertained that he could withstand his opponent's powerful blows, standing on an entirely different level of strength unafraid. With a low growl, Wujun's body seemed to swell by half a foot, his palm striking out towards Chu Feng with a force that was nothing short of unstoppable, akin to a mightily defiant tyrant. Such a massive and excessively robust figure resembled that of an entirely different species. Chu Feng met him head-on, unwavering, unleashing his full might, his strength 12 times that of an ordinary man, complemented by an extraordinary speed capable of shattering boulders. Bang! 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 As the two clashed, Chu Feng not only dared to exchange punches but also utilized his superhuman speed to launch surprise assaults from the sides and behind. In this moment, Chu Feng held nothing back. With a resounding thud, after multiple exchanges, he maneuvered behind Wujun, delivering a punch that sent the towering figure flying, crashing into the distance. In the flower bed, earth flew as the nearly 3-meter-tall giant fell with tremendous force. Death! Simultaneously, a haze of mist appeared around his right arm, resembling yellow earth, and in an instant, his right hand expanded significantly. Boom! He lunged at Chu Feng, his right hand indeed remarkable, transforming into a pale golden hue, as large as a grinding wheel, several times the size of his left hand. It descended with tremendous force, completely enveloping Chu Feng beneath it. A terrifying scene unfolded as ochre gas erupted, a menacing aura pervading the air. Startled, Chu Feng swiftly evaded while devising a strategy. The boxing technique taught to him by the Yellow Bull had yet to be perfected. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to a unique breathing method to channel his strength. In an instant, as Chu Feng unleashed a punch, he felt his power multiply exponentially with the aid of this special technique, compelling him to strike back. With a resounding thud, blood splattered as his fist pierced through the enormous palm, a spectacle so astonishing that it left even him in disbelief. Before long, he reverted to a normal stature, the ochre mist dissipating, leaving him fatigued and collapsing to the ground, groaning in pain. Is this the power that looks down upon mortals? Hardly impressive. Chu Feng approached and gazed down at him. Suojun was filled with dread, realizing the grave miscalculation he had made. How could this individual possibly be an ordinary person? Though he concealed any signs of being extraordinary, he was undeniably formidable. His heart raced, terrified that Chu Feng would take his life. How many of you are there? What is your purpose in coming to the Taihang Mountains? Tell me everything you know from beginning to end. Chu Feng spoke calmly. Although he had deduced some information, many questions lingered, requiring clarification from his adversary. Initially paralyzed by fear of death, Suojun found himself resolute in the face of danger, stubbornly refusing to utter a single word. Without a hint of hesitation, Chu Feng delivered a powerful punch to the bridge of his nose, a sensitive area that, when even slightly injured, brings immense pain. This blow was excruciating. Suojun felt a rush of darkness before his eyes, a sharp ache in his nose, and tears mingled with blood streamed down his face, nearly causing him to faint. Yet, he remained silent, tightly sealing his lips and biting down hard on them. Just then, the yellow cow, with a furtive glance, poked its head out from a nearby room and ambled over slowly. It had indeed obeyed, remaining hidden within the confines of the room. However, Chu Feng harbored doubts that this creature was compliant merely to observe the unfolding drama. When the time came for it to truly conceal itself, he feared it would be of little help. Not wanting to expose the yellow cow, Chu Feng directed 3 more punches towards Suojun's nose and eyes, being cautious of the force he exerted, which elicited a pained cry and caused Suojun to shut his eyes tightly. What a nuisance! A wave of frustration washed over him. This obstinate individual refused to divulge anything, even at the brink of death. How should he proceed? The thought of killing him felt abhorrent. After all, he was a modern man who had never before contemplated taking a life, and he found himself grappling with his moral compass. Yet, releasing him would undoubtedly invite significant trouble. To imprison him was not necessarily a foolproof solution either. Suojun's disappearance would surely prompt his companions to search relentlessly, and others might come seeking him as well. After all, someone had previously instructed them to keep an eye on Chu Feng. If one day they stumbled upon the imprisoned Suojun, it could lead to dire consequences. How to navigate this predicament? If only he could erase the events of today from his memory, he mused. The yellow cow, having overheard his thoughts, ambled closer with an unhurried demeanor, scrawling 2 crooked characters on the ground. Simple. Do you have a plan?
Chu Feng inquired, astonished.
The yellow ox raised its head high, exuding an air of arrogance. Let us resolve this swiftly, urged Chu Feng, filled with delight. The ox ambled over to Suojun, surveying him briefly before suddenly stamping its hooves down with 2 resounding thuds upon Suojun's head. Be gentle, or you'll crack it open, Chu Feng exclaimed, startled, rushing to intervene. He was acutely aware of the ox's immense strength and could hardly believe it would trample Suojun. Suojun first screamed in agony before losing consciousness entirely. Yet, even in his state of oblivion, he convulsed, frothing at the mouth and shaking his head incessantly. What kind of solution is this? Chu Feng questioned in disbelief. The yellow ox, unfazed, leisurely inscribed a few haphazard characters in the dirt. Amnesia. You are quite ruthless. Chu Feng was at a loss for words. Indeed, this bull demon was no benign creature. With just 2 brutal stamps, it had rendered a person amnesiac. Chapter 24. The path of simplicity. Are you certain it is this simple? He pondered, harboring doubts about the efficacy of such a violent and technically deficient approach. He felt an inherent mistrust towards the ox. The creature, exuding a remarkable calmness, slowly scratched out a series of atrociously written characters. The path is exceedingly simple. Chu Feng was left utterly dumbfounded, speechless, ultimately wishing to utter a curse. Indeed, the sheer brutality of those 2 hoof stamps was simplicity itself. But could it truly be deemed the path of simplicity? I am being crushed by the mountain, my head is shattered, I am dying. On the ground, Suojun lay there, frothing at the mouth and mumbling incoherently. The profound injury inflicted by those 2 hooves is evident. His consciousness is in disarray, and even in his stupor, he cries out in pain, feeling as though his head is shattered. Is he all right? Will he suffer any lingering effects? What if he does not awaken? That would indeed be troublesome. Chu Feng harbors a flicker of concern. The yellow bull strikes with both force and recklessness, and given its unsavory nature, he cannot fathom the consequences of such a brutal assault. Merely observing Zhuojun in his current state brings Chu Feng discomfort. Although Zhuojun has lost consciousness, he lies on the ground, convulsing and thrashing uncontrollably, unable to find stillness. Is this what they call a wicked man facing the wrath of an ill-tempered bull? Chu Feng mutters to himself as he rummages through Zhuojun's belongings, searching for any unusual items. He discovers daggers and swords, all forged from a rare alloy. While remarkable, they pale in comparison to the black short sword. Additionally, he finds some food and various trifles. Ultimately, Chu Feng extracts a map made of animal hide from Zhuojun's bosom. It appears relatively new, suggesting it was recently crafted, as paper maps are prone to damage, whereas leather is more resilient. Especially for Zhuojun, whose body can transform instantaneously into a towering giant nearly 3 meters tall. Surrounded by a haze of earthy fog, it is easy to see how his possessions could sustain damage. The leather, having undergone special treatment, is exceptionally supple and neatly folded. When unfurled, it reveals an expansive section of terrain, covering a substantial area of ground. This map depicts part of the Taihang Mountains, with meticulous annotations spanning hundreds of miles in the vicinity, showcasing each peak with remarkable clarity. Some of these summits are unfamiliar to me. As my home lies in this region, I am naturally well acquainted with the Taihang Mountains. I surmise this map was drawn recently, encompassing the abrupt emergence of those primordial mountains. He displayed a look of delight, for this map proved to be immensely valuable to him. As he scrutinized it closely, he discerned peculiar markings upon the animal skin map. Certain areas were emblazoned with black skulls, while annotations reading harvest adorned some mountain ranges. Furthermore, several hills were circled in vivid red ink. Although the markings were few, they were strikingly prominent, instantly capturing one's attention. No contemplation was necessary to conclude that those locations must harbor some mystery. Should he retain the animal skin map? After a moment of reflection, Chu Feng ultimately decided against it. He procured a sheet of paper and, using the animal skin map as a reference, quickly sketched a replica. It was best to dispatch this troublesome matter promptly. With Zhuojun in tow, Chu Feng ventured forth into the adjacent orchard, situated at the easternmost edge of the town, where few passed by, thus ensuring convenience. Given Chu Feng's current stamina and speed, carrying a person while sprinting was a trivial task. He dashed forth for over 20 miles, traversing the woods until he cast Zhuojun onto a stretch of broken asphalt. Zhuojun remained unconscious, utterly oblivious. Chu Feng surveyed the surroundings. The road was flanked by wheat fields, far removed from the forest, rendering the presence of wild beasts improbable. He turned and departed. The town lay in tranquil silence, for the populace had ceased to be in a state of panic. In recent days, some youths had begun to seek a way out, armed with knives for protection, attempting to venture towards the county city and beyond. They believed that the county city and provincial capital, bustling with people, might offer greater safety. However, those who successfully entered the county city soon found their perspective altered. Looming nearby were 2 colossal primordial mountains, towering into the clouds, alarmingly close. One could vaguely perceive various ferocious creatures upon the giants, such as a 2-meter-long silver centipede, resembling a white serpent, with all living beings retreating in terror. One has witnessed the crimson raptors seizing tigers and leopards as their prey, leaving a gruesome spectacle in their wake. Others have observed spiders, as large as houses, weaving their webs suspended between 2 mountains, only to suddenly release silk that ensnares colossal birds mid-air, creating a scene of bloody brutality. Many creatures, previously unseen, now roam the grand mountains beyond the county town, instilling a sense of dread among the populace. Recently, a considerable number of residents have begun to flee, fearful of the day when these monsters might descend. Reports suggest that conditions in the urban areas and provincial capitals are scarcely better, perhaps even graver, as if the ancient era had returned, with boundless forests and ferocious beasts reclaiming the land. During this tumultuous period, many pragmatic individuals, primarily from the older generation, have started cultivating crops outside the town, aspiring towards self-sufficiency. Previously available farmland has expanded tenfold, even if some of it is mountainous. The area for cultivation has become considerably more extensive. Although it is already deep autumn, the leaves do not yellow, and the vegetation remains vibrant and lush, as if summer has returned. This creates an extraordinary phenomenon. For instance, on the eastern side of Chu Feng's courtyard, some fruit trees still bear bright red fruits while others have begun to blossom anew. The mingling fragrances of fruits and flowers fill the air, with some trees laden with ripe produce and others adorned with a myriad of petals, presenting a strikingly beautiful sight. Autumn holds a special significance for the inhabitants of this world. In the post-civilizational era, each autumn, everyone participates in the harvest of crops. Even as harsh conditions may change, the resurgence of life and productivity has gradually become a cherished tradition, rendering autumn an extraordinary season and the most significant holiday of the year. Chu Feng cast a glance at the cold storage room, where an abundance of food had once been piled high, now nearly depleted, primarily due to the insatiable appetite of the yellow cattle. Presently, all the major markets had been stripped bare, and resources had become scarce. I must devise a plan. Chu Feng resolved to practice his boxing first, ensuring his ability to traverse the mountainous terrain safely. He yearned to hunt for some game, as in this era where sustenance might become a grave concern, nothing could replenish the body's needs more than meat. In the courtyard, he practiced his punches, exuding an aura of vigor, as the first form of the bull demon gradually took shape, embodying both form and spirit. He was close to mastering it, his strikes imbued with fierce power, occasionally resonating with thunderous sounds. A layer of mysterious energy enveloped the surface of his fists, capable of unleashing terrifying force. With a resounding bang, Chu Feng tested his strength, shattering the large bluestone outside the courtyard gate with a single punch. Was this truly the hand of a human? Chu Feng stood in a daze, as the half-meter-high bluestone cracked and splintered into fragments scattered all around. Such a fist mark was indeed fearsome. He contemplated intently, realizing that this power was not the so-called internal strength from novels. It resembled a delicate veil encasing his fist. At the same time, he discovered that when combined with a peculiar breathing technique, its potency would multiply, becoming even more formidable. Chu Feng vaguely surmised that this breathing method must be extraordinary and profoundly mysterious, elevating the already remarkable power of his boxing technique to new heights. No wonder the yellow cattle practiced it diligently every morning and evening, even more so than their own breed's bull demon fist. As the golden sun rose, casting its radiant glow, Zhuojun felt a piercing pain in his head. Slowly regaining consciousness, a mere shake of his head made him feel as though his brain might splatter out. Where am I? He staggered as he rose, his complexion pale and his eyes vacant, engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. Looking down at his tattered garments, he pondered whether he had recently endured a battle. Had he been ambushed upon his arrival here? Doubt clouded his mind. Ultimately, he swayed and stumbled toward the direction of Qingyang town, muttering a cold sneer, just a mere mortal. Even in this state, I could easily crush him. As he regained his footing, he caught sight of the unsteady Zhuojun, who was leaning against the gate as he entered. Chu Feng was taken aback. Why has he returned? His immediate thought was that the unreliable Huang Niu had failed to erase this fellow's memory, and now he had come seeking revenge. Bull Demon King, what have you done? Chu Feng exclaimed. Just a mere mortal. Do not shout and create a ruckus before me. Zhuojun retorted with evident disdain and impatience. He was even more forthright than the previous day, his irritation blatantly unmasked, stemming from an excruciating headache. Chu Feng, astonished, remarked, "You truly are incorrigible. Have you forgotten your lessons? Do you know me?" Zhuojun questioned, skepticism etched on his face. But he quickly adopted a stern demeanor, asserting, "Regardless, you shall suffer some hardships and torment. There are individuals whom you shall never be able to reach. Even those close to her could easily overpower you." Chu Feng's expression turned peculiar as he deduced that Zhuojun indeed had amnesia, yet he retained memories from much earlier, such as the intent to trouble him here. This was indeed a predicament, leaving him both amused and exasperated. "My head aches terribly. What on earth transpired? Who ambushed me on the way?" Zhuojun rubbed his forehead, filled with confusion and irritation, a sentiment that contributed to his heightened impatience that day. I feel as though I've been kicked by a mule. My head is throbbing, he muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle, replying, Indeed, you have been kicked by a mule. Zhuojun, oblivious to the presence of the yellow cow, sneered coldly and staggered toward Chu Feng, ready to strike. Suddenly, the yellow cow, moving languidly, pointed a hoof at the ground where the word simple had yet to be wiped away. It then approached Zhuojun. Zhuojun found himself in a daze, bewildered that a mere mortal had sent him flying with a single kick. At that moment, he caught sight of a small, golden calf, its expression one of disdain, leisurely approaching and mocking him. What is happening? Is this an illusion? Am I dreaming? A cow is looking down upon me? Clang, clang, clang. This time, the yellow cow was as blunt as ever, stamping its hooves on Zhuojun's head 4 times, 2 more than before. With the demeanor of a sage, it slowly turned and, steady as a mountain, ambled away. Zhuojun stood there, his face a mask of shock, frozen in disbelief at what he had witnessed. Ultimately, he could only roll his eyes and gradually collapse, convulsing and slipping into unconsciousness. Yet again, the situation was resolved in this manner. Could it be reliable this time? Chu Feng worried that if he tossed Zhuojun away again, would he return? The yellow cow had used its hooves twice in succession, indicating that this time it had kicked him twice more, ensuring there would be no further issues. After a prolonged silence, Chu Feng could no longer contain himself and finally managed to utter, Could you not employ a different approach? The cattle trader remained composed, gesturing towards the ground where 4 other words were inscribed, remnants from the previous day, the handwriting notably crude, proclaiming, Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. As Chu Feng was about to take a sip of water, he nearly choked, erupting in a fit that sent the liquid spraying everywhere. Chapter 25. Unprecedented prosperity. Chu Feng circled around Zhuojun, acutely aware that his head had swollen considerably, likely a result of enduring 6 forceful hoof strikes. It seemed he would be left with a complete loss of memory. Why return? What purpose does it serve? Chu Feng mused, shaking his head. However, he pondered that should Zhuojun dare to return, his head might not survive another encounter. The principle of simplicity could very well result in his head being reduced to a mere pulp. Chu Feng conducted a thorough examination of Zhuojun's entire being, particularly scrutinizing his communication device for any recent messages. Unfortunately, it remained devoid of any updates. Chu Feng speculated that Zhuojun likely deleted any traces after contacting others. The town had regained its vibrancy, with a multitude of individuals laboring in the fields, having sown a significant number of crops. According to the elders, this climate was most conducive to agricultural growth, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the harvest would likely be abundant in mere months. Consequently, the smiles of the townsfolk had multiplied. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the street as a group of people hoisted a young man, his body radiating heat and enveloped in rising white vapor, writhing in agony and crying out in distress. Quickly, take him to Dr. Wang, a voice cried out, filled with urgency, as a group of young men hastily bore a figure towards the most renowned medical establishment in town. Wang Pan, my child, what has happened to you? The mother of the youth rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, utterly terrified. The young man, Wang Pan, contorted in agony, thrashing about, overwhelming several adults who struggled to restrain him, his body radiating heat and emitting a white mist. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng was taken aback, deep in thought. Big sister, Wang Pan consumed a fruit while working in the fields, and now he is like this, a middle-aged man explained nearby. Recently, many in the town had taken to cultivating the land. Wang Pan's family also owned a plot, where he had been working alongside others. While resting, he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance and discovered a silvery fruit nestled in the grass. The plant appeared utterly ordinary, yet bore this dazzling silver fruit. Overcome by thirst and tempted by the alluring aroma, Wang Pan could not resist and consumed it, only to soon find himself writhing in pain on the ground. The crowd buzzed with conversation, recounting the events. Wang Pan's mother burst into tears, her face awash with sorrow, terrified at the prospect of losing her son. What are you crying for? The child is not dead yet. Wang Pan's father exclaimed angrily, as he and several others managed to carry him into the clinic, where urgent medical attention was paramount. Despite the combined efforts of several adults, Wang Pan's strength escalated, nearly enabling him to break free. Finally, Chu Feng stepped in to assist, successfully restraining him. Dr. Wang meticulously observed the situation, employing instruments to conduct a comprehensive examination of Wang Pan. His vital signs were exceedingly erratic, with certain hormones surging alarmingly. The situation was dire, and I had never encountered a patient like this before. Dr. Wang, drenched in perspiration, appeared somewhat at a loss. "This child has been harmed by rumors," an elderly man remarked. He must have believed the reports claiming that someone consumed a peculiar fruit and transformed into a celestial being with silver wings. Such nonsense. Another middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Chu Feng remained silent, merely observing the young man on the hospital bed. Only he understood that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Wang Pan would eventually become an extraordinary individual. Despite Dr. Wang's renowned medical expertise, he found himself utterly helpless in treating Wang Pan. With a look of remorse, he informed Wang Pan's parents that he had no clear course of action and could only monitor the situation for now. Wang Pan's father turned pale as a ghost, while his mother began to wail uncontrollably, gripped by fear. That day, the townsfolk cautioned their children to avoid the strange wild fruits, fearing that Wang Pan's plight might repeat itself. Since being restrained by Chu Feng, Wang Pan had gradually succumbed to slumber, ceasing his struggles. However, his body continued to tremble, enveloped in a ghastly white mist. Wang Pan's parents were restless, their eyes swollen from tears. As dawn broke, Wang Pan, bound to the hospital bed, finally awoke with a cry of anguish, attempting to break free. Chu Feng, startled awake, hurried to restrain him. "It hurts,"
Wang Pan screamed.
Throughout this ordeal, a nebulous white mist enveloped him, indicating that his body was undergoing a profound transformation. Ultimately, he wailed and howled, rousing the attention of all those nearby, and soon, a multitude of townsfolk converged upon the scene. Half an hour later, Wang Pan fell silent, the white mist dissipating, leaving everyone in a state of shock, as though they had encountered a specter. To their astonishment, Wang Pan's abdomen had sprouted an additional pair of arms, gleaming silver and exuding strength.
"Oh, Wang Pan."
"What has happened to you? Are you still unwell?" his mother cried out, rushing to his side. Wang Pan's complexion was pale, and he appeared somewhat frail, reassuring his mother that he was fine, merely feeling ravenous. He added, "Look, I have gained another pair of arms." His mother wept anew, heartbroken at the sight of her son transformed into a creature. News of this bizarre event spread swiftly through the town, drawing a throng of curious onlookers to the medical establishment. "Quick, prepare some food," Wang Pan's father shouted, enlisting relatives and neighbors to bring sustenance. Could the reports have been true? "Look, Wang Pan has indeed undergone a transformation," someone murmured in disbelief. Now Wang Pan was utterly transformed. Once somewhat plump, he had become lean, sporting an extra pair of arms, and his skin had shifted from its former dark hue to a fair complexion. Eventually, he consumed copious amounts of meat, devouring bowl after bowl of rice until he felt satiated, no longer plagued by hunger or weakness. Throughout the meal, his two silver arms moved restlessly, continuously shoveling food into his mouth, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Finally, Wang Pan exited the courtyard, waving his silver arms, acutely aware of his transformation, a weight settling in his heart as he recognized the monstrous aspect of his change. With a thud, he struck a fist against the ground, startling many to the brink of disbelief. In the courtyard of the medical hall, there lay a decorative stone that he struck with tremendous force, resulting in deep and lengthy fissures. It was estimated that, with just a couple more blows, the stone would shatter completely. "My goodness, what immense strength!" exclaimed the onlookers. The reports were indeed accurate. Those extraordinary fruits seemed capable of inducing transformations, akin to superhuman abilities. Many young individuals were filled with envy. On that day, numerous townsfolk ventured out into the fields and grassy thickets, as well as the outskirts of the mountains, in search of various wild fruits, predominantly driven by the youth, who seemed to perceive a mysterious gateway before them. Countless individuals yearned to approach and step through that portal. 2 days later, Wang Pan's condition stabilized, prompting him to return to the medical hall for an examination. Many of his bodily metrics were anomalous, particularly his arms, which had become exceedingly hard, impervious to ordinary cutting tools, and possessed a strength equivalent to that of several adults combined. Wang Pan had transformed from slightly overweight to lean, and his complexion had taken on a silvery hue. According to the estimations of the esteemed Dr. Wang, his transformation might continue to evolve. My son has acquired extraordinary strength. As reported, he may ascend to divinity in the future. Wang Pan's mother proclaimed to anyone who would listen, concerned that others might label her son a monster, fearing it would hinder his prospects in finding a partner. In truth, many envied him, and even adults ventured outside the town, attempting to seek out the remarkable fruits. During these 2 days, Chu Feng engaged in specialized breathing exercises and practiced his martial arts, while also utilizing communication devices to scour various reports and updates regarding the extraordinary fruits. Recently, the internet had been inundated with a surge of information concerning these anomalous fruits. For several consecutive days, it was not merely 1 or 2 individuals who underwent transformations, but rather a multitude from across the globe. As another day passed, Chu Feng once again scoured the reports, only to discover that the number had escalated further, with numerous towns experiencing similar occurrences. In places of even modest size, there invariably seemed to be 1 or 2 individuals exhibiting these anomalies. Some estimations suggested that, based on the current reports, the number of the transformed had already surpassed 10,000. This astonishing figure merely reflects the known cases. One can only imagine the reality if those unreported were to be included, potentially multiplying the total several times over. The internet buzzed with excitement. Could it be that a mysterious and grand epoch was truly upon us? Those who had transformed possessed extraordinary abilities. Some could soar through the skies, others could melt metal, and still others could immerse themselves in molten lava without suffering harm. The world was abuzz with discourse, reveling in the notion that a significant era might be dawning. The powers exhibited by certain individuals were reminiscent of beings from mythological times, indeed fearsome. Regardless of perspective, the prevailing sentiment was that the number of those transformed was on the rise, with many acquiring supernatural capabilities, akin to divine manifestations, soaring to unprecedented heights. As night fell, a report emerged detailing how several of the transformed ventured to the celestial biological group to challenge the silver-winged deity. However, the outcome was terrifying. Those beings, despite their numbers, were effortlessly swept aside by the silver-winged deity, unable to withstand even a single blow. This outcome sent shockwaves across the land, leaving all in astonishment. The once agitated, transformed individuals gradually regained their composure. Although they all shared the experience of transformation, vast disparities in strength remained evident. Those who had awakened earliest appeared particularly formidable. Later, reports emerged indicating that King Kong single-handedly vanquished an entire organization of extraordinary beings, defeating dozens and once again igniting a tremendous uproar. At this point, it became evident to the public that the earliest figures among these extraordinary beings, Silver-Winged Celestial King Kong, Fire Spirit, and White Tiger King, had established an unassailable status, seemingly perched at the pinnacle of a pyramid. Rumors circulated that these individuals were backed by enigmatic and formidable forces, providing an array of resources, including peculiar fruits, which contributed to their ever-increasing strength. Upon reading these reports, Chu Feng fell into contemplation, pondering the uncertainties of the future. He remained unaffected by any transformations and had not acquired any extraordinary fruits. For now, he was merely practicing a unique breathing technique, diligently training in solitude. He chose to disregard external distractions, focusing instead on his own gradual ascent in strength. Once he mastered the Bull Demon Fist, he intended to venture into the Taihang Mountains in search of potential gains. Suddenly, his communicator emitted a soft chime. Someone was reaching out to him. It was Lin Nuoi. Chu Feng felt a wave of surprise. Ever since their separation, she had not made any effort to contact him. What could have prompted her today? Chapter 26. The goddess Aura Lin Nuoyi's voice was calm and polite, yet it carried a certain distance that evoked a sense of estrangement. Although their time apart had not been long, Chu Feng experienced an unsettling sensation of time slipping away and spatial dislocation, as if past scenes were overlapping. Lin Nuoi was composed, rational, and intelligent. During their time at school, she never sought attention, yet her innate presence exuded an aura of divinity, rendering her seemingly unattainable. Perhaps it was her stunning beauty or her strikingly cold demeanor that left others feeling inadequate in her presence. Despite the many who aspired to win her affection, they ultimately faltered in her presence. The initial encounter between Chu Feng and her could only be deemed fortuitous. Although he performed commendably in his studies, he was far from diligent. Skipping classes was a frequent occurrence. For various mandatory courses requiring attendance, he often entered the classroom just as the session was commencing. It is easy to imagine that by the time he arrived, the classroom was already brimming with students, compelling him to spend a considerable amount of time searching for a seat at the back. On one occasion, he discovered that even the rear rows were fully occupied. Casting his gaze around, he spotted an empty seat by the window in the middle. He strode confidently towards it. This row was predominantly occupied by girls, all of whom were quite attractive, a veritable feast for the eyes. Yet, the only vacant desk bore a piece of paper inscribed with the name Lin Nuoi, clearly indicating that the seat had been reserved by one of her dormitory mates. However, Chu Feng paid no heed to this detail. Amidst the astonished glances of several girls, he settled down without a care. Subsequently, he folded the paper with Lin Nuoyi's name into an airplane and gently sent it soaring out of the window. The girls were momentarily stunned, their expressions a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Such an act towards Lin Nuoi was unprecedented, as someone audaciously claimed her seat. Soon enough, Chu Feng recognized who Lin Nuoi was, yet after a brief contemplation, he chose not to rise. At that very moment, a striking girl with long hair approached, captivating in her appearance. Standing at an impressive height of 170 centimeters, her figure was elongated, her hair smooth as silk, with a delicate, pale oval face and eyes that sparkled with life, beautiful, as if capable of piercing through one's soul. Undoubtedly, she was extraordinarily lovely, yet her beauty was tinged with an icy aloofness. Standing close, she regarded Chu Feng with a tranquil gaze, saying nothing. The surrounding girls collectively intensified the pressure, glaring at Chu Feng, silently urging him to vacate the seat. However, Chu Feng remained seated, exuding a calm confidence as he locked eyes with Lin Nuoi before resuming his perusal of the book in hand. Lin Nuoi stood still for a moment, uttering not a single word, before turning away to depart. Though their initial acquaintance was far from ideal, it nonetheless marked the beginning of a gradual connection. While others might have felt insecure and let go, Chu Feng's character, perhaps a blend of resilience and audacity, compelled him to hold on naturally, smiling all the while. Lin Nuoi finally turned her head, no longer resisting his grasp, and it was precisely this moment that led one to believe they had truly become a couple. That day, many bore witness, with numerous boys lamenting and cursing Chu Feng's shamelessness. Yet, he had succeeded. Nonetheless, this was merely the beginning. Lin Nuoi continued to emanate an air of aloof elegance, and even Chu Feng sensed her deliberate attempt to maintain a distance, a subtle coolness. On one occasion, when his hand rested upon her shoulder, she met his gaze with calmness before shooting him a piercing look and walking away. At that moment, Chu Feng chuckled, remarking on her goddess-like demeanor. Had it been anyone else, they surely would have felt overwhelmed by her presence, unable to engage on equal footing. Over the communicator, Lin Nuoyi's voice was magnetic and melodious, yet carried an undertone of detachment. Ultimately, she inquired if he required assistance, and in that moment, the palpable distance became even more pronounced. After their separation, the once vibrant connection between them appeared to wane. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. He did not need any help. However, thoughts of his parents lingered in his mind. The world has transformed, and strange phenomena have emerged, disrupting the tranquility of various regions. It is perhaps perilous, as an unforeseen calamity may unfold at any moment. As a member of the celestial biological group, Lin Nuoi possesses far greater awareness than most, bolstered by a family background of considerable strength. Chu Feng contemplated for a moment and said, "My parents are in Shuntian, the colossal city in the north. If possible, I hope you can look after them." He was acutely aware of the capabilities of the celestial biological group. Directness is a hallmark of Chu Feng's character. He never indulged in pretense and felt no embarrassment following their breakup. When it came to the safety of his parents, he spoke candidly. However, he also urged not to let such care result in unforeseen consequences. He recognized that Lin Nuai was an astute woman, capable of grasping even the most casual remarks. Lin Nuai listened calmly and ultimately responded with a simple affirmation. All right. Chu Feng fell silent, sensing a distance between them, and felt it was time to conclude the conversation. A smile crept onto Chu Feng's face. His nature prevented him from being overshadowed by her icy demeanor. Unable to resist a jest, he remarked, "I have always told you, you owe me a hug. Are you here to make amends this time?" With a sharp sound, the communicator on the other end was abruptly disconnected, signaling the end of their call. In the county town, Zhuojun slowly opened his bleary eyes. The slightest movement sent a wave of pain through his head, as if it were about to split open, and he struggled with the disorienting double vision. Finally awake, someone exclaimed, releasing a breath of relief. Zhuojun sat up in bed, letting out a pained groan. He quickly cradled his head, taking a considerable amount of time to regain clarity. His mind buzzed with confusion. What on earth happened to Zhuojun? Zhuojun lifted his gaze to the opposite side, where a young woman with a captivating visage and flowing dark hair stood, her countenance adorned with a smile. Zhu Qingyu, he uttered her name, recognizing her as one of the most formidable members of their group. This woman, whether in moments of joy or anger, perpetually bore a smile that seldom faded. "Do you realize you have been unconscious for 3 days and nights? What transpired?" Another man spoke, appearing to be in his mid-20s, with fair skin and keen, elongated eyes that bespoke his astuteness. Yigu, Zhuojun recognized him. It was astonishing that both of the group's strongest members were present. Yigu and Zhu Qingyu were the leaders of this team. Several others occupied the room. Some bore azure-hued wings, others possessed 2 heads, and still others exhibited fingers that shimmered with a golden glow. All were extraordinary beings, awaiting Zhuojun's response. "You must have encountered a formidable opponent. Even in the form of a giant, you were still vanquished, suffering a severe blow to the head that resulted in amnesia," Yigu remarked, his narrow eyes glimmering with a violet light as he deduced further, "It is likely a human. Had it been a ferocious beast, you would have surely become its prey." "Zhuojun, have you found yourself in trouble again?" Zhu Qingyu interjected, a gentle smile gracing her features. "Since becoming extraordinary beings, have you grown excessively self-assured, believing that no one can subdue you?" "I have not," Zhuojun retorted. "Yet you claim otherwise. It is not just you, but all of you. Do not presume I am oblivious. I have recently traversed various towns and sensed an air of superiority among you, as if you looked down upon the ordinary populace." Zhu Qingyu's voice was tinged with coldness as she surveyed the crowd and remarked, "After awakening, you have gained unimaginable power in a short span, and your hearts have become unbalanced." Zhu Qingyu's words rang true. The number of awakenings has surged, and you ought not to harbor notions of invincibility, for you are not divine. Yigu interjected. "We awakened first and are thus ahead. If anyone is destined to become a deity, it will surely be among us." Some remained unconvinced. "Silence," Zhu Qingyu retorted sharply. Yigu continued, "Demonstrate your best behavior, for soon, significant figures from above will grace us with their presence." "The silver-winged celestial?" someone inquired. "Attend to your own affairs and refrain from meddling in such matters. However, the situation concerning Zhuojun must be investigated thoroughly. He is no weakling and possesses considerable strength, yet he has fallen into such a dire state, suffering from amnesia." Yigu frowned. In Qingyang town, after concluding his training, Chu Feng noticed a vibrant layer of greenery in the flower bed. The weather had shifted recently, causing various plants to thrive wildly, resulting in an abundance of grass in the courtyard. "What has become of the seeds I planted?" he pondered, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Initially, he would rush over several times a day, fervently hoping the 3 mysterious seeds would sprout and flourish soon. However, after several days without any sign of growth, his diligence waned. Especially in recent days, with various events unfolding, he had forgotten about the seeds. Calculating the days, he mused that they should have taken root and begun to sprout by now. Filled with anticipation, Chu Feng hastened towards the flower bed. Chapter 27. Great turmoil. The soil in the flower bed is far from fertile, yet it suffices for the cultivation of flowers and grasses. The begonia, canna, and rose flourish abundantly, their fragrances rich and intoxicating. Meanwhile, the pomegranate tree bears golden fruit, fully ripened, its skin split to reveal plump, crimson seeds within. Chu Feng squats there, nearly pressing his face into the earth, scrutinizing intently. Yet the ground remains barren, devoid of any tender shoots. He feels a wave of disappointment. Why have they yet to take root? To err on the side of caution, he had buried 3 seeds in 3 distinct areas, yet now, there is no sign of life. Even weeds have not dared to emerge from the soil. Chu Feng feels a sense of helplessness. Could it be that the 3 seeds have truly withered, unable to sprout? Nonetheless, he cannot shake the feeling that these seeds are extraordinary. Having been entombed at the foot of Kunlun Mountain for countless years and preserved within a stone box, their story is shrouded in mystery. He is reluctant to accept defeat. Even if just 1 seed could germinate, he longs to witness what might emerge. In recent days, he has tirelessly scoured the internet, searching for various plant seeds, meticulously comparing them, yet none seem to match the trio he possesses. This only heightens his anticipation, solidifying his belief in their uniqueness. Suddenly, a yellow bull ambles over, lifting its head and letting out a snort as it bites into a golden pomegranate, its mouth instantly overflowing with crimson juice. With half-closed eyes, it appears to relish the moment. Beware, O bull demon king, tread carefully in the flower bed. Do not trample my seeds, warns Chu Feng. Upon hearing this, the yellow bull displayed a look of disdain, utterly unconvinced that 3 wrinkled seeds could possibly come to life. It gaped its mouth wide, savoring the sweetness of pomegranates. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, feeling a deep sense of worry. He yearned for them to break through the soil, yet no signs of life emerged. Ultimately, he resolved to carefully excavate and ascertain the situation, for the uncertainty gnawed at his heart, igniting a fervent desire to uncover the outcome. He selected the plumpest seed for examination. Crouching down, Chu Feng delicately brushed away the damp earth, cautious not to disturb too much, fearing that he might inadvertently snap a seed that was on the verge of sprouting. A slightly wrinkled seed revealed itself, half buried in the soil. Although it had not yet germinated, its hue seemed to possess a touch of life's verdant essence. Hope surged within him. Overjoyed, Chu Feng observed intently, noting that the wrinkles on the seed appeared to have smoothed somewhat, now adorned with faint traces of green. Its intricate patterns were both complex and mysterious. The seed had transformed from its previous desiccated yellow state to one now entwined with delicate green markings, exuding a peculiar charm. Chu Feng marveled, increasingly convinced of the seed's extraordinary nature. He exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Although its growth was slow, he believed it would eventually break through the soil. In a moment of hesitation, he contemplated whether to enrich the soil around this seed to expedite its growth. Fixing his gaze upon the yellow bull, he donned a facade of feigned cheerfulness and said, "Little Huang, Huang, this time, even if you are reluctant, you must lend me a hand. Otherwise, I truly find myself at a loss." The yellow bull shivered in response, retreating cautiously while glaring at him with its wide bovine eyes, conveying a silent message. "Speak plainly, and spare me the theatrics. I shall speak of the important matter but once." The bull dung. Just as the yellow bull's hoof came flying toward him, Chu Feng was compelled to evade swiftly. Each day, the creature lay sprawled upon the bed, utterly devoid of dignity. Chu Feng felt a twinge of melancholy, yet found himself powerless to alter the situation. He yearned to venture into the Taihang Mountains, perhaps to seize an opportunity for discovery. However, this endeavor necessitated that he grow sufficiently strong to traverse the rugged terrain, lest he fall prey to the sudden onslaught of ferocious beasts. Once more, he practiced the first form of the bull demon technique, repeating it tirelessly. His fists sliced through the air with fervor, stirring the fallen leaves in the courtyard into a swirling dance. Days prior, he had nearly perfected the form, and now an extraordinary sensation welled within him, enveloping his fists with an enigmatic energy. With a sudden movement, as he unleashed his punch, a resonant bellow echoed, reverberating like thunder, causing the very ground of the courtyard to shudder. The yellow bull, startled, bolted from the room, eyes wide in astonishment as it beheld the scene before it. Behind Chu Feng stood an imposing, ebony bull, robust and formidable, its piercing gaze radiating an ominous glow, indistinguishable from reality itself. It emanated an astonishing aura, as if it had traversed the eons from ancient times to grace this world. This manifestation was a direct consequence of Chu Feng's powerful strike. The towering, dark bull appeared to surge forth in tandem with his blow. Chu Feng recognized this as the ultimate form of the bull demon fist, the first form fully realized. This was the foundation, the most solid bedrock upon which the mighty bull demon fist was built, with the subsequent 9 forms resting upon this initial one, which was the most arduous to master. Once the first form was perfected, the progression would become swift. Indeed, over the subsequent 2 days, Chu Feng diligently practiced until he mastered the 5th technique, achieving success with remarkable speed. The eyes of the yellow bull nearly bulged out in astonishment. Its demeanor had been peculiar these past 2 days. Once again, it scrawled a series of awkward characters and inquired whether Chu Feng's ancestors were, perchance, bovine-headed beings. This incensed Chu Feng. On that very day, he decisively tossed 2 steaks into the pork chop meal he had prepared for the yellow bull. "Brother, it has been quite some time since we last met. I truly missed you. How have you been?" Zhou Quan conversed with Chu Feng. "I am well, and I was just about to ask you the same. What have you transformed into? There has been much talk of extraordinary beings lately. Is your health intact?" Chu Feng inquired with genuine concern. "I can now melt gold and fuse stones, which has startled even myself, yet I have managed to adapt. However, the horns sprouting from my head are quite unsightly," Zhou Quan lamented. Recently, he had styled his hair into an exaggerated pompadour in an attempt to conceal the horns, only to be ridiculed by his family, who remarked that he looked like a notorious ruffian. This left him in a state of deep frustration. Chu Feng could not help but burst into laughter, further exacerbating Zhou Quan's grievances. "By the way, it is rather strange. The bull demon has not harassed me these past few days. It has been unnaturally quiet, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it," Zhou Quan remarked. Chu Feng was at a loss for words, recalling how, not long ago, the yellow bull had relentlessly bombarded Zhou Quan with messages, tormenting him to the brink of despair. Now that things had calmed down, Zhou Quan found it disconcerting. Suddenly, an expression of realization crossed Chu Feng's face. "Wait a moment. I distinctly saw it clutching the communicator these past 2 days, occasionally jabbing at it frantically and mooing incessantly, clearly engaged in conversation."
Impossible.
In recent days, an unusual tranquility enveloped my surroundings, with no disturbances even in the dead of night, yet I found myself unable to slumber. Zhou Quan firmly insisted that the bull had not communicated with him. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's expression instantly shifted, and he abruptly terminated the call. If this bull had not troubled the corpulent Zhou, it was truly unfathomable. Could it be that it was provoking his classmates instead? A sense of darkness clouded Chu Feng's thoughts. Could it be that this wretched bull had grown increasingly astute, stealthily noting down those contact details? He felt as if smoke were billowing from his head, on the verge of combustion, accompanied by an undercurrent of anxiety. Without hesitation, he stormed into the bull's chamber, bellowing, "Bull Demon King, I shall contend with you." Chu Feng lunged into the room, forcefully pinning the bull, which lay sprawled in an unseemly manner. The bull, bewildered, glared at him with its bovine eyes, seething with indignation. "Have you been harassing my acquaintances again?" Chu Feng demanded with a scowl. The bull vehemently shook its head, then extended a hoof to poke at the screen. Filled with suspicion, Chu Feng took the communicator and swiftly scrolled through the messages, releasing a sigh of relief as his fears proved unfounded. However, a lingering doubt remained. Whose unfamiliar contact number was this, and which unfortunate soul had fallen under the bull's scrutiny? In a residence within the county, Zhuojun was on the brink of collapse. For the past 2 days since regaining consciousness, he had been incessantly bombarded by communications from the same individual, day and night, without respite. Sometimes it would be in the evening, other times at midnight, or during the early dawn, each instance plunging him into despair. Such relentless harassment was utterly abhorrent. It was worth noting that his head had only recently endured 6 blows from the bull's hooves, leaving him with a foggy memory and a ceaseless headache, rendering him perpetually drowsy. As a result, he encountered such an unbearable nuisance, who incessantly harassed him. Each time he drifted into slumber, he was startled awake by the nightmarish ringing of his communicator. Yet, he dared not switch it off, for as an extraordinary individual, it was his sole means of communication with those above and his companions in the Taihang Mountains. The most exasperating aspect was that this relentless tormentor incessantly mimicked the sound of a cow, mooing incessantly, driving him to grit his teeth in fury, wishing he could choke the life out of the offender. His head throbbed with excruciating pain, as if he had been kicked by a bull. Now, with the constant echo of the mooing, it felt as though he were perpetually being battered, intensifying the agony in his skull. At times, in his frustration, he truly contemplated shattering the communicator. However, this was a specialized device. Though its functions were simple, it was remarkably powerful, ensuring a signal at all times and places, intricately linked to his identity, leaving no room for error. In Qingyang town, within Chu Feng's residence, a yellow bull gestured for him to place the communicator on the bed. It then prodded a few buttons with remarkable expertise, and upon successfully establishing a connection, it promptly distanced itself. Indeed, a thunderous roar erupted from the communicator. "Bastard! Don't let me catch you!" The person on the other end unleashed a torrent of curses, visibly agitated. Chu Feng stood in astonishment, finally discerning the identity of the victim, Zhuijun. This unfortunate soul had inadvertently caught the attention of the yellow bull. Amused and exasperated, Chu Feng recalled how, during the search of Zhuijun, the yellow bull had been nearby, fiddling with his communicator to note down his contact information. This was not simplicity in its utmost form. It was an endless labyrinth of complexity. Suppressing a laugh, Chu Feng exited the room. That very night, he practiced his punches relentlessly, managing to master the 6th and 7th forms of the bull demon fist in one continuous session. He stood at the doorway, grasping a palm-sized, hard stone, and with a gentle strike, it disintegrated into powder, falling to the ground. Chu Feng was taken aback, lowering his gaze to his palm, pondering the sheer magnitude of his strength. The progress of the mighty bull demon fist was astonishingly swift. He had harbored doubts and once inquired with the yellow cow, which responded with written words of insight. This particular martial art could take a lifetime for some to master, with many failing to even surpass the initial stage. Conversely, there were those who could grasp several forms within a mere 10 days or a month. However, this merely represented a rudimentary understanding, for the profound mysteries contained within required gradual realization over time. At this rate, I shall soon achieve mastery, Chu Feng mused. He refrained from practicing into the night in pursuit of speed, believing it better to allow things to unfold naturally. After taking a shower, he began searching online for related news. The number of extraordinary individuals had notably increased, and some formidable figures were gradually becoming known. As he perused the reports with keen interest, he was drawn to a breaking news item. It was said that a rare and wondrous tree had been discovered in the Taihang Mountains, attracting numerous extraordinary beings who awaited the ripening of its fruits for a chance to contest them. This caused a significant stir, as rumors suggested that nearly all extraordinary individuals had undergone transformation after consuming the peculiar fruits of grass-like plants. Only the silver-winged celestial, the diamond behemoth, the fire spirit, and the white tiger king were different, as they partook of the fruits from the extraordinary small trees, granting them exceptional strength. Thus, the emergence of this news sent shockwaves through the community, igniting a flurry of activity, for it implied the potential creation of a superpower capable of subduing all other extraordinary beings. In an instant, the Taihang Mountains captured the attention of all, destined to be anything but tranquil. A new book requires the nurturing of its readers, urging members to click, recommend, and add it to their bookshelves. Chapter 28, Trials in the Mountains. The Taihang Mountains are on the brink of unrest. Chu Feng murmurs to himself as he gazes out the window at the vast night sky, where meteors occasionally streak across, fleeting in their brilliance. Surely, extraordinary beings will arrive. The fruits of the rare and wondrous trees could forge masters akin to the silver-winged celestial, the diamond warrior, the fire spirit, and the white tiger king. How could one not be captivated? Those with strength will likely make their way here if time permits. As these beings emerge, some may achieve fame in battle, while others may, like the meteors in the night sky, extinguish in an instant, perishing within the mountains. Regardless, the Taihang Mountains are destined to be engulfed in tumult. Did Lin Nuai come for this purpose as well? Chu Feng furrows his brow. The future holds inevitable strife for this region, and the mountains will be fraught with peril. He understands that celestial beings are formidable entities, especially with the presence of the silver-winged celestial, who, according to rumors, has previously vanquished all challengers with a single strike. None could withstand him. In the county town, within a residence, Yigu wears a solemn expression, his elongated eyes shimmering with a purple glow. Not long ago, he faced inquiries from higher-ups regarding the swift leakage of news about the treasure tree in the Taihang Mountains. Zhu Qingyu's expression is equally grim. Her usual smile has vanished, as she too is one of the leaders of this team and has been questioned. It can be said that celestial beings have long been monitoring the Taihang Mountains and have dispatched personnel to search here, being the first to discover that extraordinary tree. Who could have foreseen that the news would leak and reach the outside world? As a result, a storm is brewing, and all parties are aware that a multitude of extraordinary individuals will soon arrive. If we wait until the fruits are ripe, conflict is inevitable. The higher-ups are enraged. Zhuojun, head bowed, clutched the communicator tightly, fixated on the screen, harboring intense hatred for that individual. The moment the screen illuminated, he would connect without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of curses. Zhuojun, what are you daydreaming about? Yigu barked, typically calm but evidently incensed at this moment. You've been severely wounded. Could it be that you leaked information before your amnesia? Zhuojun was taken aback, his face draining of color as he hastily shook his head. Such a notion was unbearable. Otherwise, a grim fate awaited him. It is absolutely impossible. How could I be so spineless? I fought desperately, even to the point of amnesia. Zhuojun, overwhelmed with emotion, rose to his feet, vehemently defending himself. It is inconceivable that any of us would leak information. Could it be that the other two teams were responsible? Inquired a fellow extraordinary individual. Although the teams were all affiliated with Tianxin Biotechnology, they were also rivals, and the two latter teams had learned of the sapling's location. It is possible that other forces might be involved, such as Bodhijin, which has also emerged in the Taihang Mountains over the past few days, suggested Zhu Qingyu. Bodhijin, likewise specializing in biopharmaceuticals, has consistently been at the forefront of the industry, paralleling Tianxin Biotechnology in its leading position. At its inception, it was shrouded in mystery. It is said that they enlisted several top experts in the biopharmaceutical field, along with a few centenarian monks. Utilizing the most advanced instruments, they conducted various examinations on the monks. Subsequently, Bodhijin gradually developed and flourished, becoming increasingly renowned in the post-civilization era, ultimately transforming into a colossal conglomerate. The Taihang Mountain region has been occupied by us, yet they continue to meddle. One individual, discontented, perhaps sensing our advantageous position here, seeks to stir the waters. Zhu Qingyu remarked. Several individuals furrowed their brows. Bodhijin is not to be trifled with, as they are certainly not lacking in formidable experts, such as the Vajra, who can stand toe-to-toe with the silver-winged deity. This must be a source of concern for those in power. We need only to focus on our current responsibilities. Night began to settle into a tranquil calm. They all understood that it would not be long before conflict erupted in these mountains, uncertain of how many extraordinary individuals would manifest. In Qingyang town, within the courtyard of the Chu family, the wind howled and distant thunder rumbled. Chu Feng practiced his martial arts, his every movement markedly different from before, as a mysterious force enveloped his fists. As he executed his punches, petals and leaves danced through the air. He had mastered the 8th form of the bull demon fist. The speed of his progress was so remarkable that even the yellow bull regarded him with an odd gaze. However, after 2 days of strenuous practice, he found himself unable to master the 9th form, which bore a unique quality, resonating with the most challenging first form. He paused for a brief respite before heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Alas, the refrigerator was empty, leaving little to eat. The freezer contained a solitary steak, but if the yellow bull were to see it, a fierce confrontation would likely ensue. It was clear. A stroll outside was in order.
Chu Feng Rison Vet.
Present. All major markets had been stripped bare, making it impossible to procure any meat. Although there is some food at home, he is currently practicing martial arts, which consumes a considerable amount of energy, leaving him feeling famished each day. Ordinary sustenance proves inadequate. He requires a substantial quantity of meat. Bring the yellow ox. Let us head into the mountains, Chu Feng exclaimed. Indeed, if they were to venture into the mountains, the yellow ox must accompany them, having emerged from the enigmatic primal wilderness. The yellow ox, however, remained indifferent, languid, and utterly disinclined to move. The pork chops are gone, and the turkey has been devoured. From now on you shall subsist on grass, figure it out, Chu Feng threatened. Upon hearing this, the yellow ox sprang up from the bed, realizing there would be no meat to consume, and it was no longer willing to comply, revealing its true nature as anything but a herbivore. Ultimately, at Chu Feng's insistence, it agreed to accompany him. The Taihang Mountains stretched infinitely, exuding a magnificent grandeur. In this region, the mountains formed vast expanses with undulating terrain. After traversing through the fruit orchards to the east, one could enter the mountains after walking for about 20 miles. Within the mountains, numerous wild animals roamed, although hunting had previously been prohibited. Boars, leopards, macaques, roe deer, elk, badgers, and various other species thrived here, yet the sight of wolf packs was the most unwelcome to humans. With the speed of Chu Feng and the yellow ox, they soon found themselves amidst the mountains. Throughout the journey, Chu Feng observed meticulously, attentive to the possibility of encountering any peculiar fruits, for this place was seldom trodden by human feet. Alas, his efforts yielded no discoveries. Wait, where do you intend to go? That area is too perilous. Chu Feng suddenly halted. The yellow ox had dashed ahead, intent on rushing toward a majestic mountain shrouded in mist, where fearsome roars echoed and colossal predatory birds, spanning dozens of meters, occasionally circled above. The yellow ox paused and gestured to him, indicating its desire to venture there. It is a treacherous land, teeming with ferocious beasts. The expression on Chu Feng's face shifted. It is imperative to understand that this is not the ordinary Taihang Mountain, but rather a primordial mountain that has emerged due to the upheavals of heaven and earth. This singular mountain is so immense that it rivals dozens, if not hundreds, of typical peaks. Towering over 10,000 meters, it pierces the clouds. The mountain is adorned with ancient trees that reach the heavens, thick vines, and the cries of monkeys and tigers, presenting a scene of primal splendor. Even from a distance, one can sense a dreadful aura, overwhelming and terrifying. Practical experience. Huang Niu inscribed 2 characters on the ground with solemnity, indicating the reason for bringing Chu Feng here, highlighting what he currently lacks. Chu Feng's expression changed subtly, hesitating. He had not anticipated approaching those fierce birds and beasts before arriving. Following the transformation of the Taihang Mountains, this region has given rise to countless mysterious giant mountains, and this is merely one among them. Mu, Huang Niu urged. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, aware that Huang Niu would not lead him astray, and that his reasoning was sound. Having learned the bull demon fist, what was there to fear? Perhaps the bull demon fist was conceived in such a brutal environment. At long last, they approached the mountain, which was indeed colossal, resembling an expansive plateau. The vegetation was lush, and primitive life abounded. They cannot escape, yet I can enter?
Chu Feng inquired.
Huang Niu affirmed this. But will I be able to exit? Chu Feng questioned with skepticism. Huang Niu nodded, reassuring him not to worry. As long as he was not slain by the beasts, he could retrace his steps out. Chu Feng was bewildered, unable to comprehend the underlying principles at play. However, it was evident that the yellow bull was unwilling to elaborate further. As he swallowed hard, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Could he truly contend with such a formidable beast? The yellow bull glared at him, emphasizing that once they entered the forest, it was not imperative to engage in a fight. The foremost priority was survival, ensuring they remained alive before selecting suitable adversaries to hunt. At last, Chu Feng stepped into the primordial mountain terrain. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and some vines were as thick as water tanks, sprawled across the forest floor. The bull demon promptly cautioned him to maneuver using the bull demon fist techniques, to tense his muscles, and to conceal his presence. Chu Feng complied, hastily following it away from their previous location. Boom! Indeed, the forest was perilously dangerous. In the distance, the foliage rustled as a beast the size of a house charged forth, resembling a cheetah but adorned with a pair of horns. With a deafening crash, it landed precisely where they had just been. From behind the cover of the underbrush, Chu Feng watched in horror, gasping as he realized there was so much more to learn. The vast wilderness truly tested one's mettle. Surviving this ordeal would signify true initiation. At this juncture, Chu Feng felt no reluctance. Rather, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the experience, honing his skills. For soon, the Taihang Mountains would be engulfed in tumult, drawing many extraordinary beings and promising fierce battles. Though he ventured into the primeval mountains at great risk, he recognized that this journey was a transformative one, preparing him to adapt to various crises, far more significant than merely enhancing his martial techniques. As he traversed the dense thicket, a spider the size of his fist suddenly descended on a silk thread, nearly brushing against Chu Feng's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck out, his fist connecting with a splatter of flesh. He swiftly glanced at his fists, troubled by the fear of poisoning. The yellow bull, moving at a languid pace, shook its head, conveying the message that there was no need for concern. The bull demon fist was not so feeble. Throughout the journey, Chu Feng encountered numerous monsters, and on one perilous occasion, he nearly fell victim to a gigantic, ferocious avian creature measuring over 20 meters in length. The scene was utterly thrilling. The creature, entirely engulfed in fiery red, collided with the mountainside in pursuit of him, melting boulders upon impact. This place was fraught with danger. Chu Feng chose not to confront it directly and instead darted into the forest, vanishing from sight. As he traversed a tranquil woodland, an overwhelming sense of unease washed over him. Drawing upon his prior experiences, he recognized that this area likely harbored a formidable beast. This locale could very well be its lair, a place where other creatures dared not tread, for the silence was unnerving. Yet, the yellow bull insisted he press onward. Shortly thereafter, chills ran down Chu Feng's spine as he beheld a snow-white tiger, devoid of any markings, its length a staggering 6 meters, with sharp claws glinting ominously. This was no ordinary tiger. It possessed 3 tails, each shimmering with a crystalline luster, shattering rocks with a mere flick. The yellow bull inscribed characters upon the ground, indicating that they would feast upon it today. Chu Feng's eyes widened. This was a colossal beast. Were they truly to hunt it? Indeed, the yellow bull confirmed with a solemn nod, urging him to advance and strike, thereby honing his skills in combat. Ahead lay a relatively open space, devoid of vegetation, with a hard, dry ground and a cave in the mountainside, evidently the den of this monstrous creature. At that moment, the 6-meter-long behemoth opened its merciless eyes, fixating on the intruders, sensing their unfamiliar presence. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains as the monstrous creature transformed into a flash of white light, lunging forward with astonishing speed, accompanied by a foul gust. "Practice your punches," Chu Feng shouted, gritting his teeth and charging ahead. Chapter 29. The Return of the Wild. With a fierce cry, Chu Feng surged forward. During this tumultuous moment, his adrenaline surged, his heart raced at an exponential pace, and the flow of his blood quickened dramatically. A 6-meter-long beast, resembling a white tiger, leapt before him, its sharp claws unfurling like gleaming sickles, ready to strike down upon him. Chu Feng evaded the attack. Not yet comprehending the creature's strength, he refrained from a direct confrontation. Instead, he leapt, narrowly avoiding the beast's enormous claws, rolling forward past them. Crash! The beast's claws struck the ground, sending sparks flying as it carved deep gashes into the rocky terrain, a testament to its razor sharpness and immense power. The air crackled with energy as 3 massive tails swept through the air with unparalleled ferocity. The creature's tails whipped around, taut and formidable, akin to iron rods. Chu Feng dodged once more. The sound of a tree with a trunk nearly a foot thick snapping in half echoed behind him, crashing to the ground amidst a flurry of fallen leaves. Chu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. As a modern man, he had never encountered such a terrifying beast. Even amidst the Earth's cataclysmic transformations and the emergence of various anomalies, he had never personally faced the ferocity of such a giant creature. This fearsome beast was known as the three-tailed beast, a variant among the great tigers, boasting 3 tails and a colossal size, typically exceeding 6 to 7 meters in length. The colossal tiger possesses formidable abilities, its 3 tails as resilient as iron, capable of cleaving through mountain walls and severing the bodies of foes with ease. A thunderous roar reverberates through the air, causing the very forest to tremble. The 3-tailed beast lunges forward, its gaping maw wide enough to engulf an adult whole, its fangs extending over 2 feet in length, gleaming with a chilling radiance. Chu Feng retreats, for had it not been for his remarkable speed, he would have been consumed in an instant. In the distance, a low bellow from a yellow bull urges Chu Feng to advance, to cast aside fear. Who fears whom? It is a battle to the finish. With a fierce resolve, Chu Feng channels his inner beast, roaring loudly enough to make the trees quiver. Having evaded the beast several times, he has discerned that its strength is not overwhelmingly greater than his own. It is merely the fearsome maw and sharp claws that instill dread. Now that it charges at him, what is there to fear? He prepares to unleash the first form of the mighty bull demon fist, enveloping his fist in a mysterious power. With a fierce shout, he strikes forward. Behind him, a hulking black bull materializes, its body radiating an ominous glow, exuding an aura of the primordial. Its robust frame, eyes wide with fury, and massive horns pointed towards the heavens, seem as if it has stepped forth from ancient times. With a resounding bellow, the sound resonates through the mountains and forests, causing countless leaves to cascade and dance through the air. Alarmed, the 3-tailed beast's pristine white fur bristles as it arches its back, bracing itself for a formidable counterattack. The impact of Chu Feng's punch lands with a resounding thud, and as his fist makes contact, the black bull behind him raises its head, its great horns glimmering with dark energy, charging forward with unyielding force. The 3-tailed beast opened its gaping maw, its massive claws striking forward with unbridled ferocity, launching an all-out assault from multiple angles. With a resounding rumble, the ground trembled, and the area shook violently. Despite the stark difference in size between man and beast, strength is not solely determined by physical dimensions. A howl escaped the 3-tailed beast, revealing its injury as it staggered backward before collapsing. The colossal bull charged forth, toppling the creature with its might. As the dark haze dissipated, Chu Feng's fist shattered the beast's formidable claw, severing one of its over 2-foot-long, pristine white fangs, causing blood to flow freely. The first form of the bull demon fist, also known as the ultimate divine form, manifested the bull's tremendous power, surpassing even that of the 3-tailed beast. The ground was soaked in crimson, a broken fang lying there like a gleaming blade. Blood dripped from the beast's mouth as it rolled over, rising to its feet. In that moment, its demeanor shifted. The arrogance faded, replaced by a loss of its former brutish confidence. Such might, it could fell a giant beast, Chu Feng murmured, gazing at his fist, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. He had not been born in the wilderness, and had never encountered such bloody combat before. Just moments ago, he faced the terrifying, jagged teeth of the beast, and the impact of this outcome weighed heavily upon him. My practiced fist can reduce bluestone to dust. Thus, I fear you not. Come, monster, let us spar, Chu Feng called out. Having transitioned from initial tension and fear, he gradually steadied himself, slowly acclimating to the primal release of energy in this untamed mountainous realm. The 3-tailed beast's eyes glinted with ferocity as it crouched low, concealing its lethal claws and baring its white fangs. This was not an act of retreat. Rather, it was a moment of gathering strength. This ferocious beast possesses a lineage that includes the white tiger, classified as a variant of the colossal tiger, inherently savage and rarely submits. Engaging in combat, it fights relentlessly until one is vanquished. Come, let us practice our punches. Unfazed, Chu Feng took the initiative, launching an assault with his fists. The forest echoed with the sounds of impact as he relentlessly exchanged blows with the 3-tailed beast, executing the great force bull demon fist from the 1st to the 8th stance. As the skirmish progressed, he grew increasingly adept and began to relax. Had he chosen to strike with lethal intent, the the three-tailed beast would have already met its demise. However, he restrained himself to refine his martial skills. With a resounding crash, the beast's iron tail swept towards him once more, only to be met head-on by Chu Feng's fist, resulting in a severed tail and a spray of blood. He grimaced, retreating slightly. Despite his formidable prowess, he found himself somewhat ill at ease with the brutality. As a modern individual, he was not accustomed to the act of slaughter. Nevertheless, the three-tailed beast, driven by its primal ferocity, paid no heed to his restraint, roaring fiercely and retaliating with its massive claws and gaping maw. Chu Feng's eyes glinted with determination. Narrowly evading the monstrous claw that grazed his face, he barely escaped dismemberment. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his innate wildness, leaping into the fray with ferocity. With a series of resounding strikes, Chu Feng shattered the beast's colossal claws, fractured its skull, and pierced its chest, creating a gaping, blood-soaked wound. As the battle concluded, the 6-meter-long beast collapsed with a thunderous thud, blood gushing forth. This time, Chu Feng did not shy away, allowing the scalding beast's blood to splatter upon him. He remained tranquil, his heart clear and serene, as if undergoing a profound baptism. It was not a scene of savagery, nor of brutality, nor a sanguinary ritual. Rather, it was an instinct for survival that awakened within him, gradually transcending into something sublime. Chu Feng felt the echoes of ancient ancestors, standing upon the primordial earth, where the environment was harsh, necessitating a struggle against the heavens and a fierce battle with feral beasts, all to bathe in divine blood for the sake of mere existence. The yellow bull had approached, urging him to hasten and drag away the colossal creature. Chu Feng understood that lingering here was unwise, for the stench of blood was overwhelming and could easily attract other ferocious beasts. He swiftly towed the three-tailed beast along the same path they had come. Yet, despite their haste, they encountered hunters along the way. The scent of blood lured various predators, and in the primeval forest, terrifying eyes opened, gazing in their direction before embarking on a frenzied pursuit. A battle ensued. Fortunately, they remained on the periphery, not deep within the mountains, and thus avoided particularly fearsome entities. It was only as they neared their escape that danger struck. A large, shadowy hand descended from the heavens, colossal enough to encompass 3 houses, and struck down with tremendous force. With a thunderous boom, the entire forest trembled violently, akin to a seismic upheaval. Simultaneously, the three-tailed beast that Chu Feng had been dragging suffered the brunt of the blow, its body partially obliterated, splattering blood everywhere, creating a horrifying spectacle. Moo! The yellow bull galloped away, charging towards the mountain's edge. Chu Feng, still clutching a portion of the beast's body, now drenched in blood, tumbled out to the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, they had been mere meters from the mountain's edge, narrowly evading the ominous black hand. It resembled a colossal mountain, remarkably immense, possessing a humanoid form, entirely shrouded in darkness, with hair extending 5 to 6 feet in length, and even its large, ebony hands were no exception, the dark fur appearing quite ominous. Moments ago it had lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow that nearly crushed both Chu Feng and the yellow ox beneath it. It had since risen to its full stature, a massive figure towering at least 1 to 200 meters high, akin to a black mountain, its gaze icy and penetrating, fixed upon the outside world. Yet, it refrained from breaking through. After a brief observation, it retreated slowly, causing the forest to tremble as leaves cascaded down in disarray. Chu Feng observed clearly as it vanished behind the mountain, delving into deeper realms, where even greater primordial giants resided. After a considerable time, Chu Feng continued to gaze, his body drenched in beastly blood, and cold sweat trickling down. Eventually, he glanced down at the three-tailed beast he had dragged out, now reduced to 2 hind legs and a small portion of its torso, most of it having been obliterated into a sanguine pulp by that cataclysmic strike. What manner of creature is this? We were mere moments away from being reduced to flesh and blood ourselves. He felt a pang of emotion, noting that his body still felt somewhat frigid. Black divine ape. The yellow ox inscribed these 3 characters, and then etched further into the ground, producing a line of text that read, "In a year and a half I shall slay it." After a brief and straightforward cleanup, he skinned the beast, utilizing a black short sword to dismember its legs, stowing them all away within 2 large freezers, ensuring provisions for many days without the need to venture out. Chu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. The yellow ox shook its head, solemnly advising him to venture out daily. Chu Feng opened his mouth to protest but ultimately nodded. He understood that honing his skills in such perilous environments would yield immense rewards, leading to his own transformation. For instance, now, compared to before entering the mountains, he has certainly improved significantly, achieving a comprehensive enhancement in temperament, courage, and experience. Otherwise, in the future, he would be passively awaiting the cruel and harsh environment to arise, at which point he might have to exchange his blood and life for experience, resulting in far greater losses. In the following days, Chu Feng ventured into the mountains each day, honing himself and practicing his punches there. His striking power grew increasingly potent, and his comprehension of the first 8 forms deepened, leading to a newfound understanding that dramatically amplified the might of the Bull Demon Fist. Subsequently, he also mastered the 9th form of the mighty Bull Demon Fist, which was forced out during a fierce battle with a fierce avian creature over 10 meters in length, unleashing even greater power. Chapter 30. The Treasure of the Bull Demon King. In just a few days, Chu Feng traversed the vast wilderness of the mountains, as if undergoing a metamorphosis. From being tense, sweating profusely, and unable to bear the sight of blood, he gradually evolved into a state of calmness, composure, and serenity, capable of surviving and thriving amidst the primal depths of the mountains. He diligently practiced his punches, solidifying his mastery of all 9 forms of the Bull Demon Fist. Within the mountains, ancient trees flourished, shrouded in the passage of time, casting shade that obscured the sun. As he navigated through this realm, he was alone this time, without the yellow bull accompanying him. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed like thunder in his ears, as a massive black bird of prey swooped down from the sky with alarming speed, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. This colossal creature, entirely enveloped in black, measured over 10 meters in length, resembling an entity forged from obsidian, glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen, its claws equally black and incredibly sharp. With a swift movement, Chu Feng evaded its grasp, taking refuge behind a colossal stone weighing 1,000 pounds, as its enormous talons brutally fractured the boulder, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The massive black avian creature possessed eyes of a blood-red hue, exuding a chilling and savage demeanor, instantly recognizable as a formidable predator. Its size was sufficient to rend apart a colossal elephant. A gust of wind surged as it swooped down once more, disregarding the dense forests. Its ebony feathers were as hard as steel, mercilessly snapping ancient trees, causing leaves to whirl chaotically. Chu Feng, undaunted, had undergone a remarkable transformation through days of rigorous training. He moved across this untamed expanse with composure and fearlessness, displaying resolute courage and ferocity. A fierce battle ensued, lasting a full quarter of an hour. Ultimately, Chu Feng leaped with great force, confronting the monstrous bird that descended with lethal intent. In that moment, his 9-style fist imprint struck with the ferocity of a cataclysmic force, seemingly capable of shattering any obstruction, landing squarely upon the creature's chest. The feathers, resembling obsidian, erupted upon impact, scattering widely as the beast emitted a piercing shriek, a sound so shrill it threatened to rupture eardrums. With a violent collapse, its chest caved in, splitting open to reveal a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. The enormous carcass plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to tremble, ancient trees swaying violently, and rocks rolling in response. Bathed in the blood of the great bird, Chu Feng stood still, his demeanor calm, having shed the anxiety of days past, observing the scene with a steady gaze. Subsequently, he harvested portions of the creature's flesh and blood, carrying them away. Today, he would savor the taste of the legendary avian meat. Upon returning home, he meticulously prepared the bounty, using a black short sword to carve the meat, then cooking it in various ways, braising, frying, and presenting an extravagant feast of poultry dishes. Truly, it was a delectable delight. Chu Feng marveled in appreciation. Most importantly, the game hunted in recent days harbors astonishing energy, sufficient to replenish the body's needs, enabling him to feel the benefits during his martial arts practice, and his physique is undeniably strengthening. Moo! The yellow cow appears quite content, its belly noticeably swollen, indicating a clear weight gain over the past few days, resulting in a somewhat plump appearance. Behave yourself at home. I shall deliver some game to Uncle Lu and Master Zhao, Chu Feng remarked to the yellow cow after satisfying his hunger. Over the past few days, he had sent some game meat, and both Uncle Lu from the second-hand shop and Master Zhao from the cold weapon workshop praised it highly, proclaiming the meat to be exquisite. Naturally, he refrained from confessing that it was the flesh of a colossal beast. As dusk settled, Chu Feng, carrying 2 large bags of cooked meat, stepped into the courtyard, unable to resist returning to the spot where he had buried the seeds, scrutinizing it intently. Regrettably, no tender sprouts had emerged. The yellow cow, feeling uneasy under Chu Feng's gaze, sensed a profound malice in his demeanor, and with wide eyes, it promptly slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Humph! Do you think I am desperate for your dung? Currently, aside from dragon droppings, I can procure the excrement of any colossal beast. If not for the fear of offending the West Queen Mother and the 9 Heavens Shen Nu, I would have already taken action, Chu Feng declared, following it with a hearty laugh. Moo! The entire room trembled as the yellow cow, flustered and enraged, reacted. Ignoring it, Chu Feng made his way towards the tranquil street. The cow, akin to a thief, swiftly darted into the orchard on the eastern side of the courtyard. Chu Feng, hiding around the corner of the road, was taken aback, pondering what secrets this creature possessed that compelled it to sneak into the fruit grove under the cover of night. He was filled with curiosity, employing the methods taught to him by the old cowherd. He tensed his body to prevent the leakage of his energy and stealthily followed behind. There was something peculiar about this situation. Undoubtedly, this was a precaution taken against him, fearing he would pursue too closely. Chu Feng was compelled to halt, maintaining a considerable distance, for he understood that the cowherd possessed an acute sensitivity, an almost instinctual intuition. If he ventured too close, he would surely be detected. Recently, as he honed his martial skills, he too had developed a similar sense, allowing him to perceive danger even from afar, as if it were an innate instinct. Once sufficiently distanced, Chu Feng was convinced that the cowherd would not notice him. He followed leisurely, only able to discern a vague golden glow moving through the orchard. Chu Feng mused to himself, pondering the cowherd's excessive caution. What could possibly be so extraordinary that it warranted such vigilance? He quickly concealed himself behind an ancient peach tree, remaining utterly still. Moments later, he observed the cowherd digging a hole, seemingly burying something. Was this fellow hiding treasure? How dare he do so behind my back? Chu Feng clenched his teeth, yet he remained composed, patiently biding his time behind the old tree, motionless. You little rascal, think you can deceive me? Not a chance. Soon, I shall uncover your secret and leave you with nowhere to lament. Chu Feng secretly plotted, a triumphant smile creeping across his face. One could only imagine the fury the cowherd would feel upon discovering the emptiness of the spot when he returned to seek his hidden treasure. He chuckled to himself, waiting for the cowherd to depart completely before leisurely emerging from his hiding place, ready to unearth the hidden riches. He was acutely aware that the Bull Demon King was notoriously discerning. Anything it favored was likely extraordinary. Had it acquired something remarkable during its previous excursions into the mountains without him? Chu Feng pondered. Suddenly, he detected some sounds in the distance, and despite the separation, his keen senses had already picked up on them. In the dead of night, who could be visiting the orchard? This notion sparked a warning instinct within him. He retreated behind an ancient tree, once again settling into silence. He tensed his body, sealing off all his energies, seamlessly blending into the vastness of the night. In the air, a colossal bat descended slowly towards the fruit grove. Chu Feng was astonished. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was actually a man, adorned with a pair of demonic wings, resembling a giant bat as he landed soundlessly. Simultaneously, a woman approached the ground like a gust of wind, nearly arriving at the same moment. The winged man possessed a gentle, almost ethereal beauty, perfectly landing at the spot where the yellow bull's treasures were hidden. The woman, though only of average appearance, was evidently fond of embellishment. Her vibrant red lips, smoky eye makeup, and fashionable attire stood out, particularly as she donned a pristine white outfit amidst the darkness. What had just transpired? A flash of golden light, hazy and indistinct, appeared to him like a golden bull, truly peculiar. The two figures stood there, conversing in hushed tones. I just saw it heading towards Qingyang town. It shares the same destination as our target, Chu Feng. In the distance, Chu Feng, ever perceptive, had already overheard their words, and his heart sank. These two were evidently pursuing him, considering him their objective. What were their intentions? He immediately froze, reflecting on their audacity to mobilize against him. A mere mortal. How absurd. Regardless, tonight marks the time for a kill, the man with demonic wings declared, his handsome visage etched with a chilling demeanor. Moments ago, that golden creature had been here, digging a hole as if to conceal something. Perhaps fortune is on our side. The woman in white gathered her flowing hair, a charming smile gracing her lips, indifferent to the matter of killing Chu Feng, her focus solely on the present. With a graceful demeanor, she knelt down. Though she cherished cleanliness, her fingers were now stained with earth, for she had just glimpsed a rare golden beast, undoubtedly extraordinary. If there are benefits, we shall share equally, the man with demonic wings remarked. In the shadows, Chu Feng maintained his composure, refraining from intervening. It was not the opportune moment to act, as they regarded him as the target, and better opportunities would arise. On the ground, the woman in white busily excavated, her eyes gleaming in the darkness, filled with anticipation. Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but after a moment's thought, he felt little concern. He could easily dispose of the two later, and the treasures of the golden beast would not escape. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the woman in white, echoing sharply through the night. It was as if she had endured a nightmare, her hands flailing wildly, and then she began frantically wiping herself against the man with demonic wings. "What are you doing?" The man, clearly realizing the cause, was instantly filled with rage, swiftly retreating while suppressing a wave of nausea.
Gao Yung.
The woman cried out in despair, relentlessly shaking her hands, scrubbing against the ground and tree trunks, ultimately collapsing in a heap, retching uncontrollably. In the distance, Chu Feng stood in stunned silence. For a considerable duration, he remained motionless, silently observing. At that moment, his mind was racing, conjuring an array of thoughts in an instant. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Feng wiped away a cold sweat, realizing just how perilous the situation had been. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green, red, and white as he experienced a twinge of fear. That yellow cow was truly despicable, he cursed vehemently in his heart. Originally, he had intended to stealthily follow the yellow cow, planning to unearth hidden treasures and eliminate it completely. Had those two individuals not appeared, he shuddered to think of what might have transpired. The imagery was utterly horrifying. Once more, Chu Feng wiped his brow, mentally berating the yellow cow 100 times over. Was it truly necessary to be so secretive and elusive, akin to a thief, merely to resolve its own issues? That creature was inherently a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who noticed its suspicious behavior would inevitably feel compelled to pursue it in secrecy. Soon, Chu Feng came to a realization. His incessant references to cow dung a few days prior, requesting the yellow cow's assistance, had evidently instilled a sense of psychological apprehension in it, prompting its wariness towards him. That wretched beast. In the distance, the fastidious woman clad in white, who had always taken pride in her appearance, was retching to the point of nausea, her coughs echoing painfully as she cried out in distress. The sound was somewhat terrifying, as if she were enduring the most excruciating torment. The man with demonic wings also gagged for an extended period, decisively shedding his garments and casting them to the ground, his expression dark enough to seem as though it could drip with water. Chapter 31. Invincible I am on the brink of madness. The woman clad in white, her complexion pale, heaved violently, shaking her head with fervor as she emitted high-pitched cries, nearly teetering on the edge of insanity. She sprang to her feet and sprinted towards the distant stream, unable to endure the taint upon her hands, wishing fervently to sever them from her body. In her frantic dash, she reached the water's edge, plunging her hands into the frigid depths, scrubbing them vigorously until her skin threatened to peel. The man was no exception. His face shadowed with a grimace, he stumbled towards the stream, retching as he crouched beside it, persistently washing his hands. From a distance, Chu Feng observed them, refraining from an ambush, for he found them distasteful. He preferred to wait until they had cleansed themselves. Even from afar, he felt a sense of discomfort. One could only imagine the turmoil within their hearts at that moment. The woman in white remained motionless, as though she wished to wash her hands 100 times over. With a turn, Chu Feng vanished into the embrace of night. After a considerable time, the two finally emerged, arriving at the threshold of the Chu residence. At that moment, Chu Feng coincidentally opened the door and stepped outside. Had it not been for his desire to extract information from them, he would have acted long before. Now, he feigned the demeanor of an ordinary person, expressing surprise and inquiring about their identities. I have no desire to engage in further discourse with you. Simply understand that there are those who wish for your demise, the man with demonic wings declared, his countenance marked by disdain and an unsettling chill. Why? Who seeks to kill me? Chu Feng feigned astonishment, retreating a few steps. The night sky was tranquil, adorned with brilliant stars. The man unfurled a pair of black, demonic wings, ascending slowly into the air, exuding an immense aura that seemed to bind the very fabric of the universe. Now, I present you with an opportunity. Choose your manner of death. Firstly, there is the chance of an accidental electrocution leading to death. Secondly, the peril of being engulfed in flames, reduced to charred remains. Choose swiftly. His cold voice urged, devoid of regard for life, entirely indifferent to Chu Feng's fate, which to him was but an inconsequential matter. You are an extraordinary being, yet you remain subservient to others. Simultaneously, there lingers a concern that should my demise not be accidental, it may incite unforeseen complications that would cause you trepidation. Chu Feng calmly articulated, revealing that much could be discerned from these circumstances. A mere mortal unworthy of my consideration? Slaying you would be akin to squashing a wretched insect. The man with demonic wings expressed his disdain. I wish not to linger for even a moment. Let us resolve this swiftly. The woman clad in white grew increasingly agitated, losing patience as she grit her teeth and exclaimed, once we enter Qingyang town, I shall personally hunt down that monster and slay it. The man with demonic wings took action, diving downwards, unwilling to squander time. Boom! Yet, in the next instant, he was hurled backward. Chu Feng stood steadfast, delivering a punch that sent him soaring into the air, several bones fracturing upon impact, his chest caving in significantly, his body crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. He lay there, coughing blood, his face a portrait of shock. The force had instilled fear within him. Despite being an extraordinary being, he had nearly been obliterated by a single strike. You are no mere mortal. I have underestimated you. Then, he opened his mouth and emitted a peculiar roar, unleashing an enigmatic power. It resembled sound waves, yet it bore form, manifesting as black ripples, surging forth in relentless waves, exuding an unfathomable terror as it assaulted Chu Feng. Boom! The grass, foliage, and stones on the ground lay shattered, a scene both terrifying and awe-inspiring, indicative of an unimaginable force. Not far off, a woman clad in white felt a sense of relief, quickly retreating. For a man adorned with demonic wings, the mere utterance of a black ripple from his lips could invoke unparalleled dread. He had single-handedly obliterated numerous extraordinary beings, fearless in the face of battle, leaving a path of devastation in his wake. As for ordinary people, he had conducted experiments, capable of overwhelming thousands in a single breath. That black wave, once unleashed, spared neither friend nor foe, reducing all to ruin. At this moment, the heavens sparkled with countless stars, a dazzling spectacle. The winged man obscured the celestial brilliance, unfurling his immense, fleshy wings, blood staining the corners of his mouth, his eyes cold and merciless. From him emanated dark ripples, causing various objects on the ground to shatter continuously, the scene too horrific to behold. This was the essence of the extraordinary. Indeed, Chu Feng found himself in dire straits. The ripples seemed omnipresent, intent on tearing through his flesh and invading his mind, inducing excruciating pain. Yet he remained composed, entirely unperturbed. With a thunderous roar, He summoned the bull demon fist, manifesting the ultimate divine form behind him. A colossal black bull materialized, rearing its head skyward in response to Chu Feng's low growl. The earth-shattering roar reverberated, the terrifying sonic waves merging with the primordial bellow of the ancient bull. This was both a martial technique and a manifestation of sound waves. In midair, the beautiful man with demonic wings found his black ripples disintegrating, as if struck by lightning. He coughed blood and plummeted to the ground. He felt a searing pain in his throat, blood surging forth incessantly, while his chest throbbed with excruciating agony. Blood flowed from his mouth, nose, and ears, leaving him grievously wounded in every orifice. The woman in white, witnessing this harrowing scene, turned pale as a ghost. Swiftly, she acted, her palms emanating a purple glow, and a vine materialized, rapidly extending towards Chu Feng with an intent to strike. Chu Feng evaded the assault, and the vine struck the ground, instantly fracturing the bluestone tiles beneath it with a force that was truly astounding. With a hiss, more vines emerged from her palms, proliferating rapidly in an attempt to seal off all escape routes, aiming to ensnare Chu Feng and suffocate him to death. Simultaneously, the vines writhed and lashed out, causing the ground to shatter and debris to scatter, creating a scene of sheer terror. Yet, the Chu Feng of today was no longer the same as when he battled Zhuojun. He faced these two extraordinary beings with remarkable composure. His speed was unparalleled, covering 100 meters in merely 1.8 seconds. Since mastering the 9th form of the bull demon fist, his strength and swiftness had escalated tremendously, and his physical prowess was becoming extraordinary. The notion of flesh transcending into sanctity was being validated before his very eyes. A shadow flitted past as Chu Feng leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the woman in white hurtling away, crashing violently into the orchard with a thunderous impact, her mouth bloodied, unable to rise again. In mere moments he had dispatched both adversaries. Suddenly, an ominous sensation coursed through him, a tingling pain at the back of his head, prompting him to evade urgently. Bang! Not far off, a man with demonic wings pulled the trigger, the dark muzzle of his gun belching forth a flash of fire, intent on executing a fatal shot from behind. The bullet whizzed past at an alarming speed. However, Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if he could perceive its trajectory in advance. He had already sidestepped it, narrowly avoiding a shot to his head. Bang, bang, bang. The man fired repeatedly, his gaze chillingly cold. He had suffered grievous injuries, his face smeared with blood, his chest nearly pierced through as if struck by a powerful fist. Now, wielding the might of a mechanized gun, he sought vengeance, intent on ruthlessly eliminating his target. However, ever since Chu Feng mastered the 9th style of the bull demon fist, not only had his physical reflexes sharpened, but an innate primal instinct awakened within him, granting him a heightened intuition to sense impending danger. A tingling sensation occasionally coursed through his body, signaling the approach of a crisis, enabling him to evade threats with remarkable foresight. The two otherworldly beings felt their pupils constrict, their faces drained of color, utterly terrified. Was this truly the target they had aimed to eliminate? What a farce! As the last bullet was spent, the man with demon wings, enduring excruciating pain and bleeding profusely, violently flapped his wings in a desperate bid to ascend and escape. In a decisive moment, Chu Feng launched a black dagger, which shot forth like a bolt of dark lightning into the night sky. With a resounding thud, it pierced through the man's body, causing him to plummet from the air once more. The winged demon could rise no more. His injuries were too severe, leaving him on the brink of death. The starry sky sparkled brightly, enveloped in utter silence. Now, not a sound lingered. Chu Feng remained tranquil, bathed in starlight, radiating an otherworldly glow as he gazed down upon the two fallen figures. The two otherworldly beings were utterly shaken, gripped by a profound fear. This young man named Chu Feng had not even revealed his otherworldly state, yet he had effortlessly swept them aside. Just how formidable was he? Both felt a chill run through them, as if standing before a deity, exalted and invincible. At that moment, a yellow ox appeared, gazing curiously at the two individuals, seemingly perplexed. Had it not been for the commotion outside, this creature would likely have remained hidden. The woman clad in white lifted her gaze and instantly spotted the yellow ox. Her countenance shifted dramatically as she realized that this was the so-called culprit. A scream escaped her lips. In an instant, recollections of a recent harrowing experience flooded her mind, akin to a nightmarish vision. As the ox drew nearer, she could not suppress her nausea, trembling as she collapsed to the ground. The psychological trauma weighed heavily upon her. Initially bewildered, the yellow ox soon erupted in fury as the woman's retching intensified in response to its proximity. Did it think so little of this bovine creature? Thud! It stomped down with its hooves upon her forehead, causing her eyes to roll back as she fainted instantly. Reveal all that you know, Chu Feng demanded, fixing his gaze upon the man adorned with demonic wings. Yet, the man remained resolutely silent. His lips sealed tight, embodying an unyielding spirit. His eyes brimmed with hatred, intermingled with trepidation and a sense of helplessness. Deep within, a profound fear lingered as he regarded Chu Feng, perceiving him as a formidable entity akin to a deity or demon. With a resounding crash, Chu Feng too delivered a blow, rendering the man unconscious. Behold them, Chu Feng declared as he ventured into the orchard. On this tranquil night, he dialed Lin Nuoyi's communicator. He surmised that this incident was not orchestrated by Lin Nuoyi, yet there existed a thread of causality. Perhaps it was one of her admirers, or someone in her circle who had inadvertently instigated this situation. First, there was Wujun, intent on belittling his dignity, and now two extraordinary beings had emerged, intent on taking his life. Did they truly believe him to be weak and easily manipulated? He would not blame Lin Nuoyi, for this was not her doing. However, he felt compelled to identify the true culprit and ensure that they faced the consequences. His sole desire was to reveal the truth to Lin Nuoyi, confident that her calm and astute nature would lead her to discern the identity of the perpetrator, thereby enlightening him as well. Chapter 32. The woman to endure such targeted hostility is not in Chu Feng's character. Even the manner of his demise had been orchestrated in advance, whether by electrocution or consumed by flames, rendering his death utterly humiliating. Had he not mastered the 9 styles of boxing, his fate would have been tragically dismal. As the communicator connected, a woman's voice emerged. Under the starlit night, amidst the serene orchard, Chu Feng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This was certainly not Lin Nuoyi. In this tranquil silence, he could hear clearly. Had he misidentified the person? He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the communicator once more. There was no mistake. It was indeed Lin Nuoyi's number. Yet how could it be someone else's voice? I am looking for Lin Nuoyi, he stated calmly. Chu Feng, from Taihang Mountain? The woman on the other end had evidently recognized his name displayed on the communicator, confirming his identity. Yes.
Chu Feng Viplit.
You are in Qingyang town, I presume? That place is somewhat remote, yet it possesses a certain tranquility, far removed from the bustling chaos of the metropolis. It is a commendable location. With diligence, one can achieve remarkable accomplishments, far superior to those in Jiangning City, the woman remarked with an air of nonchalance. Chu Feng frowned, pondering the implication of her words. Who exactly was she? Though her tone was light, there was an underlying significance. Qingyang is but a small town nestled at the foot of the Taihang Mountains, while Jiangning stands as a grand metropolis, bustling and prosperous, a veritable epicenter of Jiangnan. The juxtaposition of these two places, seemingly inconspicuous, serves as a subtle reminder and suggestion to him. Yet, Chu Feng remains composed, merely stating that he wishes to speak with Lin Nuoyi. Recently, Nuoyi has been preoccupied, with numerous significant matters awaiting her attention at Tianshan Biotech, and those close to her are well aware, choosing not to disturb her during this hectic time. On the other end of the communicator, the woman's voice is gentle and soothing. Chu Feng is taken aback. She is a formidable woman who, despite her seemingly mild demeanor and casual speech, carries an air of profundity that invites contemplation. Her earlier remarks underscored Lin Nuoyi's esteemed position and subtly delineated the circle of those who share a close rapport with her, articulated with such finesse that it reveals nothing, yet conceals a sharp edge. Chu Feng surmises that this woman must possess a close association with Lin Nuoyi. Otherwise, how could she access her communicator? He refrains from contesting this notion, maintaining a serene demeanor. Subsequently, Chu Feng offers a polite smile, apologizing for the interruption before concluding the call. This unexpected turn of events leaves him astonished. He has been unable to reach Lin Nuoi. Who, indeed, is this woman? And what is her relationship with Lin Nuoi? It is difficult to ascertain her age from her voice alone. She could easily be a young lady in her 20s or a woman of refinement in her 30s or 40s. An hour later, Chu Feng dials Lin Nuoyi's communicator once more. The response is a languorous feminine voice, melodious yet tinged with a hint of disdain, asking, "Why are you calling again?" Chu Feng feels a sense of resignation. Why is it still her? You would do well to refrain from contacting Nuoi again. She is exceedingly busy and has no time. One ought to possess a sense of self-awareness. This time, the woman spoke with a certain directness, tinged with a hint of arrogance. You are being overly concerned. I merely wish to clarify a few matters with her in person. Chu Feng remained composed. Some issues do not warrant entanglement, as they lead nowhere. Do you understand my sentiment? Focus on living a grounded life in Xingyang town. It is a place well suited for you. The woman's tone revealed a trace of indifference. Evidently, she had lost her patience and spoke no longer with subtlety. It seemed the misunderstanding had deepened. Chu Feng's words were succinct. Despite this, he offered no explanation. There is no misunderstanding to speak of. Do not disturb Nuoi again. She has her own life, and you have yours. Separate worlds, so tread carefully. Should you persist in your pursuit, unforeseen consequences may arise. Perhaps you do not grasp this now, but I believe you will soon. The woman's voice turned frigid. Hearing this, Chu Feng felt a stir within him, as if casually remarking, "In truth, you are overthinking. My intention in seeking Nuoi was merely to share a curious occurrence." "Oh, what matter is this? You may share it with me, and I shall convey it." The woman seemed somewhat taken aback. "Today, a large bat fell outside my courtyard, bloodied and battered." Upon saying this, he paused, attentive to her reaction. Indeed, the woman appeared astonished, as if she had suddenly sat up in bed, and a momentary silence enveloped her. Only after a brief interval did she calmly inquire, "Such a trivial matter is what you wish to convey. Although that large bat was gravely injured, it had always been rather unfriendly towards me. It seems that, even if it is not a celestial being, there is still a connection." Chu Feng spoke slowly and deliberately. There was a moment of silence before the woman spoke again. Her voice softened. "Since there is a connection to the celestial beings, you must lend your assistance. We cannot allow him to come to harm." Chu Feng's gaze turned frosty. This woman knew the man with the demonic wings. Why should I assist? Although I am unaware of the reasons behind his injuries, he has consistently exhibited hostility towards me. As if he intends to kill me, he replied. "You!" The woman's anger flared. At this juncture, she could no longer maintain her composure and could not afford to confront Chu Feng as she had before, feeling a surge of indignation. "I warn you, if anything happens to him, you shall not escape unscathed," she stated firmly, issuing a threat. Chu Feng pondered. It appeared that the man with the demonic wings was indeed a formidable opponent, not a mere pawn to be discarded, hence her insistence on his protection. The man, with his demonic wings unfurled, emitted black ripples that indiscriminately annihilated all within a certain radius, shattering the stone ground beneath him, demonstrating his extraordinary prowess and status. What concern is it of mine? He was already doomed. I doubt he will survive more than a day or two, Chu Feng remarked, casting a glance at the two strangers lying in the distance. There will be someone to take him away. You merely need to tend to his wounds, nothing more. The woman replied coldly, before terminating the call. Chu Feng set down the communicator, a smirk of cold amusement playing on his lips. He had gleaned some insights and was unperturbed by their threats. The night passed in tranquility, devoid of visitors. It was not until noon, after Chu Feng and Huang Niu had enjoyed a hearty meal, that someone arrived, striding directly into the courtyard. "You are Chu Feng. Where is he?" He was a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a slightly dark complexion, of average build, exuding a formidable presence, and his gaze was piercing. "I am Chu Feng. Look, SNT that person right there?" Chu Feng gestured towards the corner of the courtyard wall. "It's not my fault. Despite being gravely injured, he still bears a murderous intent. Who wouldn't he be afraid of such a monster? I could only muster the courage to bind them. Chu Feng shrugged, displaying a look of helplessness. Very well, I shall take the person away. As for you, you perished in the fire, the middle-aged man proclaimed, charging forth like a tempest, throwing a punch aimed at Chu Feng's temple, intent on killing him. Chu Feng's expression remained impassive, his feet firmly planted, as he clenched his right fist and boldly met the oncoming blow. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed in agony. His body propelled backward, his fist mangled and his arm contorted as if struck by a mountain, leaving it severely damaged. You truly are peculiar attack, he bellowed. At that moment, several gun barrels emerged from the courtyard wall, equipped with silencers, all large-caliber instruments of death, unleashing a barrage of bullets aimed at Chu Feng. However, having mastered the 9th style of boxing, a certain instinct awakened within Chu Feng, allowing him to foresee danger and evade it. His speed was astonishing as he leaped over the wall. Bang! 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 One punch after another, the 4 gunmen were met with bone-cracking force, blood spraying from their mouths as their bodies flew through the air, collapsing to the ground. You! The middle-aged man was astounded, and as he opened his mouth, a beam of white light burst forth, resembling spider silk, ensnaring Chu Feng in a most peculiar manner. He resembled a large black spider, spewing silken threads as he charged forward with ferocity. The inky legs of the spider carved deep tracks into the ground, shattering upon contact with stone, creating a chilling spectacle. A low hum resonated through the air as he surged ahead, several spider legs extending rigidly, aiming at Chu Feng's body like black war spears, sharp and unparalleled. Alas! Upon manifesting the ultimate form of the bull demon fist, Chu Feng clenched his fist and shattered several of the ebony golden spider legs. With a powerful blow to the chest, he pierced through, leaving a gaping wound that was truly horrifying. The middle-aged man let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Chu Feng remained remarkably composed, observing them. Though these individuals were gravely injured and on the brink of death, he still bound them securely. Huang Niu, cast them into the wild mountains, Chu Feng commanded. Huang Niu tilted his head in defiance, signaling his refusal. That woman and the man with demon wings unearthed the pit you buried last night, and they are now aware of your secret, Chu Feng added. Upon hearing this, Huang Niu's fur bristled, each strand of golden hair almost standing on end. His fury ignited as if his most concealed vulnerabilities had been exposed. Do not challenge me. They were the ones who dug it up. If you do not believe me, interrogate them. Otherwise, why did that woman in white vomit upon seeing you? Chu Feng urged. Huang Niu's expression shifted dramatically, akin to someone turning pale and flushed with anger, as the revelation of his privacy being exposed infuriated him. After a brief struggle, he decisively dragged the group away, sprinting directly towards the mountains. How terrifying! Was it merely the exposure of his own issues that provoked such wrath, leading to murderous intentions? Chu Feng murmured to himself. He discerned that the cattle dealer was particularly sensitive, unwilling for anyone to pry into his affairs. Consequently, he resolved to refrain from mentioning the matter of cow dung in the future. The individuals were tethered together and dragged away by the cattle dealer in one swift motion. The dealer seemed to regain his composure, one hoof covering his eyes, emitting a few low moos, as if the upcoming spectacle was too brutal for him to witness. Chu Feng felt a wave of speechlessness. After all, it was he who had cast them into the mountains. That evening, after completing his martial arts practice, Chu Feng indulged in a warm bath and settled down to read in his room. This time, he chose not to reach out to Lin Nuai or that woman. Soon, his communicator chimed, signaling an incoming call from the other party. He opted not to answer, engrossed in his reading. After a brief interlude, the communicator rang again, prompting him to engage in conversation. It was the same woman, her voice slightly elevated, inquiring if he had seen anyone attempting to rescue the man with demon wings. Indeed, he had encountered a humanoid spider descending from the sky, nearly crashing at his doorstep. Chu Feng responded calmly. Upon hearing these words, silence enveloped the other end of the communicator, the woman momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she erupted. Is there a large pit at your doorstep? One falls, and another follows. In the end, they are either severely injured or crippled. Her voice resonated loudly, causing his ears to ring, as if she were unleashing a torrent of pent-up emotions. Chu Feng removed the communicator from his ear, attentively listening before finally responding in a measured tone. Indeed, there is a large pit. It was once a pond, but after it dried up, seeds were sown and vegetables were cultivated, along with the planting of some fruit trees. Upon closer inspection, the outline of that pit remains quite discernible. On the other end of the communicator, the woman's breathing grew heavier and more labored, as if one could perceive her chest rising and falling violently. Chu Feng hastily pulled the device away from his ear once more. Indeed, a voice erupted from the other side. I have no time to discuss the pond or the pit. I care not whether you are growing vegetables or planting trees. Listen closely. Those individuals must not come to harm, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Her tone was frigid, and she shouted, feeling a loss of composure, her voice involuntarily rising. This was a stark departure from her usual demeanor, noble, poised, serene, and elegant, all of which seemed to have fled in the face of the fire that burned within her. However, they have inexplicably sustained grave injuries and lie in the pit, clearly not long for this world. What can I do? Chu Feng replied. You must find someone to provide aid, she commanded vehemently. Why should I? He retorted, incredulous at such insolence from a mere mountain dweller. With a sharp crack, the woman abruptly ended the call, realizing the impropriety of her outburst. A person who loses composure reveals vulnerabilities, and such a revelation was unbecoming of her. She needed to regain her calm, even if it meant suppressing her sentiments before someone as lowly and inconsequential as him. Clearly enraged, the woman managed to restrain herself and swiftly recalibrated her emotions. She fell into silence, her agitation subsiding, the fiery anger within her quelled, and a cold glint flickered in her eyes as she contemplated the situation. A lowly individual, devoid of capability, who could be aiding him? The woman murmured, her thoughts drifting to Lin Nuoi. Could it be that she had sensed something? This revelation startled her. But how could that be? Lin Nuoi had always maintained a distant demeanor with Chu Feng, and she had been preoccupied with her own pressing matters, poised for transformation and unable to divert her attention elsewhere. Was Bodhi genetics thwarting us? She furrowed her brow, perhaps overthinking the matter. She pondered Chu Feng and deliberated on the internal dynamics of Tianshan Biotech, then began to suspect the superconglomerate Bodhi genetics. She retrieved her communicator, opened her contact list and selected a name Mu. Yet, hesitation gripped her, leading her to ultimately close the device. Just as her frustration peaked, Lin Nuoyi's communicator rang. Upon seeing the name, her expression stiffened. It was a call from Chu Feng. A surge of disdain washed over her. She had grown increasingly resentful of him, as the recent string of misfortunes seemed to be linked to his presence. What do you want? She asked coldly. Isn't it you who has matters to address? That bat over there, along with that gigantic spider, are on the brink of death. How long do you intend to leave them here? Chu Feng inquired. I shall speak with them, the woman replied with a firm tone, imbued with an air of condescension, commanding Chu Feng to pass the communicator to the two creatures. I already informed you they're both unconscious, gravely injured. It's a miracle they're still alive. Even I am nearly frightened to death by them. Hurry and get someone to take them away.
Chu Feng uget.
The woman paused in silence before informing Chu Feng that within a day or two, someone would be coming, and he must take care, for he could not bear the consequences of failure. After the call concluded, Chu Feng cheerfully retired for the night. However, the woman found herself unable to sleep, feeling a surge of frustration. She believed she had failed to address the situation with the detachment it warranted, allowing her emotions to cloud her judgment. Regardless of whether the issue stemmed from her or another, she resolved to eliminate the threat. With a steely gaze, she made her decision. As dawn broke, Chu Feng sat against the glowing horizon. Each morning and evening, he practiced a specific breathing technique, aware that it might be more crucial than the powerful bull demon fist. Observing the yellow bull, he noted how, despite its laziness, it never faltered in this daily ritual, a dedication not even seen in its own family's formidable bull demon fist. After breakfast, Chu Feng called to the yellow bull, saying, "Let us venture into the mountains." The bull, scratching the ground, inquired what they would do if others arrived. They seek me, and the missing otherworldly being is not here either. What can we do? Chu Feng chuckled, unperturbed. Those who lurked in the shadows would require elaborate arrangements to orchestrate his demise. His absence would ensure their plans would come to naught. Never mind. To spare them the effort, I shall leave a note. Chu Feng retrieved a piece of paper and inscribed a message in large letters before affixing it to the door. Knowing those individuals often acted with impunity, he anticipated they would undoubtedly intrude. The note was succinct and straightforward. Recently startled, taking a leisurely stroll in the mountains. At last, he marked the correct path leading to the vast and ancient mountains he intended to traverse. Should anyone have urgent business, they could venture into the mountains to seek him. However, should any intruder dare to approach, they would find themselves unable to depart. This was Chu Feng's resolve. If one wished him harm, they must be prepared to face the consequences. He harbored a deep disdain for that woman, eagerly awaiting her to send forth her otherworldly agents. For each that came, he would ensure their capture, dismantling her loyal followers and severing her influence, inflicting pain upon her or those she represented. Nevertheless, he would not tarry here, waiting idly. If one sought him out, they must come forth willingly. Should he venture into the mountains to hone his martial skills, those otherworldly beings would be wise to hasten after him. As he journeyed midway, Chu Feng contemplated Zhou Quan. Recently, he had been training in the mountains, experiencing rapid improvement in various aspects. Although fraught with peril, it was undoubtedly an excellent place for growth. He resolved to summon Zhou Pengzi, inviting him to join in this endeavor. Zhou Quan was an extraordinary being, far surpassing ordinary humans. A rigorous trial in the ancient mountains would surely elevate him further. Let us go, first to find that chubby fellow. Now, with his martial prowess flourishing, his physique greatly enhanced, and possessing astonishing speed and strength, traversing 100 miles posed no challenge. In times past, the distance between the county town and Qingyang town was a mere dozen miles. Now, it spanned an impressive 100 miles, with mysterious towering mountains appearing along the way. Fatty, I've come for you. Hurry to the outskirts of the county town. I shall take you to a place of great amusement, Chu Feng communicated to Zhou Quan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi let out an exuberant cry, seemingly thrilled, and replied, I've been cooped up lately. Once you arrive in the county town, Fat Brother will treat you. Let us indulge in a grand feast. In the evening, I shall indulge in a bath, and as for that street of fairies, should you find it intriguing, I shall certainly accompany you at the cost of my life. What? There exists such a splendid place, and I was utterly unaware? In this small domain of the county I am well acquainted. After all, I am quite the local authority. Zhou Quan's incredulity was palpable, and he would not believe it. You shall soon discover the truth. Wait and see. Chu Feng chuckled softly. Very well. I shall meet you outside the county. Zhou Fatty was brimming with excitement. Outside the county, a silver-gray sedan approached with great haste. Zhou Quan arrived in a whirlwind, and upon spotting Chu Feng, he slammed on the brakes, flung open the car door, and leaped out. Brother, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly. Zhou Quan's enthusiasm was boundless, and he immediately enveloped Chu Feng in a bear hug. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly Zhou Fatty? He appeared so lean now, a stark contrast to his former self. Yet, what drew the most attention was his extravagant slicked-back hairstyle, which was rather exaggerated. His hair was combed back thickly and densely, resembling a dustpan if not examined closely. Chu Feng could not help but burst into laughter. It was evident that 2 cow horns were cleverly concealed within the slicked-back style. No wonder Zhou Fatty's parents scolded him, claiming his current appearance resembled that of a ruffian rather than a decent person. Indeed, if he did not appear so, then who would? Zhou Fatty wore a look of despair, sighing heavily as he touched his slicked-back hair, utterly vexed by the inexplicable emergence of 2 cow horns, nearly driving him to the brink of frustration. You should take it lightly. At the very least, you have successfully lost weight. Chu Feng laughed heartily. In days gone by, Zhou Quan had a round belly, his face was plump, and his ears were quite large. When he smiled, he bore a kind and benevolent expression reminiscent of the Maitreya Buddha. Now, however, he had transformed into a lean figure. Where had the bull demon king gone? Zhou the Fat asked, simultaneously adding, by the way, I brought along 2 of my cousins. They insisted on tagging along after hearing you speak so highly of this place. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He was currently entangled in troubles and had initially wished to avoid being seen with Zhou Quan, which was why he had asked him to come out of the city. He would have to admonish the Fat One shortly, instructing him to advise his cousins to keep their mouths shut. The bull demon. Zhou Quan finally spotted the yellow bull. The creature was perched on a large slab of stone in the distance, seated like a sage, its front hooves cradling wild fruits, savoring them with delight. Upon noticing Zhou Quan's greeting, it sauntered over, standing upright on its hind legs. Goodness! In the distance, the 2 young men who had already disembarked were so frightened that they screamed, their faces as pale as ghosts, nearly leaping into the vehicle to escape. What's the panic? Come here. In this crucial moment, Zhou Quan displayed remarkable composure, calling his 2 cousins over and solemnly introducing, there are extraordinary beings appearing now. You know well enough. Have you not seen the horns sprouting from my head? This fellow is similar but merely a failure. During its transformation, something went awry, resulting in its bovine form. Is that so? The 2 young men appeared skeptical. The yellow bull snorted, emitting white smoke from its nostrils, yet ultimately restrained itself. It extended a front hoof, lifting Zhou Quan's slicked back hair for a closer inspection, and then, bursting with laughter, clutched its belly in mirth. Zhou Quan's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as he retorted angrily, What are you laughing about? It's merely a couple of extra horns. That's still better than your predicament. The yellow bull began to etch words into the ground, stating, Incomplete evolution of the bull-headed man. It then pointed at the Fat One. What? Are you calling me a bull-headed man? I'll take you on. Zhou Quan, in a fit of exasperation, lunged forward. Chu Feng, rubbing his forehead, reflected on how these 2 seemed destined to clash whenever they were together. It was truly unresolvable. You are the true beast, and your entire family embodies that. Zhou, after being separated, continued to bicker. The yellow bull remained unimpressed. With determination, it extracted a communicator from the large cloth bag draped over its body, swiftly conducting a search. Then, its mouth stretched into an exaggerated grin, unable to contain its amusement. Zhou Quan, eyes wide with astonishment, watched in disbelief. He had heard Chu Feng mention this creature's obsession with the communicator and its penchant for bothering others. Yet witnessing its adept manipulation was a different experience altogether. What a remarkable being, he exclaimed. Eventually, Zhou Quan sternly instructed his 2 cousins before sending them on their way. He then followed Chu Feng deeper into the mountains. I say, brother, where exactly is this intriguing place you spoke of? Why are we heading into the mountains? Zhou Quan queried, puzzled. The path is correct. We shall arrive shortly. That is reassuring. By the way, is it truly exhilarating? Zhou Quan inquired, anticipation evident in his voice. Fear not. It promises an unprecedented thrill. As I have assured you, your heart and soul will quiver with excitement. Let us proceed. Chu Feng led the way. I have also heard tales of estates built by tycoons within the Taihang Mountains. Surely you have connections to such places?
Zhou Quan responde ajarli.
Indeed. I am intrigued. They say such locales can lead one to a state of blissful oblivion. By the way, has the recent upheaval in the world left that place unscathed? Is it still operational? Zhou Quan asked. Rest assured, it remains unaffected, Chu Feng replied. Wonderful. I crave that thrill. I am on my way to the realm of enchantment. Zhou Quan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chapter 34. An epic film. It willingly embraced the name Yellow Bull. On the road, Zhou Quan learned of the situation, left utterly astonished, while simultaneously grappling with a sense of imbalance within. This was because he had once referred to the Yellow Bull as Bull Demon King, only to be met with disdain and contempt from that very creature. Yet, in the end, that fastidious being chose such a name? Moo! The yellow bull bellowed, lifting its head high, adorned with an expression of pride, seemingly quite pleased with this melodious appellation. Are you truly so proud? Zhou Quan found himself at a loss for words. To him, this name seemed utterly pedestrian. It was hard to fathom how that bull could accept it. The yellow bull cast a sidelong glance, dripping with disdain, as if to say, "What's the matter? Do you have an objection? You, a mere scalper, are so self-satisfied? You know how to use a communicator, don't you? Go ahead and look up what yellow bull means."
Zhou Quan remarca.
With a look of suspicion and confusion, the yellow bull hesitated. Seeing this, Chu Feng felt a twinge of anxiety and quickly interjected, "Don't listen to his nonsense. We must focus on our journey." The yellow bull, ever vigilant and well acquainted with Chu Feng, decisively retrieved its communicator and began to furiously tap away, only to be left bewildered and speechless after a moment of reading. "Well?" Zhou Quan inquired with a forced smile. Chu Feng remained composed, unruffled by the situation. With a measured tone, he began, "Those ordinary folk know not what they speak. Do not be misled. Let me tell you, the term yellow bull is, in fact, quite extraordinary and imbued with profound significance, though it has been misconstrued in recent years." The yellow bull paused, harboring doubts. Chu Feng, with utmost seriousness, proceeded to explain, "Take a closer look. What does yellow signify? In ancient times, the color yellow was synonymous with honor and nobility, reserved solely for royalty, adorning their garments in a manner that was beyond description. Now, consider the character for cow. It is indeed splendid. Nowadays, whenever someone mentions a remarkable person or event, people often raise their thumbs in approval, exclaiming awesome. Zhou, taken aback, stared in disbelief as he listened to his companion's earnest nonsense. Ultimately, unable to contain himself, he interjected, stating, "The character cow has countless applications. For instance, awesome." Chu Feng, feigning seriousness, retorted, "Vulgar." Zhou, indignant, defended his point. "What is vulgar about it? There's an even more common term I haven't mentioned, which is cow." Suddenly, the yellow cow kicked him away with a fierce expression, warning him against speaking frivolously. Frustrated and with no avenue for reasoning, Zhou spoke candidly, only to receive a hoof as a response, while Chu Feng continued his nonsensical chatter, much to the delight of the cow, who nodded enthusiastically. Thus, the combination of yellow and cow can be deemed a great virtue, a splendid name, unperturbed by the misconceptions of the vulgar. Chu Feng asserted. The yellow cow nodded in agreement. Where could one seek justice? Zhou, exasperated, turned away to look elsewhere, muttering, "You all are cowards." Chu Feng warned the yellow cow, "He's insulting you." The yellow cow, bewildered, asked, "What does that mean?" Zhou quickly clarified, "Nonsense. I was merely saying that the cow family possesses a field. Ignore him." He hurried to explain, fearing the wrath of the cow demon. Meanwhile, as they traversed the desolate mountains, an increasing sense of unease enveloped him. Where were they? There were no villages ahead, no inns behind, only towering mountains and a pervasive miasma. A sudden, thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains, accompanied by a howling wind that sent leaves fluttering in a chilling dance. In an instant, all the hair on Zhou Quan's body stood on end, and an icy shiver coursed through him. "Brother, I believe we have taken a wrong turn and stumbled into the wild mountains. We must retreat at once." Fear gripped him, his expression frantic and anxious. "Fear not, for this path leads us through to something extraordinary. Have you ever heard of a hidden paradise?" Chu Feng replied with a smile. "What, behind these mountains?" Zhou Quan exclaimed in surprise, only to be swiftly overtaken by intrigue, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Indeed, this estate, constructed by a wealthy magnate, is nothing short of grand. The presence of the wild mountains adds an air of mystery to this locale. It's not merely an air of mystery. Once we arrive, you shall understand the bewildering depths of it," Chu Feng said calmly. Zhou Quan nodded fervently. "I can hardly wait." At last, they ventured into the heart of the wild mountains, and Zhou Quan embarked on his enchanting journey. However, as they walked, a sudden scream escaped Zhou Quan's lips, goosebumps prickling his skin as he leapt high in the air, nearly terrified to death. Just ahead loomed a colossal bear, its face as large as a house, emerging from the thicket, nearly colliding with Zhou Quan, threatening a bear's kiss. It is worth noting that this beast, with its cavernous maw, could easily swallow several adults whole. Zhou Quan, nearly paralyzed with fear, scrambled backward, trembling uncontrollably, seeking refuge behind Chu Feng and the sturdy yellow cow. With a light reprimand, Chu Feng startled the massive bear, which promptly turned and fled in a state of panic. This creature had encountered the human before and had witnessed him vanquish even more formidable beasts. It ran away. Zhou Quan was taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. It's merely a large bear, raised at the villa. It's actually quite timid. Did you not see how it bolted when I shouted? Chu Feng explained with remarkable composure. Zhou Quan, puzzled, wondered what sort of enigmatic villa this was. Despite his fear, his anticipation only grew. Not long after, Zhou Quan let out a blood-curdling scream once more. He inadvertently glanced up and spotted a thread as thick as a thumb, suspending a spider the size of a millstone, descending from the colossal ancient tree, perilously close, less than 3 feet from his head. Horror gripped him, rendering him immobile. He collapsed onto the ground, scrambling backward with hands and feet. Thud! Chu Feng, unfazed, simply kicked the giant spider away. Zhou Quan rolled his eyes, swallowing hard, then began to pound his chest, feeling as though he might suffocate. The fright had nearly caused him to faint moments earlier. Brother, this path appears rather treacherous. Perhaps we should reconsider. I feel as though I am in some prehistoric epic. What manner of creatures are these, one after another? His breath came in rapid bursts, the fear almost overwhelming him. Simultaneously, he marveled at Chu Feng's audacity. To confront such a colossal spider without a flicker of hesitation was truly remarkable. Soon, Zhou Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. This time, he could not dismiss Chu Feng's bravery as a mere triviality. In the silent depths of the forest, a colossal one-eyed wolf emerged, measuring an impressive 10 meters in length and several meters in height. Its fangs gleamed like long, sharp blades, unparalleled in sharpness. Astonishingly, this formidable creature possessed wings on either side of its body, indicating its ability to soar through the skies. Zhou Quan, overwhelmed by terror, instinctively turned to flee, only to discover that Chu Feng, in stark contrast, charged forward with remarkable composure, ready to engage in battle. In the next moment, Zhou Quan was left in a state of disbelief. Was he dreaming? Had he somehow journeyed back to the primordial era to witness a genuine spectacle of untamed wilderness? He bit down on his lip, assuring himself that this was no mere dream. Fear consumed him, compelling him to retreat further, his heart racing with anxiety. Nearby, a yellow cow scoffed at his plight before vanishing, soon to return with a towering 3-meter-tall monkey, which it directed toward Zhou Quan. Ah! Help me! Zhou Quan screamed in terror, utterly petrified by the immense size of the monkey, which glared down at him with its sharp white teeth, as if he were but a mere chick. Chaos erupted in the vicinity as Zhou Quan sprinted for his life, the great monkey in relentless pursuit. Desperation took hold, and Zhou Quan unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, capable of incinerating gold and melting stone, the intense heat shocking in its ferocity. With a resounding crack, a towering ancient tree was reduced to ashes. The monkey, frightened, quickly retreated. Zhou Quan, pale and shaken, also began to back away. Chu Feng had vanquished the one-eyed wolf and was now approaching him. Stay calm. Harness your abilities. As an extraordinary individual, should you truly fear a mere monkey? Chu Feng urged. Brother, this is no way to treat someone. What kind of place is this? Where is the villa? Where is my sanctuary? Zhou Quan trembled, his voice tinged with tears. The mountain villa was not a place accessible to everyone. It was a trial that one must endure, a challenge that required defeating the formidable giant monkey. You must conquer this beast, Chu Feng stated with utmost seriousness. Ah! Zhou Quan exclaimed, feeling compelled to fight for his life as the savage monkey lunged at him with fierce aggression. With a deep breath, Zhou Quan opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the area in a fiery blaze. Chu Feng and the yellow ox hurriedly attempted to extinguish the fire, genuinely concerned that Zhou Quan might set the entire forest ablaze. Ultimately, the giant monkey sustained severe injuries and fled. Zhou Quan collapsed onto the ground, eventually lying there, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat, a manifestation of his sheer terror, nearly fainting. Since you are here, take solace. Do not fear. Look, you have driven off such a fearsome beast. As an extraordinary individual, your strength is formidable. What is there to fear? Chu Feng offered words of comfort. By the way, how did you become so powerful to contend with that enormous one-eyed wolf? Zhou Quan inquired, astonished, as if he had just grasped the significance of this revelation after such a long time. His earlier panic had clouded his thoughts, and only now was he beginning to regain his composure. If you were to engage in battles with ferocious beasts daily, you would face them with greater ease, rather than in such a state of disarray, Chu Feng remarked. Moments later, as Chu Feng fought against a colossal bird stretching over 10 meters in length, Zhou Quan's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing just how extraordinary this brother of his truly was. What a fantastical spectacle, he murmured to himself. As the fierce battle between Chu Feng and the colossal avian raged on, they traversed from the ground to the ancient trees, eventually soaring into the sky. With a powerful leap, Chu Feng landed upon the creature's back, rising with it as he unleashed a barrage of punches. After gliding several hundred meters through the air, he delivered the final blow, sending the giant bird plummeting into the forest below. Was this truly a realm of gentleness? Time seemed to lose its meaning as he murmured to himself, having come to a realization. Yet he found himself unable to withstand such tender tribulations. Subsequently, Zhou Quan experienced a visual feast that transitioned from horror to the wild, then to the fantastical, each moment an epic spectacle. Yet it was overwhelmingly terrifying, forcing him to endure it firsthand. This day felt eternal for him. Ultimately, Zhou Quan wept, gaining a profound understanding. I finally grasped the reason why some claim that a realm of gentleness is a hero's grave. What a painful revelation this is, so fitting. Oh, how I weep! Chapter 35. A nationwide sensation. A serpent with 8 heads, an abominable creature, help! A silver centipede, heavens, 2 meters long, is pursuing me. Help, Chu Feng. You scoundrel, is this what you call a realm of gentleness? Hurry! Bring me pest control. Here comes another, a black tiger, whose paw can shatter a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds. I can no longer run. Bull Demon King, come to my rescue. Chu Feng, save me. On this day, Zhou Quan howled like a ghost, fleeing for his life, exhausted to the point of foaming at the mouth, nearly convulsing in fear. At that moment, tears brimmed in Zhou Quan's eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness, as he realized it was finally over. His throat was hoarse. For most of the day, he had either been shouting in a frantic escape or breathing fire to combat the monstrous beasts, leaving his throat swollen. Brother, you are truly ruthless. Not only is my heart trembling, but even my very soul is shivering in response. Zhou Quan gasped for breath as he sat on the ground. Do you know why I can contend with these ferocious avian beasts? It is precisely because I come here daily to hone my skills, gradually adapting to the challenges. Chu Feng offered words of comfort. How can I compare to you? Your single punch can shatter boulders weighing thousands of pounds and bring down enormous birds measuring over 10 meters in length. You are a monster in your own right, while I find it impossible to survive here, Zhou Quan exclaimed. You are an extraordinary individual. The flames you unleash can incinerate gold and melt stone, wielding immense power. As long as you can master it completely, traversing the mountains should pose no difficulty, Chu Feng assured him. He believed that Zhou Quan, as an extraordinary being, possessed the potential to enhance his abilities, but it required relentless effort to draw forth the latent power within him. Furthermore, since Zhou Quan had grown horns akin to a bull, perhaps the fruit he consumed was indeed linked to the bull demon clan, allowing the yellow bull to impart some survival techniques to him. Chu Feng spoke earnestly, expressing his concerns for the future. The world remained in a state of upheaval, and those monsters in the mountains might one day emerge. Moreover, who could say whether even more terrifying events lay ahead? In these perilous times, the only way to ensure survival in the future was to elevate oneself. Hearing his serious tone, Zhou Quan felt disheartened. In this current world, who among us does not harbor a sense of crisis deep within? The world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible, and many harbor hidden fears. Brother, I understand that you have my best interests at heart. You are right. I will give it my all. Zhou Quan made a resolute decision. In the mountains, 2 individuals and a cow sat together, tending to the fire. The legs of the raptor were roasted to a golden sheen, exuding an alluring aroma, as the fat dripped onto the flames with a satisfying sizzle. How could it smell so divine? Zhou Quan momentarily forgot the hardships he had endured, his eyes fixated on the succulent meat, unable to suppress his salivation. Especially after a long day of toil, his hunger intensified. It was ready. Chu Feng sprinkled salt over the meat and brushed it with a layer of honey, enhancing the raptor's leg with an even richer fragrance, which made his own mouth water. Moo! The two men and the cow began to feast, vying for the delectable morsels. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of chewing and swallowing, as the trio devoured their meal with fervor. Oh my! This is extraordinary! I have never tasted such exquisite and fragrant game before. The texture of this meat is unparalleled. One cannot find anything like it elsewhere. Zhou Quan marveled. This was no exaggeration. The flesh of certain ferocious birds and beasts was surprisingly delectable, and with just a bit of preparation, it became utterly delightful, the rich aroma lingering for quite some time. A large bird leg was left completely bare, and had they not been so full, it was likely they would have roasted the other leg as well. What satisfaction! This flavor! Ah! It surpasses even a divine banquet. For the sake of such deliciousness, I shall return here in the future. Zhou Quan lay back, immensely content, stroking his distended belly, as if he had forgotten the wretched state he was in just moments ago. Chu Feng and the yellow cow were indulging in a type of bright red berry, which melted in the mouth, sweet and fragrant, a rare delicacy. For several days, they had relied on various berries as their vegetables, and found them to be quite delightful. Zhou Quan sampled one dish and promptly began to indulge, even as his stomach reached its limit. He stubbornly persisted, exclaiming that this place would indeed become his sanctuary of tenderness. Upon hearing this, the cattle trader scoffed and promptly retrieved his communicator, swiftly tapping away to show him several photos taken earlier. Zhou Quan, upon viewing them, was consumed by a mix of embarrassment and fury. You dare to take candid shots of me, the illustrious and valiant one, while neglecting to capture my grandeur, instead opting to portray me in such an unflattering light? He shouted in indignation. Each photograph possessed its own unique charm, and upon casting a glance, Chu Feng erupted into hearty laughter. One image depicted Zhou Quan with wide eyes filled with terror, nearly fainting from fright. Another showed him weeping profusely, fleeing in disarray. Yet another captured him with dilated pupils, utterly terrified. Though merely a handful of images, each was a classic in its own right, striking at the very core of Zhou Quan's being. Suddenly, Zhou Quan's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Wait, that's on the website for sharing embarrassing moments?" The cattle trader nodded with pride, implying that posting a few pictures was a trivial task. Zhou Quan nearly spat out blood in shock. What kind of place was that? As its name suggests, it is a platform dedicated to showcasing embarrassing images, with visitor numbers that are astonishingly high each day. It could be said that any mildly amusing embarrassing image would guarantee rapid dissemination in no time. Zhou Quan, now frantic, shouted, "Cattle trader, I shall challenge you." In response, the cattle trader nonchalantly kicked him aside, bemused by his overreaction. What's the fuss? It's merely a few pictures, he thought. Such impulsiveness will never lead to greatness. You are bullying me, cattle trader. Zhou Quan was infuriated, truly exasperated. Do not fret. That place receives a plethora of new images daily. Many are uploaded only to be buried instantly, deprived of any chance to surface. Chu Feng consoled him. This reassurance offered Zhou Quan some solace, allowing his anxieties to dissipate slightly. He approached the yellow cow closely, glancing at the view count, which caused his blood pressure to surge perilously, nearly overwhelming him. How could it have reached nearly 100,000 views in such a short span? He exclaimed, "Nyo Mo Wang, I shall have your head."
Zhou Quan lamenta.
His complexion turning a ghastly shade of green. The increase was astonishing. The view count had indeed crossed the 100,000 mark, solidifying its status as a viral sensation. Cursed be it, who will come to my aid? Zhou Quan lamented, clutching his head, overwhelmed. He sensed that these images might thrust him into the spotlight across the nation, yet not in a commendable manner, for this was the realm of the Misfortune Showcase Network. Nyo Mo Wang, what mischief have you wrought? Zhou Quan rushed towards the yellow cow, grappling with him futilely. Clearly, he was no match, easily subdued. You shameless beast. Do you not feel the slightest remorse for committing such an outrage? Zhou Quan shouted in fury. The yellow cow paid him no heed, engrossed in the comments beneath the images. Zhou Quan cast a glance and saw the comments had surpassed 10,000, prompting another spike in his blood pressure. Individually, these images might be deemed mediocre, but collectively, they formed a remarkable array of emoticons. Look, there are expressions of sheer horror, tears streaming down in sorrowful wails, and frantic escapes in utter panic. Together, they create a truly extraordinary spectacle. Indeed, it is quite imaginable that something can remain popular for over a year and a half. I must download a collection. This individual is truly amusing. What an era it is to still sport such a grand pompadour. Thank you, esteemed poster. I have already saved this and added it to my collection of emoticons. Zhou Quan seized the communicator, and in that moment, his combat prowess surged dramatically. With a flurry of keystrokes, he engaged in a fierce battle against those who left comments. Chu Feng observed this spectacle with a sense of incredulity. Where is the administrator? I demand the removal of these images. Zhou Quan furiously commented and sought to file a complaint, wishing for the administrator to eliminate the pictures. Simultaneously, he lodged complaints against the individuals in the comment section, as he found himself besieged by their collective criticism. Zhou Fatty could no longer contain his frustration, nearly spitting blood. Not only was his request to delete images denied, but he was also subjected to a month of being pinned down? What kind of wretched administrator is this? He unleashed a torrent of curses. Ah! Chu Feng simply could not restrain himself, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. As for the instigator, the scalper, he reveled in the adoration of countless commenters, each expressing their admiration. Great poster, please accept my humble gratitude. I am immensely thankful. What a divine image, O talented poster. Zhou Quan, upon witnessing the scalper basking in worship and praise, could no longer endure it. His blood pressure soared to alarming levels, and he was on the verge of hurling the communicator. The scalper, quick-witted and nimble, snatched it away just in time. Fortunately, Chu Feng scrutinized the images closely and rendered his assessment. At this moment of profound despair in life, Zhou Quan heard such words, and it felt as though he had encountered a refreshing stream in a desert, providing him with a sliver of solace. With a hint of anxiety, he inquired, "You think these images aren't so embarrassing, do you?" "Very embarrassing," Chu Feng replied. "I merely believe that not capturing the monstrous pursuers in the photographs means nothing was truly revealed. Thus it's not too bad." Zhou Quan immediately turned away, ignoring him. Soon after, Zhou Quan's communicator chimed. Someone was seeking him. "Cousin, your talent is remarkable. Those divine images have taken the world by storm." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Quan, infuriated, felt like throwing his communicator, only to realize it was his own device, compelling him to terminate the conversation with frustration. However, shortly after, another call came through, this time from his second cousin. As soon as the connection was made, a booming voice erupted, "Cousin, I am utterly in awe of you. Such talent. Talent, my foot. Get lost." Zhou Quan was seething with anger. Then, the communicator continued to ring incessantly, with numerous acquaintances attempting to reach him. Zhou Quan was completely exasperated and turned off the device, his expression as dark as a pot's bottom. Chapter 36. There's a great pit in front of my house. The yellow cattle grinned broadly, having casually commented on a few amusing images on a social media platform, only to attract a crowd of onlookers who applauded its remarks. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Quan felt as though his heart might give out. He simply could not bear it. You can never know who or what lies behind the communicator. A cow, a person, or something else altogether strange. This was Zhou Quan's final comment beneath several images, brimming with indignation. How painfully enlightening. A commentary from behind brought tears to Zhou's eyes, a realization so profound it felt like a blood-soaked epiphany, striking deep within his soul. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the commenter bore the name, Lord Yellow Cow. At that moment, Zhou Quan could no longer contain himself. Flames erupted from his mouth, and he felt faint with rage. It was that detestable cow. Soon, Smoke began to billow from his ears and nose, hot air surging forth as if all 7 orifices were ablaze. Naturally, Yellow Cow's critique garnered immense popularity, prompting a flurry of comments that swiftly elevated it to trending status. Shameful, utterly shameful, Zhou Quan cried out to the heavens. Chu Feng, taken aback, remarked, "Something's amiss. Zhou Quan, has your power increased? I sense that the flames you emit have grown more formidable." Below, a vast area had melted into a crimson liquid, bubbling forth and releasing a pungent sulfurous aroma. Zhou Quan had transformed a considerable expanse of land into magma. Yellow Cow nodded in approval, acknowledging Zhou Quan's progress. Is this truly feasible?
Chu Feng ponder, Spichel.
It seemed that this surge of anger had indeed amplified Zhou Quan's fiery capabilities. Yellow Cow inscribed on the ground, indicating that their kind's anger only augmented their strength, unlocking latent potential far beyond the ordinary. Can you maintain this? Chu Feng inquired. Still stimulating? Zhou Quan was on the brink of madness. Yellow Cow, unfazed and entirely unconcerned, moved closer and sat beside Zhou Quan, causing the veins on his forehead to pulse violently. Then Yellow Cow prodded Zhou Quan, urging him to observe the view count of the images. 800,000. Zhou Quan shouted, realizing that the administrator had pinned the post for quite some time, approaching the monumental figure of 1 million views. In an instant, he was indeed overwhelmed. Not only did flames erupt from his mouth, but fire also began to pour forth from his ears, nose, and eyes. Subsequently, he transformed into a being of pure flame, his entire form a vivid crimson, engulfed in thick smoke, with every utterance igniting fierce flames. A terrifying spectacle. Zhou Quan cried out, venting the indignation that bubbled within him. It was done. The yellow bull quickly stepped back, inscribing 2 characters on the ground. After a long while, tranquility returned to the area, the once verdant mountain now barren, having morphed into molten lava, which had since solidified into volcanic rock. His strength had indeed advanced. He was encouraged to strive further. Chu Feng informed Zhou Quan that his power had increased somewhat. The yellow bull approached with a grin, surprisingly devoid of disdain, for Zhou Quan's few illustrations had granted it the exhilarating feeling of being revered by many. It would be unwise to sever ties so hastily. The Taihang Mountains stretched vast, with countless peaks dotting the landscape. Departing from the primal mountains, the roars of colossal beasts were no longer audible, nor could one see giant birds spanning dozens of meters soaring through the skies. The miasma had dissipated behind them. This very change brought a sense of serene quietude. Suddenly, the yellow bull halted, its ears perked up, fixated on the mountainous terrain ahead. Stop! Chu Feng sensed it as well, his expression shifting slightly as he grasped Zhou Quan and concealed them both behind a boulder. What's wrong? Zhou Quan, still feeling disheartened, was startled by the sudden pull, fearing there might be a fearsome beast lurking nearby. There is danger ahead. You stay hidden here, Chu Feng admonished, his gaze fixed upon the mountains and forests, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a fierce intensity. He discarded his calm demeanor and, with a sharp sound, drew forth the black short sword at his side.
Zhou Quan,
Roused from his stupor, felt a surge of tension replace his earlier despondency. This was a stark contrast to the time when Chu Feng had fought fearsome beasts in the primordial mountains without unsheathing his sword. His current solemnity was alarming. I will assist you, Zhou Quan declared, despite his trepidation, unwilling to cower and eager to offer his support. No, stay here and wait for me. Whatever you do, do not approach. Otherwise, I may become distracted, Chu Feng instructed with urgency. With that, he vanished in an instant, covering hundreds of meters in mere seconds, surpassing the human limits of speed. He had not brought his trusty yellow cow, opting to face the challenge alone. A cold glint flickered deep within his eyes as he arrived at his destination, slowing his pace to move as stealthily as a leopard through the dense woodland. He spotted several figures, not a few in number, fully equipped and dispersed throughout the forest, guarding the path he must traverse and occupying advantageous positions. The ominous black muzzles of guns were concealed in the underbrush, chilling and fearsome, lethal instruments poised to claim lives. They have truly come, Chu Feng thought, a chill coursing through him. He had left behind a note at home, and now, it seemed, someone had indeed followed him, assembling such a formidable force. There were dozens of them, armed with high-caliber weapons capable of inflicting devastating injuries. With his mastery of the bull demon fist, his instincts were heightened. Even from a distance, he sensed the bone-chilling intent to kill. To recklessly stumble into their ambush would leave him with no path to survival. At this moment, he perceived that the greatest gain from practicing martial arts was the awakening of instinctive intuition, enabling him to sense danger in advance and take precautionary measures. The individuals around him were extraordinary, lurking motionless in the underbrush, resembling stone sculptures, their gazes icy, indicative of seasoned warriors familiar with bloodshed. They truly regarded him with esteem, even bringing along rocket launchers. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. He discerned the presence of formidable weaponry, knowing that a direct hit would yield a dire fate. He stealthily navigated through the mountains and forests, striving to ascertain the number of adversaries and their hidden locations. The elite armed with firearms numbered 42, and in addition to high-caliber guns, they possessed 10 rocket launchers, capable of penetrating even tanks. Such an extravagant display. Should he recklessly charge into this situation, the outcome would be tragically grim. Furthermore, Chu Feng discovered two extraordinary beings, their awakenings seemingly akin, endowed with identical abilities, as evidenced by their golden arms. One could surmise that they had partaken of the same mysterious fruit. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, an overwhelming desire for vengeance surged within him. It must be the work of that woman, intent on rescuing the captured bat and the giant spider, and perhaps even wishing to eliminate him. Time and again, they struck relentlessly. Had he not possessed a certain degree of strength, he would have long been humiliated, ultimately becoming a cold, lifeless corpse in his disgrace. No matter how many foes approached, he vowed to vanquish them all, ensuring their despair reached its zenith. Chu Feng whispered resolutely. He then set his plan into motion, positioning himself behind a boulder, like a fallen leaf drifting down, delivering precise strikes to the napes of two snipers, who fell silent, unconscious. Chu Feng traversed the forest, silent and ruthless. In a mere moment, he had incapacitated 20 individuals, unnoticed and undetected. A being of extraordinary caliber, this well-equipped figure, wielding advanced weaponry, was indeed a disguised entity, not of mortal origin. In the final moment, he sensed the impending peril. He was astounded, realizing that someone had crept so close, nearly within reach of his being. Boom! With a swift motion, Chu Feng unleashed his left fist and right sword simultaneously, intent on swiftly resolving the confrontation. In an instant, the entity was enveloped in a radiant golden glow, a layer of shimmering scales manifesting, covering his entire visage and body. He resembled a monstrous apparition, reacting with remarkable speed. He evaded the lethal strike aimed at his neck from the black dagger but could not sidestep Chu Feng's left fist, which struck his chest with a resounding thud, akin to a blow against withered wood. His defense was formidable. Though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, he narrowly escaped calamity, hurtling through the air. Target located. Here, he bellowed, startling the entire forest. The best offense is a strong defense, and that was Chu Feng's immediate choice. With a leap as swift as a fierce raptor, he dove forward, pursuing the enigmatic being. Gunfire erupted, a conflagration of light concentrated on the spot where the entity had just appeared, obliterating the surrounding stones and foliage. At the same moment, Chu Feng closed in on his quarry. With a thunderous roar, his fist radiated brilliance as he summoned all his strength, crashing down like a bolt of lightning, exuding an aura of terror. Boom! Before the otherworldly being could touch the ground, he was pursued by Chu Feng, who struck him with a powerful punch on his back, causing his fist to sink into the flesh. Despite the hardness of the golden scales, they could not absorb the entirety of the force. The being let out a muffled groan, his bones shattering. Nevertheless, he exhibited greater resilience than his peers, surviving the blow. As he landed, he executed a swift roll to escape. Simultaneously, Chu Feng's black short sword arrived like a streak of lightning. Although the being reacted quickly, he was still struck. He managed to avoid a fatal injury, yet his arm was left drenched in blood, the blade's sharpness nearly severing his left arm, leaving it hanging by mere flesh. This was a severe injury. The otherworldly being howled in agony, his face contorted, and the golden scales covering his body dulled. At that moment, Chu Feng delivered a sweeping kick to the being's head, sending him soaring into a massive boulder, where he fell to the ground, motionless. In the next instant, Chu Feng vanished from sight. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, striking the ground and sparking flames. Then, with a resounding explosion, a fireball erupted from the forest, shattering numerous boulders and toppling towering trees, leaves swirling chaotically in the air. Someone was using a rocket launcher to bombard the mountainside. Chu Feng crouched low, resembling a lurking dragon, traversing the mountainous terrain with incredible speed, evading bullets while eliminating 3 more adversaries in the process. "Blast him!" someone shouted from afar. With a thunderous roar, flames surged into the sky as the area erupted. Rocks shattered, and colossal trees fell in droves. The earth trembled, and dust billowed upward. In an instant, the relentless firepower concentrated in that location rendered the ground barren, leaving nothing but a desolate expanse. The power of the rocket launcher is overwhelming. In the distance, Zhou Quan stood in stunned silence, completely petrified, frozen in place. What had he witnessed? A formidable array of advanced weaponry, all aimed at Chu Feng. Bang! A smaller peak in the mountainous terrain was flattened. This day was a profound shock for Zhou Quan, transitioning from the wilds to a horror scene, and then to a high-octane gunfight. Even with his robust nerves, he felt a twinge of fear. "Quick! Save Chu Feng!" Zhou Quan exclaimed, snapping back to reality, shouting at the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon remained calm, indicating there was no rush. In the forest, patches of scorched earth appeared as the rocket launcher fired, causing the temperature in the area to soar dramatically, leaving devastation in its wake. Yet the target remained unscathed. Cries of anguish echoed, and inexplicably, some areas fell silent under the onslaught. Clearly, those threats had been neutralized. Eventually, all firepower ceased, and silence enveloped the entire woodland. Trying to escape? Chu Feng's voice resonated, leaving behind a shadow as he pursued them, covering several hundred meters in mere seconds to intercept 3 individuals. All were extraordinary beings, possessing the same ability, their palms glowing a pale gold. In that moment, their radiance intensified, enveloping their bodies in golden scales. Chu Feng understood that 4 extraordinary beings had indeed arrived, 2 of whom were disguised among the armed civilians, one of which he had already dealt with. Now, these 3 sought to flee. As he had surmised, they had consumed the same fruit in the same location, endowing them with immense strength and remarkable defenses. Once their bodies were cloaked in golden scales, conventional bullets would struggle to penetrate their formidable armor. However, the 3 superhumans faced with Chu Feng were filled with trepidation, for they had just witnessed the use of a rocket launcher, and yet he had managed to survive. They themselves could never achieve such a feat. Chu Feng's attire was somewhat tattered, yet his body remained unscathed, completely unharmed. Suddenly, one of the superhumans fired a gun, attempting to catch Chu Feng off guard and assassinate him. Unfortunately for him, he was met with disappointment, striking only a fleeting shadow. In the next moment, he was sent soaring through the air, struck by a powerful punch to the head, rendering him dazed and disoriented. Even with the protection of mysterious scales, he could not withstand the blow, blood pouring from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The other 2, witnessing this, succumbed to despair. They considered themselves formidable among their kind and had come together, yet before this young man, they appeared utterly feeble. In truth, Chu Feng was also secretly astonished. He had exerted all his strength, yet had only managed to render them unconscious. Had they been other superhumans, they would likely have been pierced through by his punches. The remaining 2 fought with desperation. In the mountainous terrain, the wind howled fiercely, and golden light erupted as the 2 grotesque figures, their faces adorned with golden scales, engaged in a life-or-death struggle with Chu Feng. Regrettably, there was no suspense. Both were swiftly dispatched, spitting blood profusely before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Quan arrived, panting heavily. He surveyed the ravaged forest and then turned his gaze to the dozens lying motionless on the ground. His face paling as he inquired, "Have you killed them all?" How could I be so cruel? Not a single one has perished, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Zhou Quan exhaled in relief, but then felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. These individuals had sought to take Chu Feng's life, and with their considerable numbers, how were they to be dealt with? The next words from Chu Feng sent a chill down his spine. Why haven't you come to assist? Just throw them all into the depths of the wild mountains. Chu Feng called to Huang Niu and Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan wore a smile that was more grotesque than tears, saying, Are we to discard them all? Should we not leave some for their next attempt to kill me? As he spoke, Chu Feng had already procured some mountain vines, binding the unconscious individuals. The mountain area fell into a serene stillness. However, deep within the wild mountains, the relentless roars of beasts echoed. What shall we do about these? Zhou Quan pointed towards the rocket launchers. Let us conceal them for now. They will serve a significant purpose, Chu Feng replied, his eyes shimmering with a murderous intent. For the next few days, you must calm your mind and remain at home. Do not venture out, and especially do not seek me, Chu Feng instructed firmly. Zhou Quan nodded hastily. He truly wished for some tranquility, as today had been overwhelmingly stimulating for him. In the evening, Chu Feng quietly read a book. The communicator buzzed several times, yet he chose to ignore it. Upon finishing his reading, he unfurled a map he had meticulously sketched from the belongings of Luo Jun Huang Niu. Tomorrow we shall venture into the mountains. I will gather some fruits for you. Chu Feng beckoned to Huang Niu. It wasn't long before the communicator buzzed again. It was the same individual who had been calling throughout the night. Chu Feng yawned, feeling somewhat fatigued, and finally picked up the communicator.
Chu Feng.
A woman's voice resonated from the other end. It is I. This is no trivial matter, she said anxiously, not wishing to shoulder the responsibility. What is it? Chu Feng inquired, recognizing that it was not Lin Nuai herself but another woman. Has anyone come to your location today to retrieve the injured foreigner? The woman asked, maintaining her composure as best as she could. I witnessed several individuals plummet from the sky, nearly meeting their demise at my doorstep, their bodies drenched in blood. What are you talking about? On the other end of the communicator, a woman's voice rose an octave, filled with fury. How could they almost die again? I have repeatedly warned that there is a deep pit in front of my house. Chapter 37. The search a spark of anger simmered within her, unexpressed, particularly exacerbated by Chu Feng's disdainful demeanor, inciting a desire to immediately storm down to the foot of the Taihang Mountains. She endeavored to maintain a controlled tone, deliberately icy and devoid of emotion, stating, You must ensure their safety. Who exactly are you? You keep sending over these strange beings. I am an ordinary person, and if this continues, I shall be struck with a heart ailment. Chu Feng, on the other end of the communicator, expressed his profound dissatisfaction and further questioned, Could you possibly be an old hag?
Bang!
The woman abruptly severed the connection, ending the conversation. Her once youthful and beautiful visage had turned ashen. Who could be aiding him? She stood by the window, gazing into the night sky, her brows knitted tightly, with a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. The recent string of failures stirred unease within her. 6 or 7 extraordinary individuals had vanished without a trace, and dozens of elite warriors equipped with firearms had also gone silent. This was no trivial loss. Previously, she had analyzed the situation and ruled out the possibility of Chu Feng being responsible. His hair had been subjected to testing, confirming he was unlikely to become an extraordinary being. An exceptionally skilled adversary must be assisting him. Are they watching my every move? She felt a sense of trepidation. Beneath the shimmering crystal chandelier, a woman paced restlessly within the confines of her chamber, until with a resounding crash, she hurled a goblet filled with red wine to the floor. It could not possibly be Lin Nuo. She had already dismissed that possibility previously. Pondering deeply, a sense of unease began to creep over her. The wild youth at the foot of the Taihang Mountains was merely a mortal, and she had initially promised to resolve this matter with ease, expecting no ripples to arise. In fact, she had long since orchestrated his demise, which to outsiders would merely appear as an unfortunate accident. Now, however, everything had spiraled beyond her control. For the sake of this insignificant figure, she had sacrificed several extraordinary individuals, along with an elite combat team. Were those who had gone missing still alive? She could not say. At this moment, a twinge of regret and fear intertwined within her. An instinct warned her of a looming abyss ahead, suggesting that the further she pressed on, the deeper she would sink. This intuition gnawed at her, growing increasingly unsettling with each contemplation. How infuriating it was. "Curse you, Chu Feng," she uttered coldly, her lips a vibrant crimson, her teeth gleaming, yet her face bore an icy demeanor, a palpable aura of menace enveloping her in fury. Eventually, she furrowed her brow, retrieved her communicator, and sought out someone named Mu, dialing the number with urgency. "Mu, certain matters have exceeded my expectations, and I find myself increasingly worried." That night, Chu Feng slept exceptionally soundly, awakening the next morning with a sense of clarity and vigor. He surmised that the woman must have had a restless night. Even if she had not been frightened, she was surely flustered. Under such circumstances, anyone would struggle to maintain a cheerful disposition after suffering such losses. Embracing the rising sun, he engaged in a unique breathing technique, feeling warmth enveloping him as he basked in the golden rays, as though he were undergoing a profound purification. After a sumptuous breakfast, Chu Feng beckoned Huang Niu to embark on their journey into the mountains, following the guidance of the map to seek out various locations. Upon entering the rugged terrain, he first examined a cache of firearms, selecting a rocket launcher for a test firing, as it would soon be needed. Boom! In the distance, flames erupted, boulders shattered, and ancient trees toppled, sending plumes of smoke skyward. Indeed, its power was commendable. He pondered whether it could bring down the celestial with silver wings.
Chu Feng mu xét.
Uncertain of the man's true strength. From his encounters with 7 or 8 extraordinary individuals thus far, he had managed to handle each without difficulty. Once he familiarized himself with the operation, he concealed the rocket launcher securely. Unfolding the map, he ventured deeper into the mountain range. The locations marked on the map were all situated within the original Taihang Mountains, not encroaching upon the primordial highlands. The journey with Huang Niu was remarkably smooth, and soon they arrived at their first destination, a verdant peak of modest elevation. At the summit, vegetation was sparse, with a few ancient pine trees and some azure stones. A notation on the map read, "Harvested." Chu Feng surmised that this place had likely borne mysterious fruits, now gathered, yet he still made a detour to see if any other discoveries awaited. Huang Niu immediately fixated on a particular plant. Chu Feng too noticed it. It was distinctly different, vibrant green, slightly glossy, exuding a robust essence of life. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as plantigo, a common herb often found by the roadside, easily overlooked. The leaves of plantigo are oval-shaped, featuring numerous prominent veins. Had this specimen ever borne fruit? There exists a distinct difference. The leaves are notably thicker, resembling a verdant jade intricately sculpted, in contrast to the usual plant. Chu Feng remarked. Regrettably, a conspicuous fruit stem remains, indicating that the fruit has long since been harvested, leaving one to ponder its peculiarities. Just as Chu Feng was deep in thought, the yellow bull lowered its head and swiftly severed the plant with a single bite, devouring it entirely within mere moments. "You gluttonous beast!" Chu Feng exclaimed in fury. "You've wasted a precious resource by consuming it." He glared, noting that the celestial beings had chosen not to destroy the plant, but rather to mark it, presumably to observe whether it would bear fruit again. The yellow bull wore an innocent expression, and inscribed a few words in the earth. "Ordinary grass mutated, bears fruit but once." Chu Feng was taken aback, lamenting the loss. The yellow bull then grinned, mocking him. "What is there to laugh about?" Chu Feng shot back. The yellow bull proceeded to write more extensively, revealing certain secrets. "This realm is undergoing a transformation, with countless roots lying in wait for revival." "Awaiting revival, what do you mean? Are there ancient species that existed long ago?" Chu Feng inquired. "A once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity," the yellow bull inscribed as its final statement, choosing to say no more. Chu Feng recalled the snippets of information the yellow bull had previously divulged, suggesting it harbored grand ambitions of achieving sanctity and ancestral status. Might this be connected to the roots yearning for revival? He pondered. Lost in thought, it seemed this world concealed profound secrets, drawing the attention of monstrous beings eager to converge. Subsequently, Chu Feng unearthed the roots of the plantain, and since he could no longer anticipate the enigmatic fruit, he decided to examine its peculiarities and the reasons behind its transformation. To his astonishment, he uncovered something remarkable. A small patch of soil, no larger than a fingernail, was intricately entwined with dense roots. The soil shimmered with a purple hue, resembling grains of sand. Could this be the catalyst for the plantain's transformation? He pondered, albeit with a hint of skepticism. The yellow cow leaned in for a closer look but remained equally perplexed. Nevertheless, he resolved to collect it. They proceeded to 3 additional locations, each revealing more anomalous flora. Regrettably, the fruits had already been harvested. To his amazement, Chu Feng discovered that beneath each plant lay a similarly sized patch of soil, all exhibiting a subtle sheen. Some were a vivid crimson, while others were a deep azure, distinct from the ordinary earth. These peculiar soil fragments were ensnared by the plant roots, as if they harbored some intrinsic essence. Thus, he gathered for small pieces, each a different color, and carefully wrapped them. With these soils, the 3 seeds he possessed were likely to take root and sprout. A surge of excitement coursed through Chu Feng as he contemplated what might emerge. His anticipation grew, for these seeds were no ordinary specimens. They originated from a mysterious stone box at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Chu Feng unfolded his map, noting that there remained one crucial location unvisited, situated at the very heart of the map, marked by a black skull. Did this signify extreme peril? According to leaked information, a peculiar small tree was rumored to thrive within the Taihang Mountains, bearing fruit that had yet to ripen, drawing the attention of various extraordinary individuals. Chu Feng harbored suspicions that the location of the black skull was likely where the small tree thrived. Several days had elapsed, and it was probable that some extraordinary beings had already arrived. It would not be long before the Taihang Mountains were teeming with formidable experts, inevitably leading to fierce competition.
Chu Feng cùng Yester.
He beckoned to Huang Niu and continued onward, eager to uncover the truth. Should the moment prove propitious, he was also prepared to intervene. Along the way, he indeed detected traces of some extraordinary beings, all of whom cautiously avoided detection. The fruit had not yet fully ripened, yet it had already attracted attention. What might transpire in a few days? This place was bound to become a cauldron of turmoil, with extraordinary beings from all corners vying for supremacy. After all, it was rumored that such fruits could give rise to top-tier experts akin to the Silver-Winged Celestial and the Diamond Guardian. How could this be the location? Chu Feng was astonished. White Snake Ridge. This was a region within the Taihang Mountains steeped in mystery. It was said that a white snake resided here, having thrived for an unknown number of years, its legend enduring through time. However, many were skeptical, as the last eyewitness had passed away several decades prior. According to the account of that elderly man during his lifetime, the serpent was colossal, measuring at least 100 meters in length. Who could believe such a tale? The largest pythons in tropical rainforests barely exceeded a dozen meters. Be cautious, Chu Feng warned Huang Niu as they veered away. Extraordinary beings guarded the mountain pass, and he spotted a familiar face, Zhuojun. It was highly likely that the small tree was located here.
Chu Feng Deducer.
Chapter 38. The Extraordinary Tree. White Snake Ridge was heavily fortified, with extraordinary beings stationed at every crucial juncture. Without further contemplation, it was evident that the miraculous small tree lay within, and celestial beings were understandably anxious about any unforeseen occurrences. The yellow bull stood proudly, erecting itself with an air of confidence, executing a series of punches that not only stirred the air with vigor but also exhibited a remarkable lightness and agility. Stealthily, they maneuvered along the tree line, arriving directly at a sheer cliff face. Given Chu Feng's current prowess, scaling it posed no challenge. Suddenly, he halted and remarked, "An ordinary abnormal being could ascend this, but celestial entities would undoubtedly have precautions in place. This area might be even more perilous." After pausing, he lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the precipice, which was exceedingly steep and devoid of any vegetation, the entire brownish rock face being composed of stone. Chu Feng was taken aback, sensing a clue. How ruthless! He noticed fissures in the cliff and signs of damage on the mountainside. Although tampered with, closer inspection revealed the remnants of a past assault. rocket launcher bombardments. Moreover, he spotted a small patch of dried blood on the perilous cliff, now a dark crimson hue, hinting at the violent events that had transpired. An abnormal being had once attempted to scale this cliff only to be struck down by heavy weaponry. Chu Feng retreated with the yellow bull. Although they might not be capable of eliminating him, it was prudent not to provoke unnecessary trouble. The White Snake Ridge sprawled extensively, and he was unconvinced that there was no path to enter. If a total lockdown were to be enforced, how many abnormal beings and heavy weapons would the celestial entities require? Along the way, he observed several groups of abnormal beings, all lying in wait, seeking to approach the depths of White Snake Ridge. Chu Feng estimated that even a conservative count would reveal over 100 abnormal beings in this area, which had become a vortex of conflict. A perilous domain where, should the fuse be ignited, a great battle would undoubtedly ensue. In certain mountainous areas and valleys, one can observe bloodstains, broken fragments, and silver scales, all hallmarks of the otherworldly beings. It is evident that fierce battles have transpired here, indicating a locale fraught with unrest. This is merely the beginning. When the fruits truly ripen, the carnage will undoubtedly intensify. With a sigh, Chu Feng reflects on the formidable challenge of rising amidst the slaughter of these extraordinary beings to seize the rare fruits for himself, especially given the sheer number of these entities. This enigmatic region is not insignificant. Indeed, there are areas through which entry is possible. Even the mightiest celestial beings cannot entirely seal off every access point. Some of the otherworldly beings are capable of infiltrating these passages to scout the surroundings. Chu Feng manages to infiltrate successfully, yet he remains increasingly cautious, navigating the jungle with care. White Snake Ridge, as its name suggests, belongs to a mountainous region characterized by vast stretches of terrain. Legend has it that a great serpent lies dormant within this area. Within this mountainous expanse, there exists a clearing where the slopes are gentle, and ancient trees tower, albeit sparsely. Several otherworldly beings are making their way towards this spot. Chu Feng arrives as well, and at a glance, he notices several ancient ginkgo trees, each over several centuries old, their bark fissured, and trunks so robust that it would take several individuals to encircle them. What an abundance of wolves! Chu Feng exclaims in astonishment. This mountainous area carries a distinct scent, characteristic of wild beasts. Ahead lies a pack of nearly 100 azure wolves, each bearing their ivory fangs. They stand guard here, seemingly eager to contend for dominance. Among them, 2 wolves stand out. One possesses a broad jaw and fangs far larger than those of the typical azure wolf, its physique as robust as that of a bull. Most peculiarly, its exterior is not covered in fur, but rather in a hide of stone. It resembles a stone wolf. Evidently, this wolf has undergone a mutation. There is another wolf of even greater distinction. It is as large as a house, its entire body resembling bronze, shimmering with a chilling metallic luster. When its massive jaws open, it is a terrifying sight, the interior composed of metal, including its fangs, exuding an aura of formidable menace. A metallic wolf? Chu Feng was taken aback. Both wolves had transformed, resembling humans in some way, perhaps having consumed certain mysterious fruits that induced an extraordinary evolution, significantly enhancing their powers. They led a pack of wolves, evidently waiting for the peculiar fruits on the extraordinary little tree to ripen. Changing his position, Chu Feng finally glimpsed the little tree, previously concealed by an ancient ginkgo tree. This was a pine tree quite diminutive, standing around 1 meter tall, having sprouted from the ground less than 2 years ago. Yet, it had also mutated, its entire being radiating a vibrant green glow. This small pine tree thrived, exuding a sheen and enveloped in a vigorous life force. Even from a distance, one could sense its extraordinary vitality. The tree bore a pine cone, commonly referred to as a pine nut, with individual seeds nestled within. This pine cone had a small portion of tender green, while the larger part was a striking purple golden hue, distinctly remarkable. The tender green section resembled an ordinary pine cone, somewhat mundane, while the purple golden part shimmered like metal, occasionally glistening with radiant splendor. Generally, such a small pine tree would be incapable of bearing fruit, yet this mutated pine defied logic, its entirety suffused with a flowing green luminescence. Anyone who laid eyes upon it would recognize its extraordinary nature. Furthermore, the pine cone was as large as an adult's fist, far surpassing the typical size of a pine cone, its purple golden sheen so resplendent that it was impossible to ignore. Although the pine cone had yet to split open, a faint, fragrant aroma wafted through the air. It appears that the pine cones will soon burst open. Once the tender green parts transform into a resplendent golden hue, radiating a purple mist, they shall be deemed ripe. Chu Feng's gaze burned with intensity. The extraordinary beings exhibited great caution, patiently awaiting the fruit's maturation, refraining from any premature actions for fear of interrupting the final stages of transformation. The wolves, too, displayed remarkable patience, silently observing from the shadows. Yet what of the corpses? A look of perplexity crossed Chu Feng's face as he noticed numerous bodies amidst the grass not far from the small tree, including those of extraordinary beings and the remains of fierce beasts. Exercise caution. This place is steeped in malevolence. Strangely, anyone who steps within a 10-meter radius of the small tree inexplicably succumbs to a fatal toxin, with no remedy available. Even some extraordinary beings have perished here. The divine entities were the first to discover this location and fell victim to its curse. Yet they chose to keep it a secret, leading to its transformation into a deathly zone. Evidently, other extraordinary beings are lurking nearby. Although their whispers were hushed, Chu Feng's keen hearing allowed him to discern their words clearly. I have also heard tales of a formidable master with Bodhi genes who attempted to intrude, only to meet a tragic end. It is time to depart. We have witnessed and understood the situation firsthand, and lingering here could lead to dire consequences. We shall return once the pine cones have matured. The group of extraordinary beings spoke in low tones, harboring suspicions that the divine entities had intentionally relaxed their vigilance, perhaps secretly monitoring the situation. They departed with utmost caution. Chu Feng inquired of the bull demon, "Is it possible to uproot the tree and transplant it elsewhere?" The bull demon shook his head, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he fixated on the small tree, clearly captivated by its allure, yearning to consume it whole. Before reaching maturity, transplanted fruits will wither away. A yellow ox inscribed these words upon the ground. Chu Feng renounced the notion of taking a daring gamble. Simultaneously, he found merit in the assertions of those few individuals. Indeed, the celestial beings must possess a trump card, for the tranquility of this place felt exceedingly unnatural. Chu Feng lingered in silence for an extended period, when suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed from a distance. A rock on the ground was slightly displaced, revealing a narrow crevice through which an otherworldly figure peered. Are there beings underground? Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. It was likely that this mountainous region had been hollowed out, entirely under the dominion of the celestial entities. He gazed upon the towering peaks, perceiving them as monstrous beasts, grotesque and terrifying, poised to devour him. He swiftly decided to leave, feeling an uneasy trepidation in this place, as it seemed evident that the celestial beings were resolute in their intentions. Chu Feng turned and departed silently. The yellow ox remained vigilant. Upon entering this open expanse, it too sensed danger and was reluctant to linger. The challenge was formidable. Attempting to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger seemed rather implausible. Nevertheless, at the very least, he aimed to excavate the peculiar soil beneath that pine tree. This was the minimum goal Chu Feng had set for himself. One could surmise that the soil surrounding the roots of the mutated sapling would possess unique qualities. All otherworldly beings were vying for the pine cones, and it was likely that few would pay heed to the soil beneath its roots. This presented an opportunity for Chu Feng. He wandered through the mountains, ultimately retrieving all the rocket launchers and other items he had previously acquired, distributing them across various concealed locations outside of White Snake Ridge. If fortune smiled upon him, he would escape along this path. Should anyone dare to pursue him, he would first retaliate with the rocket launcher. He was relatively familiar with the Taihang Mountains and meticulously selected an escape route. Zhou Quan once unearthed a peculiar herb, bearing vibrant crimson fruits. It was this serendipitous encounter that endowed him with the formidable ability to manipulate gold and stone. Upon their first meeting, the yellow bull attempted to seize it but ended up only consuming the leaves, leaving the root and stem behind. "Found it!" Chu Feng exclaimed in astonishment, truly discovering the herb in this very spot. The root and stem remained remarkably unwithering, entwined with a small clump of soil, no larger than a fingernail, pale green and slightly translucent. He had collected 5 small fragments of this extraordinary soil, believing they would hasten the rooting and sprouting of 3 seeds at home. With 2 fragments remaining, he hesitated to use them all, wary of excess. West Queen Mother, 9 Heavens mysterious maiden, may you sprout soon, he murmured. Chu Feng procured a stone box, intending to preserve the remaining 2 soil fragments within it. This enigmatic box, obtained from the foot of Kunlun Mountain, had previously housed the 3 seeds. Measuring 3 inches in height and square in shape, it contained only a single recess, barely accommodating the 3 seeds, rendering it unsuitable for storing other items. Grasping a black short sword, Chu Feng prepared to excavate, aiming to expand the space for the special soil fragments. Indeed, the short sword, sharp as it was, effortlessly sliced through the stone material, significantly enlarging the internal space. Suddenly, as the black broken sword grazed the edge of the stone box, it emitted a clear and resonant sound, unable to sever the material. Chu Feng, taken aback, scrutinized the area closely while continuing his work. He excavated sufficient space, only to discover that the edges of the box were extraordinarily resilient, impervious even to the sword's sharpness. After thoroughly cleaning it, he picked up the stone box and discovered some indistinct patterns etched on its inner walls. Were they the result of human intervention or natural formation? Soon, he realized that this was the true nature of the stone box. The material in the center had been filled in, composed of a common stone that could be easily excavated with a short sword. The genuine material of the stone box was enigmatic, impervious even to the black short sword. The yellow bull approached, gazing at the stone box, then at the excavated stone material on the ground, revealing an unexpectedly grave expression. It lowered its head, cradled the stone box with its hoof, examined it meticulously, and crushed some of the excavated stone to taste it. Instantly moved by the experience, it inscribed a line of text on the ground. At that moment, Chu Feng's communicator chimed. Upon answering, he heard Lin Nuoyi's voice, simple and unembellished. I will arrive at Taihang Mountain tomorrow. Just moments ago he had nearly uttered the words old which, but restrained himself at the last moment, realizing that this time it was not that woman. Chapter 39. A tremendous stir. Lin Nuoyi's words were concise, her tone flat, reminiscent of their previous encounter, which carried an air of emotional distance. Chu Feng remained calm, inviting her to dinner. Lin Nuoyi hesitated slightly but ultimately responded with a simple good, before abruptly ending the call, leaving little room for further conversation. Chu Feng was taken aback. He still had words to share, yet Lin Nuoyi had already severed the connection, leaving him no time. He wished to mention another woman, to inquire about her and inform Lin Nuoyi of recent events, but he refrained from calling back. After all, they were soon to meet. Certain matters could be addressed directly, and it would be far better to clarify everything face to face. Upon reading a line inscribed by the yellow bull, Chu Feng was taken aback. Rare soil mixed with secret blood. These simple 8 characters sparked a flurry of thoughts in Chu Feng's mind. Was it not merely stone? Why was it referred to as rare soil, and what creature's blood had once mingled within it? Confounded by many questions, he felt compelled to inquire further. The yellow bull elucidated that the fragments of stone were originally soil infused with blood, which ultimately solidified into stone as the essence of the secret blood dissipated, merging with the stone box. Is the creature possessing such blood extraordinary? Chu Feng pressed on. The yellow bull replied that the term secret blood signified mystery, strength, and the unfathomable. The true extent of that creature's power was difficult to articulate. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng picked up a piece of stone from the ground, crushed it into powder with the might of the bull demon fist, and mimicked the yellow bull by tasting it. Pah! He spat it out immediately, unable to detect the flavor of secret blood. It was merely bitter, leaving his entire tongue numb. Bull Demon King, are you deceiving me? Chu Feng's expression darkened. However, the yellow bull seemed lost in thought, oblivious to him, its bovine eyes fixated on the stone box, cradling it with its forehooves, reluctant to release it. Suddenly alert, the yellow bull began tapping on the stone box, as if searching for something. It believed that this stone box must be extraordinarily remarkable, having once been tainted with secret blood and wielded by an extraordinary creature. With a resounding thud, the yellow bull unleashed its bull demon fist upon the stone box, sending it crashing into the courtyard wall, creating a large hole, and it fell into the orchard outside. "What are you doing?" Chu Feng felt compelled to strike the object, for it still held some utility. It was unearthed from the foot of Kunlun Mountain, and perhaps it might one day yield some clues. The yellow bull, somewhat sheepish, trailed behind Chu Feng as they ventured forth to observe the outcome. The stone box remained utterly intact, devoid of any signs of damage. This astounded Chu Feng, for he was well aware of the true magnitude of the yellow bull's power when it unleashed the bull demon fist, capable of reducing a 1,000-pound boulder to mere dust. Yet, this 3-inch-high stone box had endured unscathed, exuding an air of antiquity and natural beauty. The yellow bull, in a rather mischievous manner, grinned widely, seizing the opportunity to strike the stone box thrice with its hooves, clearly unwilling to relent without shattering it.
Foolish bull.
Chu Feng exclaimed in astonishment, quickly intervening only to discover that the box remained unharmed. The yellow bull grimaced, vigorously rubbing its front hooves, feigning great pain. This was, after all, the first time Chu Feng had witnessed the creature in a state of defeat. "Serves you right," he laughed heartily. The yellow bull, indignant, insisted that the box might conceal some mechanism, having once been in the possession of the blood-secret beings, and perhaps held some secrets. Chu Feng's lips twitched. He certainly could not divulge that the greatest secret was the 3 seeds hidden within. Were it to grasp the full context, it would undoubtedly seek to monopolize them. However, he had clearly underestimated the yellow bull. Unable to conjure new tricks with the stone box, the creature soon widened its eyes, extending a hoof to point at Chu Feng, as if to accuse him of lacking loyalty. "Oh no," Chu Feng thought, hastily pursuing the bull. Indeed, the creature proved to be astute, as it guarded the flower bed with great care, meticulously inspecting the surroundings, eager to uproot every plant in sight. "Stop, even if it's merely to deceive others. We cannot leave it bare," Chu Feng whispered. Upon hearing this, the yellow bull nodded in agreement, revealing a wary expression, pointed at him, urging him to stand back and be cautious not to inadvertently harm the seeds buried beneath the earth. This scene nearly drove Chu Feng to exasperation, igniting a desire to curse the creature. The bull was far too pragmatic. On the day he had buried the seeds, it had scoffed and mocked him, but now that it recognized their value, it sought to claim them as its own treasure. "The deities shall be mine," it inscribed with fervor. "Begone." Chu Feng shoved the bull's head aside, stepping closer and warning it not to stir recklessly in this vicinity. Intrigued, he inquired how the yellow bull had deduced the presence of the 3 seeds so swiftly. The bull, remarkably composed, slowly carved a response, revealing that it had witnessed him extracting the seeds from the stone box, though it had paid little heed at the time. Chu Feng, with a furrowed brow, retorted, "I warn you, these are mine." The bull, undeterred, mooed defiantly, implying that all who witnessed should share in the bounty, ultimately threatening to devour the seeds if they were not surrendered. The night was exceptionally tranquil, with stars twinkling like scattered gems, their radiance cascading like liquid light. In the courtyard, Chu Feng practiced a unique breathing technique, an unbroken ritual under the moonlit sky, which bathed him in a luminescent glow, imparting an air of sanctity. This breathing exercise required little time, and soon he concluded his practice. Upon returning to his chamber, sleep eluded him, prompting him to activate his communicator and peruse various reports, particularly those concerning the otherworldly beings and the Taihang Mountains, which piqued his interest significantly. It was rumored that high-ranking officials from the celestial beings had set off towards the Taihang Mountains, expected to arrive by the following day. Within this message, there lies a detailed analysis asserting that the deity-like entity, Tianshan biology, is resolutely determined to possess the peculiar fruit, aspiring to create a second silver-winged deity. Should this ambition come to fruition, who could possibly rival such a being? Whispers suggest that entities of the silver-winged deity caliber might well be impervious to conventional firearms, exhibiting a terrifying prowess that astounds the world. Furthermore, reports indicate that with the celestial upheavals, the number of extraordinary individuals has surged, conservatively estimated to be around 100,000. Among these individuals, some extraordinary masters have emerged. Aside from the four at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, a list of the top 100 formidable beings has been compiled, heralded as the most fearsome entities on Earth, akin to the reemergence of deities. Upon meticulous examination, Chu Feng noted that the list revealed only a handful of individuals, as the sheer number of extraordinary beings made it challenging to assess their full capabilities, leading to the inclusion of only the most renowned and powerful masters. For instance, there exists one individual capable of transforming into a 6-meter-tall golden giant, possessing astonishing strength, with skin as tough as armor, rendering him impervious to bullets. Some even claim he could challenge the 4 titans. This extraordinary being has proclaimed his intention to confront the indomitable King Kong, far surpassing the prowess of Zhuojun. Chu Feng remarked that while he too could transform into a giant, this individual clearly exuded a far more daunting aura. Enveloped in a radiant light, his true form remained concealed. It is said that he commands the power of thunder and lightning, rendering him invincible, sweeping aside all adversaries encountered. With a solemn expression, Chu Feng understood the gravity of the situation, realizing the vast array of extraordinary beings that existed, each harboring immense potential. Only after considerable time did he begin to peruse other reports. Bodhi Genetics is poised for a significant move, with the formidable King Kong set to lead the charge. This report is undeniably captivating. The colossal conglomerate Bodhi Genetics is making its way to the Taihang Mountains, clearly aiming to contest the extraordinary fruits of that small tree against celestial biology. The preeminent expert of Bodhi Genetics, King Kong, is anticipated to make an appearance. This has caused quite a stir. Will Bodhi Genetics truly engage in a confrontation with celestial biology? Will King Kong face off against the silver-winged celestial, igniting a climactic battle? The excitement is palpable. Everyone is eager to ascertain the veracity of this report and its credibility. If true, it promises to be a spectacle worthy of anticipation, destined to set the internet ablaze. Chu Feng meticulously scoured for information regarding the Taihang Mountains, discovering a plethora of reports. Some speculate that at least thousands of extraordinary beings will converge to vie for the coveted prize, drawn by the irresistible allure of the fruit. Many are now aware that ordinary grass mutations can yield fruits capable of birthing extraordinary beings. However, the transformations of trees are even more astonishing. Thus far, there have only been 4 instances, resulting in the emergence of the silver-winged celestial King Kong, Fire Spirit, and White Tiger King. They stand atop the pyramid, gazing down upon other extraordinary beings. Who wouldn't aspire to exist alongside those 4? Rumors abound that they are now impervious to conventional firearms. Particularly, some extraordinary beings harbor greater ambitions, seeking a second transformation in hopes of surpassing King Kong and the Fire Spirit. They ought to awaken to the reality that surpassing those 4 is a formidable challenge. Do they believe that their awakening was solely due to consuming a single fruit? In truth, they primarily relied on the fruit of the small tree, supplemented by other mysterious fruits. Some voices of skepticism have emerged. Oh my! The scene of the silver-winged celestial battling against humans has surfaced for the first time. Who could be responsible for such a leak of this classified information? It is truly astonishing. The internet is in an uproar, and this night is destined to be anything but tranquil. In the footage, a young man with resplendent silver hair cascading down to his waist, shimmering like flowing silver light, captures the eye. Even his pupils are silver, and he possesses an extraordinary aura, strikingly handsome, as if he were a being transcending the earthly realm, akin to a deity. The video showcases a series of combat sequences where a group of extraordinary individuals challenges him. Yet, with a mere extension of his arms and a clenched fist, he sends them all flying. Such magnificence! At this moment, many women let out shrieks of admiration. The emergence of this video has ignited a tremendous sensation, especially when, at the climax, one of the challengers, wielding a metallic blade, defiantly strikes at him. In response, he unfurls his silver wings with a powerful flourish, and with a resounding crack, he effortlessly severs the sturdy blade in 2. The footage concludes at this dramatic juncture. His strength is unparalleled, reminiscent of a mythological tale come to life, truly deserving of the title Silver-Winged Celestial. The online community is ablaze with excitement. Many are left in awe, while others cheer in anticipation of the silver-winged celestial showcasing even more astonishing prowess in the future. His appearance is impeccable, strikingly handsome, and with an extraordinary charisma. His silver hair dances in the air, embodying his name to perfection. In just one evening, the silver-winged celestial has captured the hearts of many, especially among the young women who perceive him as nothing short of flawless. He is well versed in a mysterious martial art. Could it be that within the celestial realm, a master of this art has taught him? Doubts linger in his heart. On the following day, Lin Nuai arrived and directly contacted Chu Feng, informing him that someone would come to fetch him shortly. Chapter 40. Fury in the east, a crimson glow expanded, swiftly transforming into a resplendent golden radiance as the sun ascended, rising above the Taihang Mountains, and began to unleash a splendid dawn. A veil of mist lingered in the valleys and orchards outside, illuminated by the crimson sun, which instantly infused the scenery with a myriad of colors. Though the hour was still early, Lin Nuai had already arrived. Chu Feng uttered a simple word of farewell, and the call was promptly terminated. After concluding the conversation, he stood in the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight, enveloped by the golden dawn, practicing a unique breathing technique, a ritual he maintained both morning and evening. A peculiar sensation surged within him, akin to being nestled in a greenhouse or immersed in warm water, as if a gentle substance flowed over his body. A wave of familiarity washed over Chu Feng, mingled with an element of the unknown. He recalled his experiences atop Kunlun Mountain, where the unusual little tree rooted in the bronze summit had blossomed, for petals drifting down into his hands. In the aftermath, he had sensed a faint warmth coursing through his flesh, almost imperceptible. Now a similar warmth enveloped him, yet it was markedly more pronounced, as if magnified. He felt utterly at ease, his entire being refreshed, as though he were being cleansed. The warmth that enveloped him was akin to gentle rain nourishing parched earth, swiftly absorbed. Chu Feng radiated warmth, feeling invigorated and revitalized. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a wondrous sight. A delicate veil of light golden hue seemed to shroud his form, thin and ethereal. It was this very phenomenon that bestowed upon him that exquisite sensation. As the breathing technique came to a close, he lowered his gaze to observe the delicate golden veil, which grew increasingly translucent before ultimately merging with his skin, vanishing entirely. Chu Feng sensed a subtle transformation within himself. He raised his eyes towards the distant mountains, where he could distinctly see a squirrel bounding among the ancient trees on one of the peaks. This was astonishing vision. Simultaneously, he could hear the distant buzzing of bees, even perceiving their brief pauses as they collided with flower petals. It felt as though he had escaped from a confining cell, inhaling fresh air for the first time. Chu Feng realized his senses, sight, hearing, and others, had become extraordinarily acute. The entire world appeared vibrant, as his perception had intensified significantly. The yellow cow was also in the courtyard, having just completed the unique breathing technique, and it witnessed the scene with an odd expression, fixating its gaze on Chu Feng without cease. However, Chu Feng was oblivious to its presence, engrossed in experiencing his own changes, and he promptly set about testing his newfound abilities. With a swift motion, he vanished from his spot, dashing into the orchard outside, his speed noticeably enhanced. A rough estimate revealed he covered a distance of 100 meters in merely 1.3 seconds. As for his strength, it had grown even greater. His constitution had undergone a remarkable enhancement. The extraordinary breathing technique revealed its formidable nature, capable of improving one's physique with astonishing efficacy, shrouded in an air of mystery. Strength, speed, perception, all had been comprehensively elevated, akin to undergoing a form of evolution. What was its origin? Chu Feng inquired of the yellow cow. Regrettably, the yellow cow remained reticent, unwilling to divulge the origins of this breathing technique, as it had been on previous occasions. However, it did inscribe a few words: pollen, catalyst. For how much time had truly passed since then? Chu Feng's physique had remarkably reached such an extraordinary level of efficiency that even the seasoned cattle were taken aback. It speculated that this phenomenon was somehow linked to the 4 petals he had encountered on Bronze Mountain. According to the information gathered by the cattle, this particular breathing technique was both exceptional and enigmatic. However, achieving mastery required the assistance of a catalyst. After having a breakfast predominantly consisting of game, Chu Feng awaited the arrival of his transport. A young woman, adorned with a few freckles on her nose yet undeniably attractive, approached him. Without uttering a word, she smiled first, easily bridging the gap between them. She arrived in a sleek, jet-black vehicle that appeared quite robust, characterized by its imposing stature, thick steel plating, and the latest advancements in durable glass. This was an armored car, clearly not an ordinary one. The divine beings were known for their meticulous standards, ensuring that even their routine transportation was of exceptional quality. "Mr. Chu, please step inside," the young woman offered, opening the door for him. Chu Feng found himself momentarily distracted, as since receiving a call that morning from Lin Nuai, who had informed him that she would send someone to collect him, he had been preoccupied with a particular thought. "Mr. Chu?" The young woman called gently, her amiable smile persisting. She seemed a bit flustered as she added, "But Miss Lin insisted that I must escort you." Chu Feng shook his head in refusal, informing her that the distance to the county town was not far, and that he would make his way there by noon, urging her to proceed without him. "Perhaps I am being overly cautious," he mused as he watched the black sedan disappear from view. "Cattle, guard the home," he commanded before setting off himself, navigating through the wooded areas leading to the county town, avoiding the main roads. His pace was swift. Should he fully unleash his speed, he would not lag behind that vehicle. Indeed, the journey was fraught with turbulence. The once smooth road now fragmented into numerous paths, with many stretches being uneven dirt trails, rendering swift travel impossible. Chu Feng followed from a distance, displaying remarkable endurance, showing no signs of fatigue. After traversing over 30 miles, the path ahead became increasingly rugged and uneven, causing the black sedan to decelerate further. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility of the area, a deafening sound as a rocket struck the black car with pinpoint accuracy. The immense force and terrifying blast lifted the vehicle into the air. Even the armored car was reduced to a cacophony of shattering glass and complete deformation. With a thud, the black sedan plummeted to the ground, erupting in sparks and smoke, debris scattering as dust billowed skyward. Boom! In the next moment, another resounding explosion echoed, striking the vehicle again with unerring precision, leading to its instant disintegration. Despite its bulletproof design, the limitations were evident. The power of these two rockets far surpassed the car's defensive capabilities. In the distance, Chu Feng's countenance turned ashen, for his worst fears had materialized. He had never anticipated such audacity from that woman, to orchestrate such a deadly ambush on his route. Employing lethal force against him was utterly abhorrent. His eyes glinted with fury, mourning the loss of the young life, a pang of guilt piercing his heart for being unable to save them. Yet, he could hardly fathom the depths of that woman's madness to commit such an act. Initially, he had sensed a mere possibility and had taken precautions, yet fate had cruelly conspired against him. Subsequently, 2 rockets were launched, striking the location with devastating force, completely obliterating the vehicle in a conflagration of flames. The sound was thunderous, shattering the once tranquil wilderness, where dense woods flanked the road in serene silence. Now, it resembled a cataclysm, breaking the stillness with explosive resonance. "I shall end your life." Chu Feng's fury ignited. How immense must their hatred be to expend such effort to eliminate him? They had resorted to such lethal measures on the route where Lin Nuai had dispatched someone to retrieve him. Yet, he comprehended their fear, their dread of exposure. They sought to silence him permanently. This woman, closely associated with Lin Nuai, was aware he had yet to divulge certain matters, and she aimed to resolve this before it escalated to eliminate him en route. Chu Feng recognized their fear had driven them to desperation. A cornered dog will leap over walls. His expression turned cold. This matter was far from over, compelling him to unleash a wave of retribution. Anyone connected to this treachery, regardless of their identity, would face annihilation. This had crossed his threshold of tolerance. In a grand mansion within the county, a man and woman swirled their red wine in high-stemmed glasses, savoring its essence. The man appeared relaxed and at ease, while the woman exhibited signs of tension, anxiously awaiting some news. Soon, a communicator chimed, and the woman swiftly answered, inquiring, "What is the status?" "The mortal has been eliminated," disintegrated along with the vehicle. However, the skilled adversary behind him has yet to reveal themselves. We are in a state of anticipation. Upon receiving this report, the woman's demeanor grew increasingly anxious, clearly the former holder of Lin Nuoyi's communicator, her expression betraying her unease. Stay calm. Await the appearance of that individual and then deliver the fatal blow. Her voice quivered slightly. Understood. Then the call came to an end. Wonking, do not be anxious. It is merely a trivial matter, so do not panic, the young man remarked calmly as he sat there, his fair complexion and handsome features exuding an air of elegance as he casually swirled his wine glass. Mu, you speak so lightly, yet I have committed a grave mistake. If Nuoi finds out. Su Wonking's face turned slightly pale. Do not fret. Even if she discovers it, what of it? The divine beings are not solely hers. My Mu family is also a significant member. Besides, you are her dear confidant and a capable assistant. Soon, your sister will marry her uncle. What is there to worry about? Even if Nuoi learns the truth, she will not harm you, the young man reassured her with a gentle smile gracing his fair visage, seemingly unfazed. Mu, regarding this matter, I intended to assist you, yet it has escalated to such a predicament. Are you able to manage this? Su Wonking inquired, her beauty accentuated by her alluring phoenix eyes, though shadowed by concern. Rest assured, this matter cannot possibly be leaked. The Bodhi personnel are currently active in that region, and our people will clash with them. Ultimately, all of this will be attributed to them, the young man stated with tranquility. He then shook his head and continued, in truth, I merely wished for that mortal to face some trials, to gauge Lin Nuoyi's reaction and test her sentiments. I did not anticipate that you would wish to eliminate him. How could I have discerned your intentions? Accidentally discovering that your subordinates were troubling him, and subsequently learning of his past relationship with Nuoi, I intended to lend you a hand, only for it to spiral into such a significant affair. Su Wonking was engulfed in profound regret. One misstep had ensnared her further, and she felt that her involvement was ill-fated. Just moments ago he had perished. Su Wonking reminded herself, I understand that the death of such a person is inconsequential, but you have mentioned that a formidable figure stands behind him. Therefore, we must eliminate any future threats decisively. The young man, with his fair complexion, wore a confident smile. Can it truly be resolved? Bear in mind that the last individuals I dispatched were more than capable of confronting experts among the extraordinary, yet they have vanished without a trace. Su Wonking furrowed her brow, a shadow of worry crossing her features. Unless he has attained the level of a Vajra, and even if a Vajra from the Bodhi lineage were to come personally, it may not guarantee success. The young man remained composed, his smile gentle. Let us hope there are no unforeseen complications. Rest assured, the individuals from the Bodhi lineage are present. This time, it is indeed the moment for Tiangshan Biological to confront their adversaries. They will eliminate foes and simultaneously resolve that lingering issue without incident. In the mountains, Chu Feng moved like a silent cheetah, acutely aware of the looming danger, for it felt as though a trap lay in wait, eager for him to venture within. This area was rife with ambushes, expansive in scope. The hidden figures had their sights not on the vehicle upon the road, but rather seemed poised for an intruder to arrive. You deem Chu Feng insignificant, believing that it is the individuals behind him who are formidable. Is this endeavor solely to eliminate that man? Chu Feng mused bitterly, his expression turning frigid. This is merely the beginning. Force my hand, and I shall grant your wish. None shall escape. Chu Feng declared coldly, resolute in his intent to unleash violence, vowing to carve a bloody path all the way to the county town. Chapter 41. A bloody massacre. The forest lay in eerie silence, permeated by the scent of blood. The otherworldly being lay lifeless on the ground, having emitted not a single sound before succumbing to its fatal wounds. The gash in its neck profound and insurmountable, rendering survival impossible even for the most robust of physiques. Chu Feng's heart raced. Despite the inferno of fury surging within his chest, he felt a twinge of disquiet at having taken a life for the first time. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell his emotions and maintain his composure as he strode forward. The woman had acted with unbridled ferocity against him. How could he afford to show mercy? Though he harbored no desire to kill, the harsh reality dictated a ruthless resolve. he must adapt to this unforgiving environment. Possessing a formidable psychological fortitude, Chu Feng moved stealthily through the woodlands, and soon his expression became tranquil, as he adeptly adjusted to his internal sensations. The grim reality of his first kill unfolded under such dire circumstances. The forest remained exceptionally quiet, with Chu Feng resembling a solitary predator, stealthily closing in on one prey after another. The trials faced in the primordial mountains were not in vain. Despite this being his inaugural act of taking a life, he had achieved a profound state of calm, maintaining a cool demeanor. Now, he moved with utmost silence, optimizing his physical capabilities, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Suddenly, he spotted another otherworldly being. This individual boasted massive arms and an imposing upper body, reminiscent of a ferocious ape, with long hair cascading wildly as it lay in ambush, fixated on a particular direction. Clearly, this being exhibited the patience of a seasoned hunter, ever ready to pounce. Yet, unbeknownst to it, the roles had reversed. It was now the quarry, on the brink of being hunted. Chu Fu exercised utmost caution, for the distances between these extraordinary beings were not significant. Should he provoke them, he would be beset by a throng of adversaries. His body was taut, his vital energies sealed within, resembling a fierce tiger. Despite possessing overwhelming strength capable of dispatching prey, he remained stealthy, approaching in the shadows. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chu Fu struck. The obsidian short sword sliced through the forest like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a streak that cleaved through the air. With a sharp sound, he precisely severed the throat of one extraordinary being, the rapidity of the blow spraying a copious amount of blood. Chu Fu ruthlessly hunted, unleashing his primal ferocity. Yet, this extraordinary being exhibited remarkable vitality. Even as his neck was nearly severed, he valiantly attempted to turn, his visage contorted, and his robust limbs swelling with strength. In an instant, his body was enveloped in dark fur. His face no exception, as fangs protruded from his mouth, grotesque and fearsome, lunging forward. He yearned to howl, but his throat had been slashed, his eyes gleaming with both defiance and despair, making a desperate final assault. Chu Fu was taken aback. This extraordinary being, with a neck almost severed, could still undergo a transformation, fighting back in extremis. Truly astonishing, his vitality was tenacious. This creature resembled a demonic ape, emanating a harrowing aura, his hands swelling to the size of millstones. Alas, Chu Fu granted him no opportunity. With a flick of his wrist, the black short sword soared forth and embedded itself in the being's forehead, blood gushing forth. This time, the extraordinary being could move no more, his eyes wide open as he toppled backward. Chu Fu swiftly darted forward to catch him, gently laying him upon the ground. The stature of this being was immense, and even a fall into the underbrush would create a considerable commotion. He drew forth a black short sword, wiping away the blood, resembling a professional hunter as he set forth once more, enveloped in an aura of lethal intent. Chu Feng was cold and merciless, a surge of fury boiling within him as he pressed onward. If these individuals sought to ambush him and eliminate him, he had no reason to show leniency. Soon after, he ruthlessly dispatched two adept foes. At this juncture, the forest was eerily silent. Gradually, not even the roar of beasts nor the chirping of birds could be heard, creating an atmosphere of deathly stillness. Chu Feng sensed that the situation was dire. These adversaries were likely interconnected, and his actions of slaughter had most probably drawn attention. Otherwise, how could such a vast expanse of forest fall into such sudden quietude? Clearly, waves of murderous intent were permeating, surging, and expanding. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, accompanied by a sharp pain, akin to a spear pressing against his back, igniting a profound unease within him. His instinctive intuition served as a warning, allowing him to perceive the encroaching danger, which promised to be fatal. In a swift motion, he rolled away, as fast as a cheetah, traversing the woodland and distancing himself by several dozen meters in an instant. His speed was astonishing. Boom! At that very moment, the location he had just vacated erupted in flames, as a rocket-propelled grenade struck, wreaking havoc with a tremendous explosion that shattered boulders and felled trees in droves. Chu Feng beheld an adversary, flapping a pair of violet wings, suspended in midair, surveying him intently, while a rocket launcher rested upon his shoulder. At this moment, the foe unleashed another barrage of weaponry, shouting, "Over here!" They remained oblivious to the appearance of their target, having merely received orders to eliminate anyone who dared to breach this territory without exception. In the realm of extraordinary beings, there are no weaklings. As Chu Feng commenced his hunt, he was swiftly detected and faced with fierce counterattacks. The tranquility shattered, and the mountains erupted with waves of lethal intent, each more formidable than the last, as numerous figures hastened towards his location. With a thunderous roar, one of the extraordinary beings, having loaded a rocket into its launcher, fired again. Possessing remarkable hovering abilities, he managed to wield such heavy weaponry with ease. Boulders shattered and trees splintered. The ground where Chu Feng once stood was reduced to scorched earth, laid bare and desolate. He had long evaded the onslaught, his heightened senses allowing him to detect danger in advance and evade it with agility. In the distance, powerful figures approached rapidly, accompanied by the ominous sound of an armed helicopter, heralding a terrifying barrage of firepower. "You are doomed," someone shouted. Meanwhile, the hovering extraordinary being was in pursuit. Having missed his target twice, a chill ran down his spine. What manner of creature had he encountered? Such acute perception. He recalled an elderly martial artist he had met among celestial beings, who once spoke of ancient masters with astonishing senses capable of avoiding various perils. Could it be that he had now encountered one of them? Suspended in mid-air, the extraordinary being felt an icy dread wash over him. He realized that despite the multitude surrounding him, success was not guaranteed. The man's instincts were far too keen. Suddenly, a wave of apprehension surged through him, causing his hair to stand on end and his scalp to tingle as if he were being stalked by a primordial beast. Yet here he was, suspended in the air. Who could possibly harm him? Nonetheless, he swiftly reacted, flapping his wings vigorously, preparing to ascend into the heavens. However, it was already too late. A figure, agile and nimble as a divine ape, leaped from a towering tree into the air, wielding a black short sword that cleaved forward. The sounds of impact echoed, thud, crack, as the head of the extraordinary being fell to the ground, blood gushing forth, instantly claiming his life. Furthermore, the rocket launcher he bore was violently severed by the black blade, splitting into two halves and plummeting from the sky. They beheld a silhouette, akin to a fierce dragon, soaring past, clutching the black short sword, and vanishing into the treetops. The sheer terror of it all was palpable. That individual had leapt from the canopy to the heavens, decisively slaying a formidable foe with a single lethal strike. Some among the extraordinary beings felt a weight upon their hearts. They had encountered a monster. What they had initially planned as a swift ambush now seemed to require a considerable price to eliminate this threat. Boom! An armed helicopter arrived, unleashing a torrential rain of bullets upon the great tree. In an instant, leaves scattered wildly, and ultimately the colossal tree came crashing down, utterly shattered. Yet, the figure remained conspicuously absent, disappearing once more without a trace. In a grand mansion within the county town, Su Wanqing paced anxiously, her heart in turmoil. Until that master was dealt with, she could find no peace, plagued by the fear that Lin Nuyi might uncover the truth, and worried that the master might seek revenge upon her. Wanqing, relax. Do sample this bottle of red wine. It is truly delightful, urged Mu, a composed young man, exuding charm and elegance, maintaining his tranquility without a hint of concern. Soon, his communicator beeped, signaling that someone was seeking his attention. Su Wanqing glanced over, her expression tightening with apprehension. Having identified the target, yet the situation proves to be quite challenging. Mu received reports that 5 extraordinary individuals had perished in such a short span, a considerable loss indeed. Without delay, he commanded administer that new type of serum. It serves perfectly for practical testing. Even if a titan like King Kong were to appear, he could not emerge unscathed. I demand you to ensure his capture. After the call, his expression turned slightly indifferent as he repressed his smile, remarking, "Indeed, he is a formidable master, likely ranking among the top 100 extraordinary individuals in the world. Is he truly that powerful?" Su Wanqing exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes widening in astonishment, her alluring red lips parting to reveal pearly teeth, her unease intensifying. For such a figure, should he manage to escape, it could spell endless trouble. Rest assured, he shall not flee. Among my associates, there are those of similar caliber. Once he ingests that new serum, he may even challenge giants like King Kong or Fire Spirit.
Mu replied coldly.
His demeanor had shifted, losing its previous elegance, for the loss of those 5 extraordinary individuals weighed heavily upon him. They were all acquired by the Mu family and represented power firmly within his grasp. Is that serum truly effective? Su Wonking inquired. Indeed, it is highly effective, capable of unlocking latent potential, multiplying combat strength by several folds, even up to 10 times, Mu stated, a fervent glimmer evident in his eyes. Isn't it still under experimentation? It is ready for application. This time we shall test it on those who possess the Bodhi gene. Practical evaluation is imperative. But since this formidable master has crossed our path, he shall be the first to bear the blade. Mu's words were calm yet carried a chilling undertone. In the depths of the forest, Chu Feng furrowed his brow. This area had been meticulously arranged, as evidenced by the presence of numerous detection devices. He had already destroyed dozens, yet more continued to surface. Now, he found himself gradually encircled. After slaying 5 of the strange beings, 13 remained, and in a bid to eliminate him, they had summoned a total of 18, equipped with an array of heavy firearms, a considerable display of force. After consuming the potions and conducting practical tests, once we have dealt with him, we shall eradicate the gene-altered organisms operating in this region. One of the beings commanded. These entities, revealing formidable powers, also displayed their unique forms, each more peculiar than the last. Some towered over 3 meters tall, their imposing figures shrouded in a mist, exuding explosive strength. Others exhibited a semi-petrified state, their mere touch transforming objects into stone, a capability that made Chu Feng's heart race. Among them was a being enveloped in blazing flames, with magma swirling beneath its feet. This fire wielder was particularly terrifying, radiating an aura of leadership that instilled a sense of peril in Chu Feng. The 13 beings, each distinct and endowed with terrifying abilities, converged from all directions, intent on ensuring his demise. Meanwhile, a helicopter hovered above, poised to unleash a torrent of devastating firepower. Had it not been for the concern of harming the beings below, it would have already opened fire. The group of strange beings was partaking of a potion, a crystalline vial containing a mesmerizing azure liquid that released a fragrant blue mist upon opening. Chu Feng sensed impending danger, for the energy emanating from these beings was intensifying. They emitted low growls, their collective fervor palpable, and their gazes brimming with aggression. Not far away, an elderly apothecary had been closely observing the battlefield, his countenance alight with excitement as he exclaimed in delight. He began to communicate with the townspeople, revealing that the recently improved potions had yielded remarkable results, enhancing physical capabilities by more than 8-fold, with some individuals nearing a 10-fold augmentation. The old apothecary was exhilarated. He could perceive from the luminous instruments on the bodies of those extraordinary beings that their physical metrics were escalating dramatically, an exceedingly daunting sight. Excellent. Mu nodded gravely, unable to conceal his own excitement. Even his typically composed demeanor could not mask his agitation. Amidst the mountains and forests, the elderly apothecary, while buoyed by exhilaration, endeavored to temper his emotions and regain composure. After a meticulous observation, he furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "This exuberance is excessive. It may lead to complications due to the intense fluctuations in mental state." He believed this might be one of the 2 existing shortcomings that required refinement. At that moment, Chu Feng sensed an ominous shift. In an instant, he felt not merely surrounded by a dozen extraordinary beings, but as if he were encircled by hundreds. The intensity of power emanating from them was overwhelming, each individual seemingly amplified 10-fold, rendering them exceedingly perilous. The breakthrough should pose no issue, right? Chu Feng murmured to himself, his expression serious as he remained vigilant, not daring to exhibit any negligence. He gradually extended his arms and summoned the formidable bull demon fist, beginning to coalesce his ultimate divine form. What was that? Although the dozen extraordinary beings were in a state of exhilaration and their mental fluctuations were intense, they were nonetheless taken aback, fixated on what lay ahead. Chu Feng clenched his fist, and behind him materialized a colossal black bull, seemingly hailing from the primordial era, transcending the confines of space to descend upon this land. This was the ultimate manifestation of his fist imprint, vividly brought to life. Concurrently, Chu Feng began to employ a special breathing technique, his secret weapon, capable of exponentially amplifying the power of his fist imprint with each invocation. Typically, he refrained from utilizing this technique, reserving it even during battles with formidable beasts. Now, faced with an imminent crisis, he was prepared to unleash it. The individuals around him were all in a frenzied state, their emotions wildly unstable, a significant disadvantage. Perhaps I might attempt the bull's roar, Chu Feng contemplated inwardly, for this was not merely a sonic technique but also a formidable mental assault, potent enough to induce despair. A dozen extraordinary beings, radiating a terrifying aggression, advanced with increasingly frenzied eyes, closing in on Chu Feng, ready to unleash their lethal force. In the next instant, both parties launched their attacks almost simultaneously. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very earth, akin to a muffled thunderclap, resonating through the mountains and forests, causing nearby leaves to wither and shatter, and even the mighty trees succumbed to cracks. All of this transpired due to the sheer might of Chu Feng's roar, enhanced by his special breathing technique. That bellow resounded like the primal bull's growl, accompanied by the sound of thunder, reverberating through the terrain. Ah! A terrifying phenomenon unfolded as the intense fluctuations of the extraordinary being's spirits were provoked, worsening their condition. One by one, they shrieked in agony, blood streaming from their orifices, clutching their heads and wailing, while some collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Because that thunderous roar of the wild bull was not merely a sonic wave. It harbored a formidable spiritual assault. Under normal circumstances, these individuals would not have succumbed so easily. At present, they resembled tightly wound springs, stretched to their limits, until eventually, some could no longer bear the strain, their minds becoming torn asunder. No, the old apothecary's eyes turned crimson. This was a significant failure, the vulnerabilities of the potion magnified infinitely at this moment. He attempted to charge forward, only to cough up blood, unable to withstand the onslaught of sound waves, collapsing in the forest. In the county town, within the opulent mansion, Su Wanqing regained her composure upon receiving news of the potion's astonishing effects, capable of amplifying the powers of the extraordinary by tenfold. What a terrifying prospect! If a dozen extraordinary beings were to experience simultaneous enhancement, it would equate to the collective might of over 100. Now, she believed Mu's words. Even if the indomitable came, they could not hope to emerge unscathed, nor could they easily eliminate everyone. A smile graced her lips, vibrant and alluring, her phoenix eyes sparkling with a beguiling charm. Mu remained composed. Though he had experienced a brief emotional upheaval not long ago, he was now entirely tranquil, his demeanor restored to its cultured elegance. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Let us await the good news. Not only shall we eliminate that so-called master, but we will also strike down a significant portion of the Bodhi Jin's forces. I am eagerly anticipating this." "I am equally excited," Su Wanqing replied, smiling as she raised her goblet, gesturing to Mu. "Now let us rally support for the holy ruins. During the launch of this new book, we require the backing of our brethren. Member clicks, recommended votes, and adding it to the bookshelf are all essential." Chapter 42. Ruthlessness Ding. The two clinked their glasses, both adorned with light-hearted smiles, an unspoken understanding enveloping them. Xiao Wanqing took a delicate sip of wine, setting down her glass before gracefully positioning herself at the piano. Her slender, alabaster fingers glided gently across the keys, producing a melodious sound. Mu retrieved a thumb-sized crystal vial, gently shaking it. Within, a cerulean liquid shimmered, ethereal and enchanting, radiating an otherworldly glow. This was a novel potion, a rare substance capable of awakening the latent potentials of extraordinary individuals, its extraction fraught with difficulty yet yielding astonishing effects. His gaze softened, as if admiring the most exquisite treasure. He toyed with it while awaiting the outcome of the impending confrontation. Everything was already destined, he murmured softly to himself. In the depths of the forest, among the 13 extraordinary beings, for had already collapsed, lifeless on the ground, their mouths and noses stained with blood. Their spirits were already in tumult, and upon encountering the resonant sound of the raging bull, they were further provoked, their agitation surpassing the limits of endurance, unable to withstand the ensuing consequences. Ah! The remaining extraordinary beings cried out in agony, their faces contorted in pain. Some rolled on the ground, clutching their heads, unable to bear the torment. Others rammed their heads against trees, the resounding thuds causing some sturdy old trunks to snap, leaves scattered everywhere. The blue potion was enigmatic, its effects intensely potent, endowing them with formidable strength. However, the repercussions it wrought were equally horrific. Among the 13 extraordinary beings, all of whom were adept, for had perished in the blink of an eye, merely due to an external psychological shock, resulting in this tragic calamity. This is my labor of love. It can still be refined, there must be a way to improve it. In the distance, the elderly alchemist murmured, sprawled on the ground, his mouth foaming with blood. He did not consume the potion. His mental fluctuations remained stable. Yet he was merely a mortal and, under the thunderous roar of Chu Feng, had sustained grave injuries. Suddenly, a colossal being lunged forward, towering at nearly 3 meters. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, and its pupils were dilated. The intense mental waves had rendered its mind unstable, leaving it in a daze with severe brain damage. With a swift motion, this monstrous entity seized the old apothecary and, with a brutal yank, tore him asunder amidst agonized screams, a scene of horror drenched in blood. Chu Feng could not bear to witness it. Despite his earlier ruthless actions, he was not so barbaric. These beings had descended into madness, their ferocity appalling and monstrous. Without hesitation, Chu Feng strode forward, his sword rising and falling with precision. Blood erupted, and in an instant, several bodies were severed, meeting their demise. Should these frenzied beings escape the forest, they would inflict tremendous harm upon the nearby towns. Moreover, Chu Feng had no intention of sparing them. Since they had come to ambush him, there was nothing left to discuss. They must pay the price for their actions. As beings of otherworldly origins, they should have long understood the peril of plotting against others' lives. Perhaps one day, they too would find themselves reaped of their existence. With relentless determination, Chu Feng wielded his sword with unyielding force. The black short sword was as sharp as a bolt of lightning, and wherever it passed, heads fell one after another. In mere moments, 6 or 7 had already met their end. Even those who had succumbed and fallen lifelessly to the ground were not spared. He approached each and delivered a final thrust. Having initiated this onslaught, he resolved to eradicate every threat completely, leaving no potential for future retaliation. How ruthless! Kill! With a thunderous roar, the man, despite his dilated pupils, struggled fiercely and charged towards Chu Feng, intent on battling him to the death. It was not that he was fearless, but rather he understood that should he fail to retaliate, death was inevitable. Only through a desperate fight could he grasp a sliver of hope for survival. In an instant, his body became petrified, resembling a statue, yet his movements remained swift. The ground trembled ominously beneath his feet as he advanced, enveloped in a haze of earthy yellow mist. His fists raised in a powerful strike. As he passed, numerous objects turned to stone. Chu Feng felt a surge of astonishment. He had long been aware of this extraordinary individual, having previously witnessed his transformation into a hybrid of flesh and stone. Now he had fully assumed the form of a stone being. With a clang, Chu Feng unsheathed his short sword. Due to the uncertainty of the situation, he refrained from employing his fist imprint, fearing it might bind him, rendering him a mere statue. The dark blade cut through the air, slicing into the stone being's palm, crimson blood oozing forth, accompanied by a wafting yellow mist that surged towards Chu Feng. His expression shifted slightly as he summoned all his strength, unleashing the bull demon fist. His surface shimmered instantly, and as the yellow mist approached, it merely caused a tingling sensation in his arm. With a tremendous force, his fist imprint glowed, leaving his skin unscathed. The so-called petrification was effectively repelled. He sensed the power of the bull demon fist resonating through his body, forming a protective barrier that shielded him from the yellow mist's harm. With newfound determination, Chu Feng cast aside all reservations and launched a relentless assault. Bang! After several collisions, his fist imprint struck the chest of the extraordinary being, sending him hurtling through the air with a sound resembling cracking stone.
Gotcha.
The stone figure disintegrated, shattering into fragments midair, and upon crashing to the ground, some parts were of stone while others bled. It was a surreal sight, yet ultimately the stone figure met its demise. No matter the monstrous entities, a single punch sufficed. Chu Feng spoke calmly. After a series of strikes, only one adversary remained. The foreign being, who had previously instilled a sense of danger in Chu Feng, now sat there, cradling his head, leaning against an ancient tree, surrounded by molten lava. This individual was extraordinarily formidable. Even in the face of backlash, with his mind nearly torn asunder, he retained a glimmer of conscious awareness, his pupils glowing crimson as they fixated on Chu Feng. All others lay slain, and stepping upon the corpses of his foes, bloodied hands revealed the true identity of this so-called mortal, the enigmatic master. He recognized Chu Feng, having seen his likeness, for he was the leader of this group of foreign beings, privy to the underlying truths. "Let us proceed," Chu Feng declared, his voice soft yet resolute. In an instant, the foreign being erupted in resplendent light, flames of crimson soaring over 10 meters high, reducing the surrounding colossal trees to ashes. He refused to surrender easily, unleashing a mighty roar as he summoned his final reserves of strength to lunge at Chu Feng. With a single punch, he unleashed a torrent of molten rock, the earth beneath him liquefying and erupting in a terrifying display. Undeniably, this adversary was exceptionally powerful, a true master, and in ordinary circumstances, few could withstand him. However, having gained experience through numerous battles, Chu Feng activated his fist imprint, channeling his utmost strength. A massive black bull materialized, charging forth in tandem with his punch. Bang! The forest lay in ruins, ancient trees splintered as a tremendous explosion erupted in the area, the consequence of a fierce confrontation between two individuals. Coughing, amidst the flames and molten earth, the enigmatic figure spat blood, clutching his hair in agony, his head throbbing painfully. A deafening roar from the beast, like a raging bull, caused blood to seep from his orifices. Simultaneously, a slight indentation marred his chest, a testament to the brutal blow he had received. Chu Feng's punch had manifested the ultimate form of the beast, a force so formidable that it pierced through the flames, scattering the red magma before crashing into his chest. "The new drug has betrayed me," the enigmatic figure roared, his eyes a fiery red, his visage contorted in fury, overwhelmed by the realization that he could not even summon his normal strength. He appeared formidable, yet now he was merely a hollow shell of his former self. Swiftly, he maneuvered his body, narrowly evading the onslaught. Earlier, the pilots in the air had also suffered from a terrifying sonic assault. Even at a distance, their minds nearly shattered, teetering on the brink of collapse. They swayed and spiraled for what felt like an eternity before regaining their composure, only to be met with another barrage. Boom! The forest erupted in chaos as rockets rained down, obliterating the area. The leader of the enigmatic faction was hurled backward amidst the flames and debris, feeling a chill envelop his neck as he caught sight of his adversary. Chu Feng, brandishing a short sword, descended like a dark divine rainbow, effortlessly severing his head with a decisive strike before departing with composure. Despair and shock filled the leader's eyes. His opponent was terrifyingly bold, daring to approach him amidst the explosion to claim his life. Chu Feng retreated with a single blow, vanishing into the depths of the forest, calm and unruffled. Not long after, he discovered a stronghold inhabited by several individuals, all armed with heavy firearms. Chu Feng stealthily infiltrated, ruthlessly striking amidst their terrified gazes. Moments later, he heard the ominous roar of an armed helicopter. He hoisted a rocket launcher and stepped outside, followed by a thunderous launch. Boom! In midair, flames erupted, and the helicopter disintegrated in a violent explosion. In a grand mansion within the county town, the sound of a piano flowed like a gentle stream, reminiscent of fluttering butterflies, lively yet spirited. as vibrant notes danced from her delicate fingers. This melody reflected Su Wanqing's mood. She felt utterly at ease. As the music ceased, she rose and glanced at Mu, smiling. The battle report has arrived. Hasn't it? Not long now. There should be no suspense, Mu replied with a smile, convinced that the outcome was already predetermined. At that moment, the communicator buzzed, and both individuals in the room displayed smiles. They are dead. All of them. Completely dead. On the other end, a heavy breath was heard. The person was engulfed in sheer terror, voice hoarse. What did you say? Mu sat up straight, alarmed. All the extraordinary beings have been killed. He is like a demon god. From the other side, heavy panting echoed. He was still alive but utterly terrified. No. This was the last sound from that individual, filled with dread, abruptly cut off, leaving an unsettling silence. In the forest, Chu Feng picked up the communicator belonging to that person and held it to his ear. But there was no sound, only an eerie stillness. The other side had fallen silent. He remained quiet, standing there in contemplation. Finally, that person hastily disconnected the call. Chu Feng once again immersed himself in the mountainous forest, tirelessly searching and dispatching several groups armed with advanced weaponry, while meticulously erasing traces of his presence. Half an hour later, the forest fell into complete silence. Chu Feng wiped the blood from his black short sword and sheathed it in his boot, stepping lightly on the fallen leaves as he made his way towards the county town. Chapter 43. Fear in a certain opulent mansion within the county town. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating a spacious living room where a man and a woman sat in silence. Su Wanqing's complexion had turned pale. She had overheard the earlier conversation, where the voice on the other end of the communicator was hoarse, delivering astonishing news. All the extraordinary individuals had perished, entirely slain. What a terrifying outcome! 18 formidable beings united, yet all annihilated by a single individual. How dreadfully formidable such a feat was! Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Such a glorious achievement heralded the rise of a great master. Moreover, the fact that all 18 extraordinary individuals had consumed a new type of potion, significantly enhancing their combat prowess, only added to the horror of their defeat. If this person sought vengeance against her, could she possibly defend herself? 18 extraordinary beings, along with a plethora of heavy weaponry and armed helicopters, and yet he remained unscathed, having vanquished them all. A monster. The words escaped her lips, fraught with terror. Indeed, he was a monster, powerful and terrifying, instilling in her a profound sense of unease and heart palpitations. Especially unsettling was the thought of the abrupt termination of the call, which sent chills down her spine. The voice on the other end had cried out in fear, only to be abruptly silenced, reminiscent of a final death knell. Mu remained silent, enveloped in an ominous stillness. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the horizon, remaining motionless for an extended period. The outcome was too abrupt. Why has this occurred? Suddenly, he whirled around, his expression frigid, a haunting glimmer flashing in the depths of his eyes, casting a chill throughout the spacious living room. This turn of events was utterly disastrous for him, plunging his mood to the depths of despair. After all, those were 18 extraordinary individuals, a crucial force under his command, and now they were all gone. What transpired? Who can enlighten me? Mu suppressed his voice, his handsome visage devoid of its usual smile, struggling to retain his composure. At this moment, his face was as inscrutable as the depths of water, exuding a chilling aura that was incongruous with his typically refined demeanor. Su Wanqing whispered, "How could such a thing happen? Who on earth is he, capable of slaying a dozen extraordinary individuals who had ingested the new type of drug?" Crash! Mu slammed the elegant wine glass onto the floor, the crystalline shards scattering in all directions, unable to suppress a low growl of frustration. "Damn it!" he bellowed. Earlier, he had been poised and composed, a gentle smile gracing his features, entirely dismissive of the matter, convinced that the individual in question was doomed and that the outcome was preordained. Yet now he clenched his fists, his countenance ashen, unable to conceal the fury brewing within. For him, this was an unforgivable defeat, a significant loss. "Mu, do not succumb to anger. We must devise a solution to this predicament, Su Wanqing urged. Forcing herself to remain calm, though deep within, she harbored a profound fear, for this crisis had been exacerbated by her actions. If that individual sought vengeance, she would undoubtedly be the first target. In the living room stood an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 50s, with a gaunt visage. He spoke, "Mu, this is not your fault. No one could have anticipated this outcome." His words held wisdom. With 18 extraordinary individuals joining forces, coupled with a new type of drug, sweeping away an opponent would have been effortlessly simple. In this vast world, not every extraordinary being could rival a diamond. Such a formidable lineup, ambushing a solitary extraordinary being, would surely yield no suspense, guaranteeing a fatal conclusion. Could it truly be the diamond's doing? After all, isn't a portion of the Bodhi gene's personnel active in that region?
Inquit Su Wanqing.
When Bo paused, yet he refrained from expressing his thoughts. Complying with Mu's request, he instructed his men to promptly head to the scene for a thorough investigation to ascertain the cause of death for the 18 extraordinary beings. Mu furrowed his brow, sharing the doubt, was it indeed the diamond? Had he already arrived? However, as per the information gathered, the extraordinary being possessing an indestructible body was still en route, with the earliest arrival expected by tonight. Investigate whether the diamond has quietly made his appearance, Mu stated coldly. When Bo nodded, initiating the arrangement of personnel and mobilizing resources to closely monitor the movements of key figures from the Bodhi gene. A small helicopter ascended, swiftly heading towards the mountainous forest 80 miles away to uncover the cause of death of the 18 extraordinary beings and gather various clues from the scene. Though these individuals were not experts, they compensated with their wealth of experience. Upon entering the forest, a chill enveloped them. 18 extraordinary beings, all with their throats slit, and among them, the heads of 13 had been completely severed and lay upon the ground. It is evident that they indeed perished at the hands of a singular individual, and in a forceful and brutal manner. The traces left at the scene indicate that only a handful engaged in fierce combat. The remaining extraordinary beings were no match for this individual, all meeting their demise within the briefest span of time, their heads severed. This outcome sent chills down their spines. Could it truly be the arrival of the formidable entity? Someone stammered. Apart from the formidable being and the 3 others, were there any others with such a capacity for combat? They meticulously scoured the forest, yet failed to unearth any significant clues left by this individual, as if he had meticulously erased many traces after the event. In the county town within the opulent mansion, Mu received the report, his expression dark as storm clouds. 18 extraordinary beings had their heads severed by a sharp weapon, with all suffering identical mortal wounds. This individual was powerful and fierce, holding an absolute advantage. When Bo remarked while perusing the report, it is said that the formidable being possesses 2 weapons, one of which is the demon-subduing pestle, typically not employed, and the other a blade used only a few times, renowned for its unmatched sharpness, Su Wanqing noted. At that moment, a confidential report was delivered, and upon receiving it, when Bo's countenance shifted dramatically, what? The formidable being had stealthily arrived, merely this morning? Su Wanqing took the report, glanced at it, and was instantly astounded. He has come. Mu was incensed, his face contorting as he slammed his palm onto the table with a resounding crash, shattering it. He struggled to maintain composure. Now, he could no longer suppress his fury. The arrival of the formidable being signified what? Perhaps only this individual could elucidate all of this. Otherwise, who possessed such capability? A single strike of the Buddha's blade can traverse the world, capable of slaying 18 extraordinary beings, even those fortified by the latest concoctions. The losses are insufferable. Reliable sources indicate that after the arrival of the diamond, he indeed ventured forth into the mountains and forests, and has yet to return, though it remains uncertain whether he ventured in that particular direction. When Bo declared, "Diamond, our conflict is far from over," Mu seethed with rage, his eyes and brows radiating malice, as his cultured demeanor dissipated entirely, leaving behind a fiery tempest within his chest. What of that individual? Has he truly not arrived there? Su Wanqing pondered, questioning whether the individuals following Chu Feng had made their presence known. Yet, a sense of ease washed over her. With the diamond's involvement, This skirmish pertained to the conflict between Bodhi genetics and celestial beings. Chu Feng's demise in that vicinity could only be deemed a tragic accident. When two colossal forces collide and masters engage, a mere mortal passing through who meets misfortune bears no blame. It is merely a stroke of ill fate. Su Wanqing exhaled softly, feeling reassured that there was no issue, as even the formidable figure behind Chu Feng would likely remain oblivious to the truth, resigned to his fate. In the mountainous terrain, Chu Feng hurried along, eventually spotting the county town in the distance, gradually slowing his pace. That woman was exceedingly venomous. To kill her outright would be too lenient, he muttered to himself. Reflecting on the young woman who had come to fetch him, he recalled her youth, her few freckles lending her an air of simplicity, her laughter infectious. When he had declined her offer to ride with her, she appeared somewhat bewildered. Ultimately, her fate had been so tragically grim, her vehicle reduced to splinters. Such madness! A glint of fury flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. Though he was ruthless and decisive in his dealings with adversaries, there existed within him a tender spot, one that could not abide the sight of the weak and kind being oppressed. The satisfying outcome you seek is far too trivial for you, as it is preceded by a period of fear. Chu Feng harbored an extreme aversion towards that malicious woman. He retrieved his communicator and contacted Lin Nuyi, quickly establishing a connection. Chu Feng was succinct and forthright, inquiring about who had been in possession of her communicator a few days prior. Lin Nuyi asked him what was amiss, but Chu Feng remained silent and abruptly ended the call. Not long after, Su Wanqing departed from the opulent mansion, making her way to Lin Nuyi's residence. Wanqing, has Chu Feng spoken to you? Lin Nuyi, possessing breathtaking beauty with porcelain skin and a tall, slender figure, stood by the window gazing into the distance. Oh yes, he realized I was not you. Exchanged a few casual words, and then hung up, Su Wanqing replied, her mood noticeably relaxed. Is that so? Are you concealing something from me? Lin Nuyi turned her body, her long hair cascading elegantly along her swan-like, snow-white neck. Her somewhat cool, exquisite visage, coupled with her strikingly deep-set eyes, exerted considerable pressure on Su Wanqing. Not at all, Su Wanqing feigned surprise. From what I know of Chu Feng, he must have something to hide, Lin Nuyi remarked. Has he arrived? What did he say? He wouldn't be so petty as to hold a grudge against me for my previous cold demeanor, would he? Su Wanqing asked nonchalantly, fully aware that the individual in question would likely never appear. He has not yet arrived, but during our conversation just now, I sensed that his feelings towards you are far from mere prejudice. Lin Nuyi fixed her gaze upon her. Just now? Su Wanqing's fingers trembled in fright, nearly causing her teacup to slip from her grasp, yet she managed to conceal her alarm. On Lin Nuoyi's beautiful visage, her smile appeared somewhat indifferent as she spoke. Speak. There truly was nothing to say. Su Wanqing steadied herself, yet deep within, she was gripped by an overwhelming fear. Had that person not perished? What had transpired? A sense of unease enveloped her. Was Chu Feng approaching? In that moment, her heart trembled with a multitude of thoughts. Could he truly be alive? This realization was utterly terrifying. In an instant, Su Wanqing was flooded with a torrent of thoughts, ultimately feeling a chill creeping up her spine, her entire being turning icy, her body numbed. She was gripped by fear and panic, pondering what to do. She longed to escape, yet Lin Nuoyi's gaze was fixed upon her. Soon Chu Feng would arrive. Lin Nuoyi remarked that, in truth, Chu Feng had not disclosed when he would arrive, nor was it certain he would come at all. She sensed an undercurrent of anger within him. In that fleeting moment, a cold sweat broke out on Su Wanqing's back. Was Chu Feng truly coming? Yet, she could only wait here, unable to flee, which was a tormenting and dreadful ordeal for her. The fear was overwhelming. She felt that nothing could be concealed. Even with her sister's protection, the cost might be exorbitant. Chapter 44. A meeting. Wanqing, do you not feel well? Your complexion appears somewhat pale, Lin Nuoyi inquired. Though these words bore the guise of concern, they lacked a certain warmth. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She understood that Lin Nuoyi was displeased with her, employing a form of frigid warmth to chastise her. Indeed, she had not rested well and had caught a chill during the night. Su Wanqing managed a weak smile, touching her pallid face, as she rose to express her apologies and take her leave. However, Lin Nuai did not wait for her to voice her thoughts. Instead, she produced a vial of azure elixir, compelling her to consume it and insisting that she remain here, with no intention of allowing her to leave. Su Wanqing's heart nearly leapt from her chest as she beheld the thumb-sized crystal bottle containing the cerulean liquid, reminiscent of what Mu had held not long ago. What did this signify? A wave of anxiety washed over Su Wanqing, her heart racing with trepidation. This is a novel, potent serum designed to enhance immunity and invigorate the human body. Its effects will manifest swiftly upon ingestion, Lin Nuai stated calmly. Su Wanqing, somewhat startled, took the vial into her hands, examining it closely. It should not be the same concoction, as this one boasted a slightly lighter hue, yet it only heightened her unease. Wanqing, what have you truly done? Do not conceal anything from me. You are well aware of my character. Lin Nuai gazed intently at her. Su Wanqing smiled, yet a chill coursed through her veins as various possibilities flitted through her mind, causing her to tremble slightly. Even though Lin Nuai could never possibly be with Chu Feng, she still wished for him to remain unharmed. If Chu Feng were to perish, it would be one thing. After all, with the Bodhi genes and Vajra supporting him, it would conveniently erase all traces. What truly terrified her was that this individual was still alive. During our last conversation, I had a quarrel with Chu Feng, arguing that he was unworthy of you. I can only imagine he harbors great resentment towards me. Su Wanqing's voice was barely a whisper as she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Nuai and remarked, I believe you two are ill-suited. You come from entirely different worlds. She veiled her words in partial deception, striving to buy time, and even if Chu Feng arrived, she would use this opportunity to argue, denying the actions she had taken. You have utterly disappointed me. Lin Nuai uttered these words with an air of calmness, concealing the true turmoil within her heart. Su Wanqing felt a wave of unease wash over her, sensing that the situation was precarious. Lin Nuai was exceedingly astute. Even in the absence of concrete evidence, she might harbor suspicions. At that moment, Lin Nuai's communicator buzzed. The girl you sent to pick me up was struck down by a rocket. She was unfortunate, came the voice of Chu Feng. Though Lin Nuai had her suspicions, she had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. She abruptly turned to Su Wanqing, her eyes shining with a piercing intensity that felt almost tangible. Su Wanqing gasped. That gaze pierced her like a needle, causing a pang in her eyes and a flutter of panic within her. Simultaneously, she had also heard Chu Feng's words, throwing her into disarray. He was indeed alive, a fact now confirmed. How could this be? He had not been in the car at that time? This revelation filled Su Wanqing with dread and resentment. Why had he survived? If Chu Feng had vanished, everything would have been erased. Some individuals are perpetually unwilling to reflect upon themselves. Mu will surely come to my rescue. Su Wanqing fervently prayed, for her actions were all in aid of Mu. Uncle Qian, take her away. Do not forget she is an extraordinary person. Employ the latest alloy shackles. Lin Nuai stated with an unsettling composure. Su Wanqing was rendered speechless, her face draining of color in an instant, leaving her ashen and terrified, her ears ringing with a dull thrum. She understood that only those who had committed unforgivable sins among the extraordinary would be subjected to such treatment. The shackles, forged from rare metals once secured, would render escape an impossibility, leading ultimately to severe retribution. An elderly gentleman of slightly plump stature entered, his kind eyes reflecting a benevolent demeanor. Yet today he bore an air of seriousness, dutifully executing Lin Nuai's commands. Ai, how could you treat me this way?
Su Wanqing Ekalim Vementin.
You are my assistant, someone I trust. In a situation where communication with the outside world is impossible, I relied on you to manage various affairs, and yet you have crossed my boundaries. Lin Nuai's expression was icy. Tall and exceedingly beautiful, she evoked a sense of jealousy in Su Wanqing. However, when angered, Lin Nuai exuded an impenetrable chill, strikingly aloof. Though Su Wanqing was undeniably attractive, she felt dwarfed by Lin Nuai's imposing presence, rendered speechless by the palpable tension. With a wave of her hand, Lin Nuai commanded Uncle Qian to escort her away. Chu Feng, where are you? I am coming to fetch you, Lin Nuai spoke into the phone. I have already arrived at the county town. I initially intended for you to treat me to the local delicacies, but it seems I shall treat you instead, she remarked. Chu Feng understood her underlying implication, sensing an apology in her tone. He provided an address, and shortly after, Lin Nuai pulled up in a striking red sedan, instructing, "Get in." Observing the vehicle, Chu Feng commented, "Red? It seems rather inconsistent with your icy elegance. I expected your car to be blue. As ever, your wit is unyielding." Lin Nuai replied with a subtle smile, dressed casually in shorts and a t-shirt, utterly detached from opulence or brand. Soon, they arrived at a restaurant. The atmosphere here is serene, accompanied by soothing music, adorned with crystal chandeliers and marble flooring. While it cannot compare to the grandeur of a bustling metropolis, it stands as one of the finest dining establishments in the county. The primary allure lies in its elegance and cleanliness. As they alight from the car, the two walk side by side into the restaurant, and Chu Feng naturally notices her casual attire of shorts and a simple t-shirt. Yet, this nonchalance accentuates her figure, standing at 170 centimeters with long, straight, and well-proportioned legs that are strikingly fair. "What's the matter?" Lin Nuai glances back at him. "It's been a while. I was momentarily dazzled by your presence. Allow me a closer look," Chu Feng replies with a grin. Lin Nuai finds it utterly baffling how he can speak with such audacity, almost brazenly. One could label him as honest or perhaps reckless. "You haven't changed." Lin Nuai comments with a smile, revealing that she does not dislike Chu Feng's character. In fact, it was precisely this trait that had drawn them together in the first place. During their school days, who would dare approach her? A throng of suitors would tread carefully, fearful of displeasing her. Given her somewhat aloof demeanor, the majority lacked the courage to approach. Only Chu Feng, from their very first encounter, had been audacious enough to seize her seat and fold her papers into airplanes, sending them soaring out the window with a gentle puff of breath. At that moment, he was insufferable, yet somehow, she could not summon genuine anger, and thus they became acquainted. "Come, let me see if you have changed." Chu Feng smiles, unabashedly sizing her up, from her beautiful face to her snowy neck, and downwards. "Stop being ridiculous. Sit down." Even though Lin Nuai's demeanor was unusually cool and she seldom wore a smile, she could not help but let the corners of her mouth curve upward, concealing her icy allure. "How delightful it is to smile like this. A true feast for the eyes," Chu Feng remarked as he pulled back her chair and gently pressed down on her shoulders, encouraging her to take a seat. Not far away, Uncle Qian observed the scene, his slightly plump face betraying a raised eyebrow, yet he ultimately feigned ignorance, leisurely gazing out the window. "I'm sorry," Lin Nuai murmured softly after settling down. "Do not fret. I am perfectly fine, merely saddened for that young girl," Chu Feng replied with a shake of his head. "Indeed, I shall make amends to her family." Lin Nuai's beautiful brows knitted slightly. Though she rarely smiled, her heart was far from cold. Chu Feng nodded. "Have you encountered any other dangers in recent days? A woman who can sprout vines from her palm, a bat, a spider, for creatures covered in scales, and a group of armed individuals have all sought me out," Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Lin Nuai straightened her posture, her eyes sparkling with intensity, resembling tangible beams of light. She glanced at Uncle Qian in the distance and instructed, "Keep a close watch on Su Wanqing. No one is to approach her." "Understood," Uncle Qian responded before turning to give orders. "I will provide you with an explanation," Lin Nuai said earnestly, fixing her gaze upon Chu Feng. "What do you intend to do with her?"
Chu Feng inquired.
Lin Nuai tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her fair forehead, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of frost as she declared, "She has gone too far. Her status as an extraordinary individual must be revoked." Chu Feng was taken aback. Is it truly possible to revoke her status as an extraordinary being? However, I kindly ask for your understanding that the subsequent severe punishment for her will require some time, as my uncle is about to marry her sister and has advised me to take care of her. I need to communicate with my uncle, Lin Nuai patiently explained. "What is the most severe punishment for her?" Chu Feng inquired further, as he harbored a profound loathing for that woman. "The most severe punishment is that she will never appear again," Lin Nuai replied. Chu Feng nodded and remarked, "Yet, I am somewhat concerned. The one who saved me has a volatile temper, and I fear he may take action first. A peculiar glint appeared in Lin Nuoyi's eyes. It was rare for her to exhibit such curiosity with her typically cold and alluring demeanor as she asked, I have always wanted to know who is assisting you, though it is perfectly acceptable if you prefer not to disclose. He felt it prudent to remain discreet for the time being, as he had vanquished 18 ostentatious individuals in one breath. Such a massacre was indeed tragic. In this world, it is wiser to lie low, nurture one's strength, and avoid the pitfalls of early boastfulness. Affection should be genuine, devoid of ties to power, status, or identity. Perhaps this is an idealistic notion, yet it is his pursuit and belief. He does not wish to leverage his newfound strength for personal gain. Is there such a person? Lin Nuoyi nodded. This morning, it was indeed he who dissuaded me from getting into the vehicle, allowing me to evade disaster, Chu Feng mused. Just then, Lin Nuoyi's communicator chimed, revealing that someone named Mu was seeking her. She answered, and a young man's melodious voice resonated on the other end, though it now carried a tone of gravity. Nuoyi, it appears we may have to confront Bodhi Jin ahead of schedule. He informed Lin Nuoyi that this morning, Jin Gang launched a surprise attack, annihilating an important faction under his command. 18 extraordinary individuals perished even after consuming the latest potion. I understand, Lin Nuoyi replied, ending the call. She gently tapped the table, a pensive expression gracing her features. As silence enveloped her, her exquisite visage became even more enchanting, luminous and delicate. What troubles you? Chu Feng inquired. A figure at the apex of the extraordinary hierarchy, known as Jin Gang, has mercilessly slain the 18 extraordinary beings on the very route where your vehicle was ambushed. What a remarkable coincidence, Lin Nuoyi observed with a faint smile. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with brilliant light before she turned to Chu Feng and asked, Tell me, was it the individual behind you who eliminated those 18 extraordinary beings? I do not hold him accountable. Jin Gang? This young man? Truly impressive, Chu Feng exclaimed, astonished by this unexpected revelation. He continued, the one aiding me did not engage in combat. He remained by my side until he delivered me to the county seat. It was only as we passed that we witnessed the vehicle explosion, confirming that someone intended to harm me, though he did not partake in this incident. I believe the 18 extraordinary beings harbored ill intentions towards me, but unfortunately for them, they encountered Jin Gang. Chu Feng refrained from elaborating further, yet his words sufficed. For now, he preferred to evade the whirlpool of chaos, content to be a mere spectator, allowing those who sought to harm him to pursue Jin Gang instead. Jin Gang, it is not I who wronged you, but rather those wretched individuals who insist on blaming you. Nevertheless, I am truly grateful. This is the heartfelt confession of Chu Feng, genuinely extolling the virtues of the diamond. Lin Nuoyi gazed at him, choosing not to pursue the matter further. What would you like to eat? She inquired, a subtle smile gracing her lips, revealing pearly teeth that glimmered like jewels. It was a rare moment of exquisite charm from someone who seldom smiled, captivating in its beauty. However, Chu Feng's exclamation abruptly shattered the ambience. Boss, bring me 10 pounds of beef, he shouted. Lin Nuoyi's pristine forehead darkened with a few lines of annoyance, thankful that they were not in a fine dining establishment and that no one else was present, lest it become embarrassing. Are you a starving ghost? She scolded, though she could not help but chuckle in the end. You see, I've been particularly craving beef lately, but I just can't seem to get any. It's driving me mad, and the mere thought of it makes my mouth water, Chu Feng declared with utmost seriousness. Lin Nuoyi was amused by his earnestness. All right, if you love meat so much, I'll order a variety for you, ensuring you have your fill. No, I only eat beef. Chu Feng firmly rejected her offer. Observing his serious demeanor, Lin Nuoyi couldn't suppress her laughter. This fellow was so carefree, always so casual, never pretending to be sophisticated, yet occasionally delightfully whimsical. In the midst of their banter, the table soon overflowed with an array of beef dishes. Braised beef, spicy beef, curry beef, and tender beef stew. Not to mention steaks, a sumptuous spread dedicated entirely to beef. If a yellow cattle were present, it would surely overturn the table in protest. Such a blatant provocation. A table laden with an assortment of dishes, all centered around beef, each prepared in a unique manner. Even the soup was a Westlake beef soup. Eventually, 20 skewers of exquisite XJ beef were presented to Chu Feng. Had it possessed the knowledge, it would undoubtedly have sought to confront him fiercely. However, upon indulging in the feast, he cast aside such thoughts, showering praises upon the culinary master in the kitchen, marveling at the diverse array of dishes crafted from beef. As they dined, the two engaged in soft conversation, reminiscing about the past, including their classmates and alumni. They had much to share. Yet, when it came to their shared history, they opted for brevity. Chu Feng sensed Lin Nuoyi's deliberate distance in this regard. Her demeanor remained rather indifferent. He was cheerful and optimistic, yet this did not imply a lack of respect for boundaries. He conversed with her in a calm and composed manner, successfully sidestepping any potential awkwardness. Their discussion meandered through memories of university life to the present, touching upon the recent upheavals in the world. Upon hearing this, Lin Nuoyi expressed a tinge of remorse, confessing that she had sensed an impending transformation in the world, although she had not anticipated its intensity. Throughout the lengthy epoch of the post-civilization era, several mysterious occurrences had transpired, leaving a significant impact that remained enigmatic to the average person. However, the celestial beings were aware, having come into contact with the underlying truths. Yet, this seemed to involve certain taboos, and Lin Nuoyi was hesitant. She hinted at matters to Chu Feng but could not divulge everything. As she recounted some past events, Chu Feng listened attentively, contemplating deeply. Ultimately, Lin Nuoyi inquired if Chu Feng intended to depart for another place, such as the great city in the north, for the Taihang Mountains were on the verge of unrest, drawing many extraordinary beings. He earnestly reminded Lin Nuoyi to exercise caution and safeguard herself, for the influx of extraordinary beings to the Taihang Mountains was overwhelming. Even the formidable King Kong had graced the area, foretelling inevitable conflict.
Lin Nuoyi nodded in acknowledgement,
assuring him of her awareness and commitment to her own safety. Moreover, she delicately expressed her initial intention to see Chu Feng depart at once. The sole purpose of their meeting was to bid him farewell. Now, with the knowledge of a formidable expert looming behind Chu Feng, likely to escort him away, she no longer felt the need to insist on his departure. I understand the dangers of Taihang Mountain. I shall refrain from provoking those extraordinary beings, Chu Feng remarked with a smile. However, Lin Nuoyi shook her head, contemplating a matter that required cautious articulation as she disclosed certain truths to Chu Feng. We have observed some unusual phenomena. What followed from Lin Nuoyi's lips left Chu Feng astounded. Numerous beasts and raptors were undergoing transformations, becoming increasingly intelligent, as if the shackles bound within them had been unshackled, their wisdom inching closer to that of humanity. The very notion that Lin Nuoyi would voice such revelations astonished Chu Feng, who had faith in her words, recognizing that divine entities were colossal beings, possessing vast resources and insights into realms beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Recently, the emergence of extraordinary beings had sparked widespread discourse, yet how many had turned their attention to these anomalies among the animals? They remained largely silent, most in hiding, muted. Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng was profoundly shaken. Lin Nuoyi described the animals with words such as quiet and silent, elevating them to a remarkable status. Chu Feng pondered what thoughts occupied the minds of these creatures, so close to human intelligence. The few we captured were extraordinary, displaying remarkable intelligence that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of humans, with an exceptional capacity for learning and imitation. Lin Nuoyi's mention of these aspects brought a somber expression to her face, suggesting impending trouble. Chu Feng pushed aside his utensils, his mind in turmoil as he contemplated various possibilities, lightly tapping his fingers on the table in deep thought. I am convinced that the number of mutated beasts and raptors far exceeds that of the aberrants, Lin Nuoyi asserted. Her words resonated deeply with Chu Feng. This was likely the truth, considering that most beasts and raptors inhabit the wild, closer to the flora. With the emergence of the mysterious fruit, they could access it more readily than humans. I can't shake the feeling that the future holds something terrifying, Chu Feng remarked. Therefore, we must choose to enter the giant city, Lin Nuoyi replied. Chu Feng had been harboring a question. The government had remained unusually silent lately, aside from calming the populace. Was it also harboring concerns? The government had been safeguarding its citizens, and perhaps significant actions were imminent, a notion Lin Nuai postulated. Their conversation spanned a considerable duration over lunch. By the way, if you feel uneasy about explaining things to your uncle, and someone approaches you regarding Chao Wanqing, you can simply hand her over. Chu Feng suddenly broached the subject. Lin Nuai remained silent, gazing at him. Do not gaze upon me, for I am well aware of the enigmatic individual who has come to my aid. His temperament is rather volatile, and I harbor concerns that he may be plotting vengeance on my behalf. Should any misfortune befall that woman while in your grasp, it would place you in a most precarious position, remarked Chu Feng, adding, would you consider her a friend of yours? Understood. Ultimately, as she rose to bid farewell, Lin Nuai approached him with a serene demeanor and unexpectedly embraced him gently, a gesture that marked the closest intimacy they had shared since their acquaintance began. I mentioned that you owe me a hug. Has today truly compensated for that? Chu Feng sighed softly, fully aware of the implications behind her words. Her tall stature, smooth and lustrous hair, and alabaster complexion, coupled with her radiant eyes, presented a striking beauty. Despite her somewhat aloof aura, her ruby lips, pearly teeth, delicate waist, and long, fair legs rendered her almost enchanting, exuding an ethereal charm. You have compensated me, yet you bring up old matters. You truly are concerned that I might overthink, Chu Feng remarked, shaking his head with a hint of dissatisfaction. For Lin Nuai had previously uttered similar sentiments. No need for that. I understand you are quite occupied. Major events are about to unfold in the Taihang Mountains. Please attend to your affairs and simply arrange for a vehicle for me, Chu Feng stated. Very well. Lin Nuai nodded, clearly burdened with numerous responsibilities, as it was likely that a conflict with Bodhi genetics loomed on the horizon. Upon arriving outside his residence, Chu Feng alighted from the vehicle and waved his gratitude as it sped away. He pondered whether he carried the scent of beef. After sniffing himself and detecting nothing, he still felt a twinge of unease. It was imperative to attend to pressing matters first. He did not enter the courtyard but instead departed directly towards the mountains, retrieving a large-caliber firearm along the way. Recently, he had faced assaults from firearms twice, seizing a considerable amount of weaponry. That afternoon, Chu Feng diligently practiced his marksmanship deep within the mountains, continuously firing bullets, and with each successive target, his accuracy improved markedly. Since adopting a special breathing technique, all aspects of his physical capabilities had seen significant enhancement, further augmented by his training in the formidable bull demon fist, rendering his physique quite formidable. After relentless practice, bolstered by keen eyesight and astonishing perception, he had nearly transformed into an exceptional marksman. From a considerable distance, he observed the whereabouts of the personnel from the Divine Being Corporation, quietly noting their scattered positions, seemingly wary of being targeted by firearm assaults. However, their caution appeared to stem from prudence rather than madness. It was unlikely that the individuals from Bodhi Gene would be so reckless as to employ heavy weaponry in a densely populated area of the county. During the day, significant confrontations had occurred between Divine Being Corporation and Bodhi Gene on 2 or 3 occasions, and it was evident that the night would not be tranquil. In the dead of night, the two colossal factions indeed clashed once more. Chu Feng watched intently, waiting until the chaos reached its peak before stealthily advancing, drawing closer yet remaining at a safe distance, for his vision was exceedingly sharp, far surpassing that of others. Through his conversations with Lin Nuai, he had gleaned much information, even having seen a photograph of Su Wanqing. As he lingered here, observing intently, he finally spotted Su Wanqing. She had indeed been released. Was it Mu Bao who facilitated her release? Chu Feng gazed from afar. The woman was an extraordinary being, her strength not to be underestimated. At this moment, he was cold and ruthless. With a resounding click, he pulled the trigger, and in the distance, a muffled thud echoed as a splash of crimson erupted, accompanied by a terrified scream. Chapter 46. The standstill of the night. The night was shrouded in darkness, the starry sky obscured by cloud cover. Along the way, the growls of wild beasts could be heard intermittently, and one could also see raptors soaring through the mountains, tracing a sharp trajectory against the gloom. Chu Feng paused momentarily, sensing the agitation of these creatures. He believed that some might have undergone true transformations, lying in wait for the opportune moment. What lay ahead was uncertain. No one could articulate it clearly, yet he had already steeled himself, unafraid of the potential crises that might arise. Traversing over 100 miles, the path was lined with towering mountains, which would instill a sense of oppressive fear in an ordinary person walking alone. However, Chu Feng remained undaunted, composed and unruffled, moving swiftly through the forested terrain. Before long, the clouds dispersed, and soft light cascaded from the heavens, banishing the darkness. The wild beasts ceased their restlessness, and the atmosphere felt less stifling. The stars twinkled like scattered pearls, shimmering brilliantly against the celestial canvas. So much time had passed. Surely, the cattle herder could no longer detect his scent? Approaching Qingyang town, he was nearly home. He resolved to offer a little bribe to the herder. "Boss, I would like 150 skewers of beef." Upon entering the town, Chu Feng spotted the barbecue stall and strode over with purpose. To his dismay, there were only lamb skewers available. The young vendor regarded him with a puzzled expression, having never sold beef skewers before. "Is this a prank?" he wondered. "I misspoke. Make it 150 lamb skewers." With a sense of trepidation, Chu Feng cast a glance towards the east, the direction of his home. "No money, just food," declared the young man, grilling skewers with resolute determination. This was due to the peculiar phenomena emerging across various regions. Roads were obstructed, and people began to place greater value on tangible goods, viewing currency with skepticism. "Although we are not particularly acquainted, we do know each other somewhat. Please prepare my skewers now, and I shall bring you the payment tomorrow," Chu Feng said. The skewer vendor, feeling rather agreeable, accepted this, as they were both from the same town and he had some familiarity with Chu Feng. "How long has this been frozen? Hasn't gone bad, has it?" Chu Feng inquired in a hushed tone. The skewer vendor felt a pang of unease and replied, "It should be fine. As long as it's fine." Chu Feng reassured him, patting the vendor's shoulder with an air of camaraderie and nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of an upset stomach. In the end, a large bag of skewers was prepared, generously sprinkled with cumin and pepper, emitting a delightful aroma. "Don't overindulge. If you do get an upset stomach, it's not my responsibility," the skewer vendor cautioned. "Rest assured, I am quite resilient," Chu Feng replied dismissively, then glanced at the freezer behind the vendor and said, "Let us grab a few bottles of beer as well." "Sure thing." Ultimately, as Chu Feng carried 2 hefty bags, he hadn't even crossed the threshold of his home before he began to guzzle down beer, primarily out of concern that the ox might be too perceptive. The ox appeared, regarding him with suspicion, sensing something amiss with this overly attentive fellow. Upon noticing the large bag of meat skewers in Chu Feng's hand, it raised its head in disdain, displaying an expression of contempt. The ox, feeling offended, began to etch symbols into the ground, questioning Chu Feng. Soon after, smoke began to billow from its nostrils. Chu Feng, acutely aware of his shortcomings, found himself silently lamenting the increasing difficulty of deceiving the bovine. Ever since it had ventured online, it seemed to possess knowledge of all matters. With righteous indignation, he proclaimed, "What do you understand? The true delicacies lie within the rustic traditions of the countryside. Those so-called high-end experiences are merely a costly torment, utterly devoid of flavor. If you doubt it, taste for yourself." As he spoke, he fervently hoped to avoid any gastrointestinal distress. Then, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, he began to feast, exclaiming, "This is truly the finest delicacy in the world." The yellow cow, filled with suspicion, observed Chu Feng's evident enjoyment and was immediately intrigued, for it too caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma. Ultimately, it could not resist the temptation, edging closer to seize 2 skewers with its forelegs, devouring them in a few hearty bites, its eyes widening in astonishment as it let out a resounding moo. Chu Feng, startled, became alert and wary, thinking, "All of this belongs to me." The yellow cow scratched a few characters into the ground before unceremoniously shoving Chu Feng aside to indulge in the delectable feast alone. "You ungrateful beast," Chu Feng chided. "Moo, moo, moo." The yellow cow called out several times, reveling in its gluttony, its mouth glistening with grease. Indeed, the flavor of the skewers was exceptional. The young man's culinary skills were commendable. Had it not been for concerns about the skewer's longevity and the potential for an upset stomach, Chu Feng might have been tempted to vie for a share of the bounty. Understanding the implications, he wisely chose not to risk his well-being, instead relinquishing the entire platter of skewers to the yellow cow, patting it on the shoulder and saying, "See, am I not generous?" The yellow cow extended a foreleg and shook its head in disdain. "You heartless creature," Chu Feng exclaimed while pouring beer into his mouth. The yellow bull gazed at the bottle of wine in its possession, stretching its hooves as if to request another. However, after taking just a sip, it erupted, spewing the contents forth with a loud puff. With wide eyes, it exclaimed, "What abominable wine is this? What do you know? This is the finest wine under heaven." "The most sought after," Chu Feng replied. The bull grinned, for it recognized the names of Lafite and Romani Conti, mockingly deriding Chu Feng for consuming the cheapest of wines. It muttered to itself, pondering how this foolish creature had managed to glean so much through its communicator, and how it would henceforth be able to deceive it. Ultimately, the yellow bull indulged in over 100 skewers of lamb, feeling quite content, sprawled out in a reclining chair in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky with a look of sheer bliss. "Yellow bull, come, take a couple of pills," Chu Feng approached. "For diarrhea and dysentery, they are quite effective. Better to take 2 as a precaution," he said, a hint of guilt in his tone. "What do you mean? What is happening?" The yellow bull sat upright in alarm, its eyes fixed intently on Chu Feng. "These are health supplements. Taking them is beneficial for your well-being," Chu Feng proclaimed shamelessly. "Moo!" The yellow bull was not foolish. Upon reflection, it grew furious. Indeed, it was mere street vendor fare. After devouring skewers, it must immediately take medicine? This was an egregious insult, an affront too great to bear. It charged at Chu Feng with all its might. The scene erupted into chaos, with all manner of commotion. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, calm was restored. Chu Feng, gritting his teeth and nursing several bruises from the bull's hooves, was grateful for his enhanced physical constitution. Otherwise, he might not have been able to rise. He made his way to the bathroom, indulging in a hot shower. After a day filled with relentless travel between the county town and Qingyang town, and having just engaged in a battle with the yellow bull, he indeed felt quite fatigued. As Chu Feng entered the room, he was already in a state of drowsiness, neglecting to turn on the lights and collapsing onto the bed, surrendering to slumber. Suddenly, he jolted awake, his sleepiness vanishing in an instant. What is this softness? The bed emitted a muffled groan, as if someone had been unceremoniously disturbed. A chill ran down Chu Feng's spine. There was indeed someone on the bed. With a swift motion, he retreated and promptly turned on the light. What on earth is happening? He was left utterly astonished. There, on the bed, lay an exceptionally beautiful woman, who appeared to have been roused from her slumber by the abrupt impact. She furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes fluttering open with a hint of confusion. "Who are you? In the dead of night, do you intend to assault me?" Chu Feng's voice rang out, firm and indignant, as he sought to seize the initiative amidst his bewilderment. He had no desire to hear a woman, particularly a striking beauty, scream loudly in his room. Upon closer inspection, Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. This woman was not merely beautiful. She appeared to be in her 20s, dressed in pristine white garments, her smooth, lustrous hair cascading down her alabaster neck. Her features were sweet and youthful, radiating vitality. Having fully awakened, it was evident that she was no ordinary individual. In the face of such an unusual situation, she remained remarkably composed, her enchanting eyes scanning the room with keen discernment. After a moment of contemplation, she gently rubbed the back of her head, which throbbed slightly, and then inquired of Chu Feng, "You knocked me unconscious and brought me here? When did this occur? If I had such intentions, would you still be unscathed?" Chu Feng vehemently denied the accusation. He would not bear such an unjust burden. "Why are you here?" A young woman inquired calmly, though a hint of tension lingered as she surreptitiously assessed her surroundings. "I would like to ask, when did you arrive? How did you end up in my bed? And what are your intentions towards me?" With an admirable audacity, Chu Feng posed his questions with remarkable composure. Upon hearing his words, the beautiful woman raised her eyebrows, pondering whether she was truly so lacking that someone would dare to speak to her in such a manner. However, She restrained her anger and refrained from retaliating. Please wait a moment. I need some time alone. Chu Feng hurried downstairs, bursting into the room of the ox. What have you done, you wretched beast? The ox, sulking in irritation, nearly erupted upon seeing him, but was ultimately pacified by Chu Feng's presence. Why is there a woman in my room? Are you attempting to pay me a visit? The ox promptly raised a hoof in disdain. Eventually, Chu Feng unraveled the mystery of the situation. It seemed that trouble had sought him out, as the woman indeed approached the courtyard of Chu Feng's residence. Without further ado, the ox stealthily followed, ambushing her from behind with a swift kick, causing her to collapse, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. You truly have a knack for using your hooves, Chu Feng remarked with a grimace. The ox internally scoffed. You've just knocked out a beauty, as it had already learned of Chu Feng's journey to the county town while indulging in skewers. And you tossed her into my room? Chu Feng queried. The ox, rarely displaying any semblance of embarrassment, realized that it had acted too hastily, having misjudged the situation. In truth, it later discovered that other unusual individuals sought refuge in Xingyang town, causing it to reflect that it had unjustly assaulted the woman. You've caused a ruckus, and now she is on my bed. Chu Feng glared at it. Communication among individuals is indeed quite effortless. The yellow cow inscribed a line, then extended its hoof towards the door, indicating that Chu Feng could leave promptly. At that moment, the young and beautiful woman had completely acclimatized, standing serenely by the window, gazing at the starry sky. Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words. How could he explain that a cow had rendered her unconscious? Who would believe such a tale? He certainly couldn't drag the yellow cow over. If word got out, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Do you have anything to eat? The beautiful woman inquired. Chu Feng was astonished. Contrary to his expectations, she bore no intention of reproach. Instead, she composedly asked him for some food. Yes, there are some grilled skewers in the courtyard, Chu Feng replied. The woman smiled gently, her beauty enhanced, and remarked, You are not an extraordinary person, are you? Indeed.
Chu Feng nodded.
The creature that attacked me was an extraordinary beast. I sensed its immense strength and danger at the last moment. Her words alleviated Chu Feng's concerns, at least ensuring that the blame would not fall upon him. You keep an extraordinary beast? She asked softly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and a gentle smile gracing her lips as she observed his reaction. Absolutely not, Chu Feng firmly denied. As they conversed, they had already arrived in the courtyard. The woman frowned slightly, clearly unaccustomed to consuming such street food, yet her hunger seemed genuine, and she ultimately picked up a skewer. She ate delicately and gracefully, even when indulging in lamb skewers, her demeanor exuding elegance. Chu Feng surmised that she must hail from an extraordinary family, as she consistently maintained an air of propriety and decorum. Having had a modest meal, the woman retrieved her communicator and, with a slight furrow of her brow, began to send a flurry of messages. It is time for me to depart. My prolonged absence has caused them considerable concern. I shall return to settle accounts with that creature, she declared, only to suddenly ascend into the air, a pair of luminous wings unfurling behind her, radiating a brilliant white light. She hovered gracefully, resembling a divine being, ethereal and sublime. The wind tousled her hair, which cascaded down to her snow-white neck, her bright eyes sparkling with vitality. Clad in white garments, she seemed untouched by the mundanity of the world, evoking an illusion that she was no mere mortal. Wait, Chu Feng called out. What is it? She inquired softly. This is for you. Chu Feng tossed a small vial into the air. What is this? The woman asked, perplexed as she caught it, her lovely face etched with confusion, the wings at her back emanating a sacred glow. Hold it tightly, Chu Feng instructed. Upon hearing this, the young woman in white trembled slightly. Despite her exquisite beauty, a flicker of menace flashed in her eyes. Ignoring Chu Feng, she flapped her wings and soared skyward. Don't discard it. Ensure you keep it safe, Chu Feng shouted after her. In mid-air, the woman hesitated for a moment, visibly restraining herself before vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, she joined a group of otherworldly beings. Thank heavens! We were unable to contact you and feared that the divine beings had laid an ambush to attack you. At long last, you have returned. Some exclaimed, visibly relieved. Chapter 47. The great thunder bow. On this particular night, Chu Feng enjoyed a remarkably deep slumber, drifting into dreams the moment he reclined upon his bed, remaining undisturbed throughout the night. In contrast, the yellow ox wore a grim expression. It had scampered out several times throughout the night, grinding its teeth in frustration, letting out low grunts, nearly compelled to burst into Chu Feng's room to deliver a few well-placed kicks. Yet, it hesitated, fearing the mockery that might ensue should it disturb that fellow. Under the moonlight, it crept into the storage room like a thief, rummaging through the contents until it finally unearthed a small bottle identical to the one it sought. At dawn, Chu Feng and the yellow ox rose almost simultaneously, standing in the courtyard, facing the east, engaging in a unique breathing technique. Chu Feng perceived the remarkable efficacy of this method, especially as he inhaled the gentle warmth of the morning sun, feeling an exquisite sense of well-being, as if warm currents were enveloping him. Ultimately, he felt as though he were ensconced within a blazing furnace, his body radiating heat, his pores wide open, akin to a purification process, experiencing a profound transformation. Indeed, upon opening his eyes, he beheld a wondrous sight. A delicate veil of pale gold seemed to drape over his body, strikingly tangible, which gradually receded into his very flesh as the breathing exercise concluded. Not far away, the yellow ox gazed enviously. This distinctive breathing technique had found its most potent expression in Chu Feng, and in such a brief span, it had altered his constitution. This was a form of evolution, with the breathing method yielding tremendous effects, refining his flesh and blood, recalibrating his vital parameters, and continuously enhancing his physical form. The yellow ox became increasingly convinced that the petal Chu Feng had acquired was extraordinary, serving as a premier catalyst, playing a crucial role. However, upon reflection, it realized that the effects would soon wane, for all substances possess a certain temporal limitation. Upon contemplating pollen and catalysts, the fervent ox hastened to the flower bed, gazing intently. Yet regrettably, the 3 seeds remained dormant, showing no signs of life. With a low bellow, the ox charged towards Chu Feng without warning, intent on avenging the previous night's misfortune. "You dare to challenge me?" Chu Feng exclaimed, startled, as he deftly leapt aside to evade the bull's assault, retaliating with a swift punch. Ultimately, he managed to escape. A wise man knows when to retreat. He sensed the ox was seething with pent-up frustration, eager to force-feed him the remaining skewers of lamb. He ventured to the cold weapons workshop of Master Zhao San, this time seeking a collection of sharp blades. Chu Feng had realized that his newfound strength allowed him to hurl a black short sword with astonishing efficacy, surpassing even that of a crossbow. After briefly outlining his desired effects, Master Zhao assured him that he could forge a batch of flying knives. "Little Chu, do you have a particular fondness for these items?" Zhao San inquired, his tall stature and standing short hair exuding an aura of vitality and strength. "I have always appreciated them. I used to think crossbows were impressive, but now I see that flying knives are far more direct and striking," Chu Feng replied. "You are mistaken. The true power of a bow and arrow is immense. Though some of their techniques have been lost to time," Zhao San lamented. "Times change. There's little we can do about it. Moreover, even the mightiest bow pales in comparison to firearms," Chu Feng countered. "Not necessarily," Zhao San shook his head in disagreement. Chu Feng was taken aback, for he was aware that Master Zhao's craftsmanship was a family heirloom, and his cold weapon workshop was renowned, attracting many visitors from afar. It was said that his ancestors had once crafted divine arms in ancient times. However, it remained uncertain whether those ancient weapons could still rival the hardness and sharpness of contemporary craftsmanship. In antiquity, certain weapons possessed an enchanting quality. For instance, the bow not only unleashed arrows but also some mysterious force, inflicting tremendous damage. Master Zhao claimed that his family's ancient records contained references to such matters. Chu Feng was astonished. Such a bow was indeed extraordinary, yet it was rumored that only those aged over 100, such as venerable Taoists and monks, could barely draw it. How curious it was that the older one was, the more suited they became to wield the bow. Chu Feng found this perplexing, as it bordered on the mythical. Nonetheless, He had heard tales of certain elderly Taoists and high monks whose corporeal forms remained uncorrupted after death, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. This was due to their exceptional physicality, possessing immense strength during their lifetimes, akin to the legendary attainment of physical sanctity. Only individuals of such caliber could draw the bow forged by his ancestors. A peculiar light danced across Master Zhao's face, as if he longed for the era when such mythic bows could be crafted. According to him, a single arrow could collapse a city gate. You little rascal, dare you mock me? Do not doubt it. Such bows truly exist, Master Zhao exclaimed, his aged face flushing with embarrassment. This was a tale from many years ago, measured in millennia, for we now dwell in a post-civilization era. Chu Feng remained skeptical. Even if such bows did exist, who would ever witness them? Long forgotten, buried somewhere underground. I've seen it, Zhao San exclaimed, his temperament as unyielding as his age. A stubborn old man who, even when jesting with acquaintances, often remained obstinately serious. If it truly exists, show it to me. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of such a mysterious great bow. He envisioned borrowing it to test its might on the Taihang Mountains, capable of taking down armed helicopters, otherworldly beings, or celestial beings with silver wings that dared to provoke him. Upon uttering those words, Zhao San immediately regretted it, shaking his head vigorously while waving his hands, repeatedly insisting that no such thing existed. Oh, San, do you truly think I don't know your nature? It must be there. Let me see it. Chu Feng's gaze was fervent. Zhao San glanced around cautiously before decisively shutting the door with a thud, hesitating for a moment before conceding. All right, I will show you. Ultimately, he retreated to his bedroom, struggling to drag out a large stone box from beneath the bed, remarkably ancient in appearance, clearly not a modern artifact. It was exceedingly heavy. Even as he dragged it across the floor, he felt its weight. A stone box for preservation? Chu Feng inquired in astonishment. Indeed, it was buried underground for many years, and fearing that a wooden box would decay, my ancestors decided that a stone box would be more reliable. Hence, it was preserved this way. Upon opening the stone box, a substantial bow was revealed, nearly 1.5 meters in length. Its surface a deep brown, dull and lackluster, emanating an aura of ancient times. The entire bow exuded a sense of antiquity and history, a testament to the passage of time, unmistakably not an ordinary object. Upon attempting to lift it, Chu Feng was immediately astonished. The bow was crafted from a remarkably unique material, exceedingly heavy. Most individuals would struggle to even lift it, as it weighed no less than 100 pounds. Even metal would not account for such weight. Yet, for him, this posed no challenge. Xiao Chu, refrain from moving. It is too heavy, cautioned Zhao Sanyi. Nevertheless, Chu Feng effortlessly held it in one hand, striking a pose as if to shoot an arrow. Zhao Sanyi was left in disbelief. How could someone so easily lift such a heavy bow with such grace? Xiao Chu, your strength is extraordinary, but where is the bowstring? Zhao Sanyi sighed deeply, explaining that the original bowstring had long been destroyed, leaving only the bowess frame intact. Simply attach a bowstring. Chu Feng, bewildered, could not comprehend. You do not understand. The original bowstring was said to be made from dragon tendons. An ordinary bowstring would be unworthy of this bow. Failing to unleash its true power, Zhao Sanyi elaborated. Chu Feng remained skeptical, questioning the existence of dragon tendons. Zhao Sanyi nodded in agreement, suggesting it was likely crafted from some monstrous creature's sinew. This bow is of little use to me. I shall gift it to you, but you could never draw it, Zhao Sanyi remarked. However, he soon widened his eyes in astonishment as Chu Feng grasped both ends of the great bow, exerting tremendous force, and gradually managed to bend it slightly. What is happening? Zhao Sanyi gasped, fully aware of the bow's formidable nature. In the past, 7 or 8 strong young men together had failed to bend it. Yet, Chu Feng was even more astonished. As he exerted force, the bow emitted the sounds of tigers and leopards, the roars of wild cattle, and the calls of giant birds, all of which were extraordinarily eerie. Ultimately, it produced a thunderous roar, creating quite a commotion that was truly astonishing. Xiao Chu, you are a monster, Zhao Sanyi exclaimed, utterly shocked. He felt dazed, grasping onto Chu Feng and rambling incessantly until he was nearly at a loss for words. The ox's eyes widened, fixated on the bow. When it attempted to bend the formidable bow, it indeed replicated the various roars of beasts and calls of birds, culminating in a thunderous blast. "What is the name of this bow?" It inscribed its query upon the ground. Zhao Sanyi replied, "This is the Great Thunder Bow, but the bowstring has long been accidentally destroyed. It is said that the original bowstring was crafted from dragon tendons." Chu Feng remarked, "Let us hunt a dragon." The ox decisively inscribed those 3 characters, pulling him towards the vast wilderness, evidently showing a particular fascination for this bow, its demeanor peculiar. "Zhou Quan, come quickly. I shall take you to hunt a dragon." Chu Feng dialed Zhou Quan's communicator, summoning him, preparing to further hone his skills along the way. "Do not go. I have heard that the mysterious fruit within the mountains is likely to ripen by tomorrow. You should conserve your energy now," Zhou Quan responded. "Stop hesitating and come quickly," Chu Feng urged. If there were to be a great battle tomorrow, it would be ideal to rest-ring the magnificent bow now, allowing it to regain its former glory. Chapter 48. Dragon Hunt. Zhou Quan hesitated, appearing quite indecisive, yet ultimately acquiesced from the other end of the communicator, deciding to accompany Chu Feng into the mountains. The primary reason for his psychological turmoil stemmed from the overwhelming trauma he had recently endured. Initially, he was relentlessly pursued by ferocious beasts, nearly having his soul frightened away. Subsequently, he witnessed the harrowing clash between Chu Feng and a group of ruthless individuals armed with rocket launchers, a sight so chilling that it left him trembling. Chu Feng and the sturdy Huang Niu had swiftly ventured outside the county to fetch him. Zhou Quan arrived a bit late, reluctantly making his way there, and slowed his pace from a distance. Chu Feng appeared somewhat dazed, but soon couldn't contain his amusement. Zhou Quan's slicked-back hair had inexplicably taken on a curled style, glistening with an oily sheen, thick and full, making his head appear 2 sizes larger than before. The curls were meticulously styled backward, seemingly to conceal a pair of horns. The hairstyle was rather unique. Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words of praise. After a few days apart, Zhou Quan had lost considerable weight. He was no longer merely plump but had become quite slender. It would no longer be appropriate to call him fatty. Zhou Slim would be a more fitting name. This was excessively lean. Surely he wasn't consuming weight loss pills daily? Chu Feng chuckled. Huang Niu, too, was taken aback, for Zhou Quan now resembled a completely different person, having transformed from a jovial figure into a mere shadow of his former self. Zhou Quan, feeling indignant, pointed to the horns atop his head and exclaimed, "All my essence has been absorbed. If this continues, I might as well fetch a chainsaw and endure the pain to remove them." His horns had grown considerably larger, exuding a primal aura. Earlier, he had referred to Huang Niu as the Ox Demon King. Now, he found that he himself bore a striking resemblance to that title. Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Huang Niu approached, reaching out to touch his horns, grinning widely and remarkably. There was no disdain in his expression, only a friendly pat on Zhou Quan's shoulder. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Quan glared, on guard. He felt utterly uncomfortable. That bull had never treated him kindly. Whenever it saw him, it would charge at him. What had caused this change in temperament? Had it become handsome? The yellow bull was carving characters into the ground, which was indeed a rarity, as it had never bestowed compliments upon anyone before. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quan felt a sense of relief, raising his head with renewed confidence. After all, it was merely sporting a pair of horns. In truth, he was rather striking. Even this bull was praising him. The yellow bull added, "Among the bull-headed beings, you rank quite high. You damned bull demon king. I shall slay you," Zhou Quan shouted, and raged. After all this commotion, he realized the bull was merely suggesting that he was increasingly resembling a bull-headed creature, which infuriated him even more. Throughout the journey, Zhou Quan's shouts of reprimand, cries of distress, and the bull's moos echoed incessantly. Finally, they approached the entrance of the vast wilderness. As he stepped into the mouth of the mountain, seeing the dense expanse of primordial forest, Zhou Quan trembled. The last encounter had left a deep impression on him. Various monsters had terrified him to the brink of madness, haunting him with nightmares for many days. "Let us take it slow," he muttered softly, hoping to acclimate gradually. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he leapt up, sprinting forward in a frenzy, too frightened to linger. For behind him, a towering spider, over 3 meters in height, had descended from the air and was now pursuing him relentlessly. Alas, the torment had begun anew. Zhou Quan screamed in despair. The memory of his previous encounter still sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he understood that with each experience, and through the trials of danger, he would become more resilient in the future. Chu Feng had already informed him that numerous wild beasts and ferocious birds across the nation were undergoing mutations, surpassing even the in number, yet all remained dormant, hinting at potential calamities lurking on the horizon. In the primordial forests, leaves accumulated to an unknown depth, many having long since decayed into fertile soil. Some vines were as thick as water barrels, while the towering trees obscured the sky, their massive trunks resembling colossal umbrellas. The woods were filled with ancient trees, shrouded in thick miasma. The average person would surely struggle to endure such a harsh environment. In the half-lit air, swirling fog nearly obscured the sun, and one could occasionally spot enormous predatory birds soaring through the sky like ominous clouds, a truly terrifying sight. Concurrently, the resounding roars of beasts echoed all around. Entering this place felt akin to stepping into an entirely different realm, starkly contrasting with the outside world. This time, they were to hunt a dragon. Zhou Quan found it hard to believe that dragons truly existed in this world. Chu Feng was also skeptical, questioning whether dragons indeed lurked deep within the mountains. Did they possess the strength to confront such legendary beings? How could they possibly contend with creatures of such mythic stature? The yellow bull nodded affirmatively, its expression grave, cautioning Chu Feng to exercise utmost vigilance. This time, complacency could not be afforded. Are you suggesting that I embark on this dragon hunt alone? Chu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Certainly, the yellow bull inscribed those 2 words. I believe this bull is nothing but a fool. Do not heed its words, Zhou Quan remarked. The yellow bull cast a sidelong glance, its gaze insidious, then indicated that it would soon put Zhou Quan through a rigorous trial. Zhou Quan shivered involuntarily, promptly sealing his lips, no longer daring to speak, for it was the yellow bull that had previously provoked a monstrous entity, shaping him through adversity. The mountains grew increasingly steep and untamed, occasionally necessitating the ascent of craggy cliffs. It was evident that they were traversing the rugged terrain in search of another region. Ultimately, they crossed several swathes of marshland. As they approached their destination, the pace of the yellow bull began to slow. Ahead, towering trees stood sparse, the ground dry and hard, littered with jagged stones, and an ominous aura hung in the air. This area was markedly different, instilling a sense of peril. The miasma swirled, and whenever a ferocious beast passed through, it seemed to be filled with trepidation, reluctant to linger, fleeing in panic, deeply wary of this place. At last, they arrived. The yellow bull signaled towards a pond ahead, and beside the water's edge lay a stony expanse, scattered with an array of bones. It appeared as though the remnants of prey devoured by some creature were carelessly discarded, beastly remains strewn about. Deeper into the open area, the miasma thickened, and as they entered, Chu Feng sensed a chilling malevolence enveloping him, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly terrifying. The yellow bull halted, pulling Zhou Quan back, urging Chu Feng to proceed alone. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng strode into the stone forest, arriving at the clearing. Behind him, Zhou Quan was so tense he could scarcely breathe, fixated on the scene. Was there truly a dragon here? As the miasma was partly dispersed by the wind, Zhou Quan's hair stood on end, and he nearly cried out as he beheld a pair of eyes emerging from the mist, each as large as lanterns, cold and merciless, fixated upon Chu Feng. In that instant, a wave of goosebumps cascaded over Chu Feng, for he beheld a colossal creature. It was a beast of tremendous stature, standing 10 meters tall, its body enveloped in shimmering silver scales, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. As it lowered its head to gaze down, a pair of pupils, shimmering with a silvery radiance, revealed eyes as large as basins. In an instant, this colossal beast erupted forth, charging with an astonishing speed, accompanied by an aura of terror that caused the ground to tremble beneath its heavy steps. Chu Feng evaded, swiftly sidestepping the impending onslaught. With a thunderous crash, it barreled through a pile of debris, entirely disregarding the obstacles as if they were mere twigs. A Tyrannosaurus Rex? At last, Chu Feng discerned the true nature of this majestic creature. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a T-Rex, yet it was adorned in a lustrous silver hue, towering at an impressive height of 10 meters, with a length that was even more astonishing, its scales gleaming like polished armor. With a low hum, the silver behemoth lashed its tail, sweeping through the air with remarkable swiftness. Despite its massive size, it exhibited no clumsiness, accompanied by a ferocious gale. Chu Feng narrowly avoided the strike, as the tail slammed into the stone forest, sending boulders crashing and scattering in all directions. Roaring with a thunderous bellow, the silver Tyrannosaurus unleashed a sound that reverberated through the very heavens, shaking the earth itself. This was the dragon that Huang Niu had spoken of. Chu Feng felt a shiver of fear. Was this not a dinosaur? Yet, it was distinctly different from what paleontology described, its size surpassing all expectations. Is this the dragon you speak of? In the distance, the air trembled with the echo of its presence. Even from such a distance, he could sense the overwhelming terror of this creature, far exceeding the monstrous beings he had previously encountered. Its silver scales shimmered with an otherworldly glow, impervious to the might of massive boulders, an aura of malevolence radiating from it. Could it be resisted by human strength? Standing before it, one would feel utterly insignificant, unable to mount any offense. In the clearing of the stone forest, the battle between Chu Feng and the silver Tyrannosaurus commenced. He took the initiative, harnessing his extraordinary speed to dart to the side, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch aimed at the beast. Clang! The sound was exceptionally ear-splitting, as the silver scales of the Tyrannosaurus proved to be even more resilient than steel, producing a terrifying metallic resonance upon impact. Chu Feng's heart quaked. This was indeed a monster, its body remarkably tough, making it exceedingly difficult to penetrate its scales, let alone slay it. Subsequently, he noticed something peculiar. The Tyrannosaurus had an unusual breathing pattern, particularly labored as he launched his attack. Could it be that it understood breathing techniques? Chu Feng was astounded. No wonder it was so formidable. His earlier strike, capable of shattering a boulder weighing thousands of pounds, merely thudded against it as if striking iron. It was enduring the impact, likely due to some form of breathing technique. In that moment, waves of turmoil surged within Chu Feng. A Tyrannosaurus that comprehended such methods was indeed a rare sight. With an unusual expression, he observed closely and discerned that the breathing technique of this silver Tyrannosaurus was rather simplistic and crude, incomparable to that of an ox. Its strength stemmed from its immense size, its naturally tough skin, and its robust scales, an inherent advantage. This was the first time Chu Feng had encountered a colossal beast that understood breathing techniques, and he realized he was in a predicament. However, he found solace in the fact that although the silver Tyrannosaurus was swift, it could not match his speed, and his strikes were not in vain. They inflicted pain, causing its gaze to grow ever more ferocious. In the distance, the yellow bull signaled to Zhou Quan, indicating that it was time to proceed with their training.
Zhou Quan.
Taken aback, questioned, "Is it wise to leave him here alone? What if that savage dragon devours him?" Without a moment's hesitation, the yellow bull lowered its head and charged its horns towards Zhou Quan's rear. Letting out a yelp, Zhou Quan leaped high in fright and turned to flee, for he realized that the bull was serious. Failure to evade would lead to dire consequences. Not long after, a terrified scream echoed from the distant mountains and forests, as Zhou Quan found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament, rousing a horde of monstrous beings. Thus began his arduous trial. An hour later, utterly exhausted, Zhou Quan unleashed a terrifying torrent of flames, incinerating a bat over 6 meters long that had relentlessly pursued him, leaving it motionless at last. As he dragged his weary form outside the stone forest, he beheld Chu Feng still engaged in a fierce battle with the silver Tyrannosaurus. However, the conflict was nearing its climax. Chu Feng too appeared fatigued, drenched in sweat, his garments tattered and on the verge of disintegration. With a heavy breath, the silver Tyrannosaurus exhaled forcefully, its nostrils releasing a stream akin to silver flames, possessing a formidable impact that swayed the towering trees nearby, causing their leaves to dance wildly. It was fighting with desperation, for several of its scales had been shattered by Chu Feng's strikes, leaving it bloodied and wounded. Its eyes, cold and merciless, glimmered with a silver hue, exuding a thirst for blood and brutality. As it opened its massive jaws, its ivory fangs resembled razor-sharp blades, capable of easily severing the bones of its adversaries. With a final, resounding roar, the Tyrannosaurus unleashed its fury. Its breathing was peculiar, its entire body trembling as though a mysterious force erupted from within, swelling its malevolent aura. It leapt forth, launching powerful bull-like punches that struck various parts of the beast's body with incredible speed, while simultaneously employing a unique breathing technique to amplify the strength of his blows. With each strike, gashes erupted across the creature's form, continuously tearing open until blood erupted forth. The dragon was slain. In the distance, Zhou Quan shouted triumphantly. The yellow bull also appeared, entering the clearing within the stone forest. The silver Tyrannosaurus collapsed, crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath its immense weight. Its colossal carcass bled profusely, transforming the soil into a small river of crimson. Chu Feng sat atop the dinosaur's mountainous body, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a consequence of being struck by the beast's tail. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe. After a grueling battle, he had finally vanquished this formidable creature. Chapter 49. The supreme breathing technique. The mountain-like Tyrannosaurus lay sprawled on the ground, its scales grotesque and its body marred by numerous cracks from which blood flowed, marking its irrevocable demise. Zhou Quan approached with trepidation, reaching out to touch the beast, grappling with the surrealism of the moment. This was a prehistoric dinosaur, now fallen before him. If we were to transport this dinosaur, it would surely create an uproar. Zhou Quan remarked. Dragon tendons, Huang Niu exclaimed, fixated solely on this aspect, circling the fallen Tyrannosaurus with greater fervor than even Chu Feng, eager to restore the great thunder bow. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the forest. Yet time passed without any ferocious beasts daring to intrude, for they were deterred by the fearsome presence of the Tyrannosaurus, which had rendered this place a forbidden zone. Chu Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on the battle that had transpired. Unbeknownst to him, he began to employ a special breathing technique. White vapor emanated from his mouth and nostrils, while the sun's rays pierced through the miasma, casting a gentle golden glow upon his skin. A warmth enveloped his body. The excruciating pain from the earlier tail strike, which had caused him to cough up blood, gradually dissipated. Was there truly such miraculous efficacy? He was astonished. The breathing technique was exceedingly enigmatic, possessing such remarkable qualities, akin to a vast treasure that could be endlessly unearthed. Shortly thereafter, a pale golden radiance enveloped his form, and Chu Feng's injuries healed completely, leaving no trace of discomfort. Not far away, Zhou Quan and Huang Niu were attempting to peel the skin of the Tyrannosaurus rex. The scales were so incredibly tough that I surmised even bullets would struggle to penetrate. Zhou Quan complained, expressing his frustration at the impossibility of removing the skin. However, Huang Niu was impressive. With a few powerful kicks, he exacerbated the cracks on the beast's body, seemingly aiming to shatter the colossal creature. Allow me, Chu Feng declared, leaping down from the mountainous form of the Tyrannosaurus, drawing forth a black short sword to deftly slice through the silver-scaled armor in search of its sinew. Half an hour later, an exceptionally long piece of beast sinew was extracted. Is this the dragon sinew? It appears rather thick, Zhou Quan remarked, feeling a bit lightheaded. The sinew was translucent, with its narrowest section as thick as an adult's arm. Extract its essence, Huang Niu instructed, exhibiting great expertise as he explored the sinew, as if searching for something specific. Ultimately, he indicated a particular area. Using his black short sword, he endeavored to extract it. The sinew proved indeed resilient, proving far more challenging to manage than peeling the scales of the Tyrannosaurus. It consumed a full 2 hours before they finally revealed the true form of the silver thread. This was the essence of dragon sinew, a slender yet robust strand, hidden within the larger sinew, nearly 2 meters in length, perfectly suited for crafting a bowstring. Given that the great thunder sound bow measured 1.5 meters. Just right, this silver thread, both delicate and unyielding, was tested by Chu Feng. Once tied to the Tyrannosaurus's tooth, it demonstrated the capacity to drag the massive creature without any sign of breaking. What a remarkable treasure this is! Even though Zhou Quan lacks knowledge in this area, he can discern the inherent value of this dragon sinew. Chu Feng finally comprehends why legendary bows of antiquity were crafted with sinews from colossal beasts. It indeed makes perfect sense. The yellow cow shook its head knowingly, stating that this natural bowstring requires no further processing. An absolute necessity. Zhou Quan swallowed hard. In this day and age, the chance to taste dinosaur meat is nothing short of miraculous. Dragon teeth, the yellow cow inscribed, revealing that this is the finest material for crafting arrows. To forego such a resource would be a gross waste. Chu Feng exerted considerable effort to extract the thick dragon teeth, binding them together with a vine and resting them upon his shoulder. Carrying the grand thunderous bow, he also bore the weight of several dozen pounds of Tyrannosaurus meat as he made his way to the cold weapon workshop. Upon seeing the shimmering dragon sinew, Master Zhao nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief, as if he were witnessing the supernatural. He could hardly fathom that dragons still existed in this modern age. "How did you come by this, little Chu?" he inquired, his throat dry and his spirit rejuvenated, feeling decades younger and invigorated. He yearned to witness the great bow restored to its former glory. Chu Feng felt overwhelmed, pondering how to explain to Master Zhao. "A stranger gifted it to me," he managed to assert, mustering the courage to reference the recent occurrences involving extraordinary individuals and insisting that Master Zhao maintain confidentiality. Master Zhao nodded, recognizing the underlying mystery but refraining from further inquiry. After closely examining the sinew, he concluded that it could be utilized immediately. Ultimately, under the guidance of Master Zhao, Chu Feng entwined the dragon tendons and secured them to the grand bow. A subtle tremor resonated, as the bowstring was drawn back slightly by Chu Feng, producing a fearsome roar akin to that of a wild beast, accompanied by a piercing avian cry. Finally, it erupted with a thunderous sound, reminiscent of a lightning strike, echoing through the courtyard. The glass in Master Zhao's residence shattered in a cacophony under the force of that thunderous noise. This was merely the result of Chu Feng's slight tug on the bowstring. Were he to draw it fully, the consequences would undoubtedly be more alarming. The extraordinary bow thrilled Master Zhao. "If you cherish it, I shall return it to you once I am finished," Chu Feng offered, recognizing that this bow had truly become a treasured artifact, and he did not wish to take advantage of Master Zhao. "There's no need. If I say I gift it to you, then it is yours. Just bring it back to show me from time to time," Master Zhao replied. Chu Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it would be perfectly acceptable for the grand bow to remain at Master Zhao's home as long as no urgent matters arose. As he departed, Chu Feng took with him a bundle of iron arrows. "I cannot practice archery at home. I must venture into the deep mountains," Chu Feng declared, concerned that the previous commotion was already substantial, and feared the repercussions of fully drawing the bow. In the desolate wilderness, devoid of human presence, Chu Feng endeavored to draw the grand bow to its full extent, knocking an iron arrow in place. In an instant, the area was filled with the roars of beasts and the silhouettes of birds soaring skyward. The most terrifying aspect was the sudden explosion of thunder, accompanied by a flash of lightning that surged forth, propelling the iron arrow into the air. Throughout this spectacle, the yellow cattle appeared indifferent to the might of the arrow, seemingly attuned to some unseen force, their expressions grave. A resounding thud echoed from afar, as dust billowed into the sky. Chu Feng stood in stunned silence. This hardly resembled an arrow feather. Instead, it appeared akin to a cannonball, capable of shattering a colossal boulder weighing tens of thousands of pounds into fragments. "Shoot again." The yellow cow quickly inscribed characters on the ground, his urgency palpable, urging Chu Feng to continue his archery. Nodding in agreement, Chu Feng seized the opportunity to practice, recognizing its potential significance for the morrow. As he drew the bow for the second time, the thunderous sound was even more astonishing, reverberating through the air, causing the surrounding flora to splinter as if imbued with an inexplicable force. Whoosh! The iron arrow soared forth, accompanied by arcs of electricity, and the distant cliff erupted with a resounding explosion, sending massive rocks tumbling down. A truly terrifying spectacle. Throughout this tumultuous event, the yellow cow remained unfazed by the arrow's might. Instead, he pressed his ear against the bow's body, undeterred by the cacophony, listening intently. Chu Feng comprehended fully then. This resolute bovine harbored ulterior motives. It was no wonder that it seemed more dedicated than himself, urging him to hunt the dragon in order to repair this magnificent bow. Continue, the yellow cow insisted, his ear still pressed to the bow, remaining utterly still, as if sensing something profound. In response to this peculiar situation, Chu Feng complied without inquiry, releasing arrow after arrow, transforming the area into a tempest of lightning and electric arcs. The surrounding vegetation lay shattered, the ground strewn with charred remnants. As he unleashed arrow after arrow, the electric brilliance surged, carving away at the low hillock, creating a fearsome sight. Ultimately, Chu Feng expended over 100 iron arrows, his archery skills vastly improved, primarily due to his heightened perception and extraordinary visual acuity, allowing him to shoot with remarkable precision. Thus, the fundamentals of his archery were successfully cultivated. However, the yellow bull felt disheartened, clutching the grand bow, flipping it over and over, utterly disillusioned. "What are you searching for?" Chu Feng inquired. Chu Feng was taken aback. His current achievements were largely attributable to that extraordinary breathing technique, far surpassing the mighty bull demon fist. The breathing method he now practiced was enigmatic and remarkably effective. The yellow bull had once praised this technique by raising one hoof to the heavens and the other to the ground, indicating its exceptional nature. Now, it had unexpectedly mentioned yet another supreme breathing technique. "Is it more powerful than our current method?" Chu Feng asked. "Similar," the yellow bull inscribed. "Since both are supreme breathing techniques, isn't one sufficient?" Chu Feng felt a surge of joy and contentment, finally grasping the standing of his current breathing technique. If they could acquire the Great Thunder Sound breathing method, the pace at which their physical prowess would enhance would accelerate. According to the yellow bull, each breathing technique possessed its unique advantages, suggesting that every top-tier method had its distinct merits. Most importantly, the current breathing technique required minimal time investment. Merely a brief session morning and evening sufficed, and prolonging it was futile. "What is the distinctive feature of the Great Thunder Sound breathing method?" Chu Feng queried. "Overbearing," the yellow bull noted. The term overbearing referred to the intense resonance of thunder within the body during the practice of this technique, forcefully accelerating the transformation of one's physique. Of course, it had its drawbacks. Its overwhelming nature could often lead to severe injuries, and in extreme cases, the thunderous vibrations could prove fatal. According to the words of the yellow cow, if one masters an extraordinary breathing technique and cultivates a sufficiently resilient constitution, then employing the Great Thunder Sound breathing method can counteract its dominance. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He finally comprehended why the yellow cow placed such immense importance on the Great Thunder Sound breathing method. He too began to study this grand bow. Was it not a treasure forged through the art of crafting? Chu Feng was taken aback. The yellow cow rolled its eyes in exasperation. Chu Feng humbly inquired whether the so-called breathing method was akin to a technique for cultivating inner strength or for refining qi. Embarrassed, he realized he had overthought it. The so-called breathing method was entirely unrelated to those pursuits. Chapter 50. Who in the world does not recognize you? The great bow appeared dim and lacked luster, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, its body a brown hue reminiscent of rock, slightly coarse, imparting a sense of ancientness. Chu Feng studied it for an extended period but made little progress in his discoveries. The yellow cow, unwilling to concede, urged Chu Feng to continue shooting arrows, yet all the arrow feathers had been expended, having embedded themselves in the opposite hillock. Upon reflection, he understood that such immense force could shatter a colossal stone weighing thousands of pounds. How could the iron arrows possibly remain intact? The yellow cow huffed in frustration, persistently requesting that Chu Feng retrieve the iron arrows, as it was eager to ascertain whether it could acquire that extraordinary breathing technique. Soon, arcs of electricity danced through the air, accompanied by thunderous roars. The yellow cow pressed its ear against the great bow, attuning itself to its rhythmic pulse, while Chu Feng too focused on sensing, no longer aiming when shooting arrows. They listened intently, continually pondering, and began to perceive a hint of understanding. There was indeed a pathway. Time to switch to the dragon tooth arrows. The yellow bull urged Chu Feng to refine the arrowheads, replacing the iron tips with those crafted from dragon teeth. Was this truly necessary? Chu Feng considered it a waste, for dragon teeth were not plentiful. The yellow bull nodded solemnly and inscribed a few words to elucidate its reasoning. It believed that a fine arrow was worthy of a fine bow. Only when the two were harmoniously paired could they resonate, unleashing the arrow's full potential. Once Chu Feng affixed the dragon teeth to his arrows, a notable change occurred. With a sharp crack, arcs of electricity erupted, accompanied by a dazzling light, as the bone arrow soared forth. Both Chu Feng and the yellow bull were engrossed in observing the bow's body, paying little heed to the dragon teeth's prowess, instead yearning to perceive that enigmatic pulse. They were rewarded with a rhythm, harmonious and profound. The yellow bull, equally attentive, displayed a glimmer of excitement in its gaze. After a considerable time, they finally withdrew from the bow's embrace. Alas, the yellow bull inscribed these two characters. More, it urged. Thus, Chu Feng transformed the two magnificent dragon teeth he had brought into bone arrows, launching them all into the air. The yellow bull sighed lightly. Though there were gains, a sense of regret lingered. Indeed, it was a pity, echoed Chu Feng's sentiments. Both man and bull remained silent, immersed in contemplation. Before long, a rumbling thunder resonated within their bodies, causing them to tremble as if a hammer of lightning was striking their bones and organs. Chu Feng was taken aback. Had he not mastered another breathing technique, his constitution would have evolved dramatically, and such an impact would have surely drawn blood. The great thunder sound breathing technique was indeed formidable. As he finally exhaled, it felt as though lightning had cleansed his flesh and blood, refreshing and invigorating him, leaving him in a state of exquisite comfort after the initial pain. Chu Feng felt that this breathing technique was extraordinarily remarkable. Its effects were almost instantaneous and remarkably effective. No wonder it was deemed formidable, facilitating rapid evolution of one's physique. This was indeed the case. However, this was merely the superficial result, lasting only a fleeting moment. What would the effects be if one were to possess the complete great thunder sound breathing technique? Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with fervor. This breathing method was incredibly potent, and he yearned to acquire it. The yellow ox stood there, its own internal thunderous resonance having ceased, bearing an expression of astonishment, yet also profound regret, for it was unable to grasp the ultimate essence of this supreme breathing technique. Is there a way to obtain the complete great thunder sound breathing technique? Chu Feng gazed at it eagerly. The yellow ox, hearing this, shook its head in resignation and inscribed some words. It is eternally unattainable. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng hurriedly inquired further. The stakes are too high, the yellow ox elucidated. The great thunder sound breathing technique is, after all, a method of ultimate profundity. Generally speaking, it is virtually impossible to obtain. It merely harbored a flicker of hope upon seeing this great bow. Indeed, this was the truth. Such an unparalleled breathing technique could not possibly be found in the outside world. Has the small hill diminished in stature? Chu Feng was taken aback. After exhausting all his polished dragon tooth arrows, he noticed that the once towering, barren hill had significantly shrunk in height. Although he had been shooting arrows, his mind had been wholly concentrated on the great thunder sound bow, attuning himself to its pulsations alongside the yellow ox, while everything else faded into oblivion. Upon returning home, he polished additional dragon teeth and crafted arrow feathers, most of which merely required the sharpening of a dragon tooth arrowhead, utilizing different materials for the shafts. It was only in the end that he painstakingly crafted 12 fully bone arrows, entirely made from dragon teeth, a process that was exceedingly time-consuming and immensely challenging to refine. Despite the formidable physique of Chu Feng, he expended several hours and rendered numerous electric sanders useless due to the material's extraordinary hardness. Upon completing his task, he cast a glance at Huang Miao, who had long forgotten the great thunderous breathing technique and was now in high spirits, eagerly fiddling with the communicator. Huang Miao, have you been up to no good again? He inquired casually. Immediately on hearing this, Huang Miao became alert, akin to a thief, guarding the communicator as if it held great secrets. Chu Feng quickly discerned the truth. This fellow was indeed up to mischief. Let me see, he exclaimed as he rushed over. Moo! Huang Miao growled, issuing a warning. His family praised the meat, declaring it exceptionally tender and delectable, utterly irresistible. In a state of delight and relaxation, he glanced at the image before him. Viewed from the side, it bore a striking resemblance to him. Who is this person? He mused, astonished that they had made the news, and with such a likeness to himself. Zhou Quan spotted a news photo, his expression shifting to one of surprise before quickly turning to disdain. The editor truly lacks discernment, using this individual as a feature image. They should have chosen me instead. He scoffed, shaking his head in disapproval. Wait a moment, he exclaimed in shock. Upon clicking the image and scrutinizing it closely, he was left dumbfounded. What the? Is this not me? The attire was identical, and there was even a frontal image showcasing an exaggerated slicked-back hairstyle. Zhou Quan stood there, utterly stupefied, questioning how he had found his way into the news. Sensing impending trouble, he hastily scanned the headline. Upon closer inspection, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The expression Emperor returns to the scene. With but a single line of text, Zhou Quan was jolted upright, a premonition stirring within him. Trembling, he read through the report, and indeed it was yet another mischief wrought by the scalpers. The website showcasing embarrassing moments had, in addition to the myriad of prior humiliating images, updated with several new ones, igniting a frenzy of spectators. Furthermore, the administrator had not only pinned the post but adorned it with a dazzling highlight, rendering it the most sensational visual narrative, and the staggering click count nearly caused Zhou Quan to faint. He could hardly count the digits. They seemed to stretch infinitely. These new images, captured from particularly unflattering angles, echoed the style of the previous collection, forming a seamless continuation and a splendid complement. With these additions, the series of expressions reached its zenith, a testament to the scalper's prowess. This time, the slick-haired figure had even curled his hair, evoking laughter as the expression master. I have collected them all, thanks to the scalpers. A cacophony of voices erupted as many gathered to pay homage to the account of the image poster, the scalper. Zhou Quan, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed loudly, overwhelmed by an impulse to rush to Qingyang town and confront the scalper, determined to hold onto him with unyielding tenacity. His audacity was infuriating. This series of images, having gained immense popularity from the previous exposure, had now attracted media attention following the release of the new images. Scalper, I shall avenge myself upon you. Zhou Quan conducted a thorough search and discovered numerous media outlets had covered the story. It was nearly impossible to remain anonymous now. He promptly dialed the scalper-esque communicator, only to have it decisively disconnected, leaving him with no response. This left Zhou Quan on the verge of explosion, an overwhelming sense of frustration welling within him, as he hastily typed a message, cursing the scalpers with fervent rage. You wretched scalpers, how am I to live from now on? He demanded, his eyes glazed over in disbelief. This shameless creature, the bull demon, had even mastered poetry? Such rapid learning was infuriating. Curse you and your forebears. He seethed with indignation. Initially dazed, Zhou Quan soon found himself consumed by fury. Indeed, the world was aware of the situation. But was this truly a blessing? His anger surged, igniting a tempest within him, and he unconsciously began to breathe fire. Startled by his own intensity, he rushed out of his home and sprinted to the outskirts of the county town, unleashing a mighty roar that incinerated a swath of forest to ash. Meanwhile, in Qingyang town, Chu Feng was at a loss upon learning the news. This bull had indeed committed a grievous misdeed. The scalper remained unfazed, leisurely perusing reports with an air of nonchalance, utterly unperturbed. Knock, 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 came a persistent sound from outside. Chu Feng, open up. You promised to deliver the grain today. Where is it? A voice called from beyond the door. Who is it? Chu Feng asked, momentarily bewildered. It's the lamb skewer vendor, came the disgruntled response from outside, followed by more vigorous knocking. Upon hearing this, the previously composed scalper, who had exuded an air of calm, was suddenly thrown into a fit of agitation. Leaping up in fury, smoke billowing from his nostrils, his calm shattered, ready to charge out in a frenzy. Chu Feng quickly intervened, stepping in front of him and whispering soothing words. Stay calm. Maintain your composure. Composure, my foot. The The anxious bull, upon realizing who had arrived, could no longer maintain its composure. It thrashed about, displaying an immense strength, as if determined to break free and fight. Chu Feng exerted tremendous effort, nearly exhausting himself in the attempt to calm it down. The bull, still fuming, sat there, ignoring him. With a short sword, Chu Feng sliced several dozen pounds of beast meat, carrying it outside to directly hand it to the skewer vendor, explaining that they had run out of provisions and were offering meat in exchange. The skewer vendor appeared quite dissatisfied, expressing his skepticism. Is this meat safe? If I eat it, I won't end up with a stomachache, will I? Inside the room, upon overhearing this, the bull became agitated again, nearly charging out. Hurry up, Chu Feng urged, pushing the skewer vendor outside and shutting the door with a resounding thud. Once back in the room, he had to reassure the bull once more. Do not cause trouble. We must venture into the Taihang Mountains at dawn to compete for the mysterious fruit. For now, remain calm. Outside the courtyard, the skewer vendor called out, Hey, Chu Feng, are you certain this meat is fine? It won't cause any stomach issues, will it? Concern etched on his face as he stood by the courtyard wall. The bull, enraged, kicked up its hooves and charged into the courtyard. What noise is that? The skewer vendor inquired, and before leaving, he patted the door, adding, If I do end up with a stomachache, I will have words with you. Go. Chu Feng shouted, firmly restraining the bull while calling out to the vendor. Chapter 51. Attention from all directions that evening within Chu Feng's home. A rich aroma filled the air from the red-braised Tyrannosaurus meat, detectable from a distance. Before it was even fully cooked, the bull could no longer contain its anticipation, attempting several times to break into the kitchen. On the dining table, a few plates of berries lay scattered, some glistening crimson, others shimmering in purple, and some a bright yellow, their fragrance intoxicating and refreshing. Dinner is served. With these words, the yellow ox charged forward. A fierce battle ensued between man and beast over the delectable feast, for in the distribution of food, disparities often ignited disputes. The meat was truly exquisite. Chu Feng marveled, recognizing that the Tyrannosaurus, having mastered a certain breathing technique, had undergone a transformation, its flesh imbued with mysterious substances. After a day filled with labor, they finally sat down to dinner, both man and beast with insatiable appetites. That evening, Chu Feng perused the news, absorbing various reports about the extraordinary beings, while also paying particular attention to the happenings in the Taihang Mountains. Thousands of extraordinary beings had gathered there, perhaps even over 10,000. This report caused a considerable stir, sparking discussions among many regarding the impending unrest in this northern mountain range, potentially leading to large-scale conflict. Numerous articles emphasized the involvement of heavenly god biotechnology, which was resolutely determined to claim that enigmatic fruit, having made thorough preparations, even sending high-ranking officials to the scene. Moreover, Chu Feng stumbled upon a photograph of Lin Nuoyi. Even in profile, she radiated beauty, her cold elegance striking and eliciting gasps from many. Was she one of the higher-ups at Heavenly God Biotechnology? Such beauty seemed almost unreal. Many were astonished, not expecting such a young woman among the elite, stirring emotions in countless hearts. Her unparalleled grace outshone even the most celebrated starlets of the day. Alas, only her profile was visible. Who could reveal a full portrait of her? The reporter was taken aback, as a single news illustration, a candid photograph, proved to be far more captivating than the accompanying text, stirring considerable commotion. Similarly, in various reports, the formidable entity known as Bodhijin was highlighted, likely to engage in a direct confrontation with celestial biology. Over the past couple of days, news has emerged of several clashes between these two colossal conglomerates, resulting in mutual casualties. As the exotic fruits ripen, the strongest contenders prepare to vie for supremacy. A highly influential media outlet even crafted a special feature for public discourse, which was inundated with posts about the diamond and silver-winged celestials. Who could possibly rival them? It has been confirmed that these two will undoubtedly be present. Moreover, whispers suggest that these two apex beings have already crossed paths, with their ultimate showdown set to unfold in the Taihang Mountains. Once the enigmatic fruit of the peculiar little tree reaches maturity, it will signify the moment for their decisive battle. Will the fire spirit make an appearance? Will the White Tiger King join the fray? If both arrive, all 4 titans at the pinnacle will be gathered, a prospect truly exhilarating. I too hope to witness the emergence of these extraordinary individuals, as the dragon and tiger contend in a climactic battle upon the Taihang Mountains, to ascertain who reigns supreme. However, if those mighty figures truly descend upon us, what chance would we have? Even their mere casual strikes would be insurmountable for us collectively. The special feature sparked fervent discussion, capturing the attention of countless spectators. Subsequently, a betting house astutely launched a service, allowing wagers on who among the Silverwing Celestial, Diamond, Fire Spirit, and White Tiger King would prove the strongest, inviting anyone to place their bets. Simultaneously, they introduced what is referred to as the Top 100 Masters list, which also allows for betting. This initiative has sparked a considerable uproar. However, it must be said that it is indeed captivating, garnering the attention of many who are eager to participate and place their bets. A single stone has stirred 1,000 ripples. That night, the executives of the betting company wore expressions of delight, their faces numb from the overwhelming response, as countless individuals joined the fray. Ultimately, it became evident that the Silverwing deity was particularly favored, enjoying an unparalleled popularity, with many believing him to be the strongest contender. Moreover, his tall stature and flowing silver hair created an impeccable image. Bearing his silver wings, he stood as if a deity had descended to the mortal realm, exuding an extraordinary presence. Numerous young women found him exceptionally handsome, his charisma striking, leaving an outstanding first impression that inclined them to perceive him as the mightiest. It is undeniable that this move by the betting company was exceedingly successful, drawing the attention of a vast audience and prompting many companies to follow suit. In a fleeting moment, discussions online became fervent and ceaseless. It was precisely due to the myriad of topics and debates that various rumors circulated, capturing the public's interest. One might ponder whether the young woman, whose only photograph was a side profile, holds any connection to the silver-winged deity. It is indeed plausible, given their shared affiliation with divine beings. Upon reflection, one might concede that they are rather well-matched. Indeed, despite merely being a side view, it is evident that she possesses a goddess-like allure, making her quite compatible with the silver-winged deity. This left some media outlets at a loss, hastily seeking to uncover more for further reporting. This night is destined to be anything but tranquil, as numerous trending topics abound, for many are aware that the fruit of the Taihang Mountains is on the verge of ripening. Perhaps by tomorrow it shall be ready for harvest, and when that time arrives, a mighty tempest will inevitably ensue. The anticipation is palpable. I fervently wish for dawn to break sooner, for I yearn to discern the outcome of tomorrow. Many await with bated breath, even those not of extraordinary lineage, who lack the privilege to contend, find themselves buoyed by the excitement of the forthcoming day. The winds of change shall surely sweep through the Taihang Mountains. A multitude of eyes are fixed upon this unfolding drama. After consuming a plethora of reports and acquiring sufficient knowledge, Chu Feng set aside his communication device. As dawn broke, the sun cast its golden rays upon the world. Even as he prepared to enter the Taihang Mountains, Chu Feng did not neglect the enigmatic breathing technique. He felt as though he were engulfed in a furnace, his skin adorned with rippling golden hues that resembled flames or golden waves, surging forth with remarkable vigor. In no time, he completed the exercise, for the duration required was brief. A thunderous roar echoed, reverberating through his bones and flesh, as if a tempest of lightning surged forth, cleansing his body and bestowing a formidable baptism upon every inch of him, both fierce and effective. After a fleeting moment of discomfort, he was enveloped by an indescribable sense of ease. The great thunder sound breathing technique, despite its considerable imperfections, still bore some efficacy. Now, it was time to venture into the mountains. Chu Feng beckoned to the ox. Suddenly, he paused to listen intently, sensing something amiss. Vehicles were approaching along the street, and in considerable numbers. How could there be so many cars heading towards his home so early in the morning? Indeed, his instincts proved correct, as those vehicles came to a halt right outside his door. With swift precision, Chu Feng gathered his arrows, animal skins, and other belongings. A forceful knock resonated at the door, the sound unmistakably loud, yet the atmosphere outside remained curiously subdued, as if a multitude had gathered. Upon opening the door, Chu Feng was greeted by the sight of numerous vehicles, their presence obstructing the pathway before him. A crowd stood outside, their gazes sharp and vigilant, encircling an elongated, imposing vehicle that exuded an aura of impenetrability, its sleek surface reflecting a deep ebony hue. As someone swung open the car door, an individual emerged, a man and a woman, both exuding an air of distinction that set them apart from the ordinary. The man, appearing to be in his mid-30s, donned a pristine white shirt, radiating an aura of sophistication. His fair complexion and strikingly handsome features were complemented by a demeanor of calm assurance. As he descended the vehicle, his gaze fell upon Chu Feng, scrutinizing him with an inscrutable expression. Beside him stood the woman, seemingly in her mid-20s, her alluring phoenix eyes and sensuous red lips captivating. Though she may not have rivaled Lin's beauty, she was undeniably striking, possessing a beguiling charm. Upon seeing her, Chu Feng felt a jolt of recognition, deducing her identity with certainty. She was none other than Su Wanqing's sister. This realization led him to infer the man's identity as well. He must be Lin Nuai's uncle, Lin Yiyu, rumored to be on the verge of marrying Su Wanqing's sister. Surrounding this distinguished pair were a dozen formidable individuals, unwavering in their protective stance. Lin Yiyu approached, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Feng, maintaining a tranquil demeanor devoid of overt expression. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing's sister clung to his arm, her phoenix eyes sparkling with a keen interest as she observed Chu Feng closely. The gathering remained silent, all eyes directed at Chu Feng, some scrutinizing, others harboring hostility, while a few regarded him with indifference. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, Chu Feng abruptly shut the door. The crowd was taken aback by his unexpected action. Lin Yiyu, upon witnessing this, paused momentarily before a faint smile graced her lips, remarking, "He possesses character." One of the unusual individuals stepped forward and forcefully knocked on the door. Chu Feng, however, paid them no heed. He settled into a wicker chair in the courtyard, resolute in his silence. For if these individuals chose to scrutinize him with such impudence, he would reciprocate with equal reticence, leaving them to ponder their audacity. "Open the door. Hurry! Open the door. We have business," someone shouted while pounding on the entrance. After sipping half a cup of tea and observing their restraint, exhibiting no intent to force their way in, he succinctly replied with a single word, "Speak." The implication was clear. "State your purpose." "Mr. Chu, please open the door. We seek to converse briefly and will depart immediately thereafter." It was evident that this was spoken by the woman, the sister of Su Wanqing. Noticing that the principal speaker had initiated dialogue, Chu Feng complied and opened the door. Indeed, she displayed composure in the face of adversity, coupled with commendable courage. Upon their reunion, Lin Yiyu, clad in a pristine white shirt, exuded a scholarly aura as she invited him to sit. Chu Feng gestured gracefully, embodying neither servility nor arrogance. If they chose not to inquire, he would remain equally uncurious. "Was it your people who harmed my sister?" Su Wanqing's sister queried directly, her gaze shimmering with an extraordinary light imbued with an enigmatic power. "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating," Chu Feng replied. In that moment, he sensed an ethereal wave of energy approaching him, profoundly mysterious. "My sister is Su Wanqing," the woman declared. "Oh!" Chu Feng elongated his voice, revealing a look of astonishment. "That is a most detestable woman. Has she perished?" A cold glint flickered in the woman's eyes, but she quickly reined it in, asking once more, "Is her death unrelated to you?" "Unrelated," Chu Feng replied with calmness. In truth, his heart was tumultuous, a peculiar spiritual wave enveloping him, compelling him to articulate the deepest sentiments harbored within. The woman expressed her disappointment, the enigmatic sparkle in her gaze dissipating as she fell silent. Her demeanor towards Chu Feng evidently lacking warmth, her expression devoid of any smile, cold as ice. "You are quite remarkable," Lin Yiyu remarked, patting Chu Feng on the shoulder with a gentle smile before turning on her heel and striding away. Su Wanqing's sister clung to his arm as they departed, while the other extraordinary beings dispersed, encircling them for protection. "Convey this to Nuai." "It is futile to speak of it with me," Chu Feng stated. "I advise you to leave quietly." You inhabit two distinct worlds. Can you truly compare yourself to Mu? You cannot even stand shoulder to shoulder with the silver-winged celestial. Upon finishing her words, Lin Yeyu ascended into a vehicle. A procession of vehicles departed in succession, vanishing into Qingyang town. Golden cattle venture into the mountains, hunt. Chu Feng called out, slinging the great thunder sound bow across his back, securing the dragon tooth bone arrows. M.O. The golden cattle bolted forth. Chapter 52. The silver-horned king wear this. Chu Feng gestured to the golden cattle, retrieving a beast skin cloak, crudely fashioned, a simple patchwork of his own making. The golden cattle's hide gleamed with a satin-like smoothness, radiating brilliance, undeniably eye-catching. If it were to strut boldly into the Taihang Mountains, it would be impossible not to attract attention. It would likely be perceived as a strange beast and invite trouble. The yellow cow, reluctant as it was, found itself encased in thick hides, leaving only two openings for its eyes, while its mouth, nose, and ears remained concealed. Moo! The yellow cow expressed its dissatisfaction. This matter was non-negotiable. Unwillingness was not an option. Chu Feng's resolve was unwavering. Once clad in the animal skin attire, the yellow cow walked upright, resembling an oddity. However, the Taihang Mountains were home to many peculiar beings, so it was not particularly unusual. Chu Feng observed that the cow's head appeared overly swollen, which seemed awkward. It would be better to let its two light golden horns protrude. He pierced two holes in the hide, allowing the golden horns to emerge. Surely, there would be some horned beings among them. There you go, from this moment forth you shall be known as the masked hero, the bull demon king. Chu Feng chuckled heartily. Subsequently, he adorned the cow with animal skin boots, ensuring even its front hooves were concealed, and equipped it with a pair of golden gloves, completing the ensemble. The yellow cow approached the mirror, gazing at its reflection, fuming at the sight. What was this? It severely tarnished its glorious image. Do not be discontent. To match your appearance, I have donned a brotherly outfit as well, so be grateful. Chu Feng placed a specially crafted helmet on his head, obscuring his face while leaving his mouth and eyes visible, with a pair of silver horns atop. From now on, I shall be called the Bull God King, Chu Feng declared, patting the yellow cow on the shoulder. The cow looked at him and surprisingly nodded, inscribing a few words, more handsome than you were before. Get lost. What a look. Chu Feng felt an urge to strike it twice. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he ventured out with the yellow ox. Basking in the dawn's glow, striding towards the Taihang Mountains, the yellow ox stood upright, patting its belly, conveying the message that it had consumed everything without losing a morsel. You gluttonous beast. Have you secretly devoured my share while hiding in the room? Mooing, the yellow ox stood on its hind legs, rubbing its belly, indicating it was still not satiated. Bull demon. As the sun rose majestically, mist intertwined with the mountains and forests, painting the landscape in vibrant hues of red. Although it was still early, the Taihang Mountains were far from desolate. One could frequently observe strange beings wandering about, some arriving alone, while others traveled in groups. In the rugged terrain, on cliffs and within valleys, the presence of these beings was palpable. Many were already aware that the mysterious fruits borne by the peculiar pine trees of the Taihang Mountains were on the verge of ripening. Those who dared to come here were filled with hope. Naturally, this would lead to conflict. As Chu Feng traversed the mountains, he had already stumbled upon several bloody incidents, where strange beings had clashed, leaving their lives in the grass. This was merely the beginning. Even minor frictions had escalated into bloody confrontations, and one could only imagine how tumultuous the day would become, especially when the pine cones ripened, intensifying the fervor. Before White Snake Ridge, a multitude of strange beings gathered. Some perched atop peaks, others stood at the valley's mouth, and a few even soared through the air, suspended in mid-flight. With an abundance of people came a cacophony of noise, rendering this area anything but tranquil. It was bustling with activity. However, amidst the chaos, the understanding lingered that this place was saturated with the scent of bloodshed. Should a struggle for supremacy commence, those around could swiftly turn into adversaries. Thus, despite their conversation, both were on high alert. Chu Feng and Huang Niu approached the White Snake Ridge, initially intending to stealthily navigate their way. However, They soon discovered that such caution was unnecessary, as they were surrounded by otherworldly beings. Why are you two hiding in plain sight with tattered bags over your heads? Upon their arrival, they were immediately confronted by an individual seeking to provoke them, clearly intent on asserting dominance. This being bore a somewhat fearsome visage, with a row of bony spikes along its spine, covered in a layer of fine green scales, and sharp tusks that rendered it quite menacing, reminiscent of a mountain demon. What business is it of yours? Are you here to bully us? Chu Feng retorted. No sooner had he spoken than 4 or 5 others swiftly encircled him, evidently aiming to establish their authority and rally support. You speak boldly. Today, I shall strip the skin from your back, simply because I take a disliking to you. The leader of the group sneered. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, his fist, armored in green scales, shot towards Chu Feng's temple with lightning speed. It was clear that he was both ruthless and swift to violence. A direct hit to the temple could very well cost Chu Feng his life. Get lost! Chu Feng's gaze turned icy as he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the assailant's green fist, resulting in a sharp crack as bone shattered. Following that, he unleashed another kick, striking the assailant's chest and sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, toppling several others in his wake. With but 2 kicks, he established his dominance. The individual lay there, blood oozing from his mouth, his body convulsing before losing consciousness, while the others turned pale, realizing they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Rising from the ground, they hastily retreated. Brother, you are truly formidable. Shall we travel together shortly? Indeed, after just those 2 strikes, several individuals gathered around, acknowledging Chu Feng's prowess and aspiring to form a team with him. I'm afraid I have no interest, Chu Feng replied. In his view, a temporarily assembled group, though seemingly capable of providing warmth in numbers, was merely a disorganized rabble, ultimately useless in critical moments. You're rather arrogant, aren't you? Someone muttered discontentedly. With a mere glance from Chu Feng, silence fell upon them, their apprehension evident as they dared not provoke such a powerful figure. Brother, we are determined to follow you. Yet, some remained obstinate, insisting on trailing behind him. I truly have no interest. Chu Feng reiterated his refusal. However, he underestimated their resolve. Perceiving his exceptional strength and his reluctance to team up, they believed him to be a remarkable master. No matter his protests, they were unwilling to depart, resolutely clinging to him. Chu Feng, left speechless, decided to let them be and continued on his path. Surprisingly, this group of individuals proved quite self-aware, with some forging ahead to clear the way while others surrounded him from behind, implicitly regarding him as their leader, steadfastly accompanying him. The more he resisted, the more they perceived his might, and thus they remained by his side, culminating in a considerable assembly of several dozen, forming a rather sizable contingent. These individuals harbor a singular intent, to remain in proximity to the powerful, thereby facilitating their own opportunistic endeavors. Should they find themselves close to that peculiar little tree, they might seize the fruit and hastily consume it. In the event of an unforeseen transformation, becoming adept like the formidable diamond or the silver-winged celestial, who would they fear? It is said that even firearms cannot contend with them. Alas, it appears that the celestial beings wish to establish dominance over us, and now, even to venture into the depths of White Snake Ridge, one must endure a queue. Otherwise, they would have already taken action. Murmurs of discontent surfaced among the crowd, as someone cursed under their breath. What is the situation? We are numerous, surely numbering in the thousands. How can we possibly fear a singular celestial entity? An individual incited the crowd's emotions. Look over there. Heavy artillery is positioned atop the mountain. Someone gestured toward the distance, and all gazes turned, their expressions paling. I refuse to believe they would dare to act against us. Let us proceed, one declared. The primary issue lies in the sheer volume of extraordinary beings present. Even celestial entities, no matter their strength, would not dare to confront 100 individuals against thousands. Such an act would render them public enemies. In truth, this incident has escalated significantly. Ever since news leaked, the higher-ups among the celestial beings have been in turmoil, struggling to maintain control. Currently, they are endeavoring to uphold order, as the path leading to the depths of White Snake Ridge remains guarded. Chu Feng too joined the queue, opting not to ascend the cliffs to evade the situation. There was no need for such measures at present, as blending into the crowd would serve him better. Just then, a commotion erupted from behind. A group surged onto the path into the mountains, exhibiting a domineering attitude, forcefully pushing aside those who stood at the front of the line. Chu Feng was forcefully shoved by those behind him, who exhibited an extreme degree of arrogance and brutality. He observed that the group of individuals who had earlier clamored to join forces with him had all fled, revealing themselves to be a mere rabble, utterly unreliable. Begone. The attitude of these people was atrocious. Their aggression was palpable. When they saw Chu Feng refusing to yield, they not only shoved him but also attempted to strike him, with some even raising their feet in threat. Enraged, especially after being confronted by Lin Nuoyi's uncle earlier that morning, Chu Feng felt a surge of indignation. The ones who should leave are you. In the next moment, he retaliated, calling upon the yellow bull to join him without hesitation, and together they unleashed a fierce assault upon these individuals. In an instant, several of them were sent reeling, blood spewing from their noses, bones shattered, as they were flung away. This group was indeed formidable. The leader, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, sported a bald head that gleamed ominously. At that moment, he emanated a terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal stone behemoth, his stature swelling to 7 meters, exuding immense strength. With a single stomp, he cracked the ground beneath him and charged forward. Some were unable to evade him, and when his foot struck, they screamed in agony. Their insides ruptured, meeting a gruesome demise on the spot. As the weighty stone giant barreled through, the living were reduced to mere puddles of blood and viscera. Witnessing this, Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with intensity. He realized that the upheaval of the post-civilization era was unlike anything before. The primal ferocity unleashed in some individuals was profoundly different. Observing the bald giant's merciless transformation into a stone colossus, Chu Feng felt no mercy himself. He raised his fists and delivered lethal strikes, the sounds of impact resonating ominously. Boom! 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 As the astonished crowd looked on, Chu Feng unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, ultimately shattering the colossal figure of the rock-skinned giant, who let out a mournful wail before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The team immediately scattered in disarray. Following the giant's demise, Chu Feng strode forward without hesitation, inciting a wave of panic among those behind him. They were acutely aware they were in the presence of an extraordinary master. The group that had fled moments ago felt a profound regret, yet their pride held them back from approaching him now. "Brother, what is your name? Let us be acquainted." Some in the rear called out, evidently impressed by Chu Feng's prowess. The onlookers exchanged glances, drawn to the silver horns adorning his helmet, which seemed quite fitting. Nevertheless, Chu Feng pressed on, introducing the yellow bull beside him. Standing tall in its beast-hide attire, revealing only its eyes and 2 golden horns, saying, "This is my brother, the Bull Demon King." At this revelation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the duo as brothers in arms. The Bull God and the Bull Demon King. They resemble the Golden-Horned King and the Silver-Horned King more, don't you think? Someone murmured quietly, fixated on their impressive horns. In this transformed realm, beings of all forms had emerged, and the presence of horns was hardly a rarity. Chu Feng turned to depart, disregarding the chatter behind him. While the title of Bull God remained unspoken, the name of the Silver-Horned King had already spread among many. Deep within the White Snake Ridge, the atmosphere was surprisingly tranquil. Despite the throngs of people, they all maintained their distance, creating a serene ambience. Clearly, those brave enough to venture here and linger were no ordinary fighters. As numerous individuals arrived only to retreat upon witnessing the formidable presence, they hesitated to participate further. Chu Feng ascended a hilltop, a vantage point that afforded him a clear view of the peculiar small tree not far away. In truth, all nearby hilltops were occupied. The fruits had yet to ripen, indicating that they would require several more hours before maturation. Chu Feng's gaze was astute, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. He discerned that the pine cones on the small tree still bore a faint green hue, yet to transform into a resplendent purple gold. On this hill, a mountain spring bubbled forth, and after tasting its sweetness, Chu Feng turned to hunt a small roe deer, planning to roast the game here, as his breakfast had been devoured entirely by the yellow ox. Suddenly, he spotted Lin Yeu and a woman, both delving deeper into the white snake ridge, casting glances in his direction. Subsequently, an unusual man scaled the small mountain, politely requesting Chu Feng to vacate the peak, as a divine entity had chosen this location. Upon hearing this proclamation, the man, perched precariously on the cliff, exhibited a fleeting glint of menace in his eyes. His voice was slightly hoarse as he remarked, "Friend, I have been quite courteous. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness." Chu Feng recognized him as the individual who had approached from Lin Yeu and Su Wanqing's sister, evidently acting under orders. Following the events of the morning, Chu Feng's regard for them had diminished considerably. "Is escorting me off the mountain your idea of courtesy?" Chu Feng replied, his expression darkening as he shot him a piercing glance. "Should I extend my hospitality by inviting you down? Do you possess the capability for that?" The unusual man scoffed, asserting his position as the leader among Lin Yeu's entourage, regarded as a formidable figure within the realm of divine entities. Could it be that any random stranger dares to underestimate him? Boom! Without uttering a word, Chu Feng stepped forward and unleashed the formidable great strength bull demon fist, exuding a ferocious and domineering aura, as the fist imprint resonated with a thunderous sound, shaking the small hill. What is happening? The leader of the strangers was taken aback. How could he encounter such a master by merely selecting a mountain peak at random? With a low growl, he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of blue flames, radiating an intense heat that melted the rocks on the mountain. Chu Feng was astonished. Indeed, this was a formidable opponent, possessing abilities akin to those of Zhou Quan. The flames were terrifying, capable of incinerating gold and melting stone. A mere touch would surely reduce anything to ashes. The leader's eyes transformed into a vibrant blue, his entire being pulsating with fierce blue flames, the fire leaping several meters high, creating a rather frightening spectacle. Nearby, onlookers were horrified. Many witnessed this scene, as the mountain began to melt, transforming into a flowing river of bright red magma, cascading down the cliff like molten iron, evoking a sense of dread. The crowd realized that this stranger was overwhelmingly powerful. Anyone who crossed paths with him would be consumed by a single blaze, reduced to nothingness. He was a master among divine beings, wielding the boundless power of fire. As the rocks turned to magma, how could flesh and blood withstand such force? This ability was extraordinarily remarkable, rendering it insurmountable for us strangers, as he could effortlessly melt even metal. Whispers of shock circulated among the crowd, particularly among those who were closer, feeling a chill run down their spines as magma flowed down the mountain. Who wouldn't be terrified? They quickly retreated to evade the impending danger. In the distance, Lin Yeu and Su Wani were both observing the scene, and although they were quite far away, they could still see the confrontation between the leader of the and that individual. The latter had quite a temper, provoking the leader Wang Ji, who was displeased and intended to teach him a lesson. Su Wani spoke softly, resembling her sister with her enchanting phoenix eyes, yet possessing a beauty that surpassed her siblings. The formidable strength of Wang Ji made him a rare adversary, rendering that individual no match for him. One of the beside them spoke up. Lin Yeu remained silent, simply watching with composure. Su Wani nodded slightly and remarked, "Wang Ji has grasped a fragment of the true essence of the Samadhi true fire. Once fully comprehended, could incinerate the heavens and melt the earth." She articulated the terrifying nature of Wang Ji, who had obtained a glimpse of the Samadhi true fire's potential. Should this ability continue to evolve, its power would be unimaginable. That unfortunate individual, provoking the ire of Wang Ji, was indeed ill-fated. Yielding the mountain peak sooner would have been far wiser. Another snickered, reveling in the impending misfortune, convinced that in the next moment, that individual would be reduced to char, doomed without a doubt. In truth, nearly everyone shared this sentiment. Once the semblance of the Samadhi true fire manifested, anyone daring enough to confront it would inevitably suffer grave consequences. Atop the mountain, Chu Feng did not retreat. Instead, he employed a special breathing technique for assurance. Simultaneously, his fist techniques became increasingly ferocious, generating a gale that roared like thunder, stirring the dust and stones around him in a terrifying display. With a resounding crash, The blue flames were pierced by Chu Feng, as a layer of mysterious energy enveloped his body, resembling a veil of pale golden silk, repelling the flame's advance. The special breathing technique possesses remarkable efficacy. In fact, even the formidable bull demon fist alone is capable of countering the azure flames. After forming the fist imprint, a mysterious energy envelopes Chu Feng's body, enabling him to resist external harm. The leader of the stood in a daze. Could it be that the blue flames, capable of effortlessly melting metal, were vanquished so easily? He suffered a blow from a fist imprint, and with a gasp, blood spewed from his mouth as he plummeted down the mountainside. How could such an event transpire? Nearby, a group of individuals were left astonished, their mouths agape. In the distance, surrounding Lin Yeyu, the fell silent, their hearts shaken, each one feeling a mixture of horror as they realized their leader had been struck down the mountain by a single blow. Su Wani's beautiful eyes glimmered with astonishment. To think that merely choosing a mountain peak could lead to encountering such a formidable master? One of the hurriedly rushed forward, but upon arrival, he discovered that Wang Ji had already scaled the mountain peak. Bang! 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 Sounds echoed from the summit, and soon after, onlookers beheld Wang Ji, enveloped in flames, dimming as he fell at the feet of that individual. Such dominance! In the distance, Su Wani spoke, her enchanting visage clouded with displeasure. After all, Wang Ji was one of their own, a leader among a being of divine origin. How could that person show him no respect whatsoever? A cold glint flickered in her eyes as she turned to Lin Yeyu, seeking his judgment. Suddenly, many gasped in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they gazed at the mountain peak. Su Wani swiftly turned her head to look again, and in the next moment, she was left speechless, utterly astonished. On the mountaintop, Chu Feng meticulously skinned and cleaned the deer by the mountain spring, then skewered it on a sharpened wooden stick, preparing it for roasting. The source of the fire lay beneath him, where he restrained the alien leader Wang Ji, compelling him to unleash flames from his mouth. Nearby, numerous onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished by the audacity of this man who had the gall to make one who wielded divine fire assist him in cooking meat. Many stood in a state of shock, particularly the members of the celestial beings, who were left agape, unable to fathom the humiliation of one of their leaders. Enraged and humiliated, Wang Ji yearned to incinerate Chu Feng, unleashing a torrent of fire. However, the flames slipped beyond his control as Chu Feng kept him restrained, occasionally landing a punch that weakened the fire's intensity, rendering it flickering and feeble. What was originally the primal form of the Samadhi true fire, capable of melting gold and stone, had now been reduced to a mere source for roasting meat. Wang Ji, infuriated and frenzied, struggled fiercely, causing flames to surge from his mouth and nostrils in a spectacular display. Yet, in that moment, Chu Feng seized him, directing his mouth toward the sky, rendering the meat beyond his reach. Who is this formidable figure? Such overwhelming dominance. It was the first time witnessing such an audacious method of cooking. I am certain he must be a superlative powerhouse summoned by the Bodhi gene, demonstrating his might before the celestial beings. The atmosphere was rife with commotion, igniting fervent discussions. Su Wani's expression darkened as she witnessed Wang Ji, one of their own, being held down and used as mere fuel for the fire, a bitter pill for her to swallow. Night Feather, are you merely going to stand by and watch? That individual is utterly arrogant, showing us no respect, she pouted, shaking Lin Yiyu's arm vigorously. Lin Yiyu revealed a peculiar expression, gazing intently at the mountain peak, and sighed softly. It seems there are many extraordinary individuals in this world. We must not underestimate anyone. I don't care. It's utterly humiliating. We must teach that person a lesson, Su Wani insisted. He remained remarkably composed, showing no inclination for retaliation. Night Feather, Su Wani expressed her dissatisfaction. I feel quite uneasy here. White Snake Ridge harbors great terrors and dangers. We should not linger and ought to withdraw. Lin Yiyu spoke with a serene demeanor, yet his words carried an undeniable authority. Very well, Su Wani conceded reluctantly. Ultimately, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Yiyu's group yielded and went to apologize, taking the fainted Wang Ji away. May I inquire, who exactly are you? Before departing, a member of the celestial beings, filled with indignation, demanded to know Chu Feng's name. "I am the Bull God King," Chu Feng declared proudly. Upon hearing this, a murmur arose among the crowd, for the name was rather unique. "Remember, I am the Bull God King, not the Silver Horn King," Chu Feng emphasized, his voice resonating clearly for all nearby to hear. The crowd fell silent, fully aware of his formidable strength. What does the Bull God King amount to? When the silver-winged celestial arrives, he could easily annihilate you with a single hand. From a nearby peak, a young man spoke up, directed at Chu Feng, his tone laced with hostility. The crowd gasped in surprise. "And who are you, to so highly regard the silver-winged celestial? Are you well acquainted with him?" Chu Feng inquired, turning his gaze toward him. "I hold a deep admiration for the celestial beings and have resolved to join their ranks today. Although I am not well acquainted with the silver-winged celestial, I am aware that should he take action, none in this realm could rival him," the young man proclaimed. Upon hearing his words, many quickly understood his intent. Chu Feng revealed a frosty smile, deeming the individual utterly shameless for publicly targeting him merely to curry favor with the celestial beings, hoping to become one of them. Perhaps this person anticipates being regarded with newfound respect upon joining the celestial beings. With such a character, I doubt the celestial beings would even dare to accept him. Nevertheless, I shall extend a helping hand and resolve their predicament. As Chu Feng spoke, he retrieved a large-caliber firearm and, with a resounding bang, pulled the trigger. The young man opposite him let out a scream, his body drenched in blood. Chu Feng did not kill him, yet he inflicted severe injuries, harboring no fondness for this individual who sought to humiliate him but also refraining from outright annihilation. "Ah!" The man tumbled down the mountainside, writhing in agony and howling in distress. A collective gasp arose from the crowd, all sensing the formidable might of the Bull God King. Anyone who dared provoke him further would be courting death. Simultaneously, many realized that the Bull God King had solidified his authority with these two displays of power, and it was likely that no one would dare to trouble him again. "I have a premonition that the name Bull God King will be etched in the memories of all today, echoing far and wide," someone remarked. "In truth, even now, uttering the name Bull God King carries a weighty significance." Suddenly, a radiant light descended from the heavens, and a graceful figure appeared, landing upon the mountaintop where Chu Feng stood. She was extraordinarily beautiful. The onlookers were taken aback, captivated by the extraordinary beauty of the woman before them. Clad in white garments, pristine and unblemished, she descended from the heavens with a pair of luminous wings, exuding an ethereal radiance. Her hair danced lightly in the breeze, her skin as fair as snow, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with allure. Who could she be? Such beauty was truly breathtaking. The crowd gazed at her in awe. Chu Feng recognized her. She was the white-clad woman who had been ambushed by the scalper, rendered unconscious, and unceremoniously tossed onto his bed. To encounter her again so soon left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He could only wonder if something had gone awry after she had consumed the skewers of lamb. Chapter 54. A gathering of extraordinary individuals. The young woman, adorned with radiant wings, emanated a pure white glow as she gracefully alighted upon the mountaintop. Her footwear, equally immaculate, touched the rocky surface with an air of ethereal elegance. She was breathtakingly beautiful, vibrant with youth, yet not haughty. However, those who wished to approach her could sense an unbreachable distance, an aura that demanded respect. The spectators marveled at this stunningly beautiful woman as she sought to engage Chu Feng. Introducing herself as Gong Xiaoxi with a gentle smile, she offered a simple yet gracious explanation of her intentions. She wished to have a conversation with Chu Feng. Chu Feng's voice was hoarse, and he dared not reveal his true tone, still haunted by the previous incident that left him feeling apprehensive. He was genuinely curious about what had transpired after she had eaten the lamb skewers, a matter that piqued his morbid curiosity. Thus, as they conversed, he found himself slightly distracted, continually assessing this youthful and vibrant woman, who appeared to be around 20 years of age. Gong Xiaoxi remained calm, her polite smile unwavering. When she noticed Chu Feng's reluctance to align himself with any faction, she did not press the matter further. In truth, her presence was indeed a testament to her appreciation of Chu Feng's prowess, Yet to suggest that she would invite him to join her upon their initial encounter seemed rather unrealistic. Furthermore, she had to contemplate from another perspective. What if this individual was a master of celestial beings? Could it be that Lin Yeu was orchestrating a scheme? She was merely extending a gesture of goodwill, conveying a semblance of kindness. Regardless of his origins, her actions bore no risk. After some reflection, Chu Feng felt a sense of astonishment. This ethereal and extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in white was certainly not ordinary. As Gong Xiaoxi took a couple of steps forward, she suddenly paused, her expression slightly taken aback, for she caught a faint, familiar fragrance wafting through the air. It was you. In an instant, her exquisite visage stiffened slightly. Her voice was but a whisper, inaudible to others, yet Chu Feng perceived it distinctly, an ominous feeling washing over him as he feigned surprise, displaying a look of confusion. You carry a fragrance. The scent remains unchanged. Gong Xiaoxi fixed her gaze upon him. Chu Feng was taken aback. He realized the implication. The so-called fragrance was a natural emanation from his own body, a consequence of his evolved physique. According to ancient beliefs, this was a sign of achieving a sacred physical state. He had always been cautious, adhering to the teachings of the yellow ox, striving to conceal any traces of his essence. However, in this realm where extraordinary beings congregated, there was no necessity to suppress one's aura. All were free to showcase their abilities, ready to engage in battle should the need arise. Previously, this young woman in white unexpectedly found herself in his bed. At that moment, Chu Feng had been somewhat dazed, carelessly allowing his body to exude the fragrant essence. Gong Xiaoxi's beautifully arched eyebrows lifted gracefully, and the pristine, luminous wings behind her radiated a brilliant glow, making her appear even more ethereal, untouched by the world's grime. "Is it really you?" she exclaimed, genuinely astonished, for she had not perceived his formidable prowess during their last encounter. Up until now, she had exuded a gentle demeanor, comporting herself with poise, yet her demeanor seemed excessively composed and mature for her age. Only at this moment did subtle fluctuations of emotion grace her exquisitely beautiful face, akin to a soft growl. Though perhaps due to her upbringing, she maintained an air of elegance. "Surely you must be mistaken," Chu Feng murmured quietly, mirroring her desire for discretion. Gong Xiaoxi smiled, her true self shining through, her aura sweet and charming. Even when tinged with mock annoyance, it remained delightful, reminiscent of their previous meeting at Chu Feng's home. "I now recognize who you are." Humph. With that, she averted her gaze from Chu Feng, fixating instead on the yellow bull. Her radiant smile, although dazzling, made the bull demon king slightly apprehensive, for it harbored a sense of guilt over having unjustly struck her. Without lingering, Gong Xiaoxi turned and departed.
Chu Feng ponder.
Realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, his voice, no longer hoarse, called after her. "Did the medicine I gave you last time prove effective?" In an instant, Gong Xiaoxi's body stiffened, her back still to him, dark lines manifesting on her fair forehead. Yet she managed to restrain herself admirably, unfurling her wings of light and soaring into the sky. "Bull God King," she communicated from above, "it is settled." "Settled? Settled regarding what?" the yellow bull queried, bewildered. Many onlookers in the mountainous terrain displayed expressions of astonishment. "This girl has tricked me," Chu Feng hastily exclaimed. "I have grown accustomed to my freedom. Let us speak of this no more." He was keen to avoid any misconceptions regarding his allegiance to any faction, especially formidable entities like Tianshan Biological and Bodhijin. The consequences of opposing such giants could be dire. After a brief commotion, the atmosphere swiftly returned to calm, for the allure of the mysterious fruit of White Snake Ridge had drawn the people here. All else was secondary. As time progressed, the number of extraordinary individuals in this area continued to rise. Initially, the locale had been dominated by skilled practitioners, but now the courage of others had swelled, emboldened by the tranquility that enveloped the place and the absence of conflict, prompting many to desire a closer observation. Although many recognized their slim chances of acquiring the extraordinary fruit, witnessing the event firsthand would render their journey worthwhile. However, dissatisfaction brewed among some of the extraordinary individuals. In the mountainous terrain, a rather peculiar figure had begun distributing business cards, eager to make acquaintances with fellow extraordinary beings. Within half an hour, the area became increasingly crowded and the noise level escalated, bordering on chaos. Particularly when a unique individual made their entrance. Pandemonium ensued, as a throng quickly surrounded the scene, clamoring excitedly. What left many speechless was the sight of numerous individuals capturing photographs. A scalper nudged Chu Feng's side, gesturing for him to look in that direction. Upon turning, Chu Feng spotted Zhou Quan, besieged by onlookers. Realization dawned upon him, and as he listened intently, he could hardly contain his amusement. A divine being has indeed manifested, and astonishingly, they are one of the extraordinary. This was undoubtedly a significant piece of news. The expression Emperor, do not leave just yet. Come, let us take a photograph together. I hold you in the highest esteem. Zhou Quan, bewildered, realized he had ascended the cliff without waiting in line for the mountain path. As soon as he emerged, he found himself cornered. His vision clouded. He was utterly unaware of the unfolding situation. It was only when the words expression Emperor reached his ears that he snapped back to reality, unable to suppress his urge to curse. What a ridiculous predicament. Those damn scalpers. Leave me be. I do not know you, Zhou Quan shouted. No way, let us take a picture, someone insisted, standing beside him and raising a communicator to snap a flurry of selfies. All right, my turn now. Step aside quickly. Expression Emperor, please cooperate and strike a pose. Let us take a picture with our heads together. What a blatant infringement. Get away from me. Zhou Quan was on the verge of tears. In just a fleeting moment, the incessant clicking of cameras filled the air, and he had no idea how many hundreds of photos had been captured. And this was merely the beginning. An ever-increasing crowd surged forth, and even if they could not take a picture with him, they were adamant about capturing him from afar. Could you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? We are all extraordinary beings. Do not encircle me like this. Zhou Quan was filled with regret, wishing he had stayed hidden. If only he had known, he would have kept his distance. With a darkened expression, he could already envision the myriad reports that would surely emerge. The most popular online spectacle would undoubtedly be an extraordinary being sighted in the Taihang Mountains. It was bound to become a hot topic. Damn it, I feel as though I am being ensnared by that bull. Zhou Quan muttered curses under his breath, fully aware that a plethora of chaotic events awaited him, causing him great dread at the mere thought. At that moment, an individual with extraordinary strength forcefully pushed his way forward, shoving others aside. He declared, "We must learn to show respect. One must obtain permission before taking photographs." Upon hearing this, Zhou Quan immediately felt a sense of appreciation for him. The man quickly handed over a business card. Introducing himself, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Etienne, and this is my card." Zhou Quan was momentarily taken aback, realizing they shared the same surname, yet he was perplexed. What was the situation? He had merely come to join the fray. As an extraordinary person, was it necessary to present a business card? "Are you a director?" Zhou Quan pondered in astonishment after examining the card. What business could such a person have with him? "I harbor a grand ambition to create the most authentic mythological epic, showcasing the profound cultural heritage of the ancient East," Zhou Etienne proclaimed solemnly. "What does that have to do with me?" Zhou Quan responded, still wearing a perplexed expression. "Your appearance is rugged, untamed, and wild. Look at those formidable bull horns concealed beneath your slicked-back hair. It is truly a waste of potential," Zhou Etienne said with utmost seriousness. Zhou Quan stared at him in confusion, pondering whether he was being complimented. "I wish to craft a grand mythological drama titled The Great Sage of the Bull Demon, Chronicles of Ancient Battles, beginning with a bull demon and weaving through the entirety of ancient mythology. You see, this is practically tailor-made for you," Zhou Etienne asserted earnestly. "Leave," Zhou Quan fumed, irritated by the so-called director who was striking at his sore spot. Those two horns had almost become a source of deep-seated insecurity for him, and now this man wished to make a mythological epic about a bull demon? "I am serious." Zhou Etienne pointed to a few other extraordinary individuals nearby, who were shouldering various photographic equipment. "Who are you people causing a ruckus here?" Zhou Quan retorted, his expression darkening. "They, too, are beings of another realm, not indulging in folly. Previously part of the film industry, They now seek to leverage our advantages as extraordinary beings to capture the essence of the Taihang Mountains for their cinematography. Is there not to be a grand battle of extraordinary beings? This will serve as the magnificent backdrop for our mythical drama. Just imagine such an epic confrontation among so many extraordinary beings. It promises to be a spectacle of monumental proportions, not merely a product of special effects, but a genuine occurrence destined to become an epic mythological saga. Zhou Yitian, increasingly animated, grasped Zhou Quan's arm, proclaiming that he would cast him as the lead role. Zhou Quan, feeling dizzy, shook off his hand and bluntly declared that he would not participate in such a ridiculous production. In indignation, he squeezed through the crowd, fleeing to a less populated area. How unfortunate it was to encounter such individuals. Suddenly, he heard some commotion and looked up to see two peculiar figures atop a nearby low hill, both adorned with horns. At that moment, tears nearly welled in Zhou Quan's eyes. He had come across others in similar predicaments. "Brothers, you have horns too? Let us have a heartfelt conversation." He clambered up to meet them, observing the two strange beings clad in animal skins, their attire rather snug. One boasted golden horns, while the other sported silver ones. Instantly, he felt a kinship born of shared suffering. Zhou Quan, feeling as though he had encountered family, sighed heavily and bared his woes. In response, one of the beings patted his shoulder, seemingly offering sympathy. Zhou Quan was deeply touched, yearning for a soul-bearing dialogue. "Moo!" The other peculiar being also patted his shoulder, simultaneously emitting an odd sound, causing Zhou Quan's body to stiffen in surprise. He whirled around, fixing his gaze upon the two strange figures. "It's you two?" He wished he could charge headlong into the yellow ox. Chu Feng consoled him, saying, "Do not be distressed. Moreover, I believe the director has a point. It is evident that he is earnest and possesses a deep passion. Perhaps he will indeed shine with an unconventional brilliance in this upcoming battle of the extraordinary beings on Mount Taihang. I think you should not dismiss him. You two share a certain compatibility, making it a fitting match." Zhou Quan retorted with irritation. "Oh, look quickly, who is that?"
Chu Feng Edgar Lim, astonished.
His face reflecting a peculiar expression. "Ah, is that not Ding Sidong? The national goddess, my dream lover." The despondent sighs that once escaped Zhou Quan evaporated, replaced by a gleam of excitement in his eyes. In the distance, a woman, surrounded by numerous protectors, stood with stunning beauty within a certain extraordinary faction. "Those are the individuals from the Bodhi gene," someone whispered. "What is happening? The national goddess Ding Sidong is with the Bodhi gene people? It has always been said that her background is impressive, but this is truly astonishing." Another voice murmured, "I have heard that Ding Sidong is also extraordinary, and her transformation is quite remarkable, having sprouted 9 snow-white fox tails." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was taken aback. The upheaval of the world indeed had a tremendous impact, affecting everyone. The national goddess turned out to be extraordinary, reminiscent of the mythical 9-tailed white fox. Something is amiss. Suddenly, Chu Feng's expression shifted. He sensed a tremor beneath his feet, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of terror permeating the very fabric of this realm. Chapter 55. The silver-winged celestial being the other extraordinary beings also sensed something amiss and turned their gazes toward a particular direction, where a mountain loomed ominously, emanating an unsettling disturbance. Upon the alteration of their physical forms and the awakening of latent abilities, the heightened senses of these beings became acutely pronounced, albeit to varying degrees. Deep within the white serpent ridge, an eerie silence fell. A faint yet unmistakable stench wafted through the air, emanating from a nearby peak, not of human origin, but rather the unmistakable scent of a ferocious beast. "Be vigilant. There may be a monstrous creature approaching," a man cautioned. Since the onset of human transformation, reports of such events had proliferated. While the existence of otherworldly beasts was assured, they seldom ventured into the awareness of humanity. The precise number of these creatures remained an enigma, as they lay dormant, shrouded in humanity's blind spots, largely ignored. Few had ever laid eyes upon these beasts. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, and stones began to dislodge from the mountainside, creating a fissure. The craggy surface shattered with a thunderous roar, sending numerous boulders tumbling down. their descent causing a cacophony that shattered many ancient trees. A cloud of smoke billowed forth, and a massive head emerged from the mountain's depths, crowned with a singular horn. A formidable beast, colossal in size, adorned with a hide of verdant scales, appeared with a menacing demeanor. What manner of creature is this? Chaos ensued as everyone hastily retreated. The foul odor intensified as it opened its maw, releasing flames and sulfurous fumes, incinerating stones and vegetation into ash. With a resounding crash, it emerged from the crevice, revealing its full form, glistening as if forged from azure gold, radiating a chilling metallic sheen. Simultaneously, it exuded a pungent odor, reminiscent of a creature that has hunted its prey for years, heavily tainted with the scent of blood. It measured approximately 12 to 13 meters in length, resembling a crocodile with its formidable scales. However, atop its head sprouted a single horn, which it used to shatter rock walls. This clearly demonstrated the immense brute strength it possessed. Its horn was unyielding, and its physique was astonishingly robust. It resembles not merely a crocodile, but more akin to a pangolin, someone whispered. Upon this remark, the crowd took notice, indeed finding the resemblance striking, albeit its size was truly colossal, a testament to its remarkable transformation. The creature's eyes were cold, scanning the myriad of onlookers with an unflinching demeanor, exuding an aura of dread as it raised its fearsome head. Observers noted the presence of a vast cave behind it, shrouded in darkness, its depths unknown, leading to an uncertain destination. No doubt, it is a true pangolin now, someone lamented. The crowd recoiled, unwilling to confront it, for this creature emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression, instilling a profound unease within their hearts. As it moved, the expressions of some shifted dramatically. Its massive claws, with each descent, shattered the surrounding rocks and trees, rendering any obstruction futile. Crack! Onlookers witnessed with clarity as a colossal boulder, weighing 1,000 pounds, was effortlessly splintered beneath its claw, with nothing capable of hindering its advance, as if all barriers were mere illusions. Its intentions were unmistakably singular, targeting the peculiar small tree nestled within the White Snake Ridge, its pupils gleaming with an eerie light as it surged forward with astonishing speed. "No, we must stop it," someone shouted desperately. With so many extraordinary beings gathered here, patiently awaiting the maturation of the golden pine cones, could it be that a ferocious beast would casually seize the opportunity without consequence? Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the agents of the celestial beings sprang into action. Several individuals pulled the triggers of their high-caliber firearms, unleashing a ferocious barrage of gunfire. The expressions of the extraordinary beings shifted dramatically. Could they evade such bullets? Could they withstand them? Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted as an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The bullets struck the creature, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, their noise piercing the air as they emitted showers of sparks. The monster's scales proved to be even more resilient than steel. The bullets could not penetrate, merely ricocheting off with a deafening clang, creating a scene of sheer horror. Was this still flesh and blood? To what extraordinary level had it evolved, capable of withstanding bullets? This was a feat many extraordinary beings could only dream of, yet it was manifested in this beast. With a thunderous roar, the creature, incensed, leapt into action with a speed that defied imagination, akin to a streak of azure lightning. Ah! The few individuals armed with high-caliber weapons screamed in terror. In that fleeting moment, their attempt to flee proved futile. Within mere dozens of meters, the creature pounced upon them, mercilessly crushing them beneath its might, resulting in a gruesome spectacle that silenced their cries. Puddles of blood were left in its wake. How could it move so swiftly? One strike, as rapid as lightning, brought death upon them. Its agility was entirely incongruent with its massive frame, devoid of any clumsiness. It was nimble, ruthless, and precise, striking with lethal intent. "Kill it," commanded one of the celestial beings with a voice as frigid as ice. Just a mere beast, yet it had resulted in the loss of several elite members. The high-caliber firearms, intended to instill fear, had proven inadequate, leading to the tragic demise of those individuals. Boom! On a mountain peak, an individual hoisted a rocket launcher, unleashing a barrage downward. Flames erupted, piercing the sound barrier with a thunderous roar. With a resounding thud, the rocket struck the creature's body. Someone shouted from the summit, awaiting the outcome. A cloud of dust billowed from the impact, causing the monster to stagger and then roll away. Its skin was torn, blood oozing profusely, and scales had shed in abundance. Yet it remained unbroken and very much alive. In a swift motion, it flipped over and rose, eyes glinting with hatred, letting out a chilling roar as its gaze turned crimson. With a resounding crash, it moved with astonishing speed, rampaging through the area, slaughtering any human in sight. Moments ago, it had killed armed mortals, and now it turned its wrath upon the extraordinary, resulting in a one-sided massacre. The creature's immense size did not hinder its agility. It was as swift as lightning, bounding dozens of meters in a single leap, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Numerous extraordinary beings cried out in agony, utterly helpless against its onslaught. One extraordinary individual expanded in size, resembling an ancient tree, its body covered in bark, extending massive branches. A power shrouded in mystery. Towering at several meters, it transformed into a humanoid tree, thrusting its branches downward. With a resounding crash, the earth and stones shattered, showcasing immense power. However, even the tree man could not penetrate the creature's armored scales. The monster leaped, extending a claw that brutally tore the tree man's branch-like arm asunder, blood gushing forth in a savage display. With a vicious snap, the creature opened its gaping maw and bit the ancient tree in half. The extraordinary being screamed in horror, meeting a swift demise. This is truly chilling. A remarkably powerful anomaly has met a gruesome demise. How can one possibly resist such a formidable foe? It is worth noting that several other, somewhat weaker anomalies have already perished, all in the blink of an eye. This monstrous being is simply insurmountable. The creature's speed is astonishing. Its immense physique penetrates all obstacles, trampling everything in its path. In an instant, dozens have succumbed to their fate. Run! Someone shouts, but those nearby find no escape. None can outrun the monster. With each leap, it covers 40 to 50 meters, a terrifying sight, akin to a streak of blue lightning, moving with blinding swiftness. Not far away, atop a mountain peak, a rocket launcher operator suddenly lets out a blood-curdling scream. What is happening? My heavens! Another monster. Onlookers witness yet another creature emerging from the earlier cave, resembling a pangolin, its size comparable to the first. This new beast is agile, propelled by a fierce wind, obliterating vast swathes of forest as it ascends the mountain, mercilessly slaughtering those armed with modern weaponry. Subsequently, this creature howls towards the heavens atop the peak, its terrifying voice causing many anomalies to cover their ears, for its sound possesses a dreadful penetrating quality. With a resounding thud, it leaps from the summit, crashing down and reducing several anomalies to mere pulp. These two creatures possess impenetrable scales, impervious to modern weaponry, and exhibit immense strength and unparalleled speed. They are truly beyond comprehension. United, they charge towards the peculiar small tree. The onlookers tremble in fear, for these beings resemble the ferocious monsters of prehistoric myth, their terror surpassing that of legendary beasts such as Taotai, Taowu, and Qiongqi. The distance they have yet to traverse is unfathomable. Roar! Two streaks of azure lightning surged forward at an astonishing speed, leaving several miles behind in the blink of an eye, while nearly 80 supernatural beings fell victim to their merciless onslaught. As they approached the small tree, a pine cone, the size of an adult's fist, glimmered in a purplish hue, emanating a fragrant aroma that wafted for miles. Many were taken aback, wondering if the extraordinary fruit of that peculiar little tree would truly belong to the two monstrous entities. With so many supernatural beings drawn to the scene, were they destined to merely stand by and watch? A sense of frustration simmered within many, yet fear held them back. The brutality displayed was too horrific. Nearly 80 formidable beings had perished, their remains utterly mangled, none left intact. How immense must be the strength of these two beasts? It was beyond comprehension. Stand back. Suddenly, a chilling command echoed from above, as a man approached at breakneck speed, transforming into a brilliant silver light that illuminated the sky. His voice, though not loud, possessed an undeniable authority that quelled the two monsters. The resplendent silver light surged forth, and as he drew near, he stood poised in midair. The silver-winged celestial. Many gazed upward at this extraordinary sight, unable to contain their exclamations. Their spirits lifted with fervor and excitement. Before them stood a young man, tall and commanding, radiating a silvery glow akin to a divine being suspended in the heavens. The brilliance surrounding him was pure and sacred, shimmering like a grand celestial moon, enveloping him in an aura of otherworldliness. Roaring, one of the beasts on the ground bellowed, then leapt into the air, soaring several dozen meters upward, extending its razor-sharp claws and opening its gaping maw, lunging toward the young man. It was swift, arriving in the blink of an eye, akin to a cerulean lightning bolt piercing the sky, provoking exclamations of awe from the crowd. In a flash, however, the young man vanished from his position, deftly evading the monstrous maw. Instantly, he was in motion again, unleashing a fierce offensive as a pair of silver wings unfurled from his back, radiating a divine luminescence that illuminated the heavens. He then dove forward, delivering a horizontal strike to the creature's midsection. A brilliant explosion of silver light erupted, rendering many unable to open their eyes, as if a silver sun had detonated in the sky, dazzling and boundless. With a splatter of crimson, a deluge of blood rained down from above. The monster emitted a chilling wail, cleaved in two, plummeting from the sky. In this moment, all were left in shock. What immense power was this? Rockets could not vanquish the beast, nor pierce its formidable form, yet it was effortlessly bisected by the figure in the sky. Some discerned the truth. The young man had plunged downward, his silver wings aglow, slicing through the creature's body like a celestial blade. This stunning spectacle left everyone astounded. The young man stood poised in the air, his long silver hair cascading to his waist, strikingly handsome, with eyes that sparkled like silver, exuding a slightly aloof yet transcendent aura, as the radiant wings on his back emanated glory, as if a deity had descended to the mortal realm. He was truly exceptional, the silver-winged celestial, undoubtedly a being at the pinnacle of existence, astonishingly powerful, leaving onlookers speechless. The crowd erupted in admiration, particularly among the female spectators, who shrieked in fervor, continuously calling out for the silver-winged celestial. In the realm of Bodhi genes, the national goddess Ding Sidong gazed intently, her beautiful pupils shimmering with divine radiance. That previous strike was unmistakably extraordinary, perceptible to any extraordinary being. Ding Sidong, my goddess, look this way. I am here. Zhou Quan shouted unabashedly from atop the mountain amidst the chaos of the scene. As an extraordinary individual, his senses were exceptionally acute. Indeed, Ding Sidong heard him. She turned her body and glanced over. Upon seeing 3 minotaurs, she was momentarily taken aback, then elegantly covered her mouth with her delicate hand, smiling radiantly.
Zhou Quan,
Overwhelmed with excitement, jumped and hollered. The bull, unable to tolerate this, nearly kicked him off the mountain in anger. Chu Feng pondered, assessing the combat prowess of the silver-winged deity. That strike was undeniably fearsome, cleaving the monster in half. How sharp must those wings be? Not even a rocket could penetrate the beast, yet he effortlessly split it apart. Please cast your votes for the sacred ruins. The new book is competing for rankings. Thank you. Chapter 56. Vajra in midair. The silver-winged deity stood still, enveloped in a silver flame that exuded a sacred and transcendent aura. Clad in resplendent silver attire, his long hair and silver wings harmonized beautifully, rendering him even more remarkable, like a deity gazing down upon all living beings. Below, the bisected monster lay sprawled, a vast pool of blood staining the rocks, vegetation, and soil a striking crimson, a sight both shocking and poignant. The creature, measuring over 10 meters in length and impervious to blades and firearms, had wreaked havoc, claiming the lives of dozens of extraordinary beings, only to meet its demise here, cleaved in twain. The contrast left many in awe. The silver-winged deity was indeed formidable, exuding an unparalleled charisma. Roar! On the ground lay a monstrous creature, emitting a sound akin to a thunderous roar, as it opened its gaping maw and gazed skyward with blood-red eyes, its cries piercingly sorrowful. Some individuals clasped their ears, their faces contorted in agony, for the creature's sonic waves wielded formidable lethality. Surrounding it, vegetation lay shattered, dust and debris swirling in the tumult of its bellowing. It poised itself, ready to leap into the heavens, seeking vengeance for its companion. The silver-winged celestial being hovered silently above, its luminous silver irises glimmering as it surveyed the scene below, displaying not a flicker of emotion, remaining composed and unruffled. With a swift motion, the creature sprang into action. Its colossal form, spanning several meters, moved with agility and grace, akin to a flash of verdant lightning, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. Yet, it did not ascend into the air, but rather lunged toward a nearby sapling, intent on devouring the resplendent golden pine cone. Despite its eyes burning with hatred, it restrained its primal instincts, opting instead to forge ahead in pursuit of the exotic fruit, for consuming it would significantly bolster its strength. In that moment, it could break free from the Taihang Mountains, rampaging across the northern lands, and venture into even more enigmatic mountains and rivers. As for its enemies, once its power surged, could annihilate them all. This outcome bewildered many, as the creature with crimson eyes did not succumb to its instincts and attack, an oddity indeed. A fierce wind howled as it advanced, causing the ground to fissure beneath its weight. Each leap spanned dozens of meters, shaking the earth with a tremor. "Quick! Stop it!" some cried out, unwilling to witness the golden pine cone fall into the creature's maw. Suddenly, a sound erupted, reminiscent of a colossal drum suspended in midair being struck with great force, reverberating like thunder across the expanse. Suddenly, a monstrous creature, measuring over a dozen meters in length, was flung into the air, struck by an overwhelming force, and sent crashing into the distant mountainous terrain, where ancient trees splintered and earth and stones were sent flying. What was happening? Many onlookers were bewildered and puzzled. Amidst the chaos, an individual had appeared, standing not far from a small tree. It was he who had sent the creature soaring through the air. The scene was both alarming and instantly hushed. Clad in a loose-fitting practice attire, the man exuded a robust appearance. His physique was not bulging with muscles, yet it radiated an undeniable vigor. Merely gazing upon him instilled a sense that he possessed extraordinary strength. This individual was remarkable. While not conventionally handsome, he possessed an exceptional aura, reminiscent of a serene deity, tranquil yet harboring an ominous power. His hair was cropped short, and his skin, translucent with a faint golden hue, glimmered like yellow jade, an extraordinary sight indeed. His physique was immensely strong, imbued with a masculine energy, and his eyes sparkled with intensity. He was the Diamond, someone gasped, deducing his identity. One of the four extraordinary beings at the pinnacle of power had made his entrance. Diamond had arrived. With a single strike, he had effortlessly dispatched the monstrous creature. How immense must his strength be? Just moments ago, the onlookers had witnessed the creature rampaging, effortlessly crushing everything in its path, even slaying towering tree beings with ease. Now, a mere human had toppled it with apparent ease, his sheer strength eclipsing that of the beast. The creature scrambled to its feet, fury igniting in its eyes. It had been on the verge of devouring the pine cone when it was thwarted at the crucial moment. Simultaneously, a look of trepidation flickered in its eyes. The individual from earlier had effortlessly knocked it off balance with mere fists, inducing a slight panic within. Whoosh! The creature opted for an offensive stance, unwilling to relinquish the ripening pine cone that was tantalizingly close at hand. In fact, the diamond warrior also surged into action, even swifter than it. Mere tens of meters separated them, and with strides that seemed to defy distance, he arrived in an instant. Bang! This time, he wielded the diamond fist technique with greater force, striking the side of the creature's gaping maw and shattering its teeth, causing blood to splatter. Once again, the monster was sent flying, crashing into the distance, unable to withstand such overwhelming power. Originally, the creature had been utterly ferocious, but it now faced an adversary even more formidable, who subdued it with sheer brute strength. Scattered across the ground lay several teeth, each over a foot long, sharp and pristine white, stained with vivid crimson, a harrowing sight. He was the diamond warrior, indeed formidable, his might utterly terrifying. With the diamond warrior present, a contest with the silver-winged celestial was surely imminent. Our visit today was not in vain. Many felt exhilarated and elated. Just moments ago, they had feared the creature's terrifying nature. But now, with the Diamond Warrior's presence, their concerns vanished entirely. In mid-air, the silver-winged celestial moved, descending gracefully onto a nearby peak bathed in silvery light. There, a few individuals of significant stature among celestial beings awaited. Lin Nuai stood atop the summit, tall and striking, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Her exquisitely pale visage bore an air of tranquility, revealing little of her thoughts. The silver-winged celestial alighted beside her, and the crowd gazed on in astonishment. Lin Nuai was once captured in a side-profile photograph, which evoked an overwhelming sense of beauty. Comparisons were drawn between her and the silver-winged deity, igniting fervent discussions. Now, witnessing her in person, one perceives her to be even more enchanting than in that photograph, radiating an extraordinary allure. Atop the mountain, a young man emerged, distinguished and handsome, who approached Lin Nuoyi's side, orchestrating the arrangements with a commanding presence. Chu Feng directed his gaze toward that direction, recognizing each individual in turn. He had previously seen Mu's photograph and was aware of his unusual relationship with Su Wanqing. Thus he remained vigilant. With a resounding crash, the creature was once again propelled away by the mighty Vajra, shattering ancient trees in its wake, creating a tremendous commotion. Many observers noted that the Vajra seemed to be merely limbering up, not in a hurry to deliver a fatal blow. They understood that his opponent was the silver-winged deity and appeared unfazed by the terrifying monster, simply stretching his limbs. The creature, incensed, unleashed a torrent of black flames, reeking of sulfur, in a desperate attempt to retaliate. Clearly, the Vajra deemed it unworthy of further effort. With a swift motion, he drew a gleaming long knife from behind, and in an instant, covered several meters to close the distance. With a flash of the blade, as brilliant as the Milky Way, it illuminated the mountainside in a blinding light, and a massive head was sent flying amidst a shower of blood. Just like that, with a single stroke, the Vajra vanquished the beast, confirming that his earlier actions had merely been a warm-up. "Quick, has it all been recorded?" someone urged, their voice rising in excitement amid the tense atmosphere. "These are invaluable materials, not mere special effects. They will form the foundation of an epic mythological drama." People were momentarily taken aback, only to later observe Zhou Yitian, the director, accompanied by several individuals, meticulously setting up an array of filming equipment to capture the scene from every conceivable angle. The silver-winged celestial and the diamond warrior would soon ascend to the status of invincible heroes in our grand production. Zhou Yitian appeared somewhat agitated, yet no one paid him any heed, nor did they divert their attention. All were awestruck by the formidable might of the diamond warrior. As the Buddha blade emerged, who could possibly rival him? "Diamond warrior, over here." From atop the peak, the silver-winged celestial spoke, his wings shimmering with radiant brilliance as he soared in a particular direction, surveying all the extraordinary beings below him. He loomed high above, truly resembling a divine being in comparison to the others. The diamond warrior glanced upwards as if anticipating an inevitable confrontation, and with swift strides on the ground, he covered vast distances in the blink of an eye. The onlookers were astonished. Was he truly traversing the earth? His speed was astonishingly rapid, surpassing that of many birds in flight. Boom! In the distance, amidst the expansive mountainous terrain, the silver-winged celestial and the diamond warrior clashed, marking the commencement of an unparalleled battle. "The fruit shall belong solely to our celestial beings," Mu declared, issuing a command. With a wave of his hand, numerous extraordinary beings sprang into action, converging towards the sapling to seize advantageous terrain, for the fruit was on the verge of ripening. Simultaneously, onlookers were startled to notice ominous cannon muzzles emerging from some hilltops, instilling fear in all present. Concurrently, a thunderous roar echoed from afar as several armed helicopters, akin to iron beasts, approached swiftly, circling above the rugged mountain ridges. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, for the weapons they bore were astonishing. A single discharge could annihilate vast swathes of territory. "Zhou Quan, you must leave at once." On the hillside, Chu Feng spoke in a hushed yet earnest tone, imbued with an authoritative urgency, urging Zhou Quan to flee the area immediately. As an ominous premonition gripped him, a sense of imminent danger surged within him. Zhou Quan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed down the mountain and sprinted away, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng felt a tremor in his heart, his body registering subtle aches. Instinctively, he sensed a foreboding warning, reminiscent of past encounters. Someone was aiming a firearm at him. Those who provoke the divine beings shall meet their demise. In the distance, Mu Long intoned darkly, a cold glint gracing his handsome visage as he gestured, issuing a command. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the thunderous roar of large-caliber weapons erupted, unleashing a fierce barrage upon the hillside where Chu Feng stood, the bullets piercing the sound barrier in a relentless downpour. Chu Feng reacted swiftly, akin to a beast descending from the mountain, rolling to the opposite side to evade the onslaught of bullets. The enraged ox, too, moved with alacrity, seeking refuge on the same side of the hill. A frigid light ignited in Chu Feng's eyes. He had no desire to engage with the minions of the divine beings, especially with Lin Nuai present on that side. Yet, with threats to his life looming, he was compelled to make a decisive choice. Chu Feng emerged, brandishing a firearm, his own provision, cold and merciless, and aimed it toward a designated target. Bang! Bang! In an instant, he pulled the trigger repeatedly, eliminating the 6 elite assailants who had just attacked him, each bullet finding its mark with lethal precision. The entire event transpired so swiftly that many were still processing what had occurred. Astonishingly, the bull god could evade bullets and then launched a counterattack, dispatching 6 formidable beings with remarkable efficiency. Just how rapid was his reaction? How could he possibly dodge such a barrage of bullets? A group stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. Mu's expression shifted to one of alarm. In that moment, he realized the gravity of provoking such an individual, who could withstand the onslaught of firearms. Lin Nuai turned her gaze towards him, reflecting on how her uncle's men had been humiliated and how she had hoped to seize the moment to eliminate him, only to discover his overwhelming strength. Her miscalculation was evident. Mu spoke candidly, his words